Chapter 301. Entering the forest, Richard ran furiously, covering dozens of kilometers. Finally, after confirming that no third-ring wizards were pursuing him, Richard stopped and said to Makar beside him, "Send them a message and ask them to come over. We need to be quiet for a while." When designing the Mechanic Eye individual armor, Richard naturally didn't forget to incorporate a communications device and a map. This component, responsible for this function, was also the most expensive part of the entire individual armor. Because Richard purchased it directly from another wizard's guild, it cost a whopping 10,000 magic essences. This device was integrated into a palm-sized box. Connected to the alchemical array, it could communicate and serve as a tracking beacon. It also had an extremely long range, a full 500 kilometers. According to Richard's understanding, this device was typically used on high-level alchemical puppets. These puppets often possessed a degree of autonomous intelligence. Through this device, a wizard could check the puppet's location and send commands from a distance. 10 minutes later, a rustling sound emanated from the forest. 3 steel giants, over 3 meters tall, strode through the trees, making surprisingly little noise. As they moved, Richard could only hear the faint scraping of branches against his armor. "Sir, what are your instructions?" The 3 steel giants approached Richard, bowing their heads. Richard waved his hand. "We've just finished a big job. We probably need to take a break for a while." With that, Richard pulled a hand-drawn map from his pocket and began selecting a hiding spot. If nothing unexpected happens, the elite wizards returning from the front lines will conduct a thorough search of the surrounding mountains and hills, centered around Meteor Academy. But Richard wasn't sure how to play hide-and-seek with such a group of elite dark wizards. After much deliberation, Richard hesitated for an hour before finally deciding to walk outside. At this point, forget the notion that the most dangerous place is the safest. The dark wizards are all ruthless warriors who have fought behind enemy lines. Such simple, rebellious thinking will be useless to them. Hiding near Meteor Academy will only make it more difficult to escape if discovered. Unless Richard is even more rebellious and hides directly inside Meteor Academy. Otherwise, the farther away the better. Having chosen his spot, Richard turned and was about to leave. But just as he was about to turn, a faint rumbling sound came from the distance. Richard leaped to his feet and narrowed his eyes. Through the gaps between the branches, he saw a sudden burst of flames erupt from the distant Meteoric Academy, a mushroom cloud blazing crimson in the sky. Richard gave a smug smile and turned away. "That's a nice firework. What's the damage to the communications tower?" In front of the communications tower, Crispin gazed at the collapsed structure with a gloomy expression, silent. Beside him, Zeke remained calm. Before them, the communications tower, once the second tallest building at Meteoric Academy, had completely collapsed in its lower half, instantly destroyed by the horrific explosion. The upper half, protected by 2 third-ring wizards, remained remarkably intact. An alchemist flew out from the upper part of the tower. After glancing at Crispin's gloomy face, he quickly came to Zeke and began to report on the tower's situation. "Deputy Dean, the communications tower's core equipment is still intact, and the damage isn't serious, but—" The alchemist hesitated. "But what?" Zeke smiled at the wizard, his tone unblinking with the harshness of the explosion. "But the tower's basic equipment and functional circuits have been completely destroyed. Rebuilding these things will probably take years." Crispin, standing nearby, heard this, his face darkening as if water could drip from it. But Zeke remained calm and said, "That's good, right? It can be repaired in a few years. The Academy War lasted 50 years. With that, Zeke waved his hand, telling the alchemist to attend to his own affairs. He turned and pulled Crispin away from the scene. Back at the core wizard tower, Crispin finally couldn't contain his anger. In the office, his voice was as loud as the roar of a dragon. "Shame! A monstrous shame! A few wizards actually managed to sneak into our academy and brazenly place an alchemical bomb in our communications tower, and our patrol, our 3-ring wizards stationed in the tower, didn't even react." Crispin vented his fury. Beside him, Zeke watched silently, neither trying to dissuade him nor joining in. This rant went on for nearly half an hour. Finally, his voice hoarse, Crispin slumped limply into his lab chair, his eyes bloodshot. "Enough of the scolding?" Zeke said flatly. Crispin glared at Zeke, his voice tinged with gritted teeth. "Master Zeke, aren't you angry at all?" Zeke shook his head. "Angry? Why should I be angry? Our measures are in place. The fact that they were able to break in proves they're capable. What's there to be angry about? Have you drawn up the evacuation list? If so, send someone to the front lines to notify them. The communication tower will take some time to repair, So we need to find a reliable messenger during this time. Crispin looked at Zeke, his expression gradually calming. Sure enough, he was still too naive. Not yet. I think I need to redraft this list. A cold glint flashed in Crispin's eyes. This shame must be washed away with blood. Zeke frowned slightly. Before you draw up the list, I have something to say. When you draw up the list, you must consider the war on the front lines. You can curse as much as you want in private, but don't let your emotions get in the way of your decision. Crispin nodded slightly. Master, don't worry. I know my limits. By the way, Master Leichardt has gone after them, Crispin added, as if remembering something. Zeke was startled, then a helpless smile crossed his face. That Leichardt fellow is still as fiery as ever. I inform him later, and ask him to tone it down. Outside the Meteoric Wizard Academy, Leichardt stood in the air like a flaming giant. The three-ringed wizard's immense mental power, like a high-frequency radar, transmitted every blade of grass and every tree in his surroundings into his mind. And below him, in the dense forest, the unfortunate Kyan, daring not even to breathe, stared at the flaming giant in the sky. Kyan, the unfortunate Kyan, a renowned second-ring wizard among the wizards of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. This second-ring wizard's legendary exploits began during his apprenticeship. During his entrance exam, a low-level synthetic beast released into the experimental field experienced a rare loss of control. A synthetic beast, with the strength of a low-level apprentice, suddenly exploded in the experimental field due to an immune response. Over 30 prospective apprentices died, Kyan among them. But he was right at the edge of the explosion's force, suffering only the loss of half an arm and the blinding of an eye. At the time, the Academy entrance exam offered a crystal ball exchange for magic stones, and Kyan earned his first pot of gold by successfully using the synthetic beast's self-destruction. After entering the Academy, Kyan's apprenticeship journey wasn't entirely smooth, but it was certainly filled with setbacks. Experiments that were 99% successful often suffered that 1% failure rate in his hands. And this bad luck wasn't limited to him. Any wizard apprentice who approached him would be blessed by this misfortune. From daily life to bloody exams, everyone who approached him was plagued by bad luck, regardless of whether they harbored ill will or good intentions towards Kyan. And in this daily life of facing life or death crisis, Kyan also honed a solid foundation of practical and theoretical skills. Bad luck could cause an experiment with a 99% chance of failure to fail, but it couldn't cause an experiment with a 100% chance of success to fail. Later, Kyan became a wizard. During the Planar War, any mission he undertook, no matter how safe it was, would ultimately become extremely dangerous. The intelligence-based ratings from command were nothing compared to his luck. Fortunately, the rewards and risks of planar wars coexist. Although his misfortune destroyed most of his gains with every crisis, he still managed to reap a portion of the rewards exceeding those of ordinary wizards, allowing him to increase his strength faster and become even more powerful. This was also the reason Kyan was still alive. Finally, the fire giant, searching in vain, left Kyan's head. But even after his departure, Kyan remained motionless, remaining hidden. Having battled misfortune for years, Kyan was well aware of his own situation. He was certain that if he made any move, the departed Leichardt would return immediately. As if to confirm his suspicions, an extremely powerful mental force swept over him again. If he had dared to move just now, he would have been discovered by the third-ring wizard. After half a day, Kyan finally confirmed that Leichardt had gone far away. He quickly emerged from his hiding place and stripped off the 5 layers of his magical cloak, which possessed various concealing abilities. These cloaks had everything from aura concealment to presence fading, optical invisibility, and mental shielding. Misfortune can cause low-probability events to occur, but it can't prevent improbable ones. But as soon as he took off his cloak, he sensed a creature emitting a terrifying aura approaching him from a distance. It was undoubtedly the Leichardt who was pursuing him. And this time, Leichardt was not only approaching at a rapid speed, but he was also continuously bombarding the dense forest below with spells. Large swathes of the dense forest were set ablaze, and the beasts within fled frantically. The wrath of a third-ring wizard was like a natural disaster to them. I just killed a few wizards? You're so unforgiving? Kyan cursed, and immediately fled at full speed, his flight heading directly towards Richard's hiding place. It was as if Lady Luck had lifted her skirt towards Kyan. Chapter 302. In the makeshift laboratory, Richard shuddered. Strange, why do I have this ominous feeling? Richard was currently in a forest 200 kilometers outside the Meteoric Wizard Academy. This place was far from the Meteoric Wizard Academy, and as a hiding place, no matter how hard the wizards from the Meteoric Wizard Academy searched, they shouldn't have come here so soon. Richard walked out of the laboratory. His makeshift laboratory was a wooden house. The designer of this house was none other than Iraine, a member of the witch-hunting team. This former architect's skills were not rusty. Under his leadership, several fire lizards quickly cut enough wood in the forest and built the house. Richard was pleased with this. With capable subordinates, he, as a leader, naturally had less to worry about. Soaring into the sky, Richard squinted his eyes and gazed into the distance. With his dragon-like eyesight, Richard could vaguely see that the distant sky seemed a little gloomy. Richard scratched his head. Is it going to rain? He pulled a crystal ball from his pocket and said to it, "Are you done hunting? If you are, hurry back." Although this mirrored world was a real illusion, it also housed numerous magical beasts. These powerful beasts instantly piqued Kaba's interest. This former hunter of giant fire beasts loved nothing more than hunting magical beasts. Since they had nothing else to do, Richard let these fire lizards run wild. It would also give him some research material. Though the objects in this world could not be taken out, they were real within this mirrored world. Thus, these creatures still had a reasonable body structure. This meant they were worth studying. However, Richard now had a foreboding premonition. Although it had no basis, he felt it was best to be cautious. Being cautious would at most cause more trouble, but carelessness could cost lives. Soon, the witch-hunting team returned, carrying a wild boar the size of a small mountain. Judging from the boar's lingering life radiation, it had already reached the standard of a level 3 creature. But in front of 4 fully armed level 3 salamanders, level 3 creatures were merely their hunting standards. What a haul! Richard smiled, looking at the boar. The leader, Kaba, laughed heartily, replied, "We encountered this beast not long after we went out. It took a lot of effort to kill it. The behemoths of this world are truly powerful." Despite his boasts of strength, Richard could sense Kaba's excitement even through his helmet. Richard flew over to the boar, and Kaba began to explain its characteristics. "Sir, this beast's hide is quite unique. Underneath its skin, there used to be a thick layer of earth and rock. When we first encountered it, we thought it was a massive rock. But now that he's dead, the earth and rock have fallen away." Richard nodded, and pulled out his usual rune scalpel from his pocket. But after comparing the scalpel to the wild boar, Richard put the scalpel back, and pulled out a metal ingot from his pocket. The ingot melted and became plastic in Richard's hands, eventually transforming into a large scalpel. Seeing this, Kaba couldn't help but praise him. "Your alchemy is truly masterful. I'm afraid many royal artisans wouldn't be able to achieve this." Richard plunged the scalpel into the wild boar, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. As his scalpel entered the boar's skin, he felt a noticeable resistance. If the boar were still alive, this wouldn't be surprising. With its energy circulation, it's normal for a level 3 creature's skin to be somewhat resilient. But now the boar was dead, and its energy circulation had collapsed. Although the scalpel's material was ordinary, and the wood pattern merely increased its sharpness, it wasn't something a dead object could resist. Richard, intrigued, exerted force with his hand, and quickly cut off a piece of the boar's skin. After cutting it off, Richard discovered that the boar's skin was a foot thick. A closer look revealed that it wasn't just one layer. It was formed from multiple layers. Richard held the skin, a hint of excitement on his face. Interesting. It's been studied for decades. Putting the skin away, Richard examined the wild boar again. Aside from the skin, there wasn't anything particularly interesting to study. When Richard finished, Kaba used his chainsaw sword to remove the boar's 4 hooves and eviscerated the animal, preparing to grill it with dragon flame. The only unfortunate thing was that neither the fire lizards nor Richard had brought any seasonings or spices, so the wild boar would have to be roasted plain. Richard took out several metal ingots and fashioned a massive grill. Several fire lizards took the grill, placed the wild boar on it, and immediately began grilling it with their breath. Any fire lizard that has awakened dragon blood has a dragon flame pouch within its body, which contains its own dragon flame. But while dragon flame was convenient, it lacked durability. Grilling took a long time, and the 4 fire lizards had to rotate constantly to maintain the flames, which made Richard frown. He found a large stone, and cut a smooth surface into it. Then, he took out a quill and inscribed a complex magic circle on the cut surface. "Stop grilling with your breath. You've all followed me, so why should I bother you with that?" Richard waved towards the demon hunters waiting in line for the breath grilling. The 4 fire lizards looked over, and he immediately activated the magic circle. Then, a blazing golden flame erupted from the array. The terrifying heat instantly turned the surrounding vegetation yellow and wilted. Richard placed magic essence at the 5 corners of the magic circle as energy, and then called for the fire lizards to bring the rack over. This is much better than your breath. Shock flashed across the faces of several fire lizards. They knew this was alchemical, but they had never imagined that alchemy could be used for something like barbecuing. Among fire lizards, alchemy was a technique specifically used for warfare. If they dared to ask the fire lizard artisans to make them a barbecue stove, they would be scolded from sunrise to sunset. This would be an insult to the fire lizard artisans. Several people set up the grill. The huge wild boar roasted under the flames, dripping golden fat. A mouth-watering aroma echoed throughout the forest. Richard made a few more knives from the metal ingots and distributed them to them. Then he returned to his makeshift laboratory and began studying the newly acquired wild boar skin. Watching the wild boar gradually turn golden, Kava couldn't help but drool. "Ha, in a few minutes, we'd be ready to eat. This thing is much more delicious than the fire beast." The other fire lizards agreed, each holding the knife Richard had just made, eagerly watching the wild boar flip over and over. The flesh of a higher being is a great temptation for any flesh-and-blood creature. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the distance. Makar immediately snapped his helmet shut and flew warily into the sky, looking in the direction of the voice. 10 kilometers away, a massive fire giant was continuously hurling blazing fireballs, transforming everything below it into a sea of inferno. "Wizard!" Makar's heart rang with alarm, and he immediately landed to alert the other fire lizards. "A wizard is approaching, prepare for battle." A flicker of anger flashed across the faces of the fire lizards, who were about to feast. This wizard had to come at any other time, just when they were about to eat meat. They closed their helmets and activated lockdown mode. Makar arrived at Richard's cabin and knocked gently on the door. Soon, a slightly stiff voice rang out. "I'm researching. Do not disturb me unless it's urgent. If it's urgent, just kick the door open." Makar frowned, then soared back into the air. After sensing the magical fluctuations emanating from the distant fire giant, he knocked again. "Sir, the wizards are here. We can handle this, but I think it's better for you to make the final decision." But his response was the same one from before. "I'm researching. Do not disturb me unless it's urgent. If it's urgent, just kick the door open." If Makar were a subhuman slave serving a wizard, he would have surely realized that the voice responding to him was an automated message created by Richard using an alchemical array. But Makar, coming from the country, had never encountered such a method. Makar was stunned, and began to ponder Richard's meaning. "Is this a test of our decision-making ability?" Makar wondered. Due to the lack of information, Makar could only use his past experience to determine Richard's intentions. He approached Kava and the others and described what had happened. "I think your guess is quite right." Hareen pondered for a moment, and felt that Makar's words made sense. Makar was the fire lizard who knew Richard best among them, so he felt that Makar's guess was correct. Kava said nonchalantly, "I don't care what your excellency means. That wizard isn't a big deal anyway. If he doesn't come, we be fine. If he does, we just kill him. We've killed third-ring wizards before, and now with this armor, it won't be easy for the 4 of us to take him down." Everyone agreed, and then, fully armed, they continued to grill the meat. In the distance, Kaon, desperately trying to escape, frantically dodged between spells. For a hapless man who'd been in constant danger, Kaon's escape skills were truly remarkable. Although the wizard chasing him, Likart, was also an experienced third-ring wizard, Likart wasn't the most dangerous of all. Suddenly, Kaon caught a faint scent of meat. Kaing had smelled the ingredients of this scent before. It must be the aroma of roasted level 3 creature flesh. Could there be a wizard nearby who could hunt level 3 creatures? Kaing's face lit up with joy, and he quickly turned and flew towards the source of the meaty aroma. As he turned, a blazing fireball exploded beside him, its terrifying power instantly causing Kaing to vomit 3 liters of blood. Originally, this fireball wasn't that powerful, but with the explosion of numerous fireballs, the concentration of fire element in the forest was gradually increasing. And Kaing's bad luck meant that the fireball was enhanced by a burst of fire elemental energy as it was released, instantly increasing its power by nearly half. "Damn it! I'm not really going to die this time, am I?" Kaing's consciousness was somewhat hazy from the fireball's blast, but instinct still drove him towards the source of the meaty aroma. In the sky, Likart also noticed a distant glow of fire. Dare to light a fire at this time? Could it be a wizard on the front lines? A flicker of doubt crossed Likart's mind. Zeke had already told him that the academy was transferring wizards back from the front lines. The only wizards who dared to light a fire at this moment were likely those returning from the front. Because of his elemental transformation, Likart lacked a sense of smell, so naturally, he couldn't smell the aroma of meat. Without giving it much thought, Leichardt continued flying towards the fire. He was a third-ring wizard, and at this moment, everyone had to avoid him. Kaon swooped through the forest, the scorching fire elemental nearly roasting him to a mummy. At this moment, his motivation was the wizard who had slain the third-level creature. Having experienced so many life-or-death moments, Kaon understood the preciousness of life better than anyone else. Even at the slightest glimmer of hope, he refused to give up. He didn't want to die. Suddenly, a shadow blocked his path. Looking up, he saw a giant of steel blocking his way. He recognized the giant. It was the work of a wizard he had fallen victim to. It seemed to be a young wizard, and he had never heard of his fame. A wave of despair welled up in Kaon's heart. He smelled it wrong. At this critical moment, his nose had failed him. Kaon smiled bitterly. Haha, looks like I'm really done for this time. He heard a voice, in a language he couldn't understand, emanate from the Iron Giant, and then he was grabbed by a massive iron hand, and had demon-sealing nails driven into his body. A sudden, tremendous roar echoed from the sky. Natives? Do you think you're worthy enough to stand before me just because you're wearing an iron shell? I'm a three-ring wizard. Tell your master to come out and see me. But soon, a painful wail echoed from the sky. Kaon heard a mocking tone emanate from the Iron Giant holding him. Three-ring wizard? We're going to fight three-ring wizards. Chapter 303. So this is what happened. Richard rubbed his brow, looking with a slight headache at the two wizards before him, their bodies covered in demon-sealing nails. Just now Richard, thinking the barbecue would be ready, put down the wild boar skin he was working on and prepared to go out to eat. As he emerged, he saw 4 fire lizards feasting heartily, and 2 wizards left half dead on the ground. So why didn't you call me? Richard looked at Makar. Although the team didn't have a clear leader, Makar was the most familiar to him among the 4 fire lizards, and he was also the calmer and more powerful fighter. So, the other 3 fire lizards usually followed Makar's lead. Now that such a serious incident had occurred, he naturally wanted to find fault with Makar. Sir, you were the one who said not to contact you unless it's an emergency, Makar said innocently. This wizard isn't followed by any other wizards, so it won't be difficult for the few of us to capture him. Richard looked at Leichardt, his body ablaze, his limbs severed, and his mouth gagged, and his mouth twitched. Indeed, he was just a third-ring transmogrifier, and transmogrifiers were the most vulnerable to the demon hunters. That layer of armor that could withstand 6,000 energy levels was enough to make any transmogrifier with insufficient knowledge despair. Furthermore, Makar's description of this wizard made him look down on them. This only increased his chances of failure. You should have informed me then, Richard complained. This made Makar seem even more innocent. Sir, I informed you twice, and both times you gave the same excuse, not even changing your tone. How could I have failed to inform you? After hearing Makar's words, Richard finally realized what was happening. This guy was taking his voicemail as his own answer. Richard, feeling both amused and annoyed, said, "That was a voicemail? I had no idea you were knocking." "Oh, never mind. This is my fault. I give you another option next time." With that, Richard approached Kaon. "Come and see clearly. This wizard Kaon is not our enemy. Don't make the mistake again." With a flick of his finger, Richard sent magic sealing spikes flying from Kaon's body. After losing the magic sealing spikes, Kaon's body suddenly erupted with a violent surge of magical energy. The bloody holes left by the demon-sealing nails immediately gushed out like fountains of blood. Richard, upon seeing this, called out, "Makar, bring Master Kaon some barbecue. Look at how badly you've done, Master Kaon is injured." Kaon raised his hand, and cast a healing spell on himself, then weakly climbed from the ground, and gave Richard a wizard salute. "Master, there's no need for this. If it weren't for your help, I'd probably be dead." Richard silently stepped back, away from the rumored unlucky individual. "It's just a small favor, nothing to worry about." Kaon noticed Richard's gesture and smiled awkwardly. "Haha, well master, don't be nervous. Based on my years of experience, every time I suffer a major disaster, my luck returns for a while. During this period, neither I nor anyone around me will experience any bad luck." Richard was skeptical, but out of caution, he remained away from Kaon. Makar came to Kayang with a large piece of barbecue. Although Kayang looked hesitant, he did not resist at all. He truly needed some repair work on his damaged body. After dealing with Kaon, Richard returned to Leichardt's side. This time, however, Richard didn't undo the magic nails. He simply removed the stone from Leichardt's mouth. "Master, what's your name? As far as I can tell, our families don't have any deep-seated grudges. We didn't even touch your core wizard tower. Why did you chase us out?" Leichhardt flew into a rage upon hearing this. How dare you say that? Using third-level creatures as slaves, and equipping them with such fine magical equipment. Is this what you call having no deep hatred? Richard remained calm, his tone even. I think you've made a mistake, master. These 4 fire lizards are my personal property, not loaned to me by other wizards, or sold to me at a low price. I'm using them according to the rules. Lockhart sneered at this. How dare you spout such nonsense? Who do you think you are? On the market, a third-level creature can fetch 50,000 mojo. You have 4, that's 200,000 mojo. You're a second-level wizard, tell me, how did you get these 200,000 mojo? Or are you going to tell me that you subjugated these aliens without spending a single penny? Richard remained impassive, even a strange smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Master, truly worthy of being a third-level wizard, your wisdom is truly unfathomable. You immediately guessed that these fire lizards were mine. Hearing Richard's words, Lockhart was stunned. He was shocked that such a shameless person could exist in this world. A second-level wizard taming 4 third-level fire lizards. Not even a drunk in a tavern would utter such nonsense. Seeing Lockhart's disbelief, Richard added, of course, if you don't believe me, I can always say I paid for it. After all, I can afford 200,000 magic essences. Lockhart was even more shocked. How could there be such a wizard? Not satisfied with just one boast, he needed another. Seeing he still didn't believe it, Richard changed the subject and asked an unrelated question. Master, do you have any friends among the white wizards? Lockhart was a bit confused by the question. Yes, what's the matter? Richard nodded. Then I imagine you've heard of the spell support vehicle. Lockhart nodded again. Yes. Seeing Lockhart had heard of it, Richard couldn't help but smile smugly. Then, Master, you must know that this magic support vehicle is very popular among the White Wizard Corps, and that various White Wizard Corps are placing orders, right? Lockhart came to his senses. What are you trying to say? Are you saying this thing is your creation? Are you the Richard from the Richard Chorode Chamber of Commerce? Richard nodded in satisfaction. Master's wisdom is truly boundless. He actually guessed it. Kaon, standing nearby, paused in his barbecue upon hearing this. Shit, has my luck changed? Not only has the crisis been averted, but I've also met such a powerful figure. He's quite good at alchemy. Lockhart sneered at Richard, wondering how long Richard would continue to play him. But time ticked by, and Richard still didn't declare it a joke. Lockhart's expression froze. Richard was the guild leader after all. How could he be sent on such a dangerous mission? He suddenly glanced at the several aliens nearby, devouring their meat. With these guys around, this mission wasn't particularly dangerous. But he still had some doubts. You say so? Do you have proof? Richard said nothing more, pulling a black scroll from his pocket and opening it before Lockhart. This was the Chamber of Commerce scroll that Joe Lord had given Richard. This was the first time it had been used in all those years. Seeing the magical mark of the Tower of Truth on the scroll, Lockhart was convinced. No one in the wizarding world would dare to forge the magical mark of the Tower of Truth. Among the second ring wizards participating in this battle, the only one who could pose a significant threat to the third ring wizards, he had actually encountered right out of the gate. Richard asked with a smile, Why, I wasn't lying, was I? Lockhart nodded, somewhat frustrated. Richard certainly didn't break the rules. Although he was a second ring wizard, his wealth was even greater than some third ring wizards. This kind of person, among second ring wizards, was a complete dimensionality reduction blow. Since Master has acknowledged it, the minor misunderstanding between us has been cleared up. Now we can get down to business. Richard rubbed his hands together, his smile gleaming with gold. The radiance of gold. Master, what price are you going to offer to redeem yourself? Lockhart was taken aback for a moment, then understood Richard's intention. Third ring wizards are the backbone of any academy. Normally, they manage the academy, and in times of war, they are also crucial support. At the moment, the two families have no deep hatred, and the death of a few first and second ring wizards is a great honor. However, if a third ring wizard dies, it will inevitably escalate the war situation into an uncontrollable direction. It would be foolish to see the tacit agreement between the two sides turn into a meat grinder. Of course, this didn't mean Lockhart could rest easy. While Richard didn't intend to kill him, he could still imprison him. With Richard's strength, returning to Black Tower Academy wouldn't be difficult, and he could then be handed over to the wizards there. Not to mention, Meteor Academy would be humiliated by him. Lockhart's mind raced. He was sure to bleed a lot of blood right now. And Richard before him was clearly a man with no shortage of magic stones. Using magic essence as ransom was clearly not an option. Besides, he had only recently been promoted to a third ring wizard, and he had a multitude of research projects requiring magic essence. He didn't have much magic essence to pay the ransom. So, he could only pay with knowledge. For wizards, knowledge and magic essence were both hard currency. After pondering for a long time, Leichhardt suddenly had an idea. He then confidently stated, I have a blueprint for a Tesla 7 Shield Guard alchemy golem. This price should be enough. Looking at the silent Richard, Lecter's heart skipped a beat. Are blueprints for this golem very common? Richard asked curiously. What do you mean? Richard replied calmly, I have a blueprint for a Tesla 9 Shield Guard alchemy golem. Master, please use something else. Lecter was now in a dilemma. He was reluctant to give away the fruits of his painstaking research. But the knowledge he had passed down was somewhat substandard. After much deliberation, Lecter said in a dull voice, What do you want? I have a wealth of knowledge, and perhaps I have what you're looking for. What do I want? Richard stroked his chin, pondering. He didn't seem to have any particular knowledge he wanted right now, but if he had to, the one he needed most was a cheap, stable power reactor. The Staven Wraith power reactor would undoubtedly be used as a power reactor for advanced armor in the future. After all, it involved rules, and no matter how skilled Richard was, he wouldn't be able to mass-produce such a reactor before becoming a grand wizard. But Richard also planned to make armor cheaper and more streamlined. In this situation, a cheap and stable power reactor became crucial. Master, do you have any knowledge on power sources, preferably something simple? After hearing Richard's request, Leichhardt immediately searched his memories. A deep memory is a fundamental quality for a wizard, and a third-level wizard like Leichhardt could read a book once and memorize the entire text, retaining it for centuries. He had read all the knowledge he had, so it was all imprinted in his memory. After a moment's thought, Leichhardt suddenly looked up and said, Yes. I have a study on the Urus Black Crystal. Urus Black Crystal is a special mineral found in the Black Mountain world, containing immense energy. Through processing, this ore can be used as a stable energy source. Chapter 304. Oh! Richard's face lit up, but then a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Such a good thing, yet it's not circulated? I guess there must be drawbacks. Leichhardt said calmly, Of course there are drawbacks. The extraction technology for this crystal is extremely complex, and pure Urus Black Crystal possesses a strong debilitating radiation. Prolonged contact with this crystal would cause even the physical body of a third-level wizard to decay. In reality, the energy source is merely a byproduct of the research. The goal of this research is to transform this ore into a lethal weapon. Did he succeed? Richard asked curiously. Successful, but also failed, Leichhardt said calmly. While he was conducting his research, the Urus Black Crystal finally exploded, as he had envisioned. But the massive amount of debilitating radiation released by the explosion instantly overcame his protective measures, destroying him and most of the laboratory equipment. My teacher spent a great deal of effort to remove the debilitating radiation from this document. Richard sighed. Such is the path of pursuing truth. You never know which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. Okay, the price of this knowledge is sufficient. But before I release you, Master, we must sign a soul contract. Richard pulled a blank soul contract from his pocket and wrote down some terms on it. These terms included that Leichhardt must not attack wizards from the Black Tower Wizarding Academy again during this Academy War, must not disclose any information about Richard, and must not retaliate against Richard after the war. With this contract signed, Leichhardt essentially bid farewell to this Academy War. Leichhardt looked at the contract, his expression twisted. When had a third-ring wizard like him ever felt so aggrieved? But this was already the best possible outcome. Who had the bad luck to run into Richard? If he had run into any other wizard sent from the Black Tower Academy, his fate would not have been so aggrieved. Richard pulled out the magic sealing nails from his body. Leichhardt snorted coldly, and a terrifying surge of magical power instantly erupted from his body. Several fire lizards tensed, their fingers flicking the switches on their chainsaw swords. If Leichhardt made the slightest move, the witch-hunting team would cut him into pieces without hesitation. Richard was now the hope of the fire lizards. Upon his death, all his property would pass to the heir he designated. If Richard did not designate an heir, his property would pass to his students, teachers, fellow apprentices, and friends. These people were not as merciful as Richard. In the wizarding world where slavery was prevalent, the fire lizards were doomed. Leichhardt glanced at the witch-hunting team, who were glaring at him with eager eyes. He snorted coldly, then used his magic to form an arm, and signed his name on the contract. As the contract transformed into flames and vanished into thin air, Richard waved to the witch-hunting team. Contract completed. Master, if you're feeling up, you might enjoy some barbecue. Richard pointed to a massive barbecue grill not far away. A wild boar roasted to a golden brilliance, a rich aroma filling the air. No, I still have research to do. Leckert replied somewhat stiffly, then transformed into a flaming giant and flew towards Meteor Academy. Watching Leckert depart, Richard shook his head and muttered to himself, "What a scoundrel." The roasted wild boar meat was incredibly tough. If an ordinary person were to try it, they'd probably be unable to pull a single shred of it even with their teeth. But for a second-ring wizard like Richard, this only made the meal even more delicious. The mountain-sized boar shrank by nearly half after roasting, but after being devoured by the witch-hunting team's voracious eaters, plus Richard and Kaon, a large portion of the massive boar remained. Richard preserved the remaining roasted meat in an alchemical field, ready for later consumption. After a satisfying meal and a few drinks, Richard and Kaon engaged in a casual conversation. Richard was deeply curious about this notoriously unlucky second-ring wizard. For someone to be as unlucky as Kaon was truly rare. And his ability to bring misfortune upon others was truly exceptional. "Master Kaon, is your bad luck innate, or did something happen to you later in life?" Kaon, who was using his magic to pick his teeth, heard Richard's question and his face fell. "Alas, Master Richard, do you think a normal person could be as unlucky as me and survive past infancy?" Richard said thoughtfully, "Then something happened to you later in life that led to your condition. Can you tell me?" Kaon nodded, his tone bitter and helpless. "Well, it's nothing. Before I was chosen as a wizard apprentice, a mudslide struck the hillside on my family's land, revealing a long-sealed cave. That cave was a wizard's laboratory from ancient times. Most of the items in that lab were reduced to waste by time. But I still found a functioning magic circle inside. I was young and reckless, with no respect for wizards. After I placed a magic stone into the magic circle, an illusory creature emerged. This creature resembled a human, but had 4 arms, 6 eyes, and a large gray bag on its back. Upon its appearance, it spoke to me in a language I hadn't heard, though I understood its meaning. "Kujin, how dare you summon me?" Then it opened the bag. I saw a black aura emanate from it, and upon its appearance, it immediately entered my body. Then the illusory creature vanished. From then on, my misfortunes began to unravel. First, my father was executed by the king for participating in a rebellion. Then, when I escaped, I was unexpectedly chosen to be an apprentice to a dark wizard, and my best friend was also chosen as an apprentice. During the entrance exam, a synthesizer went haywire. He was killed, and I was nearly killed by the synthesizer. In short, everything went wrong for me, and only after encountering great adversity did I find a moment of respite. Alas, how could I have been so careless back then, activating that magic circle? Kaon seemed to have not communicated with a wizard in ages. Once he started, he couldn't stop. As he spoke, his regret practically overflowed from his words. His impulsive actions had not only caused him suffering, but also implicated his family and friends. This was the most intolerable thing for him. Richard expressed deep sympathy for Kaon's plight, then quietly distanced himself from him. He mentally memorized the characteristics of the illusory creature, intending to ask Ulysses later if he had seen one. If possible, Richard wouldn't mind helping Kaon break this bad luck curse. Kaon had survived this difficult time, despite such misfortune. He must possess considerable strength. If he could overcome his bad luck, Kaon wouldn't soar to the top, but he would certainly rise above the crowd. This kind of person is well worth his investment. Who knows, he might even become a great wizard in the future. After this conversation, Kaon's mental state improved noticeably. The constant bad luck not only made Kaon's mental endurance incredibly strong, but it also brought him terrible psychological pressure. He had no one to vent this pressure, and it was like a volcano inside him. When the pressure exceeded his mental capacity, the volcano would erupt. At that point, Kaon's mind would collapse, and he might even become a mad wizard. Releasing some of this pressure would undoubtedly be a blessing for him. "Master Kaon, it's not easy for you," Richard sighed. "I've taken note of the imaginary creature you mentioned. If I learn anything about it later, I'd let you know." Kaon looked at Richard fiercely, tears welling in his eyes. Are there even good people among dark wizards? Richard felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, and took 2 steps back. "It's just a small favor. I think, Master Kaon, you have great potential. Even with such bad luck, you've reached the 2nd level. If you hadn't had bad luck, your future would have been limitless." Kaon gave Richard a respectful wizard salute. "Master, your willingness to help me is a great blessing. If you can help me break this curse, I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future." It was a good thing that Richard had some ulterior motives for him. Kaon didn't believe in free lunches. After their conversation, Kaon didn't linger with Richard for long. After leaving his contact information, he hurried away. Although the curse of bad luck had calmed down, no one knew when it would strike again. After Kaon left, Richard immediately relocated. Although Leichardt wouldn't reveal Richard's information, his whereabouts were no secret. Richard's hideout was no longer suitable. Richard placed the contents of the cabin, along with the grill and stove, into his magic pocket, then burned the entire cabin to the ground, leaving no trace. Looking at the somewhat puzzled witch hunters, Richard waved his hand. "We can't stay here anymore. Bring in the barbecue and a few legs, and let's move." Leichardt's humiliating defeat had become the biggest topic of conversation among the third-ring wizards of Meteor Academy for the past 2 days. He had gone out to hunt down a second-ring wizard, only to return with nothing and a crushing defeat. Not only had his hands and feet been chopped off, but he was also forced to sign a soul contract, leaving him with nothing to show for it throughout the Academy War. This wasn't just a disgrace for Leichardt alone. It was a disgrace for the entire Falling Star Wizard Academy. In the office, Zeke sat behind his desk, a cup of magic tea in hand. Across from him, Leichardt sat in a chair, his face gloomy and silent. Zeke took a sip of his tea and said flatly, "It's been 3 days. It's about time you told me what you can say. You said the other side didn't break the rules, but how could you, a third-ring wizard, be so badly beaten by a second-ring wizard? Could it be that the black wizard on the other side also learned the white wizard's military formation?" Leichardt remained silent. Zeke saw this and placed the teacup on the table. "Let me ask this another way. Is your claim that the rules weren't broken truly true? Is there anything false about it?" "There's no falsehood." Zeke nodded. "Then I assume for the moment that the opposing team didn't deploy a third-ring wizard. For a third-ring wizard to be beaten so badly by a second-ring wizard is highly unnatural. Therefore, I infer that this person must have had the assistance of an external force, most likely an alien slave or an elemental slave, a third-level creature at that. Furthermore, I infer that there was more than one. If a third-ring wizard couldn't defeat a third-level alien slave or elemental slave, it would be humiliating to publicize it. More than one third-level slave, and their master is a second-ring wizard, and it's all within the rules, then the identity of this person is immediately clear." Zeke leaned forward, his gaze calm but filled with an unyielding authority. "You met Richard, the president of the Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce. He's the only second-ring wizard at the Black Tower Academy with the financial resources. And his teacher is the vice president of the Black Tower Academy, so he has every reason to help his teacher win this war." Leichardt remained silent, but that silence was enough. Leichardt had signed a contract not to reveal any information about Richard, but sometimes silence is also a form of information. If it weren't Richard, Leichardt would have denied the name. But Leichardt chose to remain silent. This meant Zeke had guessed correctly. Zeke smiled faintly, and sat up straight again. "All right, Leichardt, go back and rest. The Academy will clear your shame." Chapter 305. In the dense forest after the fire, Crispin gazed at the charred cabin, his face grim. As Richard had suspected, the Meteor Academy quickly tracked Leichardt's movements and located his hideout. Looking at the charred cabin and the flattened ground, along with the grass and trees, Crispin knew that the wizard he faced was a cautious one. Beside him, several black-robed wizards were probing every corner of the area. The marks on these wizards' robes varied. From the School of Evocation to the School of Alchemy, 4 of the 5 major schools in the wizarding world appeared on their robes, with only the mark of the School of Curses missing. Besides the school issue, these wizards uniformly kept their feet dry while searching the scene, wearing snug-fitting gloves. They looked a bit like forensic pathologists examining a scene. Suddenly, a wizard shouted in delight, "Come and take a look at this." The wizards approached the wizard who had spoken. He was holding a thumb-sized, seemingly ordinary piece of gravel. He exclaimed in delight, "There's a magical mark on this stone." That wizard missed it after all. Everyone's faces lit up with joy upon hearing this. The wizard pulled a box from his magic pocket and carefully placed the item inside. Then they approached Crispin and said respectfully, "Deputy Dean, we've found the medium." Crispin nodded, his expression slightly brighter. "Thank you for your hard work. Whether we can wash away the shame of the Academy this time depends on your skills." After saying this, Crispin took a deep look at the charred wooden house. No matter how carefully it's handled, there's always a flaw. That tiny magical mark was enough to curse the wizard into casting a major curse. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy emanated from Crispin's pocket. He pulled out a crystal ball equipped with an alchemical device similar to an antenna and discovered a new message on it. "The wizard's identity has been revealed. Richard, the president of the Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce. I personally advise against killing him." He released Leichardt, so we should show some appreciation. Looking at Zeke's message, Crispin couldn't help but frown. Reciprocity? He paused for a long moment, perusing the message. There was no doubt Zeke's idea was correct. Richard had shown his goodwill, so they should show some appreciation as well. Richard didn't want to escalate the war, and neither did they. But he still didn't quite agree with Zeke's idea. He was upset. They had bombed Meteor Academy and captured their third ring wizard, but in the end, he was left to do them a favor. After much deliberation, Crispin's expression turned uneasy. He turned to the wizards, who had arrived and said, "Everyone, I've received news that the wizard who captured Wizard Leakheart is no ordinary individual. When you curse him, don't go all deadly, just make him lose his fighting ability." Reason ultimately triumphed over emotion. He was the Vice Dean, and he couldn't just act on his own whim. Several wizards were taken aback. What powerful figure could have caused the Vice Dean to hold back? But they quickly responded. They were merely subordinates, simply following orders. New hiding place. Exiting the newly constructed makeshift laboratory, Richard gazed at the jewel-like lake not far away, and couldn't help but sigh. It was so fucking beautiful. Richard's relocation was hundreds of kilometers away from the cabin. Richard was well aware of his soul contract. It certainly wouldn't prevent the wizards of Meteor Academy from guessing his identity. After all, Wizard Leakheart would undoubtedly declare that the Black Tower Wizard Academy had not violated the unspoken rules between them. As long as that was made clear, guessing Richard's identity would be easy. After all, among the second-level wizards of the Black Tower Wizard Academy participating in this battle, Richard was probably the only one capable of capturing Leakheart. Although Richard felt that Meteor Academy wouldn't kill him as long as he didn't jump, his guess was still just a guess. Richard didn't intend to rely on an uncertain assumption to ensure his safety. This lake was located at a leyline node. The immense magic power overflowing from the ley line caused the magic concentration in the lake and the surrounding environment to skyrocket. Based on this environment, Richard, the alchemist, set up some extremely energy-intensive magic circles. These magic circles perfectly covered his laboratory, along with most of the lakeshore. Furthermore, with this high concentration of magic, the lake's freshwater could almost be used directly as a medium concentration magic solution. Furthermore, due to the high concentration of magic, the lake was home to a large number of high-level magical beasts. These beasts not only provided Richard with a constant supply of research material, but also provided him with a constant supply of meat. For creatures pursuing physical evolution, consuming large quantities of this fresh, high-quality flesh and blood was extremely beneficial for improving their physique. Studying newly acquired magical beast specimens, and enjoying some delicious grilled fish. Richard's current life was even more comfortable than his time in the Tower of Truth. The only high-quality flesh and blood Richard ate in the Tower of Truth was the jerky meat of the Flame Behemoth from New World Island. Although the Flame Behemoth was a half-elemental, half-flesh creature, possessing half flesh and blood, in reality, its efficacy and taste were far inferior to those of higher-level creatures that were purely flesh and blood. Even creatures like Salamander, accustomed to eating flame behemoths, lamented that these monsters were much more delicious. Splash! A ripple broke the calm surface of the lake. Kava emerged from the water, clutching a large fish nearly his own length. Following him, the other members of the witch-hunting team emerged from the lake, each clutching a demon fish nearly as large as themselves. Carrying the still struggling demon fish, Kava leaped from the lake to the shore with a mighty leap. Grabbing a chainsaw sword from the shore, he chopped off the demon fish's head. "Haha, sir, you're in for a treat," Kava said excitedly. The remaining fire lizards followed Kava's lead and leaped to the shore, each picking off the magic fish in their arms. The fire lizards casually broke off a few bucket-thick trees from the forest, and, using the knife Richard had made for them, whittled them into skewers that could almost be called steaks. Makar brought the stove he used to roast the wild boar to the shore, and immediately added a few pieces of magic spirit he scavenged from the lake bottom. Then, golden flames blazed. The fire lizards impaled the magic fish on the skewers, and grilled them by the side of the stove, turning them occasionally to ensure even heating. Soon, an alluring aroma wafted across the shore. "Haha, sir, I give you half." Kava handed Richard a skewer containing only half a roasted fish, then took a skewer with a 3-meter-long piece of the fish and began to chew on it. Richard didn't despise the fish. He took it and, like the salamander, sat on the shore and began to devour it with hearty mouthfuls. The fish was tender, with a faint sweetness. As soon as he took a bite, Richard's body immediately warmed up. The high-quality flesh and blood were transforming into nutrients, nourishing his body. This nourishment effectively relieved fatigue and various minor injuries. After eating for a while, Richard stuck the grilled fish into the ground, touched his stomach, and burped. Wow, so comfortable. This meat is so satisfying. High-quality flesh and blood was much harder to digest than normal food, and Richard had a hard time keeping it full. He had to stop and take breaks from time to time to digest. Haha, sir, your appetite is too small. When I was level 2, my appetite was much bigger than yours, Kava said with a hearty laugh as he nibbled at the grilled fish. Richard waved his hand, saying, How can I, a wizard, compete with you salamanders in appetite? My lord, you're not a pure wizard either, Mizhan mumbled, chewing on grilled fish. Your dragon eyes are no less impressive than ours. Even the scent you smell is somewhat similar to ours. My lord, we salamanders are born this way, but how did you achieve this? Dragon blood is incredibly potent. Mizhan was once a doctor, and had a deep understanding of salamander anatomy. Richard's transformation couldn't be hidden from her eyes and nose. Richard scratched his head. Well, this, I can't tell you. With that, Richard stood up, preparing to stretch and digest. But before he could take a few steps, he suddenly froze. He suddenly felt a shudder of fear, as if something terrible was about to happen. The hall on the 25th floor of the Meteor Academy's core wizard tower had always been a secret within the academy. This hall was not open to the public, and even third-ring wizards were forbidden to enter without permission. Many wizards suspected that the Great Wizard's enemies were sealed within this hall, that the Great Wizard intended to imprison them forever. But those who truly knew the hall's secret simply laughed off such claims. Squeak! The door to the 25th floor hall was pushed open. 31 masked wizards slowly entered. These wizards were 1-, 2-, and 3-ringed. But the robes they wore now all bore a symbol on their chests, a bloody cross. On the floor of the hall lay a massive pentagram. Of the 31 wizards who entered, 25 first-ring wizards were divided into 5 groups, each standing at the 5 corners of the pentagram. At the center of the pentagram, 5 second-ring wizards formed a smaller pentagram. At the center of this smaller pentagram, the lone third-ring wizard among the 31 wizards stood. The third-ring wizard pulled an ancient altar from his pocket and placed it respectfully before him. Then, each of the 31 cursed wizards took out their cursed magical garments. Some of these magical garments were withered corpse arms, some blood-stained butcher knives, some crudely constructed straw figures, and some simply twisted tentacle forms. The third-ring wizard spoke first, chanting in a language from ancient times. Following his lead, the other wizards began to recite the same mantra. They waved their cursed magical garments, twisting their bodies constantly, as if performing a shamanic dance. As they chanted, a thin mist suddenly filled the entire hall. From the mist, countless tiny voices emanated, sounds like the ravings of a madman or the wails of ghosts in hell. These sounds carried a terrifying, corrosive force of the soul. An ordinary person would be driven mad within a minute of hearing them. The wizards' expressions remained unchanged, their voices unchanged. As the mist thickened, the tiny sound threatened to grow into a roar. The 3-ringed wizard in the center pulled a piece of gravel and a cursed insect covered in rings from his pocket. He placed them both on the altar. Then, the thick fog in the hall surged toward the cursed insect. The cursed insect, fueled by the fog, grew larger and larger, soon reaching the size of a human head. It slowly crawled to the gravel and swallowed it. Then, its body curled up into a ball motionless. The 3-ringed wizard took the insect and put away the altar. He yawned and said lazily, Call it a day. The curse is complete. Chapter 306. By the lakeside, just as Richard's heart-pounding fear had passed, he suddenly felt his body grow incredibly heavy. The air felt like superglue about to solidify, incredibly thick. Every movement he made seemed to drain all his strength. Such a bizarre situation made Richard realize without hesitation that he was under a curse. Before moving, he had deliberately burned down the cabin and flattened the ground to prevent any material from being left behind for a cursed wizard to cast spells. Even the most powerful cursed wizard needed material to connect with his spells. But now it seemed he must have missed something. The curse's power was gradually taking hold. Besides the heaviness in his limbs, Richard noticed that his thinking was also gradually slowing down. If this continued, he would soon cease thinking, like some ultimate creature from outer space. Damn it! Richard's face darkened. With all his strength, he pulled a metal figurine from his magic pocket. Within the puppet, a cursed insect with 5 black segments slowly wriggled. The moment he touched the puppet, Richard suddenly saw his surroundings filled with a white mist. This mist, as if alive, was infiltrating his body through his pores. As the companion of a cursed wizard, Richard immediately recognized the nature of his curse. Miss Cage. Is the Meteor Academy in trouble? Miss Cage is an advanced ritual magic of the Curse School. This spell requires at least 6 wizards to perform. After completing the ritual, the cursed wizard summons a descendant from the illusory world, known as the Lord of the Mist. The wizard presiding over the ritual can trap the cursed target within the body of the scion of the Lord of Mist for a period of time. During this period, the wizard cannot move or think, and the spell's effects will only end once the scion of the Lord of Mist leaves the material plane. To be honest, Richard felt a sense of relief the moment he recognized the spell. This was because it couldn't kill. This suggested that the wizarding leaders of Meteor Academy simply wanted to save face, and didn't want to escalate the incident. Otherwise, with the strength of Meteor Academy, they could have used some extremely dangerous curse to kill Richard. The hallucination lasted only a moment, and the next moment, Richard's vision returned to normal, and the abnormalities on his body temporarily disappeared. But Richard knew it was only temporary. The doll Richard had taken out was called a death doll, a magical protective device used by alchemists to protect themselves from curses. Richard had returned to normal because he had temporarily used the death doll to divert the effects of the curse. Once the cursed insect within the surrogate puppet dies, the curse will reappear upon him. Richard glanced at the cursed insect within the puppet, and within a few seconds, a black segment vanished from its body. Wait for all the black segments to vanish, and the curse will reappear upon Richard. Makar, Richard called out. Makar, munching on fish, heard Richard's call, and immediately came to his side. Sir, what is the matter? Richard's face was serious, and his words were as rapid as popping beans. Makar, I am currently under attack from a cursed sorcery. Soon, I will be as still as a stone. I'm not sure how long this situation will last, but I ask that you ensure my safety during this time. If any wizards from Meteor Academy find us during this time, do not hesitate to fight. Take me back to the Black Tower Wizarding Academy immediately. Do you understand? Yes, sir. After arranging everything, Richard immediately flew to the laboratory. He now needed to activate all the magic circles he had prepared over the past few days. Richard used his magic to condense runes in the air. Under his feet, lines of magic spread outward in an orderly manner, centered around him. While condensing the runes, Richard glanced at the cursed insect in the surrogate doll. The cursed insect now had 3 black segments remaining. 3 more segments. That should be enough time. Though Richard was anxious, his movements remained methodical. Soon, the rune condensed. Richard pointed downward, and it landed on the magic circle. Then, faint waves of magical energy began to resonate in the air, distorting the light. From afar, the dense forest was serene, and Richard's laboratory had vanished without a trace. After activating the magic circle, Richard pulled 5 wooden stakes from his pocket. These stakes looked ancient, their dark bloodstains and the sinister runes covering them, giving them the appearance of unholy objects. In a horror movie, these objects would definitely seal the devil. Shove them into the body, and the devil would take over, then begin a bloody rampage, treating the audience to a feast of blood. But in reality, these 5 stakes were cursed magic armor crafted by Calato Susanna, designed to weaken the effects of the curse. As a veteran wizard, Jorod took his protection very seriously. Especially after the Chamber of Commerce gained some fame, he immediately asked Susanna to prepare some cursed magical armor to protect him from assassination. As a key figure in the Chamber of Commerce and Jorod's good student, Jorod naturally didn't forget to prepare some for Richard. Richard looked at the 5 nails in his hand and took a deep breath. Huh? I hope Master Susanna's craftsmanship is excellent. With that, Richard picked up a stake and hammered it into his left foot. The intense pain made Richard shudder, but seeing the cursed insect still had 2 black segments left, Richard gritted his teeth, picked up another stake, and thrust it into his right foot. Bang! Another sharp pain. Gritting his teeth, Richard thrust the remaining 3 stakes into his left hand, chest, and right hand, one by one. With 3 bangs, Richard finally had all 5 stakes entrenched in his body. The moment the 5 stakes were in place, a mysterious field quietly formed within Richard's body. At the same time, the last black link of the cursed insect within the surrogate puppet finally vanished. Then, the cursed insect exploded, dissolving into a cloud of mist and vanishing into thin air. Richard once again felt the heaviness and slowed thinking. The 5 stakes, sensing the curse, seemed to come alive, absorbing the blood from their wounds. The field within Richard's body gradually grew stronger, steadily dissipating the curse's power invading his body. Realizing this, Richard breathed a sigh of relief. If nothing unexpected happens, the curse should be broken in over 30 years. He wouldn't have to miss the entire war. These few decades, just consider them a rest. Soon, all the members of the demon hunting team donned their armor and arrived at the laboratory. Looking at Richard lying motionless on the ground, The salamanders exchanged glances. Is the master all right? Kava asked uncertainly. Makar didn't answer. Miss Hain came to Richard's side and checked his vital signs. After a moment, she stood up. The master's vital signs are very slow and are still weakening. This condition is very similar to the work of a dragon cursor. I can't help. Looking at Richard lying motionless on the ground, Makar suddenly reached over and lifted him from the ground. Prepare something soft. The master told us to guard him, so we just need to follow his orders. The war hadn't changed in the slightest because of Richard's absence. Because their communications tower had been destroyed, Meteor Academy pulled a group of wizards from the front lines back to reinforce the rear. The Black Tower Wizard Academy attempted to seize this opportunity to launch a counterattack, but even with the Meteor Academy's deployment, their frontline wizards still outnumbered the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Thus, the counterattack plan aborted before it could even begin. The Meteor Academy wizards, who returned to the rear, began sweeping the area around the academy, but after several raids, they found nothing. All Black Tower Wizard Academy's wizards, who had been deployed outside the academy, uniformly remained silent, hiding like rats. After several fruitless raids, Meteor Academy had to admit they could not defeat this strategy. These elite wizards did manage to tie down some of the Meteor Academy's forces. But even so, the situation on the front lines continued to shift against the Black Tower Wizard Academy. In the 5th year after the war began, over 2/3 of the commercial district had fallen, and the Meteor Academy began attacking the residential areas. In the 10th year after the war began, over half of the residential areas had fallen. The wizard density of the Meteor Academy on the front lines finally ceased to be overwhelming. The war reached a stalemate. Richard's hideout. The witch hunting team, as usual, ate grilled fish on the shore. Makar emerged from the laboratory, walked to the shore, casually pulled out a grilled fish stuck in the ground, and began to eat. Has the master awakened? Kava nodded at the grilled fish, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Makar nodded silently. Kava's eyes dimmed, and he turned to look at Ms. Han beside him. Ms. Han, why don't you take another look at the master and see if there's anything we can do to help? Ms. Han glanced at him, and swallowed the grilled fish in his mouth. Kava, let me say it again. I used to be a doctor, not a witch doctor for dragon sorcerers. We can't intervene in the master's situation. All we can do now is guard the master and wait for him to wake up, or send him back to the academy. Kava slammed the grilled fish into the ground, somewhat frustrated. Over the years, their operations had generally limited their scope to a 10-kilometer radius around the laboratory for security and investigation. Although the location Richard had chosen was beautiful, after 10 years, even the most beautiful scenery would tire. Kava wanted to go out and explore. The mirror world was so vast, there must be many magical beasts he had never seen. As a hunter, he longed for new prey. But now, he could only wait in this area, indefinitely. Why isn't he Rain here? Makar, who was eating fish, suddenly asked. Kava replied irritably, he Rain's out on patrol. As he spoke, he Rain's voice reached everyone's ears. Come here quickly. I caught something strange. Chapter 307. Hearing Hirain's cry, several people on the shore immediately grabbed their chainsaw swords and headed towards Hirain. In the dense forest, Hirain, holding a purple dwarf, joined several nearby fire lizards. What is this? Kava poked the creature in Hirain's hand with curiosity. The creature in Hirain's hand looked similar to a human, but smaller and more robust. The purple-skinned dwarf was only about 1.4 meters tall, but his muscles were extremely well developed. From a distance, he looked like a muscled stunner. Don't be fooled by the ease with which Hirain held him. A level 2 fire lizard would have been freed by the dwarf by now. The dwarf had long black hair, but was bald. Beneath his long hair were a pair of dark purple eyes, and a beard that reached down to his navel. The dwarf looked remarkably calm, even as Hirain held him so tightly that his feet were off the ground. He gazed at the fire lizards with a deep gaze, his face devoid of any nervousness. Is this a wizard? Mizan asked uncertainly, looking at the dwarf. To the fire lizards, wizards without physical modifications looked much the same. The dwarf before him, though his skin was purple, looked similar to a wizard. The fire lizards knew that wizards would undergo physical modifications, and a change in skin color was perfectly normal. I don't think so. Makar crouched down, his golden dragon eyes locked with the dwarf's. He asked in a somewhat stilted wizard's language, Tell me your purpose, dwarf. The dwarf shuddered under the dragon's gaze, and Makar could see that the creature was instinctively nervous. And it was very intense. Makar had seen this reaction before. Many fire lizards experienced it upon their first encounter with the fire lizard king. Even after tens of thousands of years, the dragon servants still instinctively trembled upon seeing the dragon's eyes. The dwarf tried to look directly into Makar's eyes, and replied in the same clumsy wizard language, "I need to see your master, the powerful otherworldly being subjugated by the wizard." Makar winked at Hirain, who immediately lowered the dwarf to the ground. Faced with 4 level 3 creatures, a mere level 2 dwarf, no matter how powerful, could not escape. Makar spoke in salamander language to his companions, saying, "This dwarf is strange. He's not a wizard, nor does he look like a wizard's slave." Hirain agreed, "I think so too, which is why I asked you to come and see. Could it be a creature native to this world?" Mizhan offered his speculation. "This world is so vast, it makes no sense there wouldn't be an intelligent race. Would wizards share their world with others?" Kava retorted. "Except for you, my lord, these wizards only want to enslave other races." "What if it's not shared?" Makar asked. "What if this race exists as a pet, or perhaps as a type of magical beast? I've heard from my lord that this world is the inner world of an artifact forged by the greatest truth wizards of the wizarding world. It's said that these great truth wizards have transcended the realm of world masters and reached another realm. To them, ordinary world masters are probably nothing more than pets." Makar's argument made sense, and the salamanders looked at each other. Finally, Kava was the first to speak. "Why don't we ask this guy what he wants to do? Maybe he can help you in some way?" Kava squatted down and addressed the dwarf. "Shorty, let me tell you your purpose. The master wizard isn't someone you can see just because you want to." The dwarf, unfazed by Kava's harsh tone, continued calmly, "I need to see your master, the powerful otherworldly being the wizard has subjugated." Kava, perplexed, looked up at the other salamanders. "This dwarf can't just say a few words, can he?" Makar looked at the dwarf and said in a low voice, "If you don't explain your purpose, we can't let you see the master." The dwarf was silent for a moment, then pulled a leather scroll from his pocket. Opening the scroll, he discovered a portrait of Richard painted in blood. Although the portrait consisted of only a few strokes, it perfectly captured Richard's demeanor. Makar was certain that even if he drew it himself, he couldn't do a better job than this one. "A powerful alien conquered by a wizard. Our tribe's high priest recently saw your master during a divination. He holds a wand made of gold and silver, and is followed by 4 dragon-blooded giants clad in iron armor. He will be the savior of our tribe." The fire lizards were somewhat bewildered by the dwarf's words. Divination? What a lame excuse. But the dwarf's words were quite correct. Makar knew that Richard had 2 staffs, one made primarily of mithril alloy, the other of adamantium alloy. These things were definitely not something a dwarf, who appeared out of nowhere, could know. But it seemed this dwarf's high priest had overlooked something. Richard couldn't help them now. "Go back and tell your high priest that the Lord can't help you right now," Makar said calmly. The dwarf remained calm upon hearing this, saying, "Is it because he's as immobile as a stone?" Buzz, as soon as the dwarf had spoken, Perchain's words were placed at his neck. Makar narrowed his eyes, his expression slightly grim. "Dwarf, this is what your high priest saw in divination." The dwarf nodded and untied a rather ancient-looking straw figurine from his waist, not paying any attention to the chained words resting next to his head. The high priest saw in divination that this wizard was enveloped in a thick fog, like a white stone. So before sending me out, he gave me this object, asking me to help him free himself. The dwarf's words struck a chord with the fire lizards. They had been in this area for 10 years, and while they could still endure, they wouldn't mind if it could help Richard escape earlier. "Do you trust this dwarf?" Kava, who was most eager to get Richard out of trouble, asked first. Makar shook his head. "I don't know, but I think this dwarf is trustworthy." The dwarf never avoided his gaze. Makar saw in him an unshakable mountain. Unwavering resolve cannot be shaken, and no thoughts can disturb the heart. Makar had seen this sentiment in many fire lizards, all of whom ultimately perished in the war against the wizards. "Then let him try." Hirain asked uncertainly. If they could get Richard to break free from the curse, they wouldn't have achieved great success, but they would certainly not have done anything wrong. The only question now was what if this dwarf was sent by a wizard from the Meteor Academy. Although the Meteor Academy had already cursed Richard, no one could guarantee they wouldn't attack him again. Miss Hain, naturally aware of this problem, said, "Since this dwarf's high priest can divine, why not ask him some questions and have him do some more divination?" Everyone looked at each other and agreed that this was indeed a solution. So, Makar said to the dwarf, "Dwarf, we need to verify this. I ask 3 questions. If your high priest truly can divine, he surely be able to answer them. The first question is, where are we from? The second question is, what are our names? The third question is, what were our past identities? Aside from Richard and Salamander, no other wizard could clearly answer these 3 questions. Even Chorod only knew the answer to the first question. If the dwarf's high priest could answer all 3, then it would prove that the dwarf's words were true, and they would ask him to help Richard fight the curse. But if I can't answer, then there's no point in discussing this matter. After hearing Makar's question, the dwarf didn't turn away, but instead pulled out another scroll. Powerful otherworldly beings subjugated by the wizard, the high priest has anticipated your questions. You come from a world filled with flames. The high priest cannot divine your names, but he has seen your pasts. Some of you once built the Black Cone, some wreaked lives on the battlefield like the Grim Reaper, some battled flaming beasts, and some wielded golden swords to fight death's side. Although the dwarf's words were mysterious, their content silenced the fire lizards. I did build Princess Akra's chambers, Hirain said. I've always been a soldier, Makar said calmly. Colwyn's face was filled with disbelief. How did he know I ever fought a fire beast in hand-to-hand combat? Finally, Mizhan spoke slowly. I do have a golden knife for mummification, and I used it to save a fire lizard. The facts were clear. Makar made way. Dwarf, take your belongings. If the master makes any mistake, we will not only kill you, but also wipe out your clan. The dwarf did not respond to this threat, but said calmly, please lead the way. The master wizard's power has blinded me, and I can't see his exact location. Pushing open the wooden door of the laboratory, Makar led the dwarf into the lab. Upon seeing Richard lying on a pile of hides, the dwarf's expression finally changed. It was a heartfelt joy and relief, like a long drought finally ending in a downpour. He carried the straw mannequin and trotted quickly over to Richard's side. Then he produced a small knife, a sight that made Salamander's eyelids flutter and his chains word unconsciously rise. The dwarf's knife was covered in unknown runes, seemingly a common ritual implement. He muttered a long incantation while holding the knife, then slashed Richard's finger. Blood dripped, and the dwarf immediately caught it with the straw mannequin, using it to draw a rune on the mannequin. He then recited a long incantation. As he recited, the runes drawn in blood on the mannequin slowly seeped into its interior. When the runes completely vanished, a sharp, roaring shriek suddenly reached their ears. Instantly, everyone present experienced a momentary hallucination. They watched as a cloud of invisible white mist continuously flowed from Richard's body, burrowing into the scarecrow as the dwarf chanted. This dwarf high priest is truly formidable, Kava muttered to himself. After a long moment, the dwarf finally stopped chanting. Richard's body trembled slightly. Then, as if freed from a state of paralysis, Richard abruptly sat up from the animal hide. Time flies. 30 years. No, why is there a demonic dwarf in my laboratory? Chapter 308. Richard was momentarily bewildered as he looked at the demon dwarf standing beside him. He was no stranger to demon dwarfs. The bloodline seed in his heart held a portion of their blood. But if he remembered correctly, these creatures should have long since become a slave race kept by wizards. How could one have appeared in his laboratory? The effects of the mist prison had left Richard unable to move or think, so he was unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he still thought that 30 years had passed, that Susanna's cursed armor had successfully erased the power of the curse. Sir, it's only been 10 years since you were cursed, Makar said. The curse on you is removed by this demon dwarf. Richard was slightly stunned and looked down at the demon dwarf holding the straw man. The straw man certainly had the air of a cursed armor, but it was different from any other cursed armor Richard had seen. Richard stood up from the hide and pulled the wooden stakes from his hands and feet. Richard shuddered at the sharp pain. Richard then changed his shoes and found a chair to sit down. Markle explained the situation clearly. Why did a magic dwarf come to my laboratory, and why did he help me lift the curse? Markle reported everything that had just happened to Richard, and Richard listened with a thoughtful look. So you are the native race of the mirror world? Richard asked the magic dwarf. The magic dwarf shook his head and replied, according to our records, long ago, we lived in another world. But one year, we were transported to this world by a great wizard. Richard nodded, then asked, you said I was your high priest's savior, and I believe that for now. You saved me 20 years of time, and I will repay you. But you must tell me what your problem is. I don't think I'm particularly remarkable. In fact, there are many powerful wizards who have come to the mirror world this time, more powerful than me, and with more profound knowledge. I'm curious about what I can solve that they can't. The demon dwarf bowed to Richard. Sir, your curse is not completely lifted. The straw man in my hand can only bear it for 10 days. If you wish to completely remove the curse, you must go to my tribe's settlement. There, the high priest will lift the curse and tell you the answers to all your questions. Richard raised an eyebrow, realizing his curse had only been temporarily transferred. But he wasn't angry, because it actually helped him. Before embarking on his mission, the sole contract Richard signed stipulated his range of action. If he went beyond that range, he would be in violation of the contract. While there was no penalty for violating the contract, he naturally wouldn't receive any rewards after the war. However, the contract contained a supplementary clause, allowing wizards to escape from the area if necessary. This included, but was not limited to, situations such as being hunted, seriously injured, or cursed by a wizard from Meteor Academy. Since Richard's curse had only been temporarily transferred, leaving the area stipulated in the contract wouldn't constitute a violation. Richard stood up from his chair. Since the bloody wound on his foot hadn't fully healed, he could only hover slightly in the air. In that case, I go to your settlement. The mirror world is quite vast, and the battle between the two academies is just the tip of the iceberg. Following the magic dwarf, Richard journeyed through mountains and rivers. Along the way, Richard and his companions encountered many ferocious monsters. Although these monsters were no problem for the witch-hunting team, the magic dwarf, who led the way, was only a level 2 creature. It's hard to imagine how he managed to pass through these monsters' territories and reach Richard's hideout. After trekking over 1,000 kilometers, Richard and his companions arrived at a vast mountain range. From Richard's perch on the white mountaintop, he gazed out, the rolling hills stretching as far as the eye could see. Flocks of magic birds danced among the mountains, and from time to time, huge beast roars echoed through the forest. This was an ancient mountain range, showcasing the ancient face of the wizarding world before it was conquered by wizards. Pluto, how much further? If you don't hurry, your straw man will collapse. Pluto is the name of a magic dwarf. His full name is Pluto Ironfist, an iron warrior of the Ironfist tribe. The Ironfist tribe is a fairly large clan within the magic dwarf settlement. According to Pluto, their tribe once dominated most of the magic dwarf population in the mirror world. But now, all that is just a thing of the past. After crossing the mountain range, Richard's eyes came upon a cluster of low-rise wooden houses. These houses were built at the foot of a rather tall mountain. They appeared to be made of solid materials, and had a stable structure. Aside from being too low, Richard couldn't find any fault with them. But being too low was only for Richard. For a magic dwarf, whose average height was only about 1.2 meters, these wooden houses were not low at all. The wooden cabin district was vast, almost encircling the entire mountain. From the foot of the mountain, the wooden cabins began to become sparse, replaced by stone houses. According to Brutus, these houses were inhabited by the warriors and brave men of the dwarves. Further up, above the stone houses were caves resembling honeycombs. The dwarves were a race skilled in forging. They mined minerals from the mountains and forged them into everything they needed. Swords, armor, jewelry, even pots and pans for daily use. There was a dwarf's proverb, "No dwarf is not a blacksmith." Passing through the honeycomb-like caves, rising further, was the snow-capped mountaintop. There stood a jewel-encrusted palace. Brutus called this palace the Jewel Palace, and it had once been the residence of the dwarf's king. But after the catastrophe, the Jewel Palace became a place of worship. "Sir, this is our settlement." Richard nodded, then summoned the witch-hunting team and prepared to fly to the Gem Palace on the mountaintop. But before they could leave, Pluto stopped them, saying, "Sir, it would be best not to fly directly over there. The settlement has many defenses against flying monsters. If you rush over, you might be accidentally attacked." Richard paused. Indeed, living in these monster-infested mountains, one must have some defenses against flying monsters. "Then let's go up," Richard said nonchalantly. At the foot of the mountain, a thick, tall stone wall appeared before Richard. A massive metal gate on the wall blocked their path. "Who?" A loud shout echoed from the city wall. Richard looked closely, and saw two small, brick-sized openings in the wall near the gate. Two magic dwarves were passing through these openings, observing the group. Pluto stepped forward and greeted the soldiers guarding the city. Richard then heard a flurry of magic dwarven jargon. Thump, thump, thump. Huge metal chains unleashed from the city wall, and the massive gate slowly opened. Pluto returned to Richard and respectfully said, "Sir, please enter." The magic dwarves are a silent race. Walking through the wooden houses, Richard could hardly hear any magic dwarves speak. Aside from the clatter of hammers, the rest was the voices of young magic dwarves. Adult magic dwarves were like the mountains and rivers beneath their feet, silent yet unwavering. Richard followed Pluto upward, encountering many magic dwarves along the way. What surprised Richard was that, with the exception of the children, all of these magic dwarves were level 1 creatures. While the magic dwarves possessed considerable racial talent, It wasn't strong enough to make every one of them a level 1 creature. This defied common sense and the wizard's research on the magic dwarves. Richard speculated that all this might be related to the great catastrophe Brutus had spoken of. According to Brutus, 5,000 years ago, a terrible catastrophe struck the Iron Fist tribe, which was on the verge of unifying the magic dwarves. Then the magic dwarf empire vanished, replaced by a united settlement. The number of magic dwarves began to decline rapidly thereafter. Once numbering in the tens of millions, the population now numbered only a few 100,000. Continuing upward, Richard soon arrived at the stone hut area. The magic dwarves living in this area are all second-level creatures, and their aura is truly remarkable. Each of them resembled a veteran who had weathered countless battles, carrying a terrifying aura that stopped all who approach. A seemingly elderly magic dwarf warrior emerged from the stone hut. To be honest, Richard couldn't tell the ages of these magic dwarves, as every adult magic dwarf had a full beard, even the women. Upon seeing Pluto and Richard and his companions behind him, he smiled. For the silent magic dwarves, this restrained smile was their only expression of joy. He walked up to Pluto and punched him hard. "Pluto, my brother, it seems you have completed the task assigned to you by the high priest." Pluto nodded at the dwarf, a faint smile also on his face. He introduced Richard. "Sir, this is my brother Barn. A member of the Iron Fist tribe. He's no less powerful than my Iron Warrior." Richard narrowed his eyes and silently activated his energy vision. In his eyes, this dwarf named Barn was indeed exceptionally powerful. In terms of energy intensity, Barn and Brutus were on par. Barn bowed slightly to Richard, handed Brutus a short-handled warhammer, and then stepped aside, allowing Richard to continue. Above the stone hut area lay a densely packed cave area. In this area, the usually calm Brutus suddenly grew alert. Richard noticed that his arm, gripping the warhammer, was unconsciously straining. This was a sign of nervousness. "Brutus, is this area dangerous?" Brutus didn't turn back, still vigilantly scanning each cave around him. "Sir, this area shouldn't be dangerous logically. But it never hurts to be cautious." Brutus hadn't finished his words when a blood-red figure burst out of the nearby cave and charged straight at him. Brutus exerted force with his arms, revealing ancient lines on his purple skin. Bang! A hammer as big as a man's head sent the blood-red figure flying. Richard squinted, and with the help of his dragon vision, he could clearly see the blood-red figure's face. Although the figure's body was severely distorted, with growths, tumors, and wriggling flesh almost obscuring its features, Richard could still tell it was a demon dwarf. Chapter 309. After being sent flying, the blood-red figure didn't flee. On the contrary, upon landing, it charged toward Pluto once more. Interesting, irrational? Richard unsheathed his adamantine staff, and a pitch-black fireball instantly condensed around him, blocking the blood-red figure's path. Boom! The blood-red figure flew out again. But this time, a solemn expression crossed Richard's face. He took on an 860-level fireball head-on, and yet only a portion of his body was charred. This kind of thing is probably infeasible even for some wizards specializing in physical fitness. From Richard's observation, the deformed demon dwarf didn't suffer much damage from the fireball's bombardment. The charred flesh of its body, scorched by the fireball's power, fell off almost instantly. Dense granulations filled the gaps left by the spell at a visible speed, even growing further. Growths, tumors, and even some distorted, unrecognizable organ fragments continuously gushed out of the wound. "This seems to be your problem." Brutus's face was serious, but his eyes revealed sadness. He said to Richard, "Sir, this one-shot spell won't work on them. We must use sustained spells." Richard nodded. The dwarves must be quite experienced in dealing with monsters like this. But Richard wasn't going to listen. He needed to get to know this monster better. Richard put his adamantine staff back into his pocket and pulled out his mithril staff. 860 energy levels can resist, but what about 1,700? The mithril staff's head glowed in the sunlight, and as Richard swung it, runes appeared on the staff. The next moment, a fireball, a circle larger than the previous one, appeared before Richard. The monster, seemingly sensing the fireball's terrifying power, looked at Richard, then turned and fled. Brutus, observing this, though his expression remained calm, his pupils suddenly dilated. The aberrant had escaped. "Stop him, Makar." Looking at the fleeing aberrant, Richard calmly commanded. Makar nodded slightly, and soon appeared beside the aberrant. Looking at the terrifying monster before him, Makar reached out expressionlessly to grab it. Then, a pitch-black fireball descended. Boom! The fireball, with a power of 1,700 energy levels, instantly reduced the aberrant to charcoal. Makar loosened his grip, and the aberrant's charred remains fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Richard walked over to the wreckage and crushed it with his staff, confirming that no trace of flesh or blood remained. "It seems it's not useless, just not very effective," Richard said with a smile. Pluto was speechless, only bowing slightly to Richard. "Your Excellency's power is beyond my imagination. Our experience may be a problem for you." Richard picked up a piece of charred debris from the ground and placed it in a test tube. "By the way, what's the name of this monster?" Pluto was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "We call it the Aberrant." This little interlude ended, and Pluto continued to lead the way. No more aberrants appeared the rest of the way, and Richard and his group arrived at the Jewel Palace smoothly. Observing the Jewel Palace up close, Richard discovered that this luxurious palace was actually made of gold, and the gems were merely ornaments of the gold. In the sunlight, the palace looked particularly dazzling. "Wow, a bit extravagant." Richard looked at the gem palace, a little shocked, but soon calmed down. The golden palace, while luxurious, was just gold. If Richard wanted, he could build a wizard tower out of it. But the fire lizards behind him didn't agree. "My goodness, this palace is truly beautiful," Kava exclaimed in amazement. "Though these dwarves may not look fancy, they have excellent taste," Hirain marveled. "It's just a shame the gems are a bit mixed. If the gems were more uniform, this palace would be an absolute treasure." For guards stood at the door of the gem palace. These guards wore golden armor and wielded long-handled warhammers. As an alchemist, Richard could tell at a glance that the armor on the dwarves was made of fine gold. These magic dwarves didn't even use adamantium alloy. Their armor was entirely made of adamantium. Pluto stepped forward and informed the guards of their purpose, but they seemed to be arguing with him. "This is the savior foretold by the high priest. You have no right to detain his servant. We've allowed him in, but his servants must not set foot in the sacred jewel palace." Pluto glared at the golden-armored dwarf with some anger, and the golden-armored dwarf glared back unceremoniously. The magic dwarves was as unshakable as a mountain, but this also meant they were extremely stubborn. The high priest's order to the golden-armored dwarves was to let Richard into the jewel palace, so they allowed only Richard. Richard's witch hunting team had to stay outside. But Pluto knew Richard would never allow them to remain outside. Even though he was already familiar with Richard, he could already sense Richard's wariness of him. Pluto and the golden-armored dwarf refused to yield, and their argument quickly devolved into a fistfight. Finally, an old voice interrupted their argument. "A pack, let them all in." At this, Pluto and the golden-armored dwarf immediately stopped arguing. They bowed respectfully toward the jewel palace. "Yes, High Priest." The interior of the jewel palace, like the exterior, was also inlaid with a variety of gems, its golden walls studded with gemstones. Among them were treasures that Richard coveted. Alas, these were gems discovered by the dwarves in the mirror world, and Richard could not take them out of the mirror world. After passing through the corridor, which was too narrow for Richard and his companions soon arrived at a magnificent hall. A golden dwarf statue sat enshrined in the hall, and the walls were covered with ancient murals painted with various gemstone dusts. In the center of the hall, an old dwarf knelt on the ground. This old dwarf wore a white robe that was completely out of place in the hall, resembling a modified version of a wizard's robe. After noticing Richard's arrival, he silently stood up. The dwarf's beard was so long that it dragged on the ground. He curled it up, turned, and gave Richard a somewhat strange wizard salute. "Savior of our race, welcome to the Jewel Palace. I am Alberich, the High Priest of the Magic Dwarves." Richard, without any arrogance, respectfully returned the wizard's salute. The High Priest's strength should not be underestimated. Though he appeared aged and vulnerable to a gust of wind, Richard perceived him as solid and unshakable as a mountain. With a wave of his hand, the High Priest retreated from the hall. The High Priest gazed at the witch-hunting team behind Richard and spoke slowly. "Your creation is truly exquisite. Your dragon alchemy is unmatched among wizards." Richard said modestly, "It's not my work alone. I'm merely one of its designers." The High Priest glanced at the witch-hunting team before returning his gaze to Richard's face. Richard gazed into his eyes, and within those violet irises, stars seemed to flow. "Savior, I'm sure you saw the Aberrant on the way here. What are your thoughts on him?" "Nothing," Richard replied calmly. "My magic can deal with him, but there are many wizards who can do the same. I'm curious why your divination said I would be your race's savior." The High Priest slowly shook his head. "I don't know. When I was young, the magic dwarves hadn't yet migrated to this world. I met many wizards back then. To be honest, although you, Savior, are outstanding, you're still a little weak compared to the great scourge of our race. But I see many mysteries in you, and perhaps these mysteries can help you overcome the great scourge of our race." The high priest's words left Richard at a loss for words. That's exactly how divination works. It can tell you the outcome, but not the reasons. However, divination has one advantage. Once a definite result is revealed, it's inevitable, regardless of whether it's good or bad. If the high priest's prediction indeed predicts Richard, then Richard will undoubtedly be the savior of the magic dwarves. For this phenomenon, wizards have a theory called decided Schwa's dog. Before observation, the future is chaotic and unfixed. But once an observer appears and sees a certain future, the originally chaotic future collapses into this certain future. Of course, this kind of magic, which approaches the law of causality, has significant limitations in its use. The diviner cannot predict the fate of those unrelated to him. The high priest can predict the fate of the magic dwarves because he is the high priest of the magic dwarves and has this authority. However, he cannot predict Richard's fate without Richard's permission. Why don't you tell me about the origins of this aberration? Perhaps I have a way to deal with it. The high priest nodded. Indeed, the wisdom of wizards is as vast as the ocean. I shouldn't have made such a judgment without understanding it. My fault. Then the high priest led Richard to the wall of the hall and pointed to a mural. Approximately 7,500 years ago, the magic dwarves were brought to this world by the great wizard of truth, and began to multiply and thrive. The mural depicted the magic dwarves standing in the hands of a white-robed wizard. Before the wizard stood a mirror, presumably the world mirror. The high priest walked slowly along the wall, recounting the stories behind the murals. The wizard of truth placed no restrictions on us, so we settled into this world. About 1,000 years later, a dwarf named Bruno was born into the Iron Fist tribe. Bruno was very small at birth, and his parents believed he would survive his first winter. But Bruno survived, becoming a dwarf warrior before the age of 50, and an iron warrior of the Iron Fist tribe at the age of 200. He was generous, magnanimous, and wise, a natural leader for the dwarves. Under his leadership, the Iron Fist tribe grew stronger and stronger, and over the next 1,000 years, they conquered most of the world. A magic dwarf. He is the undisputed king of the magic dwarves. There's something wrong with this Bruno, Richard suddenly said. According to wizard research, the natural thinness of magic dwarves is a congenital condition. This condition is almost incurable, and recovery is possible only through physical evolution and stimulation of the life core. And this treatment is only theoretical. It's virtually impossible for a magic dwarf with this condition to improve his physical fitness to 49.9 and successfully break through that barrier. It's even more impossible to achieve this in just 50 years. The high priest looked at Richard with a look of desolation. Yes, so the catastrophe is coming. The high priest slowly approached a mural. The mural depicted a blood-red tumor, and above it a typical wizard's magic circle. A corner of the wizard's magic circle was broken, and a piece of flesh escaped, transforming into a monster. A dwarf in golden armor led 12 dwarves, wielding warhammers, in a fierce battle with the monster. This painting is a fake. The true history is that Bruenor was chosen by a demon sealed by the great wizard of truth. The demon strengthened his physique and corrupted his mind as he grew. Though his will was strong, he eventually fell after more than 1,000 years of corruption. Following the demon's instructions, he secretly spread the flesh plague, attempting to transform the entire race of the magic dwarves into part of the demon. In fact, he nearly succeeded. But I eventually discovered his plot, and I led the remaining 12 dwarf warriors to assassinate him. I then led the plague-free tribe to massacre the dwarves infected with the plague. The high priest pointed to the demon the golden-armored dwarves had fought against. This is actually Bruenor, the king of the magic dwarves we now worship. Chapter 310. Richard looked at the dwarf statue in the hall. If nothing unexpected happened, it must be Bruno, the dwarven king, whom the high priest had mentioned. But Richard was curious why the high priest had concealed the truth. Why did you conceal the truth? The high priest slowly turned and said, because Bruno's soul has not yet been fully corrupted. In the final battle, the demon Bruno nearly crossed the line and became a powerful being on the level of World Lord. If he had become World Lord, the entire dwarven race would have been devoured by him, becoming part of that demon. But at the last moment before his ascension, Bruno, the dwarven king, separated from Bruno the demon. A fragmented soul was insufficient for the ascension to World Lord, and he failed. We also took this opportunity to exile him to the depths of the mountains. Richard nodded and continued, according to your statement, the demon you speak of possesses the ability to erode the mind and deform the flesh and blood. And this ability. The upper limit is very high. Under the right conditions, this ability could even create a world master. And I noticed you said exile, not kill, which suggests the demon Bruenor still exists. Based on the aberrants I saw along the way, and the caves that have spread deep into the mountains, you must have banished Bruenor deep within this peak. And he's likely been thriving over the years, even turning your warriors into aberrants. Honestly, this situation is beyond my ability. I can't think of anything else I can do for you. The high priest closed his eyes and remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I saw in my divination that the master will fight alongside the demon dwarves to completely slay the demon Bruenor at the foot of the mountains. Master, I will purify the demon Bruno with fire. Richard's brow furrowed slightly. With us? My salamanders may be powerful, but the demon Bruno you're talking about has already set his foot on the threshold of becoming the lord of the world. Can we kill such a being? The high priest opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness on his face. I don't know, but this is the result of the divination. I almost sacrificed my life for this result. And the demon Bruno isn't as powerful as Master thinks. Over the past 5,000 years, we've slain him several times. But each time, he would resurrect at the foot of the mountains, repeating the cycle until his soul completely collapsed. But our people can't wait until that time. Richard sighed. Divination is such a jerk. It only gives the result, not the process. He turned the conversation around to himself. Let's change the subject. When do you plan to lift my curse? Your straw man will lose his power after today. If Master is willing now. Richard was stunned. The misprison isn't just some minor curse. Don't you need to prepare any rituals? The high priest smiled confidently. He pointed to the statue of the Dwarven King in the hall and said, the Dwarven King will exorcise all evil. Richard examined the statue carefully, and suddenly sensed a sense of familiarity. Richard exclaimed, the power of faith. You know how to use the power of faith. The high priest nodded, then shook his head. It's not me who can, but Bruenor, the Dwarven King, who can. With that, the high priest invited Richard to the center of the hall, where he had been kneeling. Richard gazed at the statue of the Dwarven King before him, his eyes involuntarily meeting his own. Instantly, Richard saw war, death, and countless praying dwarvens within those golden eyes. The prayers of these dwarvens were the very source of the Dwarven King's existence. Suddenly, a majestic dwarven emerged from the statue. He had a majestic face, a toe-length beard, and jet-black hair. His muscles were muscular, solid as rock, as if imbued with earth-shattering power. In his hand, he held a long-handled warhammer, stained with blood. The image matched the statue perfectly. There was no doubt that this dwarven was Bruno, the Dwarven King. Bruno looked at Richard with a gentle gaze. But then, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. A voice rang in Richard's ears. Wizard, you and I are the same. I cannot remove the curse for you. But I can teach you how to do it. With that, he swung his warhammer and smashed it hard against Richard's head. Bang! Unable to react, Richard suddenly stumbled back 3 steps and fell to the ground. He clutched his head, feeling dizzy and blood trickling from the corners of his eyes. The witch hunters witnessed this scene, their chain's words roaring to life. They surrounded Richard and looked warily at the high priest. The high priest frowned. Bruenor, the king of the dwarves, was not violent. On the contrary, he was very kind. There was no reason for him to harm Richard. Not to mention that Richard was a wizard. Although the magic dwarves have been in this world for thousands of years, their respect for wizards remains ingrained in their bones. Soon, Richard stood up and wiped the blood from his eyes. Disperse, I'm fine. Richard pulled a bottle of alchemical potion from his pocket and dripped 2 drops into his eyes to soothe the damage. After his eye wound had healed slightly, Richard lowered his head and returned to his previous state. Excuse me, High Priest. Bruenor is a good magic dwarf, but his methods are a bit rough. Bruenor's blow opened Richard's mind to new ways to utilize the power of faith. It also made Richard aware of the power of faith within him. Although Richard had never taken the cult Elisa's had established for him seriously, it was undeniable that, as a deity of the pantheon, the cult he founded was absolutely worthy. Richard's status was now equal to that of the king of the magic dwarves. A deity can remove a curse for a mortal, but not for a deity. So Bruno chose to teach Richard how to use the power of faith. The high priest bowed slightly. Thank you for your understanding, master. I believe your curse has been lifted. Richard shook his head. No, but it will be lifted soon. As he spoke, the high priest suddenly felt Richard's immense majesty before him. It seemed as if an invisible holy light emanated from him, compelling one to kneel in worship. Richard was using the power of faith to remove the curse from his body. A few seconds later, Richard returned to normal, his power of faith nearly half depleted, and his curse lifted. Moreover, he had acquired another skill, all by himself. In the secret realm, Ulysses, who was leisurely basking in the sun in the holy city, suddenly stood up. He stared at Richard's statue with some disbelief, muttering to himself, "The gods are watching? Has this kid already reached the rank of deity?" As he spoke, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. In his field of vision, the power of faith wrapped around Richard's statue had transformed into a pentagram. Ulysses was all too familiar with this object. It was the holy emblem of the gods. This indicated that Richard had already attained the rank of deity. However, as a veteran god, Ulysses quickly realized Richard's current state. He suddenly realized, heroic spirit rank. I was shocked. I thought you had ascended to deity unaided. What is the rank of heroic spirit? Richard's voice suddenly rang in Ulysses' ears, but he remained unfazed. In the canon, he is Richard's subordinate god. The dialogue between the main god and the subordinate god is merely a natural act of the gods. There are many levels of divine personhood, each representing a different rank. The heroic spirit level is the lowest, often corresponding to mortals. If you can become the lord of the world, your personhood will become divine. Of course, the reverse is also possible. Did you encounter a creature with the power of faith during your outing? I didn't even notice. Your power of faith is already sufficient to create a personhood. Yes, I met a heroic spirit, and he taught me some applications of the power of faith. Don't use it recklessly. You need to learn how to use the power of faith. I teach you when you get back. You don't have much of it, and if you use it recklessly, it will be depleted quickly. Well, I take care of my own issues first. Richard shifted his gaze from the statue back to his true form. After becoming a person, he had naturally learned to use the statue as his eyes. He looked at the high priest. "High priest, you may now assemble your troops." The high priest bowed slightly. "Master, there's no need to worry. Based on our years of observation, the demon Bruno will begin his weakening phase in 7 days. In 7 days, the Great Truth Wizard Seal will sever the demon's connection to the outside world. That will be our optimal opportunity to kill the demon Bruno." Hearing the high priest's words, Richard suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial point. He pointed at the broken magic circle on the mural and asked uncertainly, "You mean, that demon broke through the seal set by the Great Wizard of Truth?" The high priest didn't deny it. Indeed, based on our observations, the demon must have cracked the Great Wizard of Truth's seal, creating a tiny, insignificant breach. His power seeped out through this breach, corroding Bruno. Richard frowned. But if the breach isn't sealed, killing the demon Bruno is merely a stopgap measure. You should report this news to. Richard paused mid-sentence. It seemed these demon dwarves had nowhere else to report. If it weren't for the Academy War, these demon dwarves would have had to wait for countless more years. The mirror world had countless potential battlefields. Furthermore, a group of demon dwarves, barely even the strength of a world master, could hold off a demon for thousands of years, even slaying it multiple times. Even if they did report it, no wizard would likely care. "No, master. Everything will change if we completely slay the demon Bruiner," the high priest retorted. "The reason our numbers have been declining is because of this demon Bruiner. To prevent this demon from escaping the mountains, we've been forced to deploy a large number of warriors there. If we can kill him, we'll be able to deploy fewer warriors. Then our population will shift from negative growth to positive growth." "But what if a second Bruiner appears?" Richard asked. The high priest pointed to the statue of the Dwarven King behind him, and said firmly, "The Dwarven King will use his discerning eyes to discern all Dwarvens. Any Dwarven corrupted by the demon will have nowhere to hide. And our people will remain eternally stationed at the foot of the mountains, until the demon is completely annihilated within the seal of the Great Wizard of Truth." Chapter 311. Listening to the high priest's decisive words, Richard suddenly recalled a record from his research on the magic dwarves. The magic dwarves are very vengeful. One magic dwarf tribe even records the names of their enemies in a book forged of steel, passed down from generation to generation. Every magic dwarf in a tribe will seek revenge against their tribe's enemies, regardless of whether they have ever met, or how much time has passed between them. The name of the enemy will not be erased until his death. A vengeance 10 generations old can still be avenged. This is a universal moral principle among the magic dwarves. Even wizards earn their loyalty by taming magic dwarf cubs. After leaving the Jewel Palace, Brutus was already waiting for Richard at the gate. The high priest had just ordered him to be Richard's guide, taking him wherever he wished. "Take me to your warehouse. I need some materials." Brutus said nothing more, immediately taking Richard to the warehouse. The 4 armored dwarves guarding the Gem Palace weren't the only ones. Besides them, there were 8 other armored dwarves serving as attendants to the high priest. The high priest had already sent word down, and all the dwarven defense towers were aware of Richard's arrival. Richard and his companions now had permission to fly over the dwarven settlement. The location of the magic dwarf's material warehouse surprised Richard. It wasn't on the mountain where the magic dwarves lived, but rather on another peak dozens of kilometers away. Furthermore, Richard discovered that the mountain where the warehouse was located, along with several surrounding peaks, was riddled with holes dug by the magic dwarves. Standing at the mouth of one of these holes, Richard could still hear the clacking of pickaxes as the dwarves mined ore. "Is this your mining area?" Richard asked. "Yes, my lord. This is our mining area." "What about that mountain you live on?" "That was the mine before the catastrophe. The high priest and the dwarf king drove the demon into the mine and sealed it beneath the mountains. But that led to the mine's abandonment. That demon not only turns us dwarves into aberrations, it also turns other creatures into aberrations. To prevent unnecessary sacrifices for our brothers, we've decided to mine in a different location." Richard nodded thoughtfully, then asked a few more questions about the mine. Brutal had said that almost every mountain in the mirror world contained mineral veins, the only difference being the size. This statement gave Richard a deeper understanding of the former wealth of the wizarding world. Arriving at the warehouse. The magic dwarves have numerous warehouses. Each type of ore is sorted and placed in a centralized warehouse, where it is then refined and transformed into ingots, which are then distributed to the magic dwarves in need. The constant struggle with the demon Bruenor has shaped the magic dwarves' social system into a profoundly strange one. The magic dwarves mined and hunted together, their young attended the same academy, and grew up together. Thus, the magic dwarves often referred to each other as brothers. Upon reaching adulthood, magic dwarves are assigned to various positions based on their demonstrated talents in academy. Some become warriors, others mine. The magic dwarves practice a rationing system, with warriors receiving the highest rations, miners and hunters receiving the next highest, and farmers and weavers receiving the next highest. Because the population of the dwarves has been shrinking, and their lives are simple, their minds are free of complexities. This rationing system works very well among the dwarves. Pluto took Richard on a tour of the warehouse, where the variety of rare and even extinct minerals almost dazzled Richard. Richard had to use his natural history to the utmost to find the most suitable, or among the vast variety. Finally, Richard left the warehouse with a magic pocket full of ore. After leaving the warehouse, Richard found a secluded spot and used magic to construct a temporary shelter. Standing in front of the temporary shelter, Richard said to Pluto and the witch hunters, "I need to forge some things. You stay outside, and don't let anyone disturb me." "Forge things?" Pluto hesitated for a moment, then said, "Sir, we dwarves are natural blacksmiths. Perhaps we can help you." Richard said nothing more, and pulled 2 ingots from his pocket. Pluto watched the ingot melt rapidly in Richard's hands, transforming into the head of a warhammer as if it were alive. The intricate and ornate golden patterns on the hammer head would have taken him at least 3 days to create. But Richard took only 30 seconds. Richard handed the hammer head to Pluto. "You've worked so hard these days, this is my gift to you. Find a handle, and test it out to see if it fits. If it does, I can make more to share with your brothers." Pluto took the hammer head and then, with his left fist, struck his chest hard. This was a ritual second only to kneeling among the dwarves. Richard waved his hand. "No need, it's just a small favor. After you try it, you can summarize your experience. Let me know if there's anything uncomfortable, so I can improve it. In a few days, you'll be hunting demons with me. Having a good weapon will make hunting easier." Pluto bowed his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness. The dwarfs will never forget your kindness." Closing the door, Richard immediately took out the ore he had just selected. He casually touched it, and a message appeared before his eyes. Raw materials, sky crystal ore. Extractable material, sky crystal stone. Refining cost, 500 mana. Although the dwarfs could also refine it, Richard preferred to use the miracle furnace himself. The difference was in purity. The minerals refined by the miracle furnace were virtually free of impurities. After refining all the ore into ingots, Richard came to the table, took out a piece of paper, and began to design his next project. He planned to design a set of fire-breathing magic suits to be added to the witch-hunting team's armor. The aberrations they were dealing with were flesh and blood creatures. The lethality of fire against flesh and blood creatures goes without saying. Furthermore, while researching fire elemental artifacts a few years ago, Richard had discovered a magical flame specifically targeted at flesh and blood creatures. A white-hot flame he had once used to destroy and obliterate corpses. This flame was discovered at a mass grave of fire lizards. At the time, it was blazing fiercely on the corpses of fire lizards. The 9 Stars Merchant Guild collected it, and Richard eventually traded it for a mutated fire beast. This flame's fuel was the bodies and life force of flesh and blood creatures. The stronger the life force, the faster it spreads. It's perfect for dealing with flesh and blood creatures with strong resiliency. Furthermore, if he has time, he plans to craft a set of fire-breathing armor for the dwarves who joined him in hunting the demon Bruno. The dwarves have plenty of high-quality materials for him to squander. This is the most terrifying aspect of an alchemist. Given enough materials and enough time, an alchemist can single-handedly boost the combat effectiveness of an entire team. Unfortunately, this ability of an alchemist isn't fully utilized in the wizarding world. This is because an alchemist essentially materializes a wizard's spellcasting ability into an object and then gives it to others to use. But in a world filled with wizards, this ability is less useful. The process of designing the armor went smoothly. Though young, Richard possesses a wide range of alchemical knowledge. Thanks to his work designing the Mechanic 1 individual armor, Richard's alchemy skills haven't become rusty over the years. Instead, they've improved. This also made designing his magic suits much easier. In just one day, Richard completed the flamethrower. The flamethrower primarily consists of a flamethrower gun and an energy pack. Richard planned to fill the energy pack entirely with magic essence. Using magic essence as a power source not only increases firepower, but also reduces the size of the suit. If magic essence weren't used, Richard would have to install an energy storage device and a self-charging circuit to draw energy from the air. While this method offers exceptionally long battery life, the energy pack would increase its size several times and also reduce firepower, making it a disadvantage. Furthermore, the energy concentration in the mirror world is very high, and magic essence is not rare. If he wanted more battery life, he could simply prepare a spare supply of magic essence. With the blueprints in hand, all that remained was manufacturing. Dwarven materials are abundant, and many precious materials in the wizarding world are as cheap as cabbage among the magic dwarves. So, when designing his magic armor, Richard didn't over-optimize, but simply piled up the materials. Need a rune array for the nozzle to prevent the metal from melting? Just use solar tungsten. Need too much rune design, requiring too much mana? Just use mithril for the magic circuit. When wizards craft magic armor, many designs are designed to reduce material costs. However, when there are ample materials to spare, many designs can be omitted. With the magic dwarves' abundant materials, Richard spent 2 days crafting 4 sets of deluxe fire-breathing magic armor, which he added to the witch hunting team's armor. Let's try it out. How does it work? Looking at the completed fire-breathing magic armor, Richard said excitedly. Makar looked at the long tubes added to the forearms of the armor, raising his arm with particular curiosity. Boom! As Makar activated his flamethrower, a 200-meter-long column of fire shot out from his arm. The incandescent flames instantly pierced through everything in their path. Makar was stunned. The power of this flame was already comparable to his own breath, and its duration was far greater than his breath. Brutus, watching from the side, felt a flicker of shock. A tube just over half a meter long could unleash such a terrifying flame. This was the power of a wizard. The flames continued to spray for half a minute, and at Richard's command, Makar stopped them. Richard stepped forward to examine the nozzle. Although it was emitting a terrifying heat, there was no sign of melting or deformation. This was the material's advantage. Pluto, how do you think this flame will work against the aberrants? Pluto recalled the white pillar of fire inside. Even the Demon King wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of flame. Richard nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "How's the hammer I gave you?" "Excellent. It's not only sturdy, but also produces flames when swung, making it perfect for dealing with aberrants." Richard nodded. "Well, as long as it's comfortable to use, that's all. Have you chosen your crew yet? We still have some time, and I can upgrade your equipment." Pluto pounded his left fist on his chest. "It's decided. We will never forget your kindness to the dwarves." Chapter 312. With the armor-based flamethrower as a prototype, Richard didn't spend much time developing the Dwarven Flame armor. The Dwarven Flame armor still consisted of a flamethrower and an energy pack. However, due to the dwarven size, Richard made some adjustments to the energy pack, adding a mithril conduit between it and the flamethrower. This allowed the energy pack to be carried directly on the dwarven's back, rather than being connected directly to the flamethrower, as with the witch hunting team. In addition, Richard planned to rework the dwarven's armor. The dwarven possessed a rudimentary knowledge of alchemy, but compared to Richard's, theirs was far too crude. As an alchemist, watching the dwarven use their rudimentary alchemy to craft materials that were worth a fortune in the wizarding world, Richard felt his blood pressure rise. Richard planned to optimize and modify their armor based on its original foundation. Make the armor lighter and more effective. At the very least, Let the material perform its intended function. Try it, see if it's lighter. In Richard's temporary residence, the magic dwarf Barn took the armor Richard handed him, and pounded his left fist against his right chest. "Thank you, sir. I, the magic dwarf, will never forget your kindness." Richard waved his hand, signaling him to stop talking and quickly put on the armor. Dwarf armor differs significantly from human armor. Dwarfs are short, but their bodies are very broad. Therefore, the breastplate appears particularly large in a dwarf's armor. Additionally, a dwarf's arms are thick and sturdy, even longer than their short legs. To human common sense, their arm armor looks more like leg armor. Because the dwarves spend their entire lives mining underground, they possess exceptionally advanced hearing. Thus, Richard modeled the dwarf's helmet after the human frogmouth helmet. The helmet is almost completely enclosed, with only a narrow slit for observation. After donning the armor, Barn moved around and felt his body wasn't significantly restricted. His flexibility wasn't significantly affected either. The once heavy metal armor, after Richard's modification, became as light as leather. For the sturdy dwarves, this armor was practically weightless. "How does it feel?" Richard asked. Barn looked at Richard and said solemnly, "Sir, your craftsmanship is nothing short of miraculous. With your armor, I feel we can slay that demon even without your intervention." Richard ignored Barn's praise, and turned to hand Barn the hammerhead and flamethrower armor beside him. "Pluto will teach you how to use these things. Now go out and call the next one in." Outside the temporary residence, a dozen or so magic dwarves, all warriors in the settlement, lined up and waited. These magic dwarves, usually as calm as the mountains, were now unusually impatient. They frequently glanced at the door of the temporary residence, waiting for the magic dwarves inside to emerge. Rumble, rumble. The stone door of the residence was pushed open, and Barn, clad in armor covered in gold patterns, emerged carrying a pile of items. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Barn smiled faintly and shouted, "Next one." 7 days passed in a flash, and soon, the day of the hunt arrived. On the 8th day, the high priest, along with 12 golden-armored dwarves and 36 dwarven warriors, stood in the cave area, quietly awaiting Richard's arrival. 6 of the 12 golden-armored dwarves were level 3 creatures, and each of the 36 dwarven warriors was a level 2 creature. Furthermore, the dwarven armor had been modified by Richard, and all were equipped with fire-breathing magic armor and alchemical warhammers. This team was arguably the strongest the magic dwarves had seen in nearly 3,000 years. It was more than enough to kill the demon Bruno. If it weren't for Richard, who had been predicted to kill the demon Bruno, the high priest wouldn't have even wanted him to participate in this battle. When it comes to revenge, the magic dwarves don't like others interfering. Soon, Richard, clad in a black robe, slowly flew over to the magic dwarf team. The high priest glanced behind Richard and asked curiously, "Master, didn't you bring any followers?" Richard pointed to the pockets at his waist and said helplessly, "I did. But your minds are too narrow, so I had to put them in the bags for a while, and then let them out once we got there." The tunnels dug by the magic dwarves were spacious for the dwarves themselves. But for the witch-hunting team, over 3 meters tall and standing like a wall, the mines were little more than dog holes. Luckily, according to the magic dwarves, the bottom of the mountains they were talking about was a terrain similar to an abyss, with ample space. Otherwise, Richard's witch-hunting team would have had a hard time getting out to fight. The high priest was stunned by this, then smiled a helpless smile. Richard's followers were indeed unsuitable for entering the mines. Richard waved his hand. "Everyone's here, right? Now hurry down. I'm curious to see what this evil demon you're talking about has the power to be reborn again and again." The high priest waved his hand, and a golden-armored dwarf took out a horn, walked to the cave entrance, and began to blow it. Woo! With the blast, a horn sounded from the mine tunnel. After hearing the horn, the golden-armored dwarf led the remaining dwarves into 6 teams, each consisting of 2 golden-armored dwarves and 6 demon dwarf warriors. Richard frowned slightly. "You're splitting up?" In his opinion, dividing up the troops wasn't a good strategy. The high priest explained, "Master, don't worry. Our mine tunnels are narrow, and too many people entering would only create problems. We've suppressed that demon for years at the foot of the mountains. Although we've been somewhat lax in our efforts, we likely encounter a few of its minions along the way. The horn blast just now also tells me there's nothing wrong down there." Richard nodded without saying anything else, then joined one of the groups of dwarves. This group of dwarves includes Brutus, making communication easier when we descend. "Then let's go!" The mine tunnel leading to the bottom of the mountains wasn't actually that narrow. At least Richard could stand tall inside. According to the dwarves' records, Many aberrations weren't completely eliminated in their early years. After the demon Brutus was driven into the mountains, these aberrations followed suit. Some of these demon dwarves even retained their sanity and wisdom. At the foot of the mountains, they fused the flesh and blood of evil demons and forged one blasphemous weapon after another. To combat these aberrations armed with profane weapons, the magic dwarves often used siege weapons as individual weapons in their early years. This is what it means to level the entire craft guns. Thus, the mines leading to the base of the mountains were not as narrow as typical dwarven mines. Of course, these mines were still larger dog holes for the witch-hunting teams. In the mines, the dwarven team formed an inverted V-shape. 2 golden-armored dwarves led the way, and 6 magic dwarf warriors guarded the perimeter. Richard stood between them, observing these ancient mines, which had stood for thousands of years, with great interest. The walls of the mines were lined with luminous stones, which provided the magic dwarves with a faint light in the darkness. But for the magic dwarves, who mined underground for years, this light was more than enough. Tick, tick. Melted snow from the mountaintops dripped continuously through the cracks in the mines. In the silent mine tunnel, the ticking sound was particularly noticeable. Actually, you could speed up a bit. The dwarf group stopped, and the 2 leading golden-armored dwarves looked at Richard, who had spoken, with some confusion. "Sir, you may not understand how cunning those demon minions are," one of the golden-armored dwarves said. "Some of those demon minions are incredibly cunning. Sometimes, they can even disguise themselves as an ordinary rock to ambush us. If we move too quickly, we easily fall into their trap." "Mimicry?" Richard raised an eyebrow, and in a flash, he appeared in front of the group. "Then these things aren't your traps." With that, Richard thrust his adamantine staff fiercely into the ground. The previously unremarkable ground churned up under the impact. A gray mimic, resembling a rock, instantly shed its disguise, transforming into a twisted monster of flesh and blood. The 2 golden-armored dwarves in the lead broke out in a cold sweat. They hadn't noticed the mimic at all. If they had taken 2 more steps forward, they would have fallen directly into the mimic's mouth. The mimic's mouth parts were filled with fangs that could shred steel and digestive fluids that could corrode adamantine. Even with upgraded armor, falling into them would undoubtedly have been harmed by the digestive fluids. Furthermore, these mimics would have relayed information to the demon Bruiner at the foot of the mountains. If they fell in, the unusual taste would have been transmitted to him. This could have caused significant trouble for their next move. Thinking of this, the dwarves couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, the wizard was there. Richard paid no attention to the dwarves. He was captivated by the mimic beneath his staff. He bent down and tore off a layer of its skin, collecting it for specimen. This layer of mimic skin could constantly change color and texture depending on the environment, a natural camouflage. If it could be fully understood, it would surely be of great use in the future. The mimic's struggles gradually weakened. Richard inscribed the life-draining tree pattern on the lower half of the adamantine staff. Now, the pattern was continuously absorbing the mimic's vitality. These tenacious, deformed monsters were natural blood vessels for life draining. Feeling the endless vitality flowing from the staff, Richard slapped his head, then pulled 2 metal ingots from his pocket, and used alchemy to craft several daggers with the life-draining tree pattern. "I actually forgot about this. My brain is really not working." Richard smiled, distributed the dagger to several magic dwarves, and asked them to test the dagger's effects. Pluto was the first to reach the gradually motionless mimic and plunged the dagger into its body. Then, his eyes widened, and he called to his teammates behind him, "Come on." The other dwarves followed suit, each slashing the mimic. Feeling the surge of vitality emanating from the dagger, the dwarves' eyes widened. This dagger was incredibly useful to them. With it, they could easily use those weaker deformed monsters as health packs. "Is it useful?" Richard asked. The magic dwarves nodded enthusiastically. This thing was incredibly useful. "As long as it works." Richard floated slightly, and pulled the adamantine staff from the now-mummy mimic and replaced it with the mithril staff. "Tell me the next route, and I lead the way." Chapter 313. Richard led the way with remarkable speed. During the war with the demon dwarves, the mimics had developed terrifying mimicry abilities. While this mimicry could deceive the naked eye, it couldn't deceive Richard's mental detection. Under the power of the mind, no matter how cleverly disguised a mimic, it couldn't escape Richard's detection. Richard also successfully harvested a number of specimens. Spiraling down from the mine in the cave area, Richard soon realized he was below land level. The tunnel continued to extend downward, with no end in sight. "Have you hollowed out this mountain?" Richard couldn't help but ask, surveying the endless tunnel. "No, sir, we've only mined the upper section," Pluto replied honestly. After entering the underground area, Richard could clearly sense a faint sweetness in the air around him. This scent wasn't poisonous, but it made Richard feel quite uncomfortable. It seemed as if the source of this smell instilled an innate aversion in him. It was as if every cell in his body was rejecting the smell, or rather, the owner of the smell. This piqued Richard's curiosity even more. It's rare to find something that can cause a body's cells to instinctively repel it. Even the blue flame in Richard's hand, which had a special attack on the flesh, didn't repel him. What exactly was this evil demon sealed by the Truth Wizard? As Richard descended the mine, he encountered fewer and fewer mimics, replaced by various ferocious aberrations. Due to population constraints, the dwarven forces, once stationed at the foot of the mountains, are now mostly above ground. Only a handful of elites remain stationed in ancient bunkers and fortresses to monitor the movements of the aberrations. The mortality rate among this elite dwarf class was extremely high, but the magic dwarves never resisted this responsibility. On the contrary, they considered it an honor. They believed their sacrifice was not in vain. And after death, they would serve under the magic dwarf king, eternally protecting the magic dwarf race. Boom! A jet of incandescent flame instantly enveloped the aberration, blocking their path. This aberration seemed to be a mutated version of a worm. Infused with demonic power, it grew to immense size, practically filling the entire mine tunnel. At its front, a massive, ring-shaped mouth was studded with fangs. Thick green digestive fluid dripped between the teeth, sizzling as it fell to the ground. In the past, the magic dwarves would have had to retreat or select a warrior to penetrate the worm's mouth and destroy its internal organs. This often meant sacrifice. But now, the magic dwarf only had to pull the trigger, and the incandescent flames would incinerate the worm to charcoal. Roar! The distorted worm let out a deep roar, attempting to charge forward against the flames. But a massive metal shield instantly blocked its path. For magic dwarves pressed their shoulders against the ground, holding their metal shields firmly against the massive distorted worm. And the dwarves won. The dwarves' sturdy, short legs erupted with astonishing strength, their iron shoes carving footprints even on the hard rocky ground. With their combined strength, the distorted worm even retreated slowly. Soon, the incandescent flames spread throughout the worm's body. Amidst the incandescent flames, the distorted worm was reduced to a pitch-black charcoal. Richard walked to the front of the group and sheathed his metal shield. Keep going. Yes. The deeper the mines went, the more diverse the aberrations became. From aberration worms that could fill the entire tunnel, to fist-sized, yet numerous aberration carnivorous ants, to millipedes several meters long and covered in countless sharp segments. Richard encountered no fewer than 20 aberrations along the way. And these, according to Pluto, were already weakened aberrations. In the past, dwarven aberrations would even break out of the mines and infect the surface monsters to serve as soldiers. The dwarves spent years, nearly exterminating their own race, to reduce these aberrations to their current state. These aberrations are generally found in the underground bugs and the demon dwarf warriors who have traveled deep underground. However, given the current strength of the demon dwarves, these aberrations will eventually break through. The demon dwarves' population no longer supports them in their continued extermination of these aberrations. That's why the high priest went to such great expense to use divination to determine the future of the demon dwarves. After walking along the mine tunnel for another hour, Richard finally saw its end. Out of the mine, Richard was faced with an immense abyss. This abyss, conservatively estimated to be hundreds of kilometers deep. At a glance, Richard could see no edge of the abyss. Is this the bottom of the mountains you speak of? Yes, my lord. The bottom of this abyss is where the evil demon is sealed. Richard stood above the abyss, and the sweet smell grew stronger. The chilling wind from the abyss continuously blew the smell from the depths. Richard frowned, and the feeling of disgust within him grew stronger. It seemed as if something even more disgusting than a dung spirit lurked beneath this abyss. Wait a moment. Wait until everyone is gathered before going down. Richard reached a platform at the edge of the abyss, untied the synthetic beast bag from his waist, and released the witch-hunting team. The witch-hunting team awoke from a daze, their eyes instantly opening at the smell of the sweet, cloying aura from the abyss. What a disgusting smell. Mizon frowned. It seems I'm not the only one who hates this smell, Richard laughed. The witch-hunting team looked at Richard, and Makar asked, Sir, are we going to fight the owner of this smell next? Richard nodded, yes. After releasing the witch-hunting team, Richard wasted no time in retrieving the armor components. The fire lizards helped each other, and quickly donned the armor. After donning his gear, and adjusting various parameters, Richard immediately noticed that the 4 fire lizards had entered closed mode. The fire lizards would rather not absorb external energy than smell this odor. After waiting for another hour, the team led by the high priest arrived first at the base of the mountains. Seeing Richard's arrival, he smiled slightly and said, "Master, you're so fast." Another half-hour later, the second and third teams also arrived at the base of the mountains. The fourth team arrived 10 minutes after the third, but after them, the fifth team still hadn't arrived. "Is there a problem?" The high priest frowned slightly. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of iron shoes echoed from the mine tunnel. The last team finally arrived. They appeared rather disheveled though, and many of the dwarves bore wounds. "What happened?" the high priest asked. The leading golden-armored dwarf replied, "Our brothers in one fortress have been completely corrupted. We were delayed a moment to purify them." A trace of grief crossed the high priest's face. After a moment's silence, he spoke, "May they rest in peace. Let's clean up. This battle will be our last." Richard approached the last squad and repaired their armor. The high priest took out some black ointment and applied it to the dwarves' wounds. In the ointment, Richard smelled the scent of a plant called deathweed. This plant can accelerate wound healing, but at the cost of extreme nerve irritation. When used, the user experiences unspeakable pain, and many suffer shock or even death from the pain. But the dwarves showed no reaction after applying the ointment. Their faces were expressionless, as still as stone, unwavering. 10 minutes later, the team rested. Gazing at the bottomless abyss, they leaped directly in, needing no ropes or other props. The lowest among them was a level 2 creature, capable of manipulating energy and making it float through the air. A chilling wind blew through the abyss. The deeper they went, the higher the concentration of fire elementalism in the air, and the stronger the sweet scent. Richard frowned, looking at the magic dwarves in the group, only to find that their expressions were expressionless. "Can't you smell this?" "Sir, we're used to it." After a long time, the group finally reached the bottom of the abyss. As soon as they landed, Richard noticed something was very wrong with their surroundings. A winding river of lava snaked through the depths. In the glow of the lava, Richard discovered that the surrounding stones were covered in what looked like nerves and blood vessels. Also, a layer of fleshy fungi, similar to moss, covered them. The characteristics of these fleshy creatures were surprisingly present on something as inorganic as stone. The power of this demon was truly terrifying. "Have you seen these things before?" Richard broke off a stone from the ground. A trickle of blood even oozed from the broken edge. "Yes, but we couldn't deal with it before," the high priest replied. "But now we have a solution." With a wave of his hand, the demon dwarves all pulled the triggers of their flamethrowers. The next moment, a white-hot flame instantly purified the surrounding fleshy fungi, along with the flesh within the stones. White-hot flame spread along the fungal carpet, along the veins and nerves between the rocks. Soon, half the abyss was illuminated with dazzling brightness. It was then that the demonic dwarves noticed that this flesh and blood erosion had, over millennia, transformed nearly the entire abyss floor. While the demonic dwarves didn't know the purpose of this erosion, there was no doubt it wasn't a good thing for them. This seemed to confirm the divination. Richard would slay the demons with flame. "Let's go," Richard said calmly. He could sense a vast will awakening. In this flesh and blood environment, a vast will existed. Advancing along the lava river, the demonic dwarves continuously used their flamethrowers to purify the surroundings. Wherever the flame spread, the flesh vanished, leaving only rock. After an undetermined amount of time, Richard finally sighted their target. A dwarf, surrounded by countless distorted monsters, slept on a throne made of flesh and blood. Behind the throne, Richard spotted a massive tumor sealed within a pentagram. "What demon?" "Just a failed experiment," Richard said to the high priest with a smile. At first glance, Richard recognized the tumor. "It's called flesh cancer. It's the final work of a sixth-ring master wizard of the alchemical school, specializing in the study of flesh and blood." Chapter 314. The flesh cancer was an attempt by a sixth-ring great wizard during the Wizarding World's enlightenment to break through to the seventh ring. But it was a definite failure. He created a mass of twisted flesh that was perpetually growing. From its birth, it madly absorbed the surrounding energy like a cancer cell, continuously proliferating. For unknown reasons, the sixth-ring great wizard, in a fit of madness, merged this twisted flesh into his own body. As a result, his soul and body were absorbed by the flesh, leading to the famous experimental disaster of the Enlightenment period, the Flesh Tide. Thousands of low-level wizards of uncertain strength and tens of millions of mortals were devoured. Ultimately, the twisted flesh was sealed by the combined efforts of several sixth-ring great wizards, and it was given the name flesh cancer. This case became widely known among the flesh school of alchemy, a warning against carelessly integrating experimental subjects into their own bodies. A failed experiment? The high priest was startled, but soon calmed down. He was well aware of the terrifying power of wizards. Since the demon before him had been sealed by the wizard, it was no surprise that it was a failed experiment. On the throne of flesh and blood, the 4-meter-tall demon Bruno opened his eyes. This former king of the dwarves was now so deformed that he looked nothing like a dwarf. Countless tumors and growths covered his body. His arms, one long, one short, one thick, one thin, one wielded a flesh hammer, the other a whip of flesh that resembled intestines. Its legs could hardly be called legs, for they resembled pillars made of flesh and bones by a mischievous child. They were hardly legs at all. He remained unresponsive as he gazed upon the dwarven army that had descended upon him. The moment his eyes opened, they locked onto Richard. "Wizard, you've actually invited a wizard." The demon Bruno's eyes widened, even cracking at the corners, revealing the ever-growing flesh within. Richard felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of this gaze. It wasn't one of hatred, but rather one of the sight of a rare treasure. The high priest shouted passionately, "Demon, today is your day of death." With a wave of his hand, 48 heavily armored demon dwarves, wielding long-handled warhammers, charged directly at the demon Bruno. The demon Bruno rose from his throne, and the distorted monsters surrounding him flared to life. "Thorin! You despicable traitor! I trusted you so much back then, yet you betrayed me and repeatedly murdered your king. You are a traitor to the core. For you, murdering kings is as easy as finding a mineral vein for a dwarf. I should have transformed you into the most despicable of flesh puppets." The demon Bruno shouted back the events of the past. The distorted monsters beneath the flesh throne surged towards the charging dwarves like a tide. Boom! 36 jets of flame shot through the gaps between the golden-armored dwarves, instantly engulfing a vast expanse of distorted monsters in white-hot flames. Under the flames, the distorted monsters began to charge in disorder, and even Bruenor was unable to control them. Though the bodies of these distorted monsters had reached the physical strength of second-level or even third-level creatures, their deformed bodies could not support the delicate organ of the brain. Their actions were governed solely by feral instincts. 12 golden-armored dwarves, spearheading the vanguard, wielded warhammers, slicing through the distorted monsters with ease. The golden hammers, forged by dragon alchemy, surged with ferocity as they swung them, golden flames blazing from their tips. Each blow carried immense force. Behind them, the high priest produced a golden scepter studded with gems. He plunged the scepter into the ground and began to dance like a divine being. The golden scepter, in turn, shone with a golden glow as he danced. Figures emerged from the golden light, all of them deceased dwarven heroes. Behind them, a dwarven sitting high on a throne issued his command: "Destroy these demons." Then, the dwarven heroes, returning from the underworld, transformed into golden light and merged into the 48 charging dwarven warriors. Instantly, the charging dwarven warriors felt as if divinely assisted. Their once clumsy fighting skills suddenly became fluid. A lost combat technique suddenly emerged from his mind. Due to insufficient faith, these demonic dwarf heroes could only join the battle in this way. Richard watched this scene with interest, thinking to himself that he would also like to create something like this someday. Inviting the ancestor to possess him was incredibly useful. Seeing that the distorted monsters had no effect on the demonic dwarves, the evil demon Bruno was enraged. Useless. The next moment, countless fleshy tentacles suddenly sprouted from his body. These fleshy tentacles burrowed into the distorted monsters' bodies like parasites, and the next moment, the distorted monsters were frozen in place. Then, their flesh and blood began to blend, and pale bones separated and took shape from the flesh, and deformed organs grew wildly among the flesh like weeds. In a matter of moments, the distorted monsters targeted by the fleshy tentacles transformed into a monstrous giant over 10 meters tall. This giant's body was covered in pale bone scales, and beneath them, flesh and blood surged like waves. It was obvious that this giant possessed the strength to move mountains. The demon Bruno flew to the distorted giant's side. The next moment, the bone scales parted, flesh and blood surged, and a massive heart appeared before him. He approached the heart, and countless tiny fleshy tentacles sprouted from his entire body. These fleshy tentacles connected to the heart, instantly merging Bruno and the heart into one. Richard raised an eyebrow and raised his hand. 3 members of the witch-hunting team immediately joined the dwarves, leaving only Makar to guard Richard. He himself, holding a mithril staff, raised his hand and unleashed massive black fireballs. The fireballs exploded, and the surging flames instantly cleared a large area of distorted monsters. Boom! Suddenly, a heartbeat resembling the beating of a drum echoed in everyone's ears. Soon after, they felt their bodies begin to lose control. The cells within them seemed to have developed a consciousness of their own, attempting to break free from their body's confinement and freely develop into the vast world outside. Realizing this, Richard remained expressionless. A powerful mental force, beginning from his head, instantly washed over his body. To counter such disruptions to the rules, a strong mental force and unwavering will were the best defenses. The distorted monster was now completely engulfed in incandescent flames. Richard and his group's only targets now were the distorted giant before them, and the demon Bruno within it. You traitors! I am the king of the magic dwarves. I could have united the entire magic dwarf race and led you to an eternal paradise, where you could enjoy everlasting happiness and eternal life. But you betrayed me. You used despicable means to drive me here, repeatedly murdering your king. Today, it's time to set things right. The aberrant giant roared in a distorted rage and slammed his fist into the magic dwarf army. Boom! A massive sonic boom pounded everyone's eardrums. The aberrant giant's punch actually broke the sound barrier. The dwarf army instantly scattered. In the past, the magic dwarves had slain the demon Bruiner numerous times. Those magic dwarves, who had achieved such great feats, naturally joined the magic dwarf king in their afterlife. At this moment, the experience of these heroes immediately led all the dwarves to the right decision. 12 golden-armored dwarves, clutching their long-handled warhammers, moved with the agility of cats. As they dispersed, the golden-armored dwarves struck the aberrant giant's wrist with their warhammers. The next moment, a loud cracking sound filled everyone's ears. The aberrant giant's wrist bones were instantly shattered by the golden-armored dwarves. The aberrant giant's fist was pinned to the ground by the 12 golden-armored dwarves. 36 dwarf warriors then followed up with a blow. 36 jets of flame, like the roar of a fire dragon, enveloped the aberrant giant's fist. Although the aberrant giant's defenses were stronger than those of ordinary aberrant monsters, it was still nothing more than fuel in the face of the flame jets. At the same time, the 3 armored fire lizards also displayed their terrifying combat power. These battle-hardened fire lizard warriors saw the giant's weakness almost instantly the moment the golden-armored dwarf locked his fist. Like 3 bolts of black lightning, they surged up the giant's arm and onto its shoulder at speeds imperceptible to the naked eye. Then, with a roar, the chain's words cleaved the giant's arm almost instantly. The fire lizard's flamethrowers burned the severed arm, and a terrifying, incandescent flame instantly spread across half the giant's body. Roar! The deformed giant roared, its flesh and blood surging in fury. The incandescent flames, previously invincible against flesh and blood, were extinguished by the surging flesh. The dwarf team instantly split into 6 groups. Led by a level 3 golden-armored dwarf, these magic dwarves soared through the air and charged towards the deformed giant's torso. The 3 fire lizards, meanwhile, charged towards the giant's other arm. Countless fleshy tentacles erupted from the aberrant giant, lashing the charging dwarves like whips. These tentacles were also perforated, from which streams of highly corrosive digestive fluid gushed out, raining down upon the dwarves. In the past, this method would have severely injured at least a third of the dwarves. But after Richard's improved armor, these digestive fluids were nothing more than water to the dwarves. Ha! A golden-armored dwarf swung his warhammer, its powerful head instantly crushing the tentacles that stood in his way into a pulp. He then grasped the long-handled warhammer with one hand and, with the other, aimed the flamethrower at his waist at the aberrant giant's chest. Bang! White flames erupted from the muzzle, instantly reducing the aberrant giant's chest to charcoal. At the same time, the other dwarves also took their positions, their flamethrowers aimed at the aberrant giant's torso. Boom! 48 jets of flame instantly reduced the aberrant giant's chest to charcoal. The demon Bruno, who had been hiding there, preparing for a sneak attack, was instantly revealed. You traitors! Seeing he had been discovered, the demon Bruno made no move to hide. With a flash of his body, he suddenly appeared before a dwarf warrior. With a sturdy right arm, he swung his flesh hammer. With a loud bang, the dwarf warrior was instantly set flying. But Bruno's face showed no trace of joy. Judging from the feel of the hammer, this mere level 2 dwarf warrior hadn't been killed by his blow. This would have been absolutely impossible before. His gaze suddenly turned to Richard, who was watching the show from a distance. Richard looked at him and yawned with boredom. Makar, you go help too. Activate combat mode and finish it off quickly. Yes, sir. Makar bowed his head to Richard and then disappeared beside him. Sir, we've been told to activate combat mode. Don't be stingy with your energy. Makar's voice echoed through the communication system to the other 3 fire lizards, whose expressions suddenly changed as they battled the deformed giant's arm. Kava said excitedly, Hee hee, it seems these dwarves are destined to be unable to kill their enemies. Buzz. With a humming sound, the 4 members of the witch hunting team instantly activated combat mode. Battle amplification, activated. Chapter 315. Combat mode, one of several modes within the mechanic type 1 individual armor. Only with combat mode activated can the individual armor worn by the salamander truly be called individual armor. Without it, the salamander's armor is indistinguishable from the armor worn by a dwarf. As combat mode activated, a vast amount of magic flowed through the armor's inner mithril circuits. Tree patterns and runes began to illuminate, and surging power flowed through the armor's power components. Instantly, the entire armor seemed to come alive. Ha, this is truly divine armor. Kava laughed and moved. In the next instant, the 4 members of the witch hunting team surrounded the demon Bruno. Their chain's words were fully activated, their humming blades swirling with arcs of blue-purple energy. Buzz, the roaring chain's words sliced through most of the demon Bruno's body with almost no resistance. This wound, fatal to ordinary creatures, was no more than a scratch on the skin of the demon Bruno. His deformed right arm continued to swing the flesh hammer, paying no heed to the chain's words severing his head. Bang! Miss Hayne was knocked back slightly by the blow, leaving a noticeable dent in the armor plating she used to defend herself against the blow. This was the first time the Mechanic Eye armor had sustained such severe damage since it was forged. Switch weapons. This guy is suited to blunt force and fire. Makar's calm voice echoed through the communication system. Almost instantly, the witch hunters placed their chain's words in their back slots and then swung their fists. Bang! The sonic boom echoed again, but this time, it came from Makar. Enhanced by his armor, Makar's blow was as powerful as thunder, his iron fist instantly shattering the healed head of Bruno the demon. Bang! The flamethrowers on his armored arms activated, and a massive jet of flame instantly reduced Bruno the demon's shattered head to ash. Clang! The flesh hammer swung again, knocking Makar back 2 steps. It seemed that the loss of his head wasn't a big deal for Bruno the demon. But the 3 fists that followed taught Bruno the demon a lesson. Can you survive without your head? Then smash your entire body to pieces. The witch hunter's iron fists rained down on Bruno the demon. Enhanced by their armor, their power even surpassed the golden dwarf's long-handled hammer. Before the demon Bruiner could figure out what was happening, its deformed form was crushed into a writhing mass by the witch hunting team's iron fists. Watching Bruiner being so easily dispatched, Richard looked at the high priest and asked, somewhat puzzled, is this all he can do? Or is he plotting something? Faced with Richard's doubts, the high priest explained awkwardly, Master, the most troublesome aspect of dealing with this demon is the tidal wave of deformed monsters. In the past, before the decisive battle even began, nearly half of our warriors would be killed by those deformed monsters. The remaining warriors were also wounded and exhausted. In the past battles against Bruiner, the dwarves relied on their skills, honed through years of combat, and their iron will. These 2 items were the final bulwarks of the demonic dwarves, enabling them to face the demon Bruiner after surviving the tidal wave of aberrations. But the flamethrower was far more effective than willpower and skill. The once formidable tidal wave of aberrations was reduced to a pile of firewood by the flamethrower's power. The thorny path that once required an iron will and battle-honed skills was transformed into a smooth path by the flamethrower's jets of flame. But this battle was indeed a little too smooth. The demon Bruiner possessed the power of rules bestowed upon him by the demons. In the past, many warriors had been corrupted by his power and transformed into aberrations. The high priest continued. But perhaps it was simply because your squire was too powerful. Level 3 creatures often require some time to activate the rules, but this demon has no such time. Richard nodded thoughtfully, then returned his gaze to the battlefield. On the battlefield, the demon Bruno, hammered into a pulp, was being incinerated by the witch hunting team's flamethrowers. But his regeneration speed seemed to have intensified after losing his form. The witch hunting team's flamethrowers could only suppress it, not completely eliminate it. Cavil suddenly turned to the stunned demon dwarves and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Get your flamethrowers out." With that, the witch hunting team dispersed, making room for the demon dwarves. Then, 52 jets of flame instantly transformed the remains of the demon Bruno into a fireball. Still a level 3 creature, no matter how strong his regeneration abilities were, the demon Bruno could not withstand such firepower. In less than 5 minutes, the remains of the demon Bruno were reduced to a pool of charred charcoal. Richard, staff in hand, walked over to the charcoal. After confirming there was no flesh or blood inside, he scratched his head in confusion. It doesn't look like there's anything we need to do. The high priest approached Richard, his expression equally bewildered. The divination had predicted Richard's use of fire to purify the demon Bruno, but now several of Richard's subordinates, along with the magic dwarves, had eliminated him. This clearly didn't match the divination. But the divination's result represented a certain future, and this had never been contradicted. Richard dug his staff into the charcoal a few times, and suddenly, a dark red gem emerged from the charcoal. The moment they saw the gem, the surrounding magic dwarves suddenly became dazed, and even the high priest was not spared. The closest one actually bent down to pick up the gem. It looks like the case is solved. Richard stopped the dwarf, who was about to pick up the gem, and covered it with charcoal. Master, what did you say? The high priest seemed unaware of his recent trance, looking at Richard with some confusion. Richard said nothing more as rune chains emerged from his body, sealing the dark red ruby obscured by the charcoal. Look at this. You haven't seen this before, have you? Richard used his magic to suspend the sealed dark red ruby in the air. Several nearby demon dwarves once again lost their focus. But this time, the high priest's mind remained intact. Noticing the demon dwarf's condition, the high priest instantly understood the meaning of Richard's words. So the demon's resurrection relies entirely on this thing. The high priest walked over to several dazed demon dwarves and slapped them awake. The awakened demon dwarves rubbed their cheeks in confusion, completely unaware of what they had just experienced. The high priest turned to Richard and bowed slightly. Master, please accept this item. I believe the divination's results may not be realized at this moment. Perhaps your future experiments will incinerate and purify the evil demon. Richard agreed that this made sense. Divination only reveals the results, not the process. If this gem is truly the demon Bruno's means of resurrecting him, then Richard's future experiments to purify it by burning it could indeed be considered the incineration of the demon Bruno. Divination results often carry certain intentions, so this explanation makes sense. Richard took the sealed gem and prepared to put it into his magic pocket. But for unknown reasons, the gem suddenly transformed into a pool of blood the moment it approached Richard. The blood instantly dissolved Richard's seal and, with lightning speed, penetrated Richard's body. Instantly, a flash of red light was seen. The next moment, a deformed figure appeared in his soul space. Ha ha! After all these years, these dwarves have finally summoned a wizard. The figure of the evil demon Bruno appeared in Richard's soul space, a blood-red color centered on him, rapidly spreading throughout the soul space. In a blink of an eye, half of Richard's soul space was infected. This transformation indicated that Richard's soul was being invaded. If allowed to continue, Richard's soul would soon be completely infested by the evil demon Bruno, becoming part of him. But Richard's expression remained unchanged. In the soul dimension, Richard's spirit projection observed the demon Bruno with interest. It seems the flesh cancer's abilities extend beyond disordered growth. I was wondering, if it were only disordered growth, how could such a commotion have occurred back then? Seeing Richard's composure, the demon Bruno felt a surge of alarm. At this point, his soul was connected to Richard's, and he understood Richard's emotions perfectly. Richard wasn't feigning composure. He truly felt confident. Wizard, what are you playing at? A trick? Richard smiled. You find out soon. With that, the demon Bruno's expression suddenly changed. He stared at Richard in horror, roaring, "What the hell is in your soul?" Out of thin air, a furnace materialized. Colorless flames erupted from the furnace's mouth, and the demon Bruno instantly transformed into a torch. The miracle forge had merged with Richard's soul. This transformation, a cuckoo usurping the magpie's nest, was no different from a direct invasion of the miracle forge. If it weren't for this, Ulysses wouldn't have been so easily intimidated by Richard. Who the hell are you? How could your soul contain such a thing? The demon Bruno's form rapidly shrank in the flames, his shrill screams echoing throughout the soul space. Richard pointed at himself and smiled. Me? I'm just an ordinary wizard. An ordinary wizard? What ordinary wizard's soul could have such a thing? In regret and despair, the demon Bruno's entire form was completely refined by the flames. Then, the colorless flames followed the demon Bruno's erosion, refining any remaining traces before returning to the furnace. The miracle furnace returned to calm, and Richard approached the demon Bruno. At that moment, a ball of colorful light was floating above it. Richard devoured it, and instantly, a sense of enlightenment washed over him. This feeling was familiar to Richard. It was exactly the same feeling he had felt when he had previously devoured the rules. Furthermore, Richard could sense that the flesh and blood rules, the gestation rules, and the nightmare rules within his body were all undergoing changes at that moment. It was as if the rules contained in this ball of light were interconnected with these rules. In a cryptic way, Richard seemed to see the flesh and blood rules transform into a tentacle, the gestation rules into a tiny mother insect god, and the nightmare rules into a puppet holding a knife. The newly absorbed rules transformed into a throbbing tumor and a shimmering crystal worm. These rules intertwined. The flesh tentacles and the mother worm god were originally intertwined, but after the growth, they both became tumorous growths. The nightmare rules and the crystal worms intertwined, the crystal worms like amber, enveloping the knife-wielding puppet. Richard could sense that although these rules were intertwined and even interconnected, the boundaries between them were clearly defined. This discovery deepened Richard's understanding of the rules. Rules can easily intertwine, but they will never easily merge. After a long moment, Richard emerged from this vision, muttering, "Distortion rules, soul rules. This time, I've gained quite a bit." Chapter 316. Just as Richard was immersed in the wondrous sensation of devouring the rules, his flesh underwent a drastic transformation under the influence of the blood. While the demon Bruno's soul had not yet vanished, the blood, guided by the rules, continued to devour Richard's energy like a cancer, transforming into flesh and blood that gradually replaced Richard's original flesh. But as the demon Bruno's soul was incinerated into nothingness by the miracle furnace, the rules he had gained from the flesh cancer were also taken by Richard. The situation was instantly reversed. Richard's flesh, blessed by the rules, began to frantically absorb the cancerous flesh, while without the rules' blessing, the cancerous flesh was powerless to resist. In a matter of moments, the blood, along with the flesh it had grown, was completely devoured by Richard's flesh. And this was only the beginning. The entanglement of the rules granted Richard a new ability. Cocooning. Richard now possesses an ability similar to the cocooning of insects. After sustaining serious injuries, he uses this cocooning to sustain himself. In normal circumstances, Richard can also choose to cocoon himself to achieve his metamorphosis. This metamorphosis requires a primer, similar to a medicinal agent. Once the transformation begins, Richard's body will begin to evolve. This evolution is similar to that of an adaptive body, but even more intense. The blood that carried the demon Bruno was a primer. That blood contained the essence of the flesh cancer that had seeped out of its seal over the years, containing a vast amount of evolutionary material. The flesh cancer not only replicated its own body indiscriminately, but also possessed the ability to cause cell mutations. This is similar to evolution. After consuming the bloody mass, rich in evolutionary material, Richard's body began to ooze white filaments. This immediately made the nearby witch-hunting team nervous. "Damn it!" Kava shouted angrily. He turned to look at the equally bewildered magic dwarves and gritted his teeth. "Listen, you purple-skinned dwarves, if anything happens to the master, I will absolutely..." Bang! An iron fist cut Kava's subsequent threat short. Makar retracted his fist and bowed slightly to the high priest. "Apologies, my companion was a bit too aggressive." The high priest waved his hand, indicating that it was all right. "I understand your feelings. The current situation is indeed a bit strange. If you all trust me, I will speak to the Magic Dwarf King and have him see Master Richard's condition. Then I trouble you, Master." The high priest, clutching the golden staff, muttered to himself. The previous battle had consumed a considerable amount of his faith, and the Dwarven King had already fallen into a dormant state. However, in order to see Richard's condition clearly, he had to awaken him, even if he was asleep. Whether out of Richard's gratitude to the Dwarven King, or the 4 angry fire lizards before him, he had to do this. Soon, a glimmer suddenly flashed in the high priest's eyes. He stared wide, examining Richard intently. The fire lizards standing beside him felt as if they had been thoroughly scrutinized. After a moment, the glimmer faded, and the high priest slowly spoke. "Everyone, there is nothing wrong with Master Richard. On the contrary, he is undergoing a transformation, one that is extremely beneficial to him. You all just need to wait here." Makar was stunned for a moment, then bowed his head and replied, "Thank you, Master." The white threads on Richard's body grew longer and longer, finally wrapping him tightly into an oval shape. Then, the threads began to expand outward, covering the ground like a blanket. These threads had no parasitic properties. Their sole purpose was to absorb as much energy as possible from the air. Streams of magic flowed through the threads and into Richard's body. The witch-hunting team avoided the threads, and the magic dwarves chose not to leave either. They stood by, quietly waiting for the transformation to end. The threads grew longer and longer, eventually covering an area as large as a football field. They continuously absorbed energy from the air, even creating gusts of magical breeze in the canyon. The crowd. Everyone could sense that Richard's body was undergoing a profound transformation. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time flew by like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, it was the 20th year of Richard's transformation. For all these years, the witch-hunting team and the magic dwarves had not left the mountains. For them, the environment at the foot of the mountains, while somewhat harsh, was not impassable. The magic dwarves were all strong-minded individuals. To ascertain the fate of their benefactor, waiting in one place for 20 years was no big deal. Before Richard's white cocoon, the high priest sat cross-legged in midair. Suddenly, the high priest opened his eyes. At the same time, Makar arrived at his side. Master Richard is about to awaken. As the high priest finished speaking, a delicate white hand broke through the cocoon, and then, the shell ripped apart, revealing a black-robed wizard looking around in a daze. What are these on me? Richard looked around in bewilderment. In his memory, after absorbing the rules, he had watched the illusion of the rules for a long time. Then the illusion of the rules disappeared, and he withdrew from the mental space. As soon as he emerged, he realized that his body was like a volcano, ready to break through to the third ring wizard at any moment. He spent some time suppressing this urge to break through, and then tore open the cocoon that blocked his view. But the scene before him seemed to differ slightly from his memory. He flew out of the cocoon, saw the white silk on the ground, and the cocoon behind him, and quickly deduced his state. I've cocooned? Richard frowned slightly, turning to ask Makar beside him, how long have I been sleeping? 20 years, 3 months, and 7 days. So long, Richard said in surprise. He had thought he had only slept for a few months, or even a few years. But he hadn't expected his transformation to last for 20 years. 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Richard felt the world had gone mad. Richard remained silent for a long time, finally accepting this helpless reality. Though 20 years seemed long, and even violated his soul contract with the Academy, his gains were even more astonishing. Aside from the rules and acquired abilities, his physical fitness had reached 199.9 during this transformation, reaching the limit of a second-ring wizard. This had at least saved him thousands of years of hard work. And he was still poised for a breakthrough. His life core had become extremely active during the transformation, and he could advance to a third-ring wizard at any moment. A 3-ring wizard over 400 years old, this was unheard of in the history of the wizarding world. But Richard didn't choose to break through. This was the result of careful consideration. Breaking through later wouldn't be a big deal. But if he did, there would be a serious mismatch between his mental power and physical constitution. Although there was a backfeeding effect, his combat effectiveness would be absolutely unreliable for at least the next few decades. There are 2 types of mismatch between mental power and physical constitution. One is when the mental power is too strong and the physical body is too weak. Wizards in this state must live with extreme caution, as the slightest carelessness could trigger forces their bodies cannot withstand, leading to physical damage or even annihilation. The other is when the mental power is too weak and the physical body is too strong. This situation is even worse, as it prevents the wizard from having precise control over his body. This means that Richard could easily create a large dent in the ground with 1 foot, or crush someone's bones with a handshake. Even the return of magic power can be absorbed by the body, because the energy absorbed by the body's cells exceeds the energy generated by the mental power. The greater the gap between mental power and physical fitness, the more intense this reaction will be. Richard currently only has 123 points of mental power. If he rashly becomes a third-ring wizard, it's unclear how much of that power he can unleash. Maintaining his peak second-ring state is absolutely the best solution for Richard right now. 20 years is 20 years. It's just a sudden thing. With a sigh, Richard turned to look at the high priest. I didn't expect the high priest to be waiting here. I'm truly ashamed. The high priest waved his hand, smiling. It's no problem. It only take 20 years. As long as Master is alright, even waiting 200 years won't be a problem. Judging from Master's current condition, I believe the evil demon has been completely slain. Richard's mind flashed back to the image of Bruno, the evil demon incinerated by the colorless flames of the miracle furnace, and he nodded slightly. The divination was correct. The evil demon was indeed purified by my flames. The high priest clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Behind him, a shadowy figure of a demon dwarf slowly emerged. Thank you, Master. The high priest's voice and the shadowy figure's voice overlapped, sounding sacred and solemn. Richard responded with the same courtesy. There's no need for that. We each gain what we need. It's a win-win situation. Richard emerged from his cocoon, and there was no need for them to remain in the mountains. Richard burned the remaining white silk to ash, ensuring that no trace of exploitable agents remained. The witch-hunting team also removed their armor and entered Richard's synthetic beast pocket. Richard then returned to the surface with the demon dwarf. After confirming the death of the demon Bruno, the demon dwarfs began their campaign to eliminate the aberrant monsters. Over the course of 20 years, they had nearly eliminated all the aberrant monsters, which had become rootless. Without the demon Bruno as their spokesperson outside the sealed flesh cancer had to expend considerable effort to transform a creature into a deformer. The speed of his transformation was far slower than the speed of the demon dwarf's killing. The high priest said he planned to gradually reopen the ancient fortresses, and the magic dwarves would monitor the flesh cancer until he died within his seal. Richard could only sigh at this situation. Why would the flesh cancer invade any other race? But these vengeful and stubborn magic dwarves? After exiting the mines, Richard said goodbye to the high priest and prepared to return to the Black Tower Wizard Academy to resolve the contract issue. It didn't matter if the contract was lost. With the relationship between his teacher and Eric's, he could renew it. The war still had 20 years to go. If he performed well during these 20 years, he would still receive the rewards after the war. However, the high priest stopped Richard and brought several magic dwarf warriors and several female magic dwarves to Richard's side. "Master, I would like you to take them out of this world." Richard frowned and addressed the high priest sternly. "High priest, you are the property of the Truth Wizard. I cannot possibly encroach upon the property of the great Truth Wizard." But the high priest shook his head. "Master, we are not the property of the great Truth Wizard. We are the property of the entire wizarding world." As he spoke, the high priest pulled a scroll from his bosom. Emblazoned on the corners were the insignias of the Towers of Truth, 5 in all. This meant that the scroll was jointly issued by all 5 Towers of Truth. The contents of the scroll were simple, describing a plan called the Wizarding World Ecological Restoration Plan. In this plan, the magic dwarves and several other intelligent races residing in the wizarding world were designated as vassal races of the wizards. Vassal races had the right to exist in the wizarding world and were protected by the laws of the Council of Truth. Aside from the regular payment of several taxes, including the blood tax and the prohibition of colonizing other worlds, these vassal races enjoyed the same rights as wizards. The high priest humbly said, "Master, I hope you will bring these vassals to the wizarding world to see our homeland. After that, whether you wish them to reproduce in the wizarding world or serve as your vassals is entirely up to you." Chapter 317. Looking at the sincere high priest, Richard considered it over and over again, ultimately accepting a few of them. The scroll bearing the seals of the 5 Towers of Truth could not be forged. As long as it was genuine, these magic dwarves could practically be considered non-staff wizards. In the absence of a crime, even the law enforcement wizards of the Ministry of Justice had no right to restrict a wizard's freedom. The high priest handed Richard a total of 30 magic dwarves, split evenly by gender, with all male dwarves reaching level 2 and all female dwarves reaching level 1. Richard temporarily prepared some suspended animation potion used by wizards for long-term storage of synthetic beasts and had the magic dwarves take it. These magic dwarves lacked combat effectiveness, and participating in the Academy War would only serve as cannon fodder. After taking the suspended animation potion, Richard placed the magic dwarves in the synthetic beasts' pockets and then left the magic dwarf settlement. It took Richard nearly 9 days to reach the magic dwarf settlement, but after leaving it, Richard flew at full speed and returned to his original hideout in less than half a day. Richard inspected the hideout and found signs of damage to the magic circle, indicating that the wizards from the Meteor Academy had finally discovered it. It seems even the best disguise can't withstand decades of searching. Richard entered the makeshift laboratory. Sure enough, the specimen he had casually left on the test bench had vanished. Richard shook his head and pulled the communication crystal ball from his pocket. After 10 years of cursed oppression and another 20 years of sleep, Richard was completely unaware of the current war situation. He needed to understand the war situation first. Opening the crystal ball, a dense stream of magical information popped out like popping beans. 30 years of accumulated magical information flashed for over 10 minutes before finally stopping. Richard selected some recent information and found that the war situation seemed grim. Over the past 30 years, nearly 2/3 of the outer academy of the Black Tower Wizard Academy had been captured, leaving only an inner ring of the academy still defending. If the inner ring were lost, the Black Tower Wizard Academy's core wizard tower would face the meteoric Star Wizard Academy's offensive. This would essentially end the war. The two great wizards didn't have any deep hatred, so occupying the outer academy was just a gesture. If they truly captured the core wizard tower, not to mention the Black Tower wizards, the 3 rings of the Black Tower Wizard Academy would also mobilize en masse. The war would then be far from the restrained situation it was currently facing. It seems like going back to renew my contract is going to be a hassle. If Richard wanted to go back and renew his contract, he would first have to pass through the outer ring of the academy, which was occupied by the Meteoric Wizard Academy. Then, he would have to pass through the inner ring of the Black Tower Wizard Academy, risking being treated as an enemy by the wizards of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Finally, Richard could enter the core wizard tower and renew his contract with Alex. This process sounds arduous, and if it were actually done, the difficulty could be imagined. But Richard didn't intend to give up on this idea. The Black Tower Grand Wizard's treasure trove was no random collection room. Even though the Grand Wizard of the Black Tower had only been a Grand Wizard for thousands of years, the collection he possessed was undoubtedly a treasure they had never seen before. If he missed this opportunity, Richard doubted he would ever encounter one again. Let's go observe the situation first. If the defenses are tight, forget it. Leaving their hiding place, Richard tucked the witch-hunting team into his synthesizer's pocket. With the 4 giants following behind, Richard had no chance of remaining unnoticed. After collecting them, Richard dug out a map from his pocket. After matching the directions he remembered, he flew eastward. 30 years of war had changed many things. The once majestic black walls surrounding the Black Tower Wizard Academy were now largely destroyed. The towering defensive spires had all collapsed in the wizards' battles. These defensive weapons were invaluable weapons for either side. Neither wizard would leave them to the other. Inside the walls, the remains of living fossil gargoyles practically covered the ground. These living fossil gargoyles, crafted by alchemists, had served as cannon fodder and auxiliary troops for the Black Tower Wizards over the past 30 years. With these weapons, the Black Tower Wizards were once able to maintain a level of balance against the Meteor Academy. But as the war dragged on, the number of gargoyles at the Black Tower Academy dwindled. The rate at which the alchemists could produce gargoyles far outstripped the rate at which they were consumed in the war. Standing on the hill outside the academy, Richard surveyed the ruined academy and couldn't help but sigh. Even if both sides tried to control the intensity of the war ultimately resulted in casualties. These wizards had survived the planar war, trampling over the corpses of so many natives, only to perish at the hands of their own people. And this was merely a sullen exchange between the 2 great wizards. If the 2 great wizards reconciled, then these lesser wizards, no matter how much hatred they had harbored towards each other during the war, would also have to shake hands and make peace. Perhaps soon, the 2 academies could fight side by side in the same world. Once bitter enemies, they would become close comrades in the blink of an eye. Unless one reached the level of a great wizard, one would always be a pawn in the wizarding world. After observing for a long time outside the academy, Richard finally determined that there were virtually no wizards outside the academy. All the wizards of Meteor Academy had gathered in the frontline area near the inner ring. This also gave Richard a clue. Richard muttered to himself, "It seems Meteor Academy isn't prepared for us expatriates." But that's understandable. While these expatriates are elite, their numbers are extremely small. Even if a few dozen second-ring wizards gathered together, it wouldn't change the tide of the war. Furthermore, if the wizards of Meteor Academy discovered the expatriates had returned, the wizards pinned down in Meteor Academy's home base would inevitably rush to reinforce the front lines. Then the situation on the Black Tower Academy's front lines would become even more unfavorable. Since they're unprepared, can I sneak in? Richard rubbed his chin and pulled a masked magic suit from his pocket. Although the war had been going on for 30 years, Richard was confident that the wizards of Meteor Academy wouldn't all know each other. As long as he acted naturally, he shouldn't be discovered for a while. All he had to do during this time was find a way to infiltrate the inner circle of Black Tower Academy. It was a risky plan. If discovered, Richard would surely be hunted by the wizards of Meteor Academy. Furthermore, he couldn't release the witch-hunting team while he was infiltrating. A wizard trailed by a giant alchemical golem would be too conspicuous. If Richard hadn't reached the peak of a second-ring wizard's physique and gained the ability known as telepathy after devouring the soul rule, he wouldn't have dared to carry out such a risky plan. Donning his mask, Richard quietly entered the now-reduced Black Tower Wizard Academy. The once fortified defenses had been reduced to rubble by 30 years of war. Richard, relying on his cloak of concealer, moved cautiously through the ruins, making no unnecessary movements. Soon, Richard spotted a wizard from the Meteor Academy. He was a first-ring alchemist, currently repairing his alchemical puppet. It was an 8-legged, spider-like creature, its dark gold shell densely engraved with runes. 8 crystal eyes, perched atop its head, glowed a dangerous red. The puppet was severely damaged, for of its 8 mechanical legs shattered by the magic. Its protective armor bore huge dents, and cracks appeared in some places. Through the cracks, one could see the intricate, damaged structure within. If Richard had judged it, the puppet was essentially beyond repair. It would have been easier to simply rebuild it. But the first ring wizard clearly disagreed. He continued his futile repairs, even using a crystal ball to summon help. The helper was a second ring wizard, apparently the first ring wizard's teacher. Upon his arrival, the second ring wizard harshly reprimanded the first ring wizard. Then, taking a look at the damaged alchemical puppet, he shared Richard's assessment. This puppet isn't worth repairing. Dismantle the parts and melt down the remaining pieces for recycling. The first level wizard felt a little disappointed, but his teacher had already made his judgment, so he could only obey. Not necessarily. A voice stopped the first level wizard in his tracks. He turned around and saw a black-robed wizard with a silver mask slowly emerging from the ruins. Who are you? The second level wizard, staff in hand, eyed Richard warily. Who else could I be? Could I be a wizard from the Black Tower Academy? Richard's voice carried a subtle, magical power that caused the two wizards to involuntarily ignore any abnormalities in Richard. This was the power generated by the interaction between the soul rule and the nightmare rule within Richard's body. Psychic guidance. This power doesn't directly affect a person's mind. It subtly influences their imagination. For example, Richard's words led the two wizards to conclude that Richard must be a wizard from the Meteoric Academy. This change is subtle, yet its effects are far more terrifying than those spells of the Soul School that directly manipulate the mind. Once a person makes a decision, they involuntarily seek justification for it and ignore any evidence that could refute it. The first ring wizard respectfully asked, "Master, do you think my puppet can be repaired?" Richard nodded slightly. Of course it can, but it's a bit more complicated. But why repair it? Wouldn't it be easier to simply reshape the outer shell, remove the damaged structures within, and transform this 8-legged alien puppet into a 4-legged one? The first level wizard was stunned upon hearing this, then fell into deep thought. But his teacher, with his vast knowledge, responded directly after hearing Richard's suggestion, "Master, your knowledge is vast, but this transformation is a bit too difficult for us." Difficult? Yeah. How about this? You sell me the puppet, Richard said slowly. At this time, we should try to avoid wasting resources. The second level wizard was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then looked at the student beside him. Your puppet, you decide. The first level wizard hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, 200 magic essences. Master, if you are willing, please buy it. Richard said nothing, then pulled 200 magic essences from his pocket and exchanged them for the alchemical puppet. After receiving the puppet, Richard didn't hold back and directly removed the alchemical puppet's outer shell in front of the two wizards. He then quickly dismantled the structures inside, which would make ordinary people dizzy at the mere sight of them. The alchemical puppet's structure was complex, but this was a sign of poor craftsmanship. Complexity meant vulnerability and difficulty in maintenance. After removing the damaged parts, Richard couldn't help but look up and ask, "How did you make a first-level puppet so complicated?" The first-level wizard looked ashamed, and the second-level wizard sighed helplessly. Richard slightly modified the remaining usable parts, removing most of the redundant components. He then reshaped the outer shell and reattached the 4 intact mechanical legs. Soon, a 4-legged alien puppet was complete. The entire process took less than half an hour. After watching it all, even the second-level wizard couldn't help but exclaim, "The master's technique is truly astonishing." While he could have made such modifications, he didn't think he could simplify his student's defense paper so quickly. Controlling the 4-legged puppet, Richard naturally walked towards the meteoric wizard's position. The two wizards naturally conjured up a suitable identity for Richard. "Master, you've come to support us, haven't you? What do you think?" Chapter 318. Richard's infiltration, or rather, his legitimate entry, was a complete success. When Richard and two wizards from Meteoric Academy entered the wizard rest area, almost none of the wizards noticed anything amiss with Richard. The two wizards beside Richard greatly enhanced his abilities. If his companions were chatting and laughing with this wizard, then this wizard must also be his companion. This seemingly logical thought made Richard's spiritual guidance even more effective. Among the wizards present, only a few second-ring wizards had some doubts about Richard's arrival. However, these second-ring wizards did not directly question him, as questioning their teammates' identities was undoubtedly offensive. They had never imagined that a wizard from the Black Tower Academy would so brazenly approach them and chat and laugh with their teammates. "Master Makar, your mastery of alchemical mechanics is truly astounding. After the war, I will definitely invite you to my laboratory." Richard's two apprentices were Peter and Marcus. Peter, as the master, casually chatted with Richard about alchemical mechanics on the way. As the conversation deepened, Peter became increasingly impressed by Richard's astonishing mastery of alchemical mechanics. Richard's approach to solving certain alchemical problems, revealed in the conversation, diverged significantly from the prevailing alchemical approaches and imbued with an exotic charm. This benefited Peter immensely. So, even though Richard revealed himself to be an alchemical wizard from the flesh and blood school, Peter still decided to invite Richard to his laboratory after the war. "Master Peter, you're too kind. Your expertise in alchemical machinery far surpasses mine. I simply lack a mentor, so my approach to problem solving is somewhat peculiar." Listening to Richard's modest response, Peter felt even more strongly that this second-level wizard, who had come to support them, was a man of profound learning. He had seen too many half-baked individuals who claimed to be knowledgeable. Only those who are truly knowledgeable realize the depth of their own ignorance. The two chatted as they entered the lounge on the first floor of the rest area. The rest area of Meteor Academy was a relatively intact defensive tower. Only the spire, the most important part, was missing, while the main structure remained intact. The alchemists of Meteor Academy had made some minor repairs and transformed the tower into a rest area for the Meteor Academy wizards. Wizards returning from the front lines could enjoy a moment of peace and quiet here. "Everyone, this Master Makar is a second-ring wizard transferred from another position to replace the fallen Master Luluin." Shortly after entering the rest area, Peter announced Richard's identity to the wizards there. With Peter's announcement, the wizards present suddenly understood, and even the few remaining second-ring wizards dispelled their doubts. The Meteor Academy had at least 100,000 wizards participating in the war, and a considerable number of them were experienced wizards. Therefore, it was normal to see some unfamiliar faces among the wizards. "I thought the Academy wasn't planning to send wizards here. It seems they're still thinking about us," a second-ring elemental wizard laughed. Richard simply smiled at this. The most important aspect of spiritual guidance is imagination, and at this point, the more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. Richard's reaction didn't register with the other wizards. There were countless wizards with eccentric personalities, but Richard's was completely unremarkable. Richard followed Peter to his lounge, where his student Marcus was punished by copying his introduction to alchemical mechanics. Peter felt a little irritated at the thought of being humiliated in front of so many people. Entering the lounge, Richard casually chatted with Peter about the war situation. "Ah, why did you have to give us so many years' notice about the Academy war? Those wizards at Black Tower Academy knew about it in advance and built the Academy like a hedgehog. It took them 30 years to capture the outer ring. The inner ring, which was the most secure, took 3 years to capture, and they couldn't even secure a single building. If this keeps up, we're going to have a real fight." Peter seemed very pessimistic about the outcome of the war. "Hey, it's mainly because they're not allowed to use the strategic magic equipment," Richard complained. "I heard from the White Wizard that there's a guild out there selling a strategic magic equipment called the Spell Support Vehicle. It's said that it can deliver the same concentrated spell fire as the White Wizard Legion." Peter waved his hands repeatedly when he heard Richard's words. "Master, you definitely haven't fully understood this thing. The president of the guild that's selling this thing you're talking about is right across from us. If it worked, we'd probably be defending the Academy right now." "Oh, really?" "Sigh, the disparity between wizards is truly enormous. I heard that one of the presidents of that guild is a second-ring wizard. We're both second-ring wizards, and I've worked hard for most of my life, but I haven't earned as much as they've earned in hundreds of years." Richard's mouth twitched, and he quickly changed the subject. "What kind of magic do the defenders of our position specialize in? This will give me a countermeasure for the attack later." "What kind?" "The strongest one on the opposite side is a transmutation wizard, particularly skilled in fire magic. He also possesses a type of flame similar to a curse spell. Master Luluin, who died in battle, was burned to ashes by that cursed flame." Hearing this description, Richard's eyes suddenly lit up. "Isn't that cursed flame? It seems the wizard he'd be facing must be Susanna's student." Susanna didn't have many students. After becoming a wizard, Susanna tacitly accepted Richard and Ellie's relationship, and Richard also got to know 2 of Susanna's former students. If those 2 students have good memories, his return shouldn't be a major problem. "Okay, I've made a note. Anything else to keep in mind?" Not much. The remaining second-ring wizards aren't very special. They're just ordinary wizards." Peter winked at Richard. Richard knew without hesitation that there was something fishy going on. "We've been fighting for 3 years. Only last time did Master Luluin act rashly and be burned to death by the opposing wizard. But Master Luluin was also traumatized. His student had been killed not long ago, and his soul box hadn't received its soul intact. He considered that student his successor, And yet, he died just like that. Alas, may this ridiculous war end soon. After hearing this, Richard had a better understanding of the actual situation. The third ring wizards on both sides tacitly refrained from attacking, while the second ring wizards on both sides also tacitly coordinated their efforts. Only the first ring wizards, the largest group with a vastly different upper and lower limits, fought to the death on the battlefield. Richard speculated that the Black Tower Academy's bottom line was the inner ring. If the inner ring was breached, the three-ring wizards firmly seated in the central Black Tower would likely take action. That's why, after going mad, Master Luluin ordered Susanna's students to perpetually reduce their mental strength and incinerate him with cursed flames. Okay, with this information, I have a better idea. Richard stood up and pulled a crystal ball from his pocket. Master, please leave me your contact information. After the war is over, I go see your research. Okay, after the war is over, please do me the honor of visiting. Richard left the lounge and, guided by several wizards, arrived at Master Luluin's lounge. Richard held his position, and naturally enjoyed his privileges. Entering the room, Richard released Makar. Although he had successfully infiltrated, his identity was somewhat awkward. If the Meteor Academy truly sent wizards, his imposter status would surely be exposed. At that time, he would most likely have fought his way out. After releasing Makar, Richard donned his personal armor and had him activate closed mode. In closed mode, Makar looked no different from an alchemical golem, perfectly suiting his current identity. In the lounge, the wizards were discussing Richard, who had just arrived. Although Richard hadn't displayed much power in the hall, his vigorous life force already betrayed his strength. A second-level wizard on the verge of breaking through to the third level, the wizards were curious about where he had been transferred from. Squeak! The door to the lounge opened, and a second-level wizard in a black robe entered. The moment they saw the second-ring wizard, all the wizards in the hall stopped talking. Why is there another second-ring wizard? The second-ring wizard who had just entered couldn't help but look towards the source of the voice with curiosity. Another second-ring wizard? Could there be another second-ring wizard here? Several second-ring wizards in the hall frowned slightly, and one of them said, Master, you've come to the wrong position. Reinforcements have arrived for our position. Arrived? The newly arrived second-ring wizard was a little surprised. He pulled a crystal map from his pocket and carefully checked his position on it. Yes, isn't this position 219? The wizards present were stunned. They were indeed at position 219, but if this wizard was the reinforcement, then what about Richard who had just arrived? Several second-ring wizards looked at each other, wondering if the previous one had taken a wrong turn. Then it's probably that master who just arrived, one second-ring wizard said. I go up and call him down. The new second-ring wizard nodded, but a puzzled thought remained in his heart. The academy has transferred a second-ring wizard from the rear? Isn't he the only second-ring wizard sent to the front lines? Soon, there was a knock on Richard's lounge door. A voice came from outside. Master, have you come to the wrong position? Another master has arrived, claiming to be reinforcement. Richard, who had just finished helping Makar put on his armor, felt a pang of anxiety. He had just gotten in, and now he ran into the real deal. But Richard didn't panic. He led Makar to the door, calmly opened it, and feigned confusion, asking, another one? Which position is this? The second-ring wizard who came to inquire didn't think twice, and immediately replied, 219. 219? Richard feigned surprise. I'm mistaken. I should have gone to the position next to yours. Hearing this, the second-ring wizard, though somewhat puzzled, wondered when a second-ring wizard had died in the position next door. But guided by his mind, he didn't dwell on it. He simply assumed the news hadn't reached him yet. I see. That's all right then. Richard feigned embarrassment and led Makar out of the room, preparing to leave. With Makar in tow, Richard and the second-ring wizard arrived at the lounge. The second-level wizard said to his companions, Master Makar has strayed into the wrong position. Everyone nodded in agreement. Thanks to their telepathic guidance, almost all wizards were unaware of the situation. Only the newly arrived second-level wizard remained fixed on Makar, standing behind Richard. Master, your iron golem looks so familiar to me. Chapter 319. Look familiar? Master, you must have seen it wrong. Richard was startled, but his expression remained calm, a hint of just the right amount of confusion flickering across his face. Master, I suppose we've never met before. Really? The newly arrived second-level wizard looked back and forth at Richard and Makar standing behind him, a hint of apology crossing his face. Then I guess I was mistaken. Richard smiled and led Makar out of the hall. As they passed the newly arrived second-level wizard, He caught a glimpse of the veins bulging in the right hand gripping his staff. This was a sign of extreme nervousness. Richard's expression remained unchanged, and he offered him a friendly smile. Then Richard opened the door, leaving Makar behind as he hurried out of the lounge. As he exited the door, Richard's expression suddenly changed, and he sped towards the inner circle. "Makar, protect me." "Yes, sir." In the lounge, upon noticing Richard had left, the second ring wizard's face suddenly changed. He shouted to the wizards in the hall, quickly informed the wizards on the front lines. "That guy just now wasn't one of us, he was a wizard sent from the Black Tower Academy. 30 years ago, this guy killed my team." The wizard coming from the rear was the wizard captain whose team had been killed by Richard, and who had survived thanks to the phylactery. "What?" The wizards in the hall's faces suddenly changed. A second ring wizard immediately took out his crystal ball and contacted Peter in the lounge. "Hey Peter, where did you meet the wizard who came with you? Do you know him?" "Ah? Master Makar? I met him in the outer ring, I don't know him." "What? What's the problem? Hello? Hello?" Peter's response brought a sudden silence to the hall, and the wizards present recalled the previous scene. Richard followed Peter in, chatting and laughing, and they surprisingly didn't have the slightest suspicion. "Notify the front. Notify the front." A second ring wizard picked up the crystal ball, and was about to inform the front of Richard's situation, but then an elderly second ring wizard restrained his hand. "Indeed, we must notify the front," the old wizard said slowly, "but we must clearly demonstrate this wizard's strength." When speaking, the old wizard placed particular emphasis on the words clear and strength. The wizard whose hand was restrained was somewhat confused, but seeing the old wizard's serious expression, he instantly understood what he meant. A man who could single-handedly slaughter an entire team of second-ring wizards would surely pay a heavy price if he rashly intercepted and surrounded them. Their current state was strong, so there was no need to cause unnecessary casualties. A second-ring wizard, his past was past, no big deal. This wasn't a plain war, we were all wizards, so there was no need for a life-and-death struggle. The other second-ring wizards understood the old wizard's intentions, and nodded slightly to the second-ring wizard who had contacted the front lines. They also agreed with the old wizard's opinion. The crystal ball quickly connected, and the second-ring wizard, with a serious expression, immediately announced, "Attention, front lines. An alchemist, who once slaughtered an entire wizard squad, is approaching from behind. Frontline, beware. An alchemist who once massacred an entire wizard team is approaching from behind." After hearing the messenger's emphasis on massacred an entire wizard team, the second-ring wizards on the front line instantly understood their meaning. "Understood, we make appropriate arrangements." Hearing this vague response from the front, several second-ring wizards couldn't help but smile knowingly. The newly arrived second-ring wizards watched this scene, somewhat bewildered, taking it for granted that Richard couldn't escape. "Masters, let's give chase. No matter how powerful that wizard is, he can't stop." "Master, what's your name?" A second-ring wizard interrupted. "My name is Zizek." "Master Zizek, your soul box must have been broken by that wizard back then. It's too dangerous to pursue him now." The second-ring wizards all set off. The wizard who had spoken addressed Zizek. "Let's do this kind of hunting. We all have soul boxes as insurance." Zizek had a vague feeling that this matter was far more complex than the wizard had suggested. The scene of his team's massacre flashed before his eyes, sending a chill down his spine. Could a second-ring wizard truly stop this wizard? He swallowed and gave the wizard salute to the second-ring wizards. "Then I trouble you, masters. Please be careful. That wizard's alchemical golem is very powerful." Richard, who was rushing to the inner ring, had no idea that the wizards from Meteor Academy had already decided to settle for a perfunctory task. At this moment, his nerves were on edge, constantly alert to his surroundings, fearing a dozen second-level wizards would emerge from the shadows and give him a beating. But after flying for a long time, he was about to reach the front line, and still no wizard appeared to intercept him. Could I have guessed wrong? Did that wizard not recognize me? Is there simply something wrong with his hand? Richard wondered, when suddenly a fireball blocked his path. Boom! The shockwave, carrying scattered elemental flames, slammed fiercely into the magic barrier. The fireball was not powerful, but it was enough to confirm to Richard that his identity had been discovered. But why was no one chasing him? Richard and Makar continued to fly, constantly bombarded with elemental spells like fireballs, ice arrows, and thunderbolts. Strangely, these spells were not very powerful. When they hit Richard's magic barrier, they didn't even cause a ripple. It was a complete formality. This was very puzzling. But despite Richard's confusion, his flight speed didn't slow at all. His figure streaked through the air like a meteor, the spells of the Meteor Academy wizards exploding around him like fireworks. Soon, Richard and Makar escaped the Meteor Academy's control zone and reached the center of the battlefield. This area had been razed to the ground by wizards from both sides, and any wizard attempting to infiltrate would be immediately detected. The wizards from the Black Tower Academy were momentarily stunned as they watched Richard, enveloped in the magical fireworks, and rapidly approaching the inner ring. What was going on? Is there a civil war on the other side? But before the wizards from the Black Tower Academy could react, Richard, with astonishing speed, plunged headfirst into the inner ring's trap zone. Rumble. A series of noises, sometimes loud and sometimes soft, erupted from the trap area, occasionally accompanied by bursts of flames and thunder. By the time the wizards from the Black Tower Academy arrived, Richard had already been blasted to dust by the magic circle trap. "Who are you?" The second-level wizard, who had arrived first, demanded sharply. They didn't attack immediately because Richard's appearance was rather strange, leaving them unsure of his intentions. Upon hearing the voice, Richard removed his mask in surprise. "Senior Wang Jieli, it's me. Ellie's wizard companion, Richard." Hearing this, the second-level wizard was stunned. She looked at Richard carefully and said uncertainly, "Are you Junior Richard?" She had only met Richard once, and she had some impression of her junior sister's wizard companion. But looking at the Richard before her, she couldn't quite place him in her memory. To be fair, Richard's current life force was even stronger than his own. This level of strength didn't seem like that of a wizard barely 400 years old. "It's really me. I was sent out on a mission. Something went wrong a while ago, and I'm returning to the academy to sort it out." Wang Jieli gestured, alerting the surrounding wizards. Then, half doubtfully, she took out her crystal ball, manipulated it, and connected with her teacher, Susanna. "Teacher, I encountered a wizard who calls himself Richard in my area. He claimed to have encountered a problem while on a mission and needed to return to address it." "Richard?" The voice from the crystal ball was surprised, but quickly regained composure. "Let him in. But his strength is a little different from my impression. Second ring strength, accompanied by a 3-meter-tall steel golem, right?" "Yes." "Then it's definitely him. Let him in." Wang Jieli retracted the crystal ball and gestured to the surrounding wizards. The wizards lowered their staffs, and Richard emerged from the trap area. The wizards returned to their respective positions, while Wang Jieli led Richard around the traps set in the inner ring and headed for the central Black Tower. On the way, Wang Jieli casually asked, "Richard, you must have put in quite a bit of effort on this trip." Richard's face froze. Logically, he should have fought his way through the layers of encirclement from the Meteor Academy wizards. But the truth was, from beginning to end, he didn't see a single second-ring wizard from the Meteor Academy step out to stop him. "Well, it took some effort to get in, but once I thought my identity was exposed, I had no problem getting through." "Oh, what do you mean?" Richard briefly described the situation, then saw Wang Jieli smiling and said, "What a cunning bunch." "What do you mean, Senior?" "They didn't intervene because they were simply afraid you were too powerful and would kill them if you tried to break through. Look, these second-ring wizards all fought their way out of the plains of battle. Who would want to waste their lives in the Academy War? Since your entry wouldn't affect the overall situation, they naturally chose to let it slide." After hearing this, Richard suddenly understood. "I see. Thank you, Senior, for clarifying this." Arriving at the Zhongyan Black Tower, Wang Jieli returned to her position. Richard asked Makar to wait outside the Black Tower while he entered alone. When he reached the 99th floor, he found his teacher, Xiao Luoda, already waiting for him at the laboratory entrance. Jorod sized Richard up and couldn't help but praise him. "You've made considerable progress lately. What opportunity has you encountered that would make you willingly give up the Dean's treasure chest?" Richard's face was a little embarrassed. "Alas, it was purely accidental. I can't explain it in a few words." "If you can't explain it, then there's no need to explain it," Jorod said calmly. He had no interest in prying into his student's privacy. As long as Richard returned safely, he would be satisfied. "If I'm right, you've come back this time because of the contract." Richard nodded. "Teacher, you're right. I'm here for this." Jorod glared at Richard. "Don't flatter an old man like me. The contract can't be renewed. It's a matter of principle. But I have a contract with a similar pay. Would you like to hear it?" Richard said quickly. "Teacher, please tell me." Jorod slowly began. "The Academy is planning a counterattack and needs a breakthrough." Chapter 320. Counterattack? The Academy actually still has the strength to counterattack? Richard said in surprise after hearing Jorod's words. If a counterattack were possible, Then the Black Tower Wizard Academy wouldn't be left with only an inner ring. Ah, it was forced together. Jorod sighed, leading Richard into the laboratory. Sitting behind his desk, Jorod rubbed his temples with a slight headache. This counterattack wasn't requested by us, but by the Dean. When we were fighting the Academy War, the Dean and the Meteorite Grand Wizard mediated with the participation of several other Grand Wizards. Now both sides have basically reached an agreement, but some clauses remain in disagreement. Naturally, neither Grand Wizard would give in, so the terms of these clauses naturally became a gamble. The Dean has already said that as long as we recapture 2/3 of the commercial district, or an equivalent area of land, and occupy it for more than 7 days without losing more than 2/3 of the inner ring, then he wins the bet. This is our goal too. Richard sighed after hearing this. This is truly a battle between gods, with mortal suffering. A single quarrel between great wizards could cost the lives of thousands of lesser wizards. What is the reward offered by the Dean? Richard asked. Jorod pulled out a soul contract and handed it to Richard across the desk. If this bet succeeds, all wizards participating in this war will receive a direct reward of 2,000 mojo. In addition, the Dean's 4 worlds will be open to all wizards for 6 months, and the slaves and resources within will be freely available to them. As the vanguard of the counterattack, if you can complete the bet, the Dean's treasure trove will be open to you. You can take 3 of the items. And the Dean will also give you a fragment of a secret realm covering 10 square kilometers as a reward. After hearing the reward, Richard's heart skipped a beat. The Dean is going to bleed heavily. Bleed heavily? Joe Lord shook his head. These things can't be called bleeds, at most they just hurt a little. Also, there are 50,000 wizards participating in this war, over 9,000 of whom have already died, and the soul boxes of nearly 30,000 have been lost. If this were a plain expedition, it would be fine, but this is a fight with one's own people, and the reason is so ridiculous. If we don't give them more money, people will lose their morale. The wizards participating in this war are all our own people. They are the foundation of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. If some of you become important figures in the future, and you claim the title of honorary alumni, then any amount of money spent now will be worth it. Richard listened thoughtfully. It seems the Great Wizard Meteorite is going to bleed heavily. He initiated the Academy War, and summoned so many wizards. This time, he'd probably have to shell out the money for a plain expedition. Jorod spread his hands. Then it has nothing to do with us. Richard carefully reviewed the contract, confirmed there were no errors, and signed it. As the contract dissipated into thin air and flames, the atmosphere between master and disciple lightened. Jorod stood up and brewed a pot of magic tea. He casually asked, "How are those synthetic beasts I made? Are they comfortable to use?" Richard nodded. "Master's craftsmanship is indeed superb. That dragon beast is perfect as a mount." Jorod took the teapot and returned to his chair. "As long as you're satisfied, I'm curious what you're planning. Alien slaves are fine for cannon fodder. But if used as a soldier, it's still far from perfect." Richard smiled. Although the incident with the dragon beast had dispelled some of his prejudices against the indigenous aliens, as an old wizard, he still looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. "Teacher, wait a moment. I go get Makar from downstairs." Jorod watched Richard with interest. His student always had some fantastic ideas in his head, and he wondered what surprises Richard would bring him this time. Soon, Jorod saw a steel giant, over 3 meters tall, stooping and walking into his laboratory. Jorod's face froze slightly as he looked at the steel giant. As a flesh and blood alchemist, he wasn't very fond of golems made of pure alchemical machinery. "Flesh golems are the best golems," Jorod said somewhat uncomfortably. "Is this the golem you made? It looks much better than your previous one." Richard smiled faintly and allowed Makar to release the lockdown mode. Instantly, a burst of life radiation from a level 3 creature emanated from the armor, instantly causing Jorod's body to tense. He hadn't expected the golem before him to be a salamander in armor. "This is a real surprise," Jorod exclaimed. He knew Richard had a level 3 salamander as a soul slave, and it was precisely because of this that he had recommended Richard as an outpost wizard before the war began. But he hadn't imagined Richard would design an entire set of armor for such a level 3 creature. And this armor could even evade his perception. Richard pulled a large metal shield from his pocket and had Makar equip it. "Teacher, why don't you test the strength of this shield?" As a veteran wizard, Jorod gave up the idea of breaking through it the moment he saw the thick shield. "These things? I haven't taught you, have I?" Richard smiled. "These things are the masterpieces of my fire lizards. Even this armor, a considerable part of it is the design of those fire lizard craftsmen. Teacher, think about it. Equipped with these things, Are the natives really weaker than the wizards? Then why don't you equip the wizards with these things? Jorod asked subconsciously. Because there's no need, Richard said calmly. A fireball with a 500 level energy can kill, and so can a fireball with a 1000 level energy. For a 400 level fireball, a 100 level increase is a qualitative change. But for a 1000 level fireball, the 100 level increase is the same. After all, the opponents we face are those that can be killed at a 500 level energy. Jorod was stunned. Richard's point made sense. The true significance of the equipment isn't the increased combat power, but rather the ability to elevate an alien slave to the level of a wizard. If this could be implemented, the wizard's conquest of the alien world would be greatly accelerated. But soon, Jorod's face turned horrified. He panicked and cast a silencing spell, along with an anti-spying spell. Then he sternly addressed Richard. Listen, Richard. Never reveal this item until you become a great wizard. You are endangering the livelihoods of countless wizards. Richard was puzzled by Jorod's reaction. His idea was still in its drafting stages. Although he had the prototype, the mechanic eye, mass production of the armor was still a long way off. Teacher, what do you mean by that? Jorod said anxiously. Think about it carefully. If a slave army like yours wants to make money, it must be cheaper than recruiting wizards. But if it's cheaper, the great wizards will definitely prefer the slave army, thus reducing their recruitment of wizards. If you do this, it might not affect third and second ring wizards much, but it will definitely affect first ring wizards significantly. If these wizards don't lower their prices to below those of the slave army, the great wizards will definitely not hire them. Once this situation starts, it's a vicious cycle. First ring wizards are the most numerous in the wizarding world, then you be cursed by cursed wizards all day and night. After hearing Jorod's explanation, Richard broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't really thought that much. But why does this sound so familiar? This seems to be the same idea behind shifting labor costs. Richard brushed aside the chaotic thoughts in his head and said to Kylewood with a wry smile, Teacher, you're thinking too far ahead. I haven't thought that far. But you're right. My idea is indeed a bit risky. Kylewood looked helpless at this. This surprise was too great. Forget it, let's change the subject. How many level 3 slaves did you bring this time? I saw the equipment you gave them. If there were 2 or 3, we'd be safe in this battle. Richard said confidently, Don't worry, teacher. I definitely bring enough this time. The counterattack was tentatively scheduled for 7 days. During this time, Richard met with several of his fellow apprentices and Ellie. Aside from a first-ring senior sister, whom Richard had only met once, all the others were unharmed. Even the youngest and weakest, Helena, only suffered 2 broken legs. Jorod and Susanna had assigned them battlefields most suitable for their conditions. Barring extreme bad luck, they would have been safe. During these days, Richard had also specialized the witch-hunting team's armor, making it more suitable for the upcoming battles. Soon, it was the late night of the 7th day. The sky was moonless tonight, a dazzling cacophony of stars slowly shifting across the heavens. The Black Tower Academy's counterattack force quietly gathered at a point in the inner ring. The Wizards of Meteoric Academy also knew of the Black Tower Academy's impending counterattack, and nearly all of them had arrived at the front lines. Patrolling wizards and scouting familiars had a clear view of the entire front line. Meteor Academy hadn't been idle over the years. Their front line had also constructed a tight defense based on the ruins left behind by Black Tower Academy. Though these lines were much weaker than the inner circle of Black Tower Academy, as a defensive line, they had served their purpose, and given Black Tower Academy a bit of a headache. Meteor Academy's wizards were numerous. If they couldn't quickly break through this defense, they would be forced to retreat in disgrace. And this, too, was Richard's purpose. Richard's witch-hunting team could spearhead the attack, quickly tearing through Meteor Academy's defenses. Richard clutched his mithril staff, silently observing his pocket watch. The counterattack was scheduled for 12:10. Before then, several wizards would conduct feint attacks to draw fire and minimize any obstacles to their breakthrough. Boom! A noise came from the Meteor Academy position in the distance. A massive alarm immediately echoed throughout the outer ring of Black Tower Academy. Richard quietly observed the wizards on the defensive line. He saw many of them rapidly rushing toward the engagement area. Not long after, the alarm sounded again, this time mobilizing another group of wizards to leave. Richard checked his pocket watch. The hands had reached 9:12, the second hand ticking towards 12. Richard counted silently, observing the second hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He suddenly raised his head and commanded the witch-hunting team around him, Move! Chapter 321. At Richard's command, the witch-hunting team, like 4 streaks of black lightning, instantly swept through the area between the two positions. In their hands, the roaring chain's words were wrapped in arcs of white-purple energy, and their swings resembled golden thunder. When they encountered the wizard's obstruction, the chain's words sliced through the magical barrier like butter, slicing through the wizards within along with them. Enemy attack. Amidst the fierce shouts of the Meteor Academy wizards, the third alarm sounded within the Meteor Academy defenses. The wizards within the defenses began to rapidly converge. 30 years had allowed dark wizards to become as adept at coordinated combat as white wizards. Dozens of powerful spells, piercing the blood mist exploding from the wizards' bodies, blasted towards the witch-hunting team. Boom! The shockwave, engulfed in flames, instantly formed a wall of fire. The gathered wizards didn't wait naively for the flames to dissipate. After the first spell had been cast, they began preparing for the second round of spell casting. If they had encountered wizards, this strategy would undoubtedly have been the most effective and safest. But unfortunately, this time they encountered Richard's witch-hunting team. A large square shield burst through the flames, crashing into the nearest wizard like a bull, its immense force instantly shattering every bone in the wizard's body. The second round of spell casting began, but this time the wizards saw the effects clearly. Retreat! A second-level shaper shouted in alarm. Dozens of spells rained down upon the witch-hunting team, silently and like raindrops. Faced with armor plates capable of withstanding spells of 4,000 energy levels, and metal shields capable of withstanding spells of 6,000 energy levels, these wizard spells were as weak as water cannons. The chain's word swung, stirring up a cloud of blood. The wizards of Meteor Academy began to flee with all their might. The witch-hunting team was no match for them. Richard followed the witch-hunting team in. Seeing the wizards groaning on the ground, Richard smiled faintly and shouted to the back, "Necromancers, tend to the wounded. The wizards behind you follow." No one at Meteor Academy noticed that the wizard sliced open by the chain's words were still alive. Even the wizard with his entire skeleton shattered was still groaning. The dark wizard's vitality was even stronger than that of a cockroach. The subsequent wizards entered, looked at the wounded on the ground, and cast admiring glances at Richard. "Master, what should we do with these wizards?" asked a necromancer, with a faint blue soul fire burning in his eye sockets. Richard surveyed the wounded on the ground, a bright smile playing on his lips. "I think these wizards would be happy to trade their magic pouches for their lives, don't you?" The necromancer chuckled, the soul fire in his eye sockets flickering. "I think so too." Paying the money, and not killing was Richard's decision to maximize his profits. The witch-hunting team's strength could easily break through the defenses and slaughter the wizards within. However, doing so would yield limited benefits, and would likely incur the grudge of the Meteor Academy. If he severely injured these wizards, but didn't kill them, Richard's gains wouldn't be much reduced. And the wizards of the Meteor Academy were also doing Richard a favor. More friends are always better than more enemies. Besides, this would only cause the witch-hunting team some inconvenience. Most of the wizards within the defense wouldn't even be strong enough to scratch the witch-hunting team's armor. This is the confidence that this individual armor, with its materials alone costing over 100,000 magic essences, brings to the witch-hunting team. You can share a quarter of the magic stones in your pockets. You can copy the notes, but the originals must be kept for me. You can take the staff, but keep the magic armor. The necromancer gave Richard a respectful wizard salute. "Rest assured, we understand." The witch-hunting team advanced swiftly, breaking through the defenses in just 2 or 3 minutes. The wizards who arrived later followed the gap created by the witch-hunting team, continuously widening it. Numerous alchemists began constructing new defensive positions in the ruins. According to Richard's orders, the witch-hunting team split into 2 teams, each to widen the gap in the defenses and block the second-level wizards, who arrived to reinforce. Buzz, the roaring chain's word slashed against the magic shield, sending ripples through it. Kava looked at the old wizard in surprise. This old wizard was the first wizard he had encountered on this line of defense, who could stop the chain's word. Although the barrier faltered under the chain's word, it had finally held. "Damn it! You're so unruly. Aren't you afraid the battle will get out of control?" The old wizard gritted his teeth at Kava. Kava hadn't activated the lockdown mode, so he could sense that a level 3 creature was nestled within the Iron Giant. In this battlefield filled with level 1 and level 2 wizards, a level 3 creature wearing armor highly resistant to elemental damage was practically a tank. No, the witch-hunting team was far more agile than a tank. "Unruly? Old man, you're slandering me." Richard's voice came from behind Kava, and then a dark figure appeared beside the old wizard and shattered his shaky magic barrier with a single punch. The old wizard's face trembled, and he was about to swing his staff. But the shadow's fist was faster than him. Bang! A bloody hole was punched in the old wizard's chest. The old wizard's heart, transformed into a cloud of bloody mist by the blow, Richard retracted his fist. Honestly, you're the ones who really break the rules. At least I saw with my own eyes your third ring wizards hunting down the second ring wizards from our academy. The old wizard stood trembling, unable to utter a word. The interruption of his magic flow temporarily deprived him of the ability to cast spells instantly. Richard pulled a few magic sealing nails from his pocket and casually nailed them to the old wizard. But if you don't follow the rules, that's your business. I'm a very disciplined person, and I'm very kind. We're all wizards. There's no need to fight to the death. Give me your magic pouch and magic armor, and I let you live until the end of the war. You won't lose out on this deal. The great wizard spat out a mouthful of black blood, streaked with tiny fragments of internal organs. He wiped his mouth, his face slightly glum as he said, I agree to the deal. With that, the old wizard untied the magic pouch from his waist and handed it to Richard. Richard nodded in satisfaction, smiling kindly at the old wizard. I knew you make the right choice, master. Magic stones and magic armor are merely external possessions. Life is the most precious thing to a wizard. Richard waved, and a necromancer who was tending to the wounded threw the wounded man to the ground and came over to Richard. Master Richard, what can I do for you? Richard pointed at the old wizard on the ground. Get this old gentleman a better room. No problem, leave it to me. The Black Tower Wizard Academy's sudden assault didn't surprise Meteorite Academy. However, the results left them stunned. In just the space of midnight, the Black Tower Wizard Academy had carved a massive breach in their direction, widening it at an astonishing rate. However, this phenomenon didn't last long. With the first rays of dawn appearing on the horizon, the Black Tower Wizard's expansion halted. At this moment, more and more wizards gathered on the front lines, and even the witch-hunting team didn't dare to attack rashly. Reality wasn't a game. Although their individual armor could withstand elemental spells up to level 4000, that didn't mean those spells had no effect on the armor. Dripping water wears away a stone, let alone spells. When attacked by elemental spells to a certain extent, the outer armor of the individual armor must be replaced. If not, the plates will crack due to unstable internal structure, and in more serious cases, they may even break apart. Furthermore, recycling those discarded armor plates would be extremely difficult, making them virtually impossible to reuse as raw armor. This also temporarily deterred Richard from sending the witch-hunting team to forcibly breach the defenses. The wizard density on the front lines now was far greater than during their surprise attack. If the armor plates were destroyed, he wouldn't even be able to repair them. So, for a short period of time, both sides resumed a sit-down war. Temporary command post in the recaptured area. Richard, holding a crystal ball, contacted Jorod in the central Black Tower. Teacher, how are our results? Richard asked. There was a moment of silence on the other side of the crystal ball, followed by Jorod's surprised voice. So far, it's looking quite good. We've achieved our initial goal in the occupied territory, and even surpassed it. As long as we can hold out for 7 days, this war will be over. Listening to the results, Richard gestured a sign of confidence to the wizards around him. The other wizards, seeing Richard's gesture, beamed with joy. Achieving our goal is all that matters, Richard said with a smile. The wizards of Meteor Academy have already gathered. If we don't achieve our goal, it will be difficult for us to capture the territory. In terms of numbers, the Black Tower Wizard Academy has always been at a disadvantage. If they lose their advantage of surprise attack, it will be difficult for the Black Tower Wizard Academy to achieve the same results as today. Don't be careless. Your next task is arduous, and the 7 days have only just begun. While your salamanders are powerful, they alone are far from enough to stop the Meteor Academy's offensive. The Academy War is ultimately a battle between wizards. Don't worry, teacher. I understand this. After a few more pleasantries, Richard ended the call. Richard is currently the commander of the temporary command post. As the vanguard in tearing apart Meteor Academy's defenses, he's well deserved of this position. But power also carries responsibility. Richard now has a lot to coordinate. He must seize this brief window to build as many defensive fortifications as possible. He must also prepare a response strategy in the event of a Meteor Academy assault. A first-ring wizard brought a map of the reclaimed area. Richard examined it, rubbing his brow with a slight headache. Alas, the Dean's reward is so hard to come by. Meteor Academy command post. Yes, according to the retreating wizards, it was 4 black steel golems that broke through our defenses this time. These golems have been specially engineered to provide excellent protection against elemental spells, and their weapons are also highly effective against magical barriers. I'm absolutely certain because this conclusion isn't based on the opinions of a single wizard, but rather the combined opinions of a large number of wizards. Okay, got it. I do it right away. After ending the call, Crispin rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. Master Zeke, it seems we made a mistake back then. Zeke, sitting across from Crispin, held a cup of magic tea. The rising steam obscured his eyes, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Indeed, what that little fellow said back then was true. This was my mistake. Crispin shook his head. I made my own judgment. How could it be a mistake on the part of a single wizard like the Master? The most pressing task now is to deal with these 4 golems. Zeke was silent for a long time, the magic tea in his hand growing cold. Finally, Zeke seemed to have made a decision. Well, it's finally here. Let's escalate the war. Call all the 3 rings. After 30 years of inactivity, it's time to get some action and bring some honor to the Dean. Chapter 322. In the wilderness outside Meteor Academy, Anka remained in his hideout as usual, monitoring his surroundings. As a dark wizard, monitoring one's surroundings is a fundamental skill. And Anka excels in this area. Hundreds of tiny eyeworms were scattered within a 1-kilometer radius of the hideout. Within this radius, any movement would be transmitted to Anka via the eyeworms. According to the crystal ball, the Academy had already entered a decisive battle with Meteor Academy. As expatriate wizards, the Academy had issued a call to return as quickly as possible. But Anka wasn't in a rush to return. What good can a few dozen second-ring wizards do? Might as well keep trying. Anka muttered to himself as he watched the image transmitted by the eyeworms. He was waiting for intelligence that would allow him to achieve great success. Suddenly, the image transmitted by the eyeworm showed a slight fluctuation. Although this fluctuation was brief, it brightened Anka's face. Anka quickly reviewed the image. At the moment the image flickered, a figure flew past the eyeworm. A faint smile played on Anka's lips. I knew you guys wouldn't be able to hold back. With that, he immediately produced a modified communication crystal ball. Unafraid of Meteorite Academy's monitoring of the crystal ball, Anka cranked the power to maximum and transmitted a message to Black Tower Academy. The Meteorite Academy's 3rd ring wizard has taken action. In the temporary command post, Richard and several veteran wizards were preparing their post-battle strategy. But rather than being a commander, Richard was more like a student, constantly learning from these veteran wizards' assessments of the battle situation. While Richard's abilities were adequate, some of these veteran wizard students had more experience than Richard. Let's leave it at that for now. It's difficult to optimize the positional planning, an old wizard said. We have limited time, limited manpower, and very little room for maneuver. If it weren't for Richard's slaves, we wouldn't be able to fight this battle. Only by personally participating in a war can one appreciate the importance of numbers. Meteor Academy's 2nd ring wizards are not much different from Meteor Academy's, and they have slightly fewer 3rd ring wizards. However, Meteor Academy has more than double the 1st ring wizards of Black Tower Academy. This large number of 1st ring wizards gives Meteor Academy a significant advantage in battle, leaving them with a significant margin of victory. Even if Black Tower Wizard Academy gained a lot from this breakthrough, this small loss is insignificant to Meteor Academy. Richard closed his notebook and bowed slightly to the veteran wizards. Thank you all for allowing a rookie like me to participate. I've benefited greatly from this meeting. Several veteran wizards smiled, some expressing emotion, others expressing envy. Back then, they and Jorod were both 2nd ring wizards. Although Jorod had many students, they didn't think much of it. But now Jorod, who was at the same level as them, had reached the 3rd ring and became the vice president of the academy. And his students were even on equal footing with him. How unpredictable things are. Suddenly, Richard sensed a slight fluctuation of magical power. He pulled the crystal ball from his pocket and saw a message from Jorod. Quickly, gather your slaves. The 3rd ring wizard from Meteorite Academy has arrived. Richard's expression changed slightly. After putting down the crystal ball, he said to the old wizards, with a serious expression, Masters, our worst-case scenario has come true. The smiles on the old wizards' faces vanished immediately after hearing this. One old wizard asked tentatively, Has the 3 rings of Meteor Academy been deployed? Richard nodded seriously, and then pulled another communication crystal ball from his pocket. Makar, Kava, Helion, Mizhan, returned to the command center immediately. The 3 rings of Meteor Academy have been deployed, and I need your protection now. On the front line, Richard's voice echoed simultaneously in the ears of the 4 fire lizards. The 3 rings have been deployed. Looks like a decisive battle is imminent, Kava said casually to Makar beside him. Makar turned silently and hurried towards the temporary command post. It doesn't matter. We only need to guard Master Richard. Kava looked at the wizards around him, a hint of bloodlust in his eyes. What a shame! If it's a decisive battle, we won't be able to kill the wizards so easily. The news of the Third Ring's deployment spread quickly across the front lines of both academies, and the faces of the wizards, who received the news, grew serious. They knew the big one was finally coming. If the deployment of the great wizards in the planar expedition represented a decisive stage, then in the Academy War, the Third Ring wizards would take the place of the great wizards. A terrifying aura flew out from the central Black Tower, and from behind Meteor Academy, equally terrifying auras swiftly approached the front lines. Third Ring wizards, the strongest creatures permitted in the wizarding world. Beings at this level often have extremely high limits. Weak ones, like the newly promoted Xiao Luoda, can only bully weaker Second Ring wizards, and could even be injured if they encountered stronger Second Ring wizards. The strong, on the other hand, were practically miniature great wizards. A Third Ring wizard could already access the rules. If a Third Ring wizard possessed enough rules, he could even rival a lesser-known great wizard for a short period of time. In the sky, the Third Ring wizards from both academies had arrived. Susanna and Crispin, both students of the Great Wizard, stood at the front of the two teams. Crispin smiled faintly. Susanna, long time no see. The last time I saw you, you were a Second Ring wizard. I didn't expect you to become vice president of Meteorite Academy now. Susanna raised an eyebrow. You were promoted 100 years before me, so why are you pretending to be so senior? Stop the nonsense and fight. Crispin's face froze, then he said helplessly, You're still so short-tempered. How about I spare you once you land? Okay. Buzz, before Susanna finished her words, a magical barrier suddenly erupted from her body. An invisible wind blade had silently flown to Susanna's neck. Susanna's body suddenly erupted in flames, and she looked like a fire god descended from the earth. She cursed, You bastard. Haven't you gotten over your sneak attack habit after thousands of years? With that, her staff erupted in a sea of fire, instantly enveloping Crispin and the several third-level wizards surrounding him. The battle was about to break out. Instantly, the entire sky was filled with elemental and thunder. Third-level beings are called demigods in the civilization of the gods. This wasn't just a respectful title, it was a realistic one. Looking at those godlike, demonic third-level wizards in the sky, any mortal would be filled with awe. In the makeshift command post, several veteran wizards silently tore up their freshly written battle plans. The Third Ring wizards' move meant that this war was no longer their concern. If the Third Ring wizards from Black Tower Academy were victorious, the wizards from Meteor Academy would automatically cede their land. However, if the Third Ring wizards from Meteor Academy were victorious, the wizards from Black Tower Academy would make the same decision. A single Third Ring wizard could be dealt with, but multiple Third Ring wizards, combined with a large number of First Ring and Second Ring wizards, would be far beyond the reach of Meteor Academy. Watching the chaotic battle in the sky, Richard ordered the demon hunters around him, Makar, Kava, go up and help my master. Pick up a few weak Third Ring wizards, and take them out. Makar hesitated after receiving the order, Sir, if we leave, those wizards in the sky will harm you. Richard interrupted, Just go. The wizards in the sky wouldn't have time to bother a Second Ring wizard like me. Besides, I have Mizhan and Helion as my guards. Even if some foolish Third Ring wizards come, they can handle them. Makar was speechless. He tightened his chain's word and soared into the sky with Kava. In the sky, Jorod clutched a flesh staff and continuously pulled various spell materials from his pocket, bestowing various combat buffs on the synthetic beasts beside him. As a flesh-based alchemist, his inherent combat power was weaker than that of a normal wizard. Because most of the spells he learned were buffs like Cat's agility, Bull's strength, and Vampire's touch. His combat power rested entirely on his creations, the synthetic beasts, for which those buffs were designed. And precisely because of this, he was targeted by two Third Ring masters from Meteorite Academy. Roar! The octopus-like synthetic beast roared, its resonant sound waves causing ripples in the magic barriers of the two Third Ring wizards. Jorod, your synthetic beast is quite good, a Third Ring wizard said with a smile. This was also a flesh-blooded alchemist, but his focus was on physical evolution and bloodline transformation. At this moment, this Third Ring wizard, as sturdy as a giant, his flesh and blood continuously twisted, transforming into various magical beasts to engage in a fierce battle with the octopus synthetic beast. Even on the other side, a necromancer, transformed into a skeleton, grinned eerily as he cast his undead spells, continuously draining the synthetic beast's vitality. From the necromancer's staff, beams of light imbued with the aura of death continuously shot out, instantly withering the flesh of the synthetic beasts that were struck. Xiao Luoda, You've just reached the third ring. Why are you still holding on? Get down soon, and your synthetic beast might still survive. Xiao Luota stood in the defense of the octopus synthetic beast, his face expressionless. But every attack from the necromancer made his eyes twitch. This synthetic beast had been with him for over 2,000 years, and even though Xiao Luota was cold-blooded, he still had some feelings for it. Suddenly, two black lights shot out from underground. The necromancer sensed something approaching, and quickly used his mental power to investigate. But after seeing the source clearly, he instantly calmed down. I thought it was something else, but it turned out to be two iron golems. Do you really think that specializing golems can deal with a third ring wizard? With that, the necromancer poured a pile of bones from his magic pocket. With a wave of his bone staff, the bones combined together as if alive, transforming into a skeletal flying dragon over 5 meters long. The skeleton dragon roared silently, the crimson soulfire in its eyes signaling the undead creature's unnatural fury. The necromancer pointed, and the skeleton dragon moved its head toward the two streaks of black light. Go, take care of those two golems. Relying on its instincts from life, the skeleton dragon flapped its now useless wings and charged towards Makar and Kava, who had taken to the sky like lightning. The necromancer turned to look at Jorod, only to see him staring at him with a stifled smile. Jorod, what's with that expression? Jorod couldn't help but laugh. Stupid, look behind you. Remember, don't use your mental power, use your undead vision. A roaring sound came from behind the necromancer, and he turned to see a golden chainsaw sword, swirling with arcs of energy, slashing down from the sky. Chapter 323. The chain's word slashed down, slicing the necromancer's head, and even his entire skeleton in two. Two balls of dark blue soulfire flew out of the skeleton, instantly transforming into a fiery figure. Necromancers are the least physically demanding of all wizards. This special form of soulfire, allows them to cast spells normally even without a body. Bang! Makar tilted his left shield slightly, blocking a beam of black light. With a slight flick of his right hand, the teeth of the chain's word shattered the black wizard's robes. Below him, Kava used the blade of the chain's word to smash the necromancer's skeleton dragon into pieces. For undead creatures, sharp weapons, like swords, are not very effective. Blunt weapons like hammers are the best weapons to deal with skeletons. The necromancer looked at Makar. Intelligently controlled golem? No! Recalling Jorod's words, the necromancer's soul fire suddenly intensified, and his undead vision became clearer. In the eyes of undead creatures, the world is limited to black, white, and red, with red representing life. And yet, he actually saw a glaring red in this golem. It's a level 3 alien slave. The necromancer's mind flashed back to Leekart, the one they had mocked 30 years ago. Although Leekart hadn't said anything, they, the wizards, all guessed that Leekart had been tricked by a level 3 alien slave. But wasn't the one who controlled the slave cursed? Buzz? Makar suddenly appeared before him, his chainsaw sword roaring like thunder, slashing heavily at the magic shield. Looking at the crumbling magic barrier, the necromancer, though a little panicked, still prepared a counterattack. Instantly, foul green fire erupted from the flame figure's mouth, instantly engulfing Makar's entire body. 3,500 energy level of contaminated flames. How many seconds can your armor withstand? Snap! The magic barrier shattered. The chain's word, swirling with arcs of energy, slashed towards the flame figure with unstoppable force. The flame figure frantically dodged the blade, but was struck by an arc of energy, its flames dimming slightly. He looked at Makar in horror, but saw that despite the burning green fire, Makar's armor showed no signs of melting. A thought flashed through the necromancer's mind. This is definitely not a foe I can handle. He had only ascended to the rank of Jorod over 200 years earlier, and even among third-ring wizards, he was considered weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take advantage of Jorod. And now there was a cruel truth staring him in the face. He still had two such enemies. After a moment's thought, the necromancer immediately cast aside his dignity. Saving his life was paramount. His form dispersed, vanishing into thin air. Makar searched and saw that the little flaming figure had already reached the ground. No one would be killed once they hit the ground. That was the rule they had established before the fight. If these three-ring wizards were forced to fight to the death, not only would they be unwilling, but even the two great wizards watching would be unwilling. Third-ring wizards were the backbone of the team. Wasting them on such a meaningless matter would be a shame. Makar wanted to pursue, but Jorod quickly stopped him. Don't chase him. This fight has nothing to do with him anymore. Makar hesitated for a moment, then set his sights on the three-ringed alchemist, who was locked in a fight with the octopus-like creature. The alchemist noticed the necromancer's situation, and was now filled with regret. He had originally intended to use his superior numbers to bully the weaker party, but instead of gaining an advantage, he ended up getting his teeth bruised. Both great wizards were watching this battle closely. If he failed to deliver, he faced a bitter repercussion back at the academy. Their dean, the great wizard Meteor, was notoriously petty. Cavil approached Makar, and through the communication system, Makar informed Cavil of his next target. See that wizard constantly shifting his form? Attack him. Understood. 2 fire lizards charged at the alchemist, and with the creatures entangled, the alchemist had no immediate escape. Swish! The 2 chainsaw swords sliced through the alchemist's body like butter, smoothly severing it. The octopus-like creature then entangled the alchemist's lower body, trapping it in its fang-filled maw. The alchemist's reality was brought home by the blow, and the remaining half of his body erupted into a bloody mist with a bang. A streak of blood then flew out of the mist, landing on the ground in the blink of an eye. He surrendered as well. The 2 fire lizards watched the scene, stunned for a moment, then came to Jorod's side. Old Master, who are we going to kill next? Jorod glanced at the surrounding wizards, and quickly found one on the verge of defeat. Follow me closely. Whoever I hit, you hit? Yes. Outside the wizarding world, 2 colossal figures hovered in the astral plane, silently watching the broadcast of the Academy war. Watching the Black Tower Academy's victory after victory in the world mirror, the Black Tower Grand Wizard, several hundred meters tall, laughed eerily. He, Meteor, what are you still not convinced of? Across from him, the Meteor Grand Wizard muttered, Black Tower, you're a jerk. The Meteor Grand Wizard's true form was a stone giant, but unlike ordinary stone giants, he had a luminous comet tail behind him. His body was enormous, comparable to that of the Black Tower Grand Wizard. Wizards categorize life strength into 9 levels, each of which is further divided into 3 major tiers. With each major tier, a life strength explodes. This increase in strength would transform any level 4 life form that wasn't a world guardian into a walking scourge after a period of survival. Therefore, even in secret realms or wizard towers, they would suppress their power as much as possible. But the astral realm was different. In the astral realm, great wizards didn't need to suppress their power, and could freely unleash their strength. Here, they wouldn't affect anything. And, counterintuitively, among the world lords, with the exception of some creatures born with enormous bodies, the bodies of most world lords, who had evolved physically were often smaller than those who had evolved spiritually. For world lords, who had evolved spiritually, their bodies were largely composed of energy, with their spiritual power serving as the skeleton. This also made their bodies unusually large, giving them a somewhat puffy appearance. The Black Tower Grand Wizard continued his strange laugh. You initiated the Academy War, and you had the upper hand in the mediation rules. I only won just a little in the end. Just a little. The Meteor Grand Wizard's expression was agitated, his massive stone body visibly turning red from brown. I only have 10,000 years of research time, but you've secured the rights to the Ultra Dark Star Core. The Black Tower Grand Wizard nodded somewhat impudently. Look, isn't that a huge advantage? You get to research first for 10,000 years. If I die during those 10,000 years, it's still yours. Then why don't you just go die, you bastard? Haha, calm down, Meteor, don't be so angry. In the world mirror, the 3-ring war was nearing its end. The Black Tower Academy currently had 7 Grand Wizards and 2 Salamanders remaining, while the Meteor Academy had 8 3-ring wizards remaining. Crispin, will you continue? Susanna wore a reckless smile. Though the flames on her body were much dimmer than they had been 3 days ago, she still outshone Crispin in her aura. Crispin's black wizard robes were tattered, with burn marks visible in many places. Though his expression remained the same as at the beginning of the battle, the tight grip he held on his staff revealed that his heart was far from as calm as it appeared. Crispin glanced at his own wizards, then at the wizards from the Black Tower Academy, especially the 2 fire lizards. In the battles of the past few days, Makar and the others had performed exceptionally well. It was rare to find an alien slave capable of withstanding a wizard's devastating blow with spells of several thousand power levels. Makar and Kava's armor suffered varying degrees of damage, and their metal shields were largely melted by the spells. Third-ring wizards are ruthless, and many Shaper wizards possess spells above 6,000 power level. Crispin's expression remained unchanged, and he replied calmly, why not continue? 8 against 7, the advantage is on our side. Besides, I'm afraid several of your masters will be relegated. Susanna's face changed slightly. Crispin's eyes were sharp. 3 of the 7 wizards still fighting at Black Tower Academy were simply holding the fort. If a fight broke out, they would be relegated immediately. Crispin didn't miss the slightest change in Susanna's expression. A faint smile played at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was right. But soon, he noticed Susanna's face light up, and then he saw Susanna say to him provocatively, "Really?" Susanna raised her hand, and Makar and Kava fell inside. In their place, two newly armored fire lizards soared into the sky. Crispin's face suddenly changed. He suddenly remembered that the report from the front had mentioned 4 iron golems breaching the defenses. With the entry of Hirain and Mizhan, the balance of power on the battlefield instantly tilted towards the Black Tower Academy. For the 2 fire lizards, at near maximum health, aided by a few third-level wizards, it wasn't difficult to defeat a handful of wounded third-level wizards, who had experienced a major battle. For most wizards, whose primary means of destruction were elemental magic, individual armor offered a significant advantage. Watching the reversal, Crispin, though somewhat unwilling, could only sigh helplessly in the face of reality. "We've lost this battle." Susanna breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. She turned to Joe Lord and telepathically said, "Thank you to that student for me. I highlight his contributions in my report." The end of the Three-Ring War marked the end of this farcical academy war. On the 5th day after the Three-Ring War, the bet between the 2 great wizards was concluded. Both sides began to withdraw their forces. The wizards from Meteor Academy captured by Black Tower Academy were naturally to be released. Meteor Academy was delighted to learn that Black Tower Academy was releasing a group of captive wizards. To show their respect, they specially dispatched Zeke, the powerful vice president, to receive them. As the mastermind and initiator of the capture plan, Richard, along with his witch-hunting team, naturally handed the captives over to Meteor Academy. After all, Richard couldn't let other wizards reap the fruits of his labor. In the early morning, the sky was moonless, the stars shone brightly. Outside the Black Tower Academy, the 2 teams were engaged in the final stages of their war. The last one, Richard handed the last captured wizard to Zeke. There are a total of 858 wizards, 112 of whom are in the second ring. Take a look and see if the number is correct. Zeke took the wizard and whispered a few words to the last wizard. Then, he patted his shoulder and, with a smile, handed him to the necromancer behind him. Zeke then turned to Richard and respectfully gave him a wizard salute. "Master, I will remember this kindness. I welcome you to visit Meteorite Academy someday." Richard returned the wizard salute and smiled. "Master, there's no need for that. It's just a simple favor." Zeke returned the captured wizard to Meteorite Academy, and Richard followed suit, returning to the Black Tower Academy. A ray of morning light pierced the darkness. The war was over, and a new day was about to dawn. Chapter 324. With the 2 great wizards reaching a reconciliation, the war between the 2 academies naturally came to an end. In this war, Black Tower Academy lost nearly 10,000 first-ring wizards, and several hundred second-ring wizards. The soul boxes of over 30,000 wizards were destroyed, and the entire academy, with the exception of the central Black Tower, had to be rebuilt. Meteor Academy's losses were nearly double those of Black Tower Academy, though a considerable portion of these losses were student soldiers who had never seen combat. In essence, Black Tower Wizard Academy suffered a loss. However, in terms of the great wizards, Black Tower Wizard Academy undoubtedly made a huge profit. 20 years after the war, the world mirror reopened, and the 2 academies returned to the wizarding world. It's a bit hard to adjust back here. Standing outside the central Black Tower, the thin energy environment of the wizarding world instantly made Richard tense. An overactive life core isn't always a good thing. 50 years have allowed Richard's body to adapt to the high concentration energy of the world mirror. Now suddenly back in the wizarding world, his body instantly experienced a series of uncomfortable reactions. These reactions would likely take 2 years to resolve. But thinking about it from another perspective, this also meant that if Richard were to go to other harsh environments, he would only need 2 years to adapt. "Stop lamenting and come help." Jorod's voice came from a distance. Because the materials from the mirror world disappear upon release, the Academy's reconstruction work had not yet begun in the mirror world. Now that they had returned to the wizarding world, the ruined Black Tower Wizarding Academy naturally began its reconstruction. Naturally, the alchemists would be the ones contributing the most to rebuilding the Academy. So, even Richard, the president of the challenging Chamber of Commerce and a highly sought-after figure among the White Wizards, had to act like a construction engineer and begin paving the way for the Academy's reconstruction. But before he began, Richard suddenly remembered something. He untied the pouch at his waist and released the magic dwarves, who had been suspended in suspended animation for 20 years. With the injection of the thawing potion, dozens of magic dwarves quickly revived. "Sir, is this the real wizarding world?" Pluto shuddered, sensing the thin energy in the air. Yes, this is the real wizarding world. Are you disappointed? Pluto shook his head. Not disappointed, but surprised. The high priest once said that the wizarding world was shattered by a great war. But I never imagined it would be so shattered. You get used to it. I take you to see your ancestral land in a few days. Thank you, sir. But where are our clothes? Pluto scratched his head awkwardly. Upon waking up, he discovered that his armor, clothes, and even his hammer were gone. Everything in the mirror world is a true illusion. Nothing else exists except the mirror world. Wait a moment, I go find you some clothes. Richard also noticed this. He went to Jorid to ask if the academy had any apprentice robes. Apprentice robes? I give you a note. Ask Ulrich. He should have some. Ulrich? Hearing this familiar name, Richard couldn't help but recall some of the little things from his apprenticeship days. Haha, that old bastard Ulrich must be very happy to see you. Jorid clearly remembered Richard's apprenticeship days, and his face lit up. By the way, that Joseph you killed back then is a wizard now, and he's still alive. Richard smiled slightly. The events of his apprenticeship might have seemed like a major event at the time, but looking back hundreds of years later, they were nothing more than a minor event. Okay, I go find Master Ulrich right away. He should be near the original commercial district. Okay. In the commercial district, Ulrich was directing several alien slaves to move materials. This second-level alchemist, a wizard Richard had never met before, had two bald heads, one of which was extremely deformed, resembling an ET alien. Are you Master Ulrich? Ulrich turned and saw a second-ring wizard, his life radiating as brightly as the sun, standing behind him. You are? Ulrich's mind raced, quickly finding the face's information. You are Richard, Korod's student Richard. Ulrich had clearly not expected Richard to come to him, but as someone who had once murdered his grandson, Ulrich was momentarily stunned before a sour expression settled on him. Why are you looking for me? Richard didn't take his attitude too seriously. Back then, thanks to Korod's foresight, Richard and Ulrich had barely come into contact, so naturally, there was no animosity. I need some apprentice wizard robes. Come get them from the master. Apprentice wizard robes? Where's your approval slip? Although Ulrich's face was grim, he didn't make any trouble. Apprentice wizard robes, after all, belonged to the academy, and a wizard naturally needed an approval slip to receive something belonging to the academy. Richard handed Ulrich the slip Jorid had given him. Ulrich's face darkened even further after seeing Jorod's signature. He put the slip in his pocket, then pulled out a large box of apprentice wizard robes from another magic pocket. Richard took the box, smiled at Ulrich, and left. Watching Richard leave, Ulrich turned and looked at the still uncleared ruins. How long are you going to hide, Joseph? A head popped out from behind the ruins. After seeing Richard leave, a two-headed wizard, like Ulrich, emerged. Ulrich said with a hint of disappointment, "This is an academy, not the wilderness. Why are you hiding? Can he kill you in the academy?" Joseph lowered his head dejectedly, making no argument. He wasn't afraid, but rather felt inferior. He and Richard had once been prominent figures among the apprentices, but a few hundred years later, Richard remained a prominent figure among wizards, the upper echelons of the White Wizard Corps vying for orders from Richard, while Joseph was just an ordinary alchemist among the millions. Wizards are rare talents, and those who survive their first battle are rarer still. But unfortunately, the wizarding world is in no shortage of genius. Ulrich saw this and smacked Joseph's head. What an idiot! He could understand his grandson's thoughts, but Ulrich saw it as mere fussing. Looking at Joseph, who remained unresponsive, Ulrich sighed and dismissed him. Go clean up the ruins. Alas, when will you mature? Back at the magic dwarves, many wizards had noticed the naked group of magic dwarves. The wizards with advanced natural history skills recognized the magic dwarves. This race, now extinct in the wizarding world, was likely kept in the secret realms of the great wizards. How could the Black Tower Academy have a group of them? But after seeing Richard, their doubts were instantly dispelled. So they're Master Richard's slaves. No wonder. Master Richard has so many connections. He can even acquire slaves native to the wizarding world. I remember these magic dwarves being quite skilled in forging. I heard Master Richard has an alchemy workshop. Could it be? Richard ignored the discussions and pulled the box of apprentice wizard robes from his pocket. These are all we have for now. Make do with them. Pluto took the apprentice wizard robes and was immediately struck by their soft texture and the enchantments they enshrined. Sir, isn't this a bit too expensive? Pluto stuttered. While the magic dwarves are skilled in forging, they are not as skilled in weaving. Their fabrics are often coarse, but only their thick skin can tolerate them. Clothes made of material like the apprentice wizard robes are only worthy of the high priest. Richard smiled. This isn't something precious. I give it to you, so wear it. The dwarves took the apprentice wizard robes, their faces filled with shock, especially the female dwarves. Among the magic dwarves, they were often responsible for weaving, so such soft fabric was simply unimaginable for them. Moreover, these apprentice wizard robes were surprisingly enchanted. The robes were quite large, but once worn by the dwarves, they felt perfectly fitted. Looking at the magic dwarves dressed, Richard chuckled and immediately led them to Jorod. Teacher, I've found you some helpers. Jorod looked down and saw a group of purple-skinned dwarves in apprentice wizard robes arrayed neatly behind Richard. Magic dwarves. Where did you get them? Richard smiled and selectively recounted his experiences in the mirror world. After hearing Richard's account, Jorod frowned slightly. So, these magic dwarves are no different from wizards in the wizarding world? That's truly rare. However, after Jorod's experience with the salamanders, his prejudice against aliens had greatly diminished. Furthermore, the magic dwarves possess powers granted by the Great Wizard of Truth, which left him speechless. But you better ask the law enforcement wizards from the Ministry of Justice to mark them. Otherwise, if they clash with wizards, accidents could easily happen. You understand what I mean? Richard nodded. He had thought of this. While wizarding society may appear modern, and its laws are comprehensive, that only applies to wizards. To the outside world, wizards are just a bunch of brutal slave owners. Any wizard would be furious if confronted by an alien slave. And then, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a second-class Medal of Honor from the wizarding world. By the way, teacher, do you know what a second-class Medal of Honor from the wizarding world is? Last time, I killed a third-ring mad wizard and got one. What did you say? Jorod scratched his ears. He felt that he was indeed getting old, his hearing was not working well, and he was even hallucinating. How else could he have heard that Richard had actually won a second-class Medal of Honor from the wizarding world? No matter how many third-ring wizards there are, they can't get that thing. Chapter 325. Second-level Medal of Honor from the wizarding world, huh? Teacher, have your ears been modified recently? Richard repeated. Second-level Medal of Honor from the wizarding world, huh? Great, great. Jorod suddenly laughed, but Richard detected a hint of self-abandonment in his laughter. Richard asked tentatively, Teacher, what's wrong with you? Haha, nothing, nothing. I just got a shock. Jorod then explained to Richard the purpose of the second-level Medal of Honor. The second-level Medal of Honor from the wizarding world, also known as the Silver Star Medal, is awarded by the Tower of Truth to wizards who have made outstanding contributions to the wizarding world. The bearer of this badge enjoys privileges within the Tower of Truth, including, but not limited to, free residence, free rental of experimental equipment, 10 free wizard referrals, a 20% discount on services at all Tower of Truth businesses, and other miscellaneous privileges. But the most important of these is the privilege of being selected as a Grand Wizard. During the Grand Wizard selection process at the Tower of Truth, those possessing the Badge of Honor will be given priority over those who have received medals. If a wizard earns the Medal of Truth, they can even be directly promoted to Grand Wizard without undergoing any selection or trials. This is a fatal temptation for any third-ring wizard aspiring to become a Grand Wizard. After hearing about the privileges of the medal, Richard remained quite calm. The Silver Star Medal is not the Medal of Truth. Even if selected, one still has to undergo numerous trials before being qualified for the Grand Wizard position. I see. This will save a lot of money in the future, Richard joked. Seeing Richard's expression, Jorod was at a loss for words. Richard's achievements were dazzling. In just a few hundred years, he had become a peak second-ring wizard. This meant Richard had no worries about research or advancement. Even the Silver Star, something third-ring wizards fought so hard for, seemed somewhat overshadowed by Richard's dazzling resume. Ah, meeting you is truly the greatest fortune of my life, Joe Lord couldn't help but sigh. Others follow their teachers, but in his case, it's the teacher following his students. His only role now was to use the connections and experience he accumulated over thousands of years to help Richard with unimportant matters, allowing him to focus on his research. Richard shook his head. Teacher, you're joking. If it weren't for you guiding me down the path of wizardry, I wouldn't have achieved all this. Joe Lord smiled and didn't continue the conversation. Since these demon dwarves are here, I allow you to take a break. There's nothing for you to do here, so go and do your thing. Richard was delighted and quickly thanked him. Thank you, teacher. With his free time, Richard immediately opened the rift in the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Ulysses lazily basked in the sun as usual. Beside him, several sacred tree elves gently fanned him with 2 large leaves. For a creature of Ulysses's level, being immune to cold and heat is a fundamental ability. But he still enjoyed having the sacred tree elves fan him like servants. He explained that the breeze was a good place to rest, but from Richard's observation, it was probably just a habit. Perhaps Ulysses had always been like this when he was a god. Upon entering the secret realm, Ulysses immediately opened his eyes. "Hello, my lord god, you've finally emerged." Ulysses flew to Richard's side, his voice sounding somewhat flattering. But Richard, already familiar with him, knew it was merely a tease. Until his power surpassed Ulysses's, he would never truly understand the title of Lord God. But Richard soon sensed something was amiss. "No, you weren't speaking wizard language just now. How could I understand you?" Richard had once, out of boredom, learned the common language of the god civilization, but his level was limited to understanding text, not speech. And Ulysses' words weren't just common language. They were mixed with many words Richard had never heard before. Yet Richard understood them perfectly. "This is one of your powers as the Lord God. The ability to understand languages. I am considered your subordinate god in terms of status, so whatever I say, regardless of the language, my meaning will be transmitted to you accurately and precisely. In other words, my words will be received by you as spiritual messages." Hearing this explanation, Richard instantly understood the power of this power. "Then can I communicate with my followers without any obstacles?" Richard asked. "Haha, of course," Ulysses said matter-of-factly. "As long as they join your pantheon, whether they are followers, the Pope, heroic spirits, or subordinate gods, as long as their status is lower than yours, this power will allow you to communicate with them without any obstacles." "That's quite good," Richard stroked his chin, then asked, "Do you understand how it works? If such a miraculous ability could be unlocked, it would be incredibly useful in the future." As a wizard, Richard possesses a voracious curiosity about things he doesn't understand. This is also the source of a wizard's progress. The principle?" Ulysses replied hesitantly. "It doesn't seem to have any principle. All gods possess this ability. Once one becomes a god, this ability automatically manifests." "Impossible," Richard said firmly. "Gods aren't like the rules of the world. Be it gods or great wizards, they are merely different paths to a higher level of life. As beings at the same level as world masters, I've never heard of great wizards or world masters possessing similar abilities." Ulysses was speechless for a moment. He had never considered this question. Becoming a god, possessing power, was something he had known since embarking on the path of evolution. To him, this was like 1 + 1 = 2, a self-evident axiom. But Richard's question lifted the veil from his eyes. If the masters of other worlds lack similar abilities, how could the gods of the god civilization possess them? There must be something he didn't know. "You're stumped." "I really don't know," Ulysses answered honestly. "But you've now embarked on the path to godhood. Perhaps you figure this out in the future." Richard was slightly disappointed to see that Ulysses didn't know either. "All right, I study this once I become a great wizard." Putting aside the question of proficiency in languages, Richard turned to inquiring about the use of the power of faith. In the mirror world, Richard learned from the king of the dwarves how to use the power of faith to dispel curses, but Richard could sense that the power of faith had far greater potential. To be honest, you don't have many ways to use your power of faith right now. The method that Wild Man taught you is one of the few abilities you can use at this stage. But it's too crude and consumes a lot of energy. Richard raised an eyebrow. "That means I still have a few abilities I can use." "Yes, I do, but my point is that you should focus on your faith. Your fire lizards are excellent missionary material. If you absorb all of them, your power of faith will increase hundreds of times what it is now," Ulysses said with some resignation. Richard has always been in charge of his religion. If it were a civilization of gods, if someone dared to hand over their religion to someone else, it wouldn't be surprising if someone usurped their throne and seized their authority one day. "So many," Richard exclaimed in amazement. "Nonsense. That group of fire lizards is so numerous, and these little guys are only a handful. But these little guys have their uses too. They're all born fanatics. While their output of faith power is low, its purity is high, making them essential for many important divine arts. Holy Tree Elves possess the ability to inherit memories. A newly born Holy Tree Elves will quickly be infected by the inherited memories, becoming a devout fanatic." Purity. Does faith power have a purity level? "Of course it does," Ulysses said, somewhat angrily. "Doesn't the magic you use have a purity level?" "Indeed, continue." "What exactly is the purity of faith power?" Ulysses explained. "Believers are divided into shallow believers, devout believers, and fanatical believers. The power of faith generated by these three types of believers is ranked from low to high in purity. High purity power of faith can be used to power low-level divine spells, but low purity power of faith cannot power high-level divine spells. Richard nodded and immediately turned the topic back to divine spells. So how many divine spells can I use now? Ulysses paused, then said, 3.5. One is purification, used to remove curses. One is healing, used to heal injuries, including those caused by the rules. Finally, there's divine word. This is very useful, but the cost is also staggering. I don't recommend using it unless it's critical. As for the other half, you've already seen it. It's the armament of faith on your staff. After hearing Ulysses' explanation, Richard took a deep breath. Each of these 3 divine spells is considered a secret in the wizarding world. A single purification spell instantly crippled a cursed wizard's abilities by 90%, while healing could heal even rule-based injuries, effectively rendering necromancers desperately unemployed. Although the divine word spell, Ulysses, wasn't introduced, the name alone was enough to make it seem impressive. Wow, if I could understand the principles behind it, I'd definitely be on the cursed school's death list. Richard clucked his hands. Understand? I think you're overthinking it. How can this also be an innate power? Richard asked, puzzled. Not really, Ulysses said calmly. It's just that every divine spell you learn now was created by at least a major deity, one of your 6-ring great wizards. High-level divine arts, like divine word, were even created by the God King himself. Richard's face faltered, and he said awkwardly, ahem, everyone needs a goal. Let's get back to the divine arts themselves. How do I learn this? Just wait. Ulysses suddenly glowed with a soft holy light, which then gradually condensed into 3 black raven feathers, which emanated from him. Ulysses held the feathers in front of Richard. Divine arts are passed down without written words, so this unique method is the only way to pass them down. Richard touched the raven feather, and the next moment, a myriad of visions unfolded before his eyes. In this vision, he beheld a boundless green sea, accepting offerings from all beings. Amidst its surging waves, green rain fell, averting a pandemic. A towering mountain towered majestically, reaching unfathomably high. Cursed beings erected altars upon the peaks, offering devout worship. Then, holy light descended to dispel the curse. A terrifying being, towering above the heavens, sat on a throne in the starry sky, capable of transforming the world with a single word. As Richard gazed at the protagonists of these visions, a profound enlightenment dawned upon him. Unconsciously, he had mastered these 3 divine arts. When the visions faded, Richard exclaimed in awe, what a formidable anti-theft technology. Chapter 326. After passing the divine arts to Richard, Ulysses' 3 crow feathers dissipated into the air. Acquiring divine arts is only the first step. There are many ways to use them, and you need to explore them yourself. The divine arts released by each deity are somewhat different. When you have the conditions, you can practice more. Ulysses' voice sounded a little tired, as if this inheritance had consumed a lot of his energy. Richard nodded. Okay, but I'm not very good at preaching. I rely on you with the salamanders. Ulysses shook his head helplessly. Okay, I'm a descendant of the gods after all. But you have to learn a little. I have a feeling my next slumber will be incredibly long, perhaps thousands of years. When I do, the affairs of the church will still fall on your shoulders. Why don't you train a pope? Ulysses was stunned for a moment, then erupted in anger. You ungrateful fellow! Whose church is this? But before he could utter a single curse, Richard burst into laughter and left the secret realm. Back in the wizarding world, Richard contacted Bob through the crystal ball. President Bob, how have you been these past 50 years? There was a pause on the other side of the crystal ball, and then Bob's voice, filled with joy, echoed. Ah, Richard, you're finally out. All the alchemical ink you left with me before joining the war is sold out. Many alchemical masters have sent me information. Richard's face lit up. This was different now that he had a channel. Before the channel was established, the alchemical ink had accumulated. But now that the channel was established, it was sold out immediately. Okay, I get started right away. Thanks for the ink. I came to you this time to ask for your help gathering some materials. I send you the list later. Though Bob didn't say it, Richard knew that the ink's popularity wasn't just due to the quality of the alchemical ink, but also because Bob had undoubtedly contributed significantly. What's the problem? Your ink's quality is there for everyone. A murmur came from the crystal ball, and then Bob said hurriedly, Brother, I'm busy, so I won't chat anymore. If you have any new products, remember to let me know. I promise I won't charge you any distribution fees. With that, Bob ended the call. Richard sent the list of materials and put the crystal ball back in his pocket. Looking at the bright sky, Richard couldn't help but sigh. Ah, another batch of magic essence has arrived. Why does it keep piling up? Ha. With a smug grin on his face, Richard entered the central black tower, ready to sort out his haul from the mirror world. Due to time constraints, both academies remained in the mirror world for 20 years after the final battle. During this time, Richard roughly sorted out the spoils he had received from the Wizards of Meteor Academy, and then began researching the magical beasts of the mirror world. After all, he had plenty of time to study the spoils later, and the mirror world wasn't always accessible. But as soon as he stepped into the central black tower, a clear, beautiful female voice rang out in his ears. Come to the top floor. The dean's back. Richard froze for a moment, then flew towards the top floor. On the 300th floor of the black tower, Susanna and Eric's were already waiting at the stairs. Richard arrived and saw that, aside from 2 third-ring wizards, the rest were all second-ring wizards. Many of these second-ring wizards were familiar faces. For example, Anka, who was chatting with a wizard, and Kyan, who was hiding in a corner. Master Anka, long time no see, Richard said to an old wizard. Anka smiled and replied, Indeed, it's been a while, Richard. I heard you played a vital role in the last battle. It just happened to be a coincidence. Richard glanced at the wizards around him. These wizards were likely, like him, on missions. However, judging by their numbers, the number of wizards present was less than 1/5 of the original number. It's important to remember that these wizards on missions were the most elite second-ring wizards from the Black Tower Wizarding Academy. Even so, 4/5 of the wizards on missions had died. Such generous rewards for missions certainly weren't given for nothing. Richard sighed, Alas, I never thought a single mission would claim so many masters. But just as he finished his sigh, he saw Anka looking at him strangely. Master, what's the matter? Nothing, just your sigh is a little strange. Fewer people are coming to claim their rewards because the contracts signed before the battle are effectively void for wizards who have been ejected from their soul boxes. You didn't think all those old guys were dead, did you? Richard's face froze, and he said awkwardly, Ahem, I forgot about the soul boxes. Since these wizards on missions are elite, they naturally possess life-saving items like soul boxes. After a while, several more second-ring wizards arrived. Susanna counted the number of people, then, along with Eric's, led the wizards up to the 300th floor of the Black Tower. The familiar little door, the familiar key. But this time, Richard was no longer the wizard apprentice, who had been forced to evolve on his own after being exposed to a trace of the Black Tower's Grand Wizard's life force. Opening the door, the Grand Wizard of the Black Tower was sitting in a chair in front of a bookshelf, casually flipping through a magic book. Noticing the door opening, he glanced at the entrance and then put the magic book down. Everyone's here, little Susanna. Everyone's here. The Grand Wizard of the Black Tower stood up and slowly walked over to Susanna's side. His eyes scanned the faces of the second-ring wizards one by one, and soon his attention shifted to Richard. Richard. The Great Wizard of the Black Tower seemed somewhat surprised. How come I keep seeing you lately? I heard from Susanna that your contribution to this war was truly invaluable. Recently. Richard recalled that the last time he and the Great Wizard of the Black Tower had met was, it seemed, over 200 years ago in the insect hive world. Master Susanna, you're so kind. I only did my humble part, Richard said modestly. No, it wasn't just a humble contribution. I saw the final battle. Your alien slaves played a vital role. What a shame! If you weren't a student of Koro's, I have taken you in as one. The Great Wizard of the Black Tower's words instantly made Richard the center of attention among the wizards. Even Susanna and Alex couldn't help but glance at Richard. Although the Great Wizard of the Black Tower could sometimes be a bit erratic, he always meant what he said to the wizards of the Academy. When he said he wanted to take Richard as his student, he really meant it. A flicker of envy and regret flashed through the hearts of the other wizards. They felt that Richard had missed a great opportunity. But Richard remained composed. Without Joro's mentorship, bringing him to the wizarding world, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Joro also treated him well, never holding back when it came to passing on his knowledge. A man must have a conscience. He couldn't just forget Joro's kindness as a teacher because of a word from the Black Tower Grand Wizard. Dean, you're too kind. I just happened to be there, Richard replied calmly. The Black Tower Grand Wizard looked at the second-ring wizards and, except for Richard, remained silent. All right, follow me. The Black Tower Grand Wizard led the other wizards to the door Richard had passed through when he first entered the secret realm. Inside is my warehouse, but I must warn you, I've included hazard warnings for many of the items inside. Be sure to carefully inspect everything before you take it. Don't let anything die in the warehouse the moment you get it. You're all second ring wizards, don't be foolish like apprentices. Also, once you've taken something out, you can't replace it. Think carefully before making any decisions. With that, the Great Wizard of the Black Tower snapped his fingers, opening the anywhere door. Behind the door, a vast, dimly lit room appeared before the wizards. Before letting the wizards in, the Great Wizard of the Black Tower seemed to remember something and added, "Oh, and by the way, don't start a fight over anything in there. If you do, everyone must get out. There's plenty of stuff here, and you have plenty of time. 3 hours is plenty of time for you to choose." With that, the Great Wizard of the Black Tower flashed and appeared on the chair where the wizards had sat when they first entered. The wizards who remained at the door excitedly entered the warehouse behind it in an orderly fashion. The Great Wizard of the Black Tower's warehouse was enormous. At least at first glance, Richard couldn't see the end of the treasury. This treasury was lined with numerous glowing black stone platforms, upon which lay the artifacts the Great Wizard of the Black Tower had collected over the years. A force field surrounded these artifacts, freezing them in midair and making it easier for the wizard to observe them from all angles. The anywhere door still had its teleporting effect, and all the wizards who entered were randomly transported to a corner of the warehouse. Richard glanced around, wondering if the Great Wizard of the Black Tower had compartmentalized the collection, so that only certain types of artifacts could be found in certain areas. The black stone platforms surrounding Richard were filled with what looked like minerals, and these mineral-bearing black stone platforms were marked with an extremely dangerous symbol by the Great Wizard of the Black Tower. It seems my luck is a bit off. Richard rubbed his chin. He wasn't going to take any of the items labeled extremely dangerous. He could only take 3 items, so there was no point wasting time on something he didn't recognize as dangerous. With that thought, Richard immediately began to move quickly through the warehouse. The warehouse was enormous, and Richard flew for 10 minutes without seeing a single wizard. During this time, Richard found many valuable items, such as large chunks of raw gold and mithril, or extremely high-quality elemental gems, and the body specimen of a level 3 alien. But for Richard, these items were all too common. His current supply of magic essence was practically endless, and he could easily purchase these items with money. And the Great Wizard's treasury surely contained rare treasures unavailable outside. Thinking this, Richard glanced out of the corner of his eye and froze in place. He stared blankly at the third black stone platform to his left. Atop it, a skeletal arm hovered quietly within a force field. If Richard was right, it must be the arm of a world lord. Chapter 327. Richard walked to the black stone platform and used his mental power to carefully examine the withered arm within the force field. The moment his mental power touched the arm, an instinctive fear surged within him. This was the most instinctive reaction of a lower-level creature facing a higher-level one. This was undoubtedly the arm of a world master. This withered arm looked similar to a human hand, but longer and thicker. Even in its withered state, Richard could still discern how majestic it once was. Richard's mental power couldn't penetrate the withered arm's interior, so he naturally had no idea what lay within. But this was enough. Richard chose this as his first item. Richard prepared himself, and the return of his magic power began to flow rapidly. A layer of black scales spread from Richard's heart to his entire body in an instant. He pulled 2 metal ingots from his pocket and fashioned an iron box covered in gold patterns. The box was just the right size to hold the arm. Richard then took a deep breath and, carefully within the force field, placed his arm inside the box. Once the box was closed, Richard breathed a sigh of relief and then lifted it out with both hands. The moment the box left the force field, Richard's body instantly sank into a state of extreme panic. His limbs began to lose control, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Bang! Richard lost his balance and crashed stiffly onto the black stone platform. This instinctive fear quickly spread from his body to his soul, but a white light appeared deep within Richard's soul, protecting his spirit. The badge of courage protected Richard's spirit from the encroachment of fear. The box was heavy. Besides the box itself, the withered arm inside made up the bulk of its weight. In his utter panic, the box quickly fell to the ground. Richard's mind moved, and a giant magical hand appeared out of thin air, grasping the box and placing it into his magic pocket. The moment the box entered the magic pocket, the fear that had gripped Richard's heart instantly dissipated. Richard breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing on the ground, gasping for air. In just a dozen seconds, Richard felt like a scumbag, his inner lining soaked with cold sweat, practically wrung out water. Is this the true body of the Lord of the World? It's quite different from the flesh fragments I obtained earlier. Richard wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone tinged with relief and surprise. The greater the pressure this arm brought him, the greater its value. Thinking back to the flesh tentacle he had obtained, its essence completely devoured by the World Guardian. The remaining fragments held no sway for him, an apprentice. But even so, the flesh tentacle remained a treasure Richard could not miss. Now that this arm held such a powerful aura, its value surely far surpassed the tentacle he had acquired that year. I hope this arm will give me a surprise. After a short rest, Richard stood up and resumed his exploration of the warehouse. The Black Tower's Grand Wizard's collection was diverse, ranging from ores and alien corpses to strange artifacts and certain alien artifacts. It was truly all-encompassing. Richard browsed for a long time, practically dazzled by the warehouse's contents. But even so, Richard remained steadfast in his principle of refusing to purchase anything he could find outside. Soon, 3 hours passed, and the wizard in the warehouse was instantly transported away. For a moment, Richard felt the world spinning, and the surrounding scenery turned into large blocks of color. When the scenery returned to normal, the first thing Richard saw was the face of the Great Wizard of the Black Tower. "Kid, you're lucky." The Great Wizard of the Black Tower stared at Richard, his teeth gritting. Richard froze, and after reviewing the 3 items he had chosen, he instantly locked onto the arm of the World Lord. The Great Wizard of the Black Tower had fought many battles over the years, and he had undoubtedly encountered many World Lords. For an arm to be so specially collected by him, it must have its own unique value. How about I go back and get another one?" Richard asked tentatively. "That won't be necessary," the Black Tower's Great Wizard said somewhat dejectedly. "I told you to take whatever you want, so I'm giving you whatever you want. If I, the Dean, don't keep my word, how will I ever find wizards to work for me in the future?" Richard swallowed, unsure whether to keep the arm or not. It seemed he had chosen the Dean's favorite. "If I remember correctly, you're an alchemist, right? Little Ellie's staff was made by you," the Black Tower's Great Wizard said. Richard nodded. "Yes, Dean, you're not mistaken. If you're an alchemist, that makes things easier." The Black Tower's Great Wizard snapped his fingers, and 2 elves suddenly appeared out of thin air, pulled a thin booklet from the bookshelf, and presented it to Richard. "Here, take this. It's my rough analysis of that arm." Then, the Black Tower's Great Wizard began to explain the arm's origins to Richard. "This arm was a trophy from my first independent expedition after becoming a Grand Wizard. At that time, I encountered a 4-armed orc. That orc was very powerful. Not only did he possess exceptional physical strength, but his 4 arms could also cast spells of the 4 elements. That battle was extremely difficult, and I nearly died there." A hint of nostalgia crossed the face of the Grand Wizard of the Black Tower. He was a formidable opponent. His combat skills were exceptional, and his combination of magic and physical combat was refreshing. Although we fought to the death, we were both incredibly happy. After defeating him, I cremated his body and scattered his ashes on the grasslands where he lived. I severed his 4 arms and kept them as trophies. I gave 3 of them away as a favor. This was the last one, and you took it today." The Great Wizard of the Black Tower smiled with a hint of regret, then asked Richard, "I remember I gave you a fragment of the secret realm, didn't you?" "Yes, Dean, you gave me a fragment of the secret realm during the bloody exam." The Great Wizard of the Black Tower nodded. "That's easy, then." With that, he pulled several crystal balls from his pocket and held them suspended in the air. Each of these crystal balls contained a hazy glow. "Susanna's report to me highlighted your contributions and asked me to give you a larger reward. Alas, this kid is truly unfeeling. But I just checked, and I didn't expect that the magic support vehicles the White Wizard Corps has been buying lately were designed by you. Then you're definitely worth my investment. I didn't even know about such a prominent figure like you." "I'm a complete failure as the Dean," Richard said, somewhat apprehensively. "Dean, you're joking. I'm not a big shot. How can a mere wizard like me deserve your attention?" The Great Wizard of the Black Tower waved his hand, signaling Richard to stop. "You are undoubtedly outstanding. There's no need to be modest about that." He then gestured to the crystal balls suspended in the air. Some of these crystal balls contain fragments of secret realms, and some contain small secret realms. These fragments fell off while I was piecing together secret realms. The small secret realms are of lower quality, so I was too lazy to put them together. Added together, these things should cover an area of over 20 square kilometers, though the quality varies. You might find secret realms quite rare, but for people like us, aside from certain special ones, they're just that, SOSO. I give you these things, but I won't help you piece them together. Many wizard guilds offer secret realm piecing services. You can pay them to do it for you. It's a bit pricey, but you don't need it." Richard nodded repeatedly, memorizing these things. The Great Wizard of the Black Tower continued, "You have good talent and good luck, comparable to me in my youth. But if you want to become a great wizard, I suggest you hand over your business affairs to your teacher. Resources are important, but knowledge is even more crucial. Even great wizards fall on the battlefield of the Great Wizard Trial, let alone a third-ring wizard participating. So, it's best for you to focus your energy on exploring knowledge." Without waiting for Richard to respond, the Great Wizard of the Black Tower snapped his fingers and teleported Richard outside the study. Outside the study, Erix and Susanna were waiting for Richard. The other wizards, who entered the warehouse, were teleported directly to the 300th floor. Only Richard entered the study. "Boy, how did you get it?" Susanna asked. Richard bowed slightly to Susanna. "Thank you, Master. The Dean gave me quite a generous gift this time. I feel a little unworthy." "You deserve it," Susanna waved her hand. "Besides, I don't think the teacher gave you anything special. At most, some secret realm fragments. To a wizard of his level, those are not much different from our magic spirits. I think if you feel unworthy, you could make a donation to the Academy," Eric suddenly interrupted. The two looked at Alex, and Susanna asked in confusion, "Didn't the teacher provide funding for the Academy?" Alex sighed and said quietly, "You're not in charge, so you don't know. The commissions for this war alone cost over 80 million magic essence. Adding in the cost of rebuilding the Academy and the wizards' pensions, we've lost nearly 100 million magic essence this time. And the world the Dean conquered last time was a slave world, with very little resource output and a long payback period. It's been over 200 years, and we've only recouped a third of the costs of the last war. Although the Academy still has enough funds to operate, I think it's better to save a little." Richard didn't know the Academy's financial situation. But regardless of whether the Academy's financial situation was as Alex described, since he had asked, Richard would definitely contribute. 100,000 magic essence, Richard said. "I donate 100,000 magic essence to the Academy." "Okay." Alex's expression instantly shifted from sorrow to a smile. He walked over to Richard, patted him on the back, and said with a beaming smile, "Richard, you're so straightforward. That stingy old Jolid, I had to talk him into it for ages before he agreed to give me 50,000 magic essences. Don't worry, you won't waste this money. If you encounter any problems in the future, just come to the Academy. The Academy has been established for so many years, and has produced so many wizards, so I think I can help you a little." Richard nodded and said, "Thank you, Master." Then the three of them separated, each going about their own business. Richard returned to the room on the 56th floor, where he had lived as an apprentice, and immediately opened the secret realm rift. Holding the crystal balls that sealed the secret realm fragments, Richard entered the secret realm and shouted happily to the World Mushroom, "World Mushroom, look what goodies I brought you." Chapter 328. A mycelial tentacle of the World Mushroom emerged from the ground at Richard's feet, and took the crystal ball. A faint energy wave emanated from the mycelial tentacle, and soon the dull sound of the World Mushroom echoed in Richard's ears. "My lord, I sense that these crystal balls contain fragments of the secret realm." Richard nodded. "Yes, you're right. These things should be useful to you." After a brief silence, the World Mushroom spoke excitedly. "Very useful. These fragments can make the secret realm even larger and more energetic. Furthermore, these fragments contain many different rules, which can serve as nutrients, enriching the rules of this secret realm and bringing it closer to a single world." "That's good," Richard said with a smile. "You should be able to piece them together, right?" "Yes, but while I'm piecing the secret realm together, all your subordinates will have to leave." Richard agreed. "Okay. I'll be visiting the Red Sun world in a couple of days, and I relocate the salamanders there. How long will it take you?" "About 20 years. "Okay, I'll leave it to you then." After handing all the crystal balls he had obtained from the Great Wizard of the Black Tower to the World Mushroom, Richard arrived at Ulysses' lair. At that moment, Ulysses was leisurely basking in the sun, seemingly unaware that Richard had entered the secret realm. "How could you not even greet me, the Lord God, upon my arrival?" Richard quipped. Ulysses glanced at Richard, turned his head away, and closed his eyes again. "I've never met a Lord God who doesn't care about his own church." "How can you say that?" Richard laughed. "I clearly sent my most capable servant to manage the church. How can you say I don't care about the church?" Ulysses opened his eyes, and looked at Richard with some resignation. "My Lord God, you know, in our land, it's not uncommon for subordinate gods to launch a divine war, and kill the Lord God to ascend to the throne themselves. That's the Lord God who focuses on the church. If they were as indifferent as you, The subordinate gods wouldn't even need to launch a divine war. They simply overthrow you from the church level. Richard laughed. Doesn't this show my trust in you? Besides, how can I, a newcomer with no experience in the church, possibly manage the church well? My friend, those who are capable should do more. Ulysses said seriously. Everything has to start somewhere. I heard you said you wanted Old Mushroom to piece together the secret realm and return all these fire lizards to the Red Sun world. This is a great opportunity. It would be shameful for a Lord God to be unable to even develop the church. Seeing his persistence, Richard gave up trying to evade the offer and agreed. I've made it clear beforehand that we wizards don't believe in ghosts and gods. I don't know how many natives claiming to be gods have been tied to the dissection table by us. I might find your methods awkward, or even impossible to learn. Hearing this, Ulysses said angrily, don't compare us to those natives. We are a civilization of gods. Ulysses emphasized the word civilization. We became gods not because we wanted to, but because we became gods, we could better gather the power of faith. Becoming a god is a means to an end. Developing the church is also a means to an end. You can even consider it a discipline, a skill. Aren't you wizards the best at learning and research? Why would this be so difficult for you? Richard was stunned by these words. Ulysses' words pointed out a problem in his mindset. He had always viewed religion as a deceptive trick, and therefore psychologically despised it. But this was not the case. Religion, as the cornerstone of the god civilization, must have been practiced and developed for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. This was enough to make the development of religion a serious discipline. It was my fault. I was blinded by prejudice. Richard sincerely apologized to Ulysses, but Ulysses didn't hold it against him, snorting and letting the matter go. Richard then told Ulysses about Chaon. This time, while collecting his reward, he saw Chaon among the wizards, which reminded him of his promise. Now that he had mastered the art of removing curses, he might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to earn a favor. From your description, this kid named Chaon likely ran into a collector from the pocket dimension, Ulysses said uncertainly. Those ethereal creatures with pockets love to travel between dimensions, collecting whatever treasures they find. Sometimes, they even make deals with beings from the material world. I think the wizard must have cheated the collectors in that deal, and they still hold a grudge against him. But these guys aren't bad-tempered. If you remove the curse, you might be able to attract them. Then, maybe you can even obtain some treasures from other dimensions. Richard was delighted, having unexpectedly found such a surprise. Then let's go find him now. Chaon's residence wasn't in the central Black Tower, but in a secluded corner of the experimental area. This wasn't a deliberate targeting by the Academy, but rather his own request. As a man favored by the goddess of misfortune, he had a deep understanding of his own luck. Staying in the Black Tower would only bring trouble to other wizards. Of course, this was also partly due to his fear of other wizards joining forces to kill him. Interfering with the wizard's experiments was no different from directly declaring war. Looking at the stone house before him, which perfectly adhered to its mechanical structure and was made of extremely solid materials, even Ulysses couldn't help but sigh. Chaon is truly a ruthless man. Misfortune can cause low-probability events to occur, but it can't prevent the improbable from happening. As long as you do things to the utmost, even misfortune can't do anything to you. Richard stepped forward and knocked on the door. Dong! 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 Boom! Before Richard finished knocking, a loud noise emanated from the stone house. Immediately, black smoke billowed from the stone house's chimney. A dusty, black-robed wizard opened the door, smoke pouring out from behind him. He coughed and asked, cough, 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 who is it? It's me, Richard. Richard frowned slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a light breeze blew away the black smoke pouring from the door. Chaon looked at the newcomer, his face slightly agitated. Master Richard, how did you find time to come to see me? I heard you've made a lot of goodies this war, and even the dean praised you highly. Shouldn't you be researching right now? Remember, I promised you last time. Boom! A section of the stone house behind Kyang suddenly collapsed, and then the entire structure began to crumble. Richard stared at the stone house in a daze. The materials used were absolutely solid. How could it become unsafe so easily? Your house. Kyang smiled. It's okay. I'm used to it. I've lived here for 3 months now. If it hadn't broken down, I have suspected a disaster was about to happen. Looking at Kyang's calm demeanor, Richard couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration and pity. How much misfortune must he have endured to cultivate such a stable state of mind? Richard continued, I promised you last time that I would keep an eye out for any information about your curse. That's why I'm here this time. Chaon's eyes lit up, And he asked excitedly, Master, have you found any information about that creature? Richard nodded. I found a creature very similar to the one you described. It's an illusory creature from a pocket dimension called the Collector. And I found a method that might be able to lift your curse. Would you like to try it? Kaon was struck by lightning, frozen in place. Soon, his eyelids trembled, and tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. I'd definitely try. Master, whatever materials you need, I go get them. Richard shook his head. No materials needed, just stand still. With that, Richard's demeanor suddenly changed, as if a holy glow emanated from him. The power of faith was stirred by Richard, and a mysterious transformation took place within his soul. This transformation was simple, yet profoundly ingenious, imbued with the essence of the ultimate simplicity. Richard pointed at Kaon, and the power of his faith transformed into divine magic and descended upon him. Immediately afterwards, a layer of ethereal black energy surged from Kaon's body and vanished into thin air. Kaon's mouth trembled as he watched this scene, as if he wanted to say something. All the misfortunes and pain he had endured over the years now burst forth, becoming choked in his throat. Finally, it all dissolved into a raging wail. It was over, finally over. Richard stared intently at Kaon's side. According to Ulises, his dispelling of the curse might have attracted the Collector who had unleashed it. Soon, the space behind Kaon trembled slightly. A strange creature, its 4 walls and 6 eyes, possessed by this pocket, emerged from the void. Who removed my curse? Who? I did it, you have a problem? The Collector looked up, and saw a black crow glaring at him arrogantly. Beneath that arrogance, a terrifying pressure shuddered at the Collector. The Collector immediately said, No problem, no problem. Great Lord of the world, it's a blessing for him that you're willing to save him. With that, the Collector frantically used his abilities, attempting to leave the wizarding world. Don't leave so quickly. Give me an explanation for what you've done. Ulises flew over the Collector's head like lightning, instantly freezing him in place. This wizard has no grudge against you, yet you cursed him for no reason, causing him to suffer misfortune for thousands of years. Shouldn't you have an explanation? The Collector tried to argue, but Kaon had recovered from his tears. His eyes were red, and he glared at the Collector fiercely. You bastard, look carefully. Am I the Kujin you're talking about? The Collector looked at Kaon, his 6 eyes darting around, as if searching for some clue. Finally, he said sheepishly, Can I apologize? Ulises glared at him unkindly. What do you think? After much negotiation, the Collector was forced to hand over 3 treasures he had collected as compensation for cursing Kaon. Don't think this amount is small. Each of these collectors is a Picio, possessing only the power to take in and never give out. According to Ulises, these illusory creatures cannot die. Even if he were killed, he would be reborn in a pocket dimension at some point in the future. Furthermore, their abilities make them extremely difficult to seal. Providing 3 treasures was the greatest concession the Collector could make, despite feeling guilty. Having handed over the treasures, the Collector immediately departed from the dimensional rift. Afterward, Kaon respectfully performed a wizard's salute toward Richard. Master Richard, I cannot repay your kindness today. If you do not mind, I am willing to follow you as your follower for the rest of my life. Chapter 329. Followers are a special group within wizarding society, their history dating back to the ancient, barbaric era. Back then, the wizarding world was still ruled by dragons, and the most primitive wizards built their own wizard towers in the wilderness, exploring the plains of truth without a clear understanding. Followers are the most primitive wizarding group, the predecessors of wizard apprentices. From the foundation of followers, societies and schools emerged within wizarding society. But this does not mean that followers have disappeared. To this day, followers still exist, and almost every great wizard has his or her own followers. These followers often become vice presidents of wizarding academies, managing their affairs on their behalf. All this sounds good, but it all depends on the follower truly being a great wizard and surviving to the day the wizarding academy is established. Every great wizard must undergo the trials of blood and fire, and too many wizards have fallen along the way in this process. Furthermore, according to ancient rituals, a wizard who wishes to become a follower must hand over all his or her property to the follower, leaving no unauthorized personal property. Furthermore, followers are required to serve as attendants, guards, butlers, laboratory assistants, and other roles. One could almost say that followers are legal wizard slaves. I refuse, Richard replied bluntly. I have no interest in taking a legal wizard slave. You're kidding. With so many secrets, how could he trust a wizard with him every day? Besides, he helped Kaon solely because he possessed great potential. To have been ravaged by misfortune for so long, yet still be able to become a wizard, can only mean that Kaon possesses extraordinary abilities. If he became a follower, Kaon's potential would be wasted. Kaon stared at Richard in astonishment. For any wizard, a wizard follower was a rare opportunity. And Kaon had promised to follow Richard for life. If Richard agreed, Kaon would truly be his follower for life. Master Richard, how can I repay your kindness? Richard said calmly, it's simple. I have a guild that's currently experiencing rapid growth. If you wish to repay me, work for me among the merchants. I believe you can do a great job. Kaon gave Richard a wizard salute and said solemnly, please rest assured, Master Guild Master, I will do my best to complete the task you have assigned me. Richard nodded and sent him to find Jorid. Richard usually didn't interfere with personnel arrangements and didn't have a deep understanding of the guild structure. Therefore, it was up to Choro to decide what position Kaon could fill. After parting ways with Kaon, Richard eagerly entered the secret realm and retrieved the 3 treasures he had just acquired. The collector, constantly roaming across dimensions and worlds, had amassed countless bizarre and curious artifacts in his bag. While many of these items would be trash to creatures of the material world, there were also many that even Ulysses envied. For example, the crystal eyeball that Richard first pulled out. Ulysses, looking at the crystal eyeball, sighed, the eye of delusion splitting. I didn't expect the collector to possess such a thing. You're truly lucky this time. Richard asked, puzzled, what's the use of this thing? Ulysses explained, it's useless to you now, but it will be useful once you become a great wizard. It can directly allow you to see the cracks in space, the gaps between dimensions, and even the workings of laws. It can allow you to see the true world hidden beneath the veil of the world. This item is a relic of the pioneers of our world community of gods. In the past, even the main gods fell in the struggle for it. I thought it had been divided up, but I didn't expect to come across one here. After hearing this, Richard pulled a metal ingot from his pocket, made a box, and placed the eye of delusion inside. Since it was of no use to him now, he didn't need to consider it anymore. Richard then took out a second item, a ray of light sealed in a crystal. What is this thing? It's not as precious as the eye of delusion. It's the light of balance, a specialty of the dimension of the balance. It can be used as a bargaining chip to balance the scale. This explanation left Richard bewildered. He couldn't help but ask, can you explain it more clearly? Give an example. What does it mean to be a weight to keep the scale balanced? What does this scale represent? It can't be a real scale, right? Let me think. Take the red sun world, for example. The red sun world is a world of unbalanced elements. If the rules of the red sun world were materialized as weights and placed on a scale, the weight of the fire element would far exceed the weight of the other elemental rules. The function of the light of balance is to act as a weight, restoring the balance to the greatest possible degree. If the scales return to balance, the red sun world will become a world of elemental balance. After hearing this explanation, Richard was momentarily astonished. Is there such a divine artifact in this world? What if I made a staff that amplified fire spells by 100 levels and other elemental spells by 1 level? If I infuse it with the light of balance, wouldn't that make the staff amplify all attributes by 100 levels? Ulysses nodded. Indeed, but the light of balance has its limits. If one side of the scales is too heavy, the light of balance cannot balance it. Take, for example, the red sun world I mentioned. To change the rules of a world, the light of balance required is truly immense. Even the Lord of the Libra dimension would struggle to possess such a vast amount of light of balance. Richard nodded thoughtfully, then took out his third item, a fist-sized, brilliantly colored crystal. This was his choice, an alchemical material wizards call the Almighty Crystal. This crystal can amplify nearly any evocation spell. Whether it's a 4-element spell, a thunder spell, a force field spell, a sonic spell, as long as it's an evocation, it can amplify it. This is a nearly perfect alchemical material. Richard's mithril staff's head is infused with a tiny bit of Almighty Crystal, giving it the ability to amplify the 4 elements. It's precisely because of this that the alchemical school has set its ultimate goal, the Philosopher's Stone. And now, Richard possesses a fist-sized Almighty Crystal. In the wizarding world, even the greatest wizards would be tempted by this. Light of balance, Almighty Crystal. Richard examined the materials in his hand, and a bold idea suddenly occurred to him. He pulled from his pocket the booklet given to him by the Great Wizard of the Black Tower, which recorded the Great Wizard's research on the World Master's arm Richard had taken. The booklet was not thick, only a dozen pages, and the contents were indeed, as the Great Wizard had said, very rudimentary. But even with this crude research, Richard still obtained the information he sought. Hand of the Earth. Earth elemental spells, force field spells amplified by over 10,000 power levels. Such terrifying data. Is this the world master? The four-armed orc's 4 arms could cast spells of the 4 elements, and the one Richard had obtained was the arm that had used earth elemental spells back then. But seeing the 10,000 power level statistic, Richard couldn't help but gasp. Few third-level wizards could cast a 10,000 power level shaping spell without applying the rules. Even without any enchantment, this arm's material alone could achieve a 10,000 power amplification. If this arm were enchanted, with enough rune arrays inscribed within it, its amplification would be unimaginable. Richard took a deep breath and said to Ulises, brace yourself. I'm going to bring something out. Ulises, seeing Richard's serious expression, asked in confusion, what? Holy shit, where did you get this? The moment Richard pulled out the box containing the Hand of Earth, Ulises' feathers exploded. Stop talking nonsense and suppress this box, Richard said, his body trembling. Ulises flew over to the box, and a black light instantly covered it. The terrifying pressure emanating from the box vanished without a trace. I got this from the warehouse of the Great Wizard of the Black Tower. Inside is the arm of a world lord. Keep suppressing it. I need to run some tests on it. Wow, your Great Wizard is quite nice, even giving you something like this, Ulises exclaimed in astonishment. Richard ignored him. After opening the box, he gently touched the arm. Soon, a message appeared before his eyes. Ingredients: arm of an unknown world lord. Refinable material: bloodline of an unknown creature. Refining cost: 5 million mana. Refining rules: earth elemental rules, incomplete. Refining cost: 700 soul power. Upon seeing this message, Richard removed his hand, reaffirming his thoughts. Richard looked at Ulises, a hint of a maniacal grin on his face. Ulises, do you think this arm could be used as the raw material for a staff? Ulises was stunned, and said uncertainly, yes, it could, but you obviously can't use it. Without my help, you struggle to even handle it. That's not a problem, Richard said excitedly. I can add a seal to the staff to contain its pressure. And I can also rely on my adaptive body to continuously adapt to the pressure of this arm. Richard's eyes lit up as he spoke, and the vague idea in his mind became clearer and clearer. The Hand of Earth, the almighty crystal, and the light of balance, these 3 items could perfectly serve as the main materials for a staff. The all-powerful crystal's all-attribute amplification was one side of the scale, while the Hand of Earth's amplification was the other. Then, he would balance the scales with the light of balance. Richard grew increasingly excited as he thought about it, and he presented his idea to Ulysses in a chaotic manner. Ulysses, after listening, was instantly astonished. A brilliant idea. If it works, your staff will probably be considered the finest among the world masters. Richard exclaimed excitedly, yes, I think so. Give this staff a name, Richard. If we create this staff and place it in our possession, it will be enough for all the Forge worlds to sing its praises. Name, let me think. How about Hand of Balance? Yes, that's a good name. Then it will be called the Hand of Balance. Chapter 330. While the plan for the Hand of Balance staff was a beautiful one, its implementation presented considerable difficulties. The first and foremost challenge was overcoming the pressure emanating from the World Lord within the Hand of Earth. Richard's plan was to seal a portion of it with a sealing technique, then acclimate himself to this pressure through prolonged training. The second issue was the crafting process. The arm was incredibly strong and also hindered alchemy. This meant that engraving runes on it would be a lengthy process. Then, there was the issue of the light of balance. The light of balance obtained from the collector could not achieve the desired effect. This meant that if Richard wanted to perfect the staff, he would have to travel to the dimension of balance. Or alternatively, he could exchange the light of balance with creatures from the dimension of balance through some ritual. This, too, would be a difficult undertaking. However, nothing is impossible for those who are determined. These difficulties were not without solutions, so as long as Richard persevered, his plan would be realized. And what wizards lacked most was patience. After gathering the materials for the Hand of Balance staff, Richard left the secret realm once again and returned to his room in the central Black Tower. Richard didn't study, but instead lay in bed, gazing at the ceiling with a smile on his face. The day's gains were so immense that he felt almost dreamlike. After a long moment, he sat up from the bed, rubbed his cheeks, and went to his desk. After the excitement wore off, it was time to get down to business. He was arguably the one who benefited the most from this academy war. He had found the magic pockets of over 800 wizards, including over 500 lab notebooks alone. He also acquired a large quantity of magic equipment and magic stones. Richard did a rough calculation in the mirror world and found that he had earned nearly 30,000 magic essences alone, and after selling the magic armor, he should be able to fetch over 50,000 magic essences. After all, the vast majority of the captured wizards were first-ring wizards, and the economic status of first-ring wizards is truly worrying. A considerable number of first-ring wizards can't even reside permanently in the Tower of Truth. Furthermore, the majority of first-ring wizards at Meteor Academy are student soldiers, making even less money. However, Richard didn't care much about the profits from magic stones. As long as he didn't undertake any particularly expensive projects, such as producing a dozen sets of Mechanic Type 1 individual armor, he would basically have achieved magic essence freedom. What he valued more were the wizard's experimental notes, and the spell models and alchemical skills provided by the exquisite magic armor. Richard pulled dozens of lab notebooks from his pocket, his eyes flashing with excitement as he muttered to himself, "Let me see what surprises you can bring me." Time flew by, and 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Richard spent most of his time in his room, studying the knowledge he had gained from the spoils of war. The rest of his time was spent crafting a custom set of magical armor for the magic dwarf, helping Jorid set up magic circles in the academy, and accompanying Ellie. Ellie was about to advance to a second-ring wizard. Over 400 years had passed since Ellie became a first-ring wizard, and her mental power had long since reached its peak. The reason she didn't rush to break through was because the darkness of the soul was a severe test on the wizard's will. Countless wizards had fallen in the process of advancement, becoming lifeless corpses. Now, Ellie felt her willpower was strong enough, and she had also learned the ritual for advancement to a second-ring wizard from Susanna. All that remained was to put it into practice. The third basement floor of the central Black Tower. The third basement floor was the Black Tower Wizarding Academy's dedicated advancement facility for its wizards. The advancement room within it would remain unaffected even if the central Black Tower collapsed, making it the safest place in the entire academy. It was in the advancement room on the third basement floor that Jorid had ascended to a third-ring wizard. Standing in front of the advancement room, Richard asked Ellie, "Are you ready?" "Yes," Ellie drawled. "My love, this is the 10th time you've asked me this in this hour." Richard scratched his head awkwardly and replied vaguely, "As long as I'm ready." Richard didn't know how to describe his current mood. Even when he was being promoted, his emotions hadn't been as complicated as they were today. He and Ellie had been together since their apprenticeship days, with no setbacks, though their feelings had seemed to fade with the passage of time. But when faced with the possibility of parting, whether life or death, Richard felt a surge of fear. People often overlook the beauty they already possess until they face the prospect of losing it. Tap, tap, tap. Clear footsteps echoed behind Richard. He turned to see a black-robed female wizard emerging from a portal at the end of the passage, trotting toward them. It was Ellie's mentor, Susanna. She walked over to Ellie and gently embraced her student. "Ellie, you have to walk the rest of the way on your own." The two separated, and Ellie smiled. "Don't worry, teacher. I'm sure I can do it." Susanna smiled, touched Ellie's cheek, and said nothing more. She stepped past Ellie, opened the door to the Ascension room, and handed her a magic pouch. "Go in. The ritual materials are all in the pouch. If anything's missing, use the crystal ball inside to notify me." Ellie took the pouch and hugged Susanna again. Then she came to Richard, tiptoed, and kissed him goodbye. "I'm going in. See you in a few decades." As the door closed, Richard felt an inexplicable panic creep over him. He touched his chest. His heart was pounding inside. "Don't panic, Richard." Richard looked at Susanna, who had suddenly spoken. Susanna seemed calm at the moment. Promotion is inevitable for any wizard. You experience it many times in your long life. You encounter both success and failure, and you have to learn to adapt. And whether your promotion is successful or not is beyond your control. Don't worry about trivial matters. Focus on the real business. Susanna's words made Richard feel like he was being lectured, but Susanna was certainly qualified to lecture him. Richard tried to calm himself, bowing slightly to Susanna and saying, "Master, you're right." Susanna's eyes lit up with admiration at Richard's quick recovery. Reason is one of a wizard's most precious qualities. Go back. I'll let you know if Ellie succeeds in her promotion. Back on the ground, the sky was a brilliant blue, the clouds gleaming white. A wizard apprentice in a black robe slowly flew through the academy, while the academy monitor landed on the side of the road, monitoring every corner of the academy. After 3 years of reconstruction, the Black Tower Wizard Academy had almost fully recovered. Richard touched his still-beating heart and sighed helplessly. "Alas, I need to find something to distract myself. It's hard to concentrate on research in these times." Returning to the central black tower, Richard headed straight for Jorod's laboratory. Opening the door, Jorod was leisurely perusing a magic book. He looked up at Richard and asked, "Have you started your promotion?" "Yes." "Go out for a walk, relax, and broaden your horizons. Your strength is no longer commensurate with your knowledge. That's why I'm here. Teacher, I'm taking those magic dwarves with me. Take them away, and remember to register them with the Ministry of Justice." "Yes, I will." After giving his instructions, Richard turned and went downstairs. The magic dwarves also lived on the 56th floor of the central Black Tower. After rebuilding the academy, these magic dwarves settled in the Black Tower Wizarding Academy. Now it was time to take them back to their homeland. Knock, knock, knock. Pluto, book in hand, opened the door, his glasses still on. He adjusted his glasses, saw who was knocking, and immediately gave a rather awkward wizard salute. "Sir, what are your wishes?" Richard looked past Pluto and took a look at the furnishings of his room. A large number of books were piled on the desk, and manuscript papers filled with architectural drafts were pasted all over the walls. This demon dwarf seemed to be studying architecture on his own. "Nothing, I'm planning to take you back to your ancestral land. I came to let you know." Pluto was startled, a flicker of joy crossing his face. "Excuse me, sir. When do we leave?" Richard pulled his watch from his pocket and checked the time. 10:30. "I give you half an hour. We meet at the airship field in half an hour." After saying that, Richard paused and asked again, "Do you know where the airship field is?" "Don't worry, sir. We know. We built it. The demon dwarf's ancestral land is located in the central wizard continent, outside the territory of Richard's Tower of Truth. So, to get these demon dwarves to their ancestral land, Richard had to make a cross-domain journey, from Richard's fourth ring Tower of Truth to the first ring Tower of Truth, located in the central wizard continent. And the first stop on this cross-domain journey was Paradise City. At the airship field, Bob arrived early, awaiting Richard's arrival. Airships rose and landed around him, and some recognized Bob. They saluted Bob with some fear, but he paid them no attention. Everyone speculated that President Bob was waiting for a distinguished guest. But they couldn't imagine what kind of distinguished guest the president of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce would personally greet. An airship descended from the sky. This magical airship looked ordinary, but its presence instantly perked Bob's spirits. The airship landed, and the hatch opened. A black-robed wizard emerged, his arms outstretched, and he embraced Bob. "It's been over 50 years since we last met. You've lost some weight, Bob. It seems managing a chamber of commerce isn't easy." Bob smiled, but pretended to sigh. "Oh, forget it. I'm losing my hair every day. I'm almost bald. I really want to give up this position of president. Being president is so hard." Richard laughed and punched him, and they both burst into laughter. Soon, Richard asked about his own affairs. "Brother Bob, have you taken care of what I told you about?" Bob said with some pride, "How could such a small matter go wrong? It's just a cross-domain journey, right? We at the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce have a route. No matter which Tower of Truth you're going to, I can get you there." Chapter 331. Cross-domain travel is a cumbersome undertaking. When the Tower of Truth was first built, regional divisions were considered, and large uninhabited areas were almost always located on the edge of the Tower of Truth's territory. While this made each Tower of Truth's territory roughly the same size, it also made communication between towers more difficult. Generally speaking, to cross uninhabited areas, one must be at least a third-ring wizard. And even a third-ring wizard wasn't completely safe while traveling through uninhabited areas. Many third-ring wizards have perished while traveling across uninhabited areas. However, this was a wizard's own cross-domain journey. If a wizard is willing to pay, or has a familiar wizard guild, they can easily travel across domains through the guild's trade routes. This was also the purpose of Richard's trip. Seeing that Bob had already taken care of it, Richard was naturally overjoyed. He gave Bob a thumbs up. "I knew you were reliable, Brother Bob. I wonder which Chamber of Commerce I'm traveling through this time. Who else could it be?" "It must be our 9-Star Chamber of Commerce," Bob said proudly. "Don't underestimate our new Chamber of Commerce. But when it comes to development, we're no less advanced than those established ones with thousands of years of history. Even when the old guild master was still around, the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce had been actively pursuing cross-domain trade routes. After I took over, thanks to the old guild master's influence, I was able to complete this project. Now, the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce's trade routes can reach any Tower of Truth in the wizarding world. In the near future, our shops will extend beyond the 4th Ring Tower of Truth and spread throughout the wizarding world. While Bob's words were a bit of a boast, his idea was perfectly sound. As long as a Wizarding Guild sales channels are broad enough, even worthless junk can find buyers. In today's wizarding world, this means that no matter how bizarre the resources, the guild can find the wizards who need them. This is undoubtedly a great thing for a Wizarding Guild. However, expanding a Wizarding Guild is not easy. Every Tower of Truth has its own local Wizarding Guild. These guilds compete with each other, and if an outsider suddenly appears and competes for their market share, the consequences are obvious. The better ones will engage in price wars, but if you encounter a more shady guild, your store will be completely taken away. In the business wars between Wizarding Guilds, physical elimination of the opponent is also a method. Okay, brother, your idea is good, but you must be careful. Bob waved his hand. Don't worry, brother. I'm afraid of death, and I won't play with my own life. After a few more pleasantries, Richard returned to the airship and led the magic dwarves out. Richard chartered an airship specifically to transport these magic dwarves. Wow, magic dwarves! These are truly rare. Bob, worthy of his Chamber of Commerce background, was as knowledgeable in natural history as Richard the alchemist. I remember seeing these creatures extinct in the wizarding world. Only a few still live in the secret realms of the great wizards. Hey bro, which great wizard are you in touch with? The great wizard of the Black Tower? Richard waved his hand. Don't speculate. These magic dwarves, to be more precise, are trained by the Council of Truth. Didn't we fight an academy war a while ago? I happened to be in the world realm helping these magic dwarves resolve a problem, and received a small reward. I'm traveling across the border this time to return these magic dwarves to their homeland. Bob shuddered after hearing Richard's explanation. No, Richard, you can't touch the council's property. You didn't sign a contract with these magic dwarves, did you? If you did, rescind it immediately. The law enforcement wizards from the Ministry of Justice discovered you taking council property. No matter how much, you have to serve at least this many years. Bob raised 3 fingers. As for the unit behind, it was obvious from Bob's expression that it was 1,000 years. Richard patted Bob on the shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, these magic dwarves are innocent. I haven't broken any laws. What can the law enforcement wizards do to me? Although the law enforcement wizards in the Ministry of Justice possess great power, they also have very strict limitations. Soft blackmailing the 9-star Chamber of Commerce is the limit of their exploitation, or rather, the limit allowed by the council. If these law enforcement wizards go any further, they will cross the red line. If a law enforcement wizard crosses the red line, they will face internal investigation and the destruction of their souls. Law enforcement wizards are ruthless to mad wizards, and they show no mercy to their former colleagues. Innocent? Bob's mind was a little confused for a moment. Aren't these demon dwarfs the property of the Council of Truth? Having been taken away from the world mirror by Richard, they don't look innocent at all. But seeing Richard's confident expression, Bob chose to trust Richard. Knowing Richard, Richard would never be confused about major issues. Since you haven't committed any crime, I won't ask any more questions. I remember that you have evolved physically, so I prepared a banquet for you in the city to welcome you. There's no rush for the cross-domain journey. You have to come, brother. Haha, brother, you're all ready, so why shouldn't I go? Richard followed Bob away, while the remaining dwarves, led by Bob's followers, toured paradise. To the dwarves, every blade of grass and every tree in paradise was incredibly novel. Their lifestyle could almost be described as puritanical, with entertainment practically non-existent. If anything, blacksmithing and martial arts tournaments might be the only activities that could qualify as entertainment. But compared to the myriad of entertainments in paradise, these activities pale into indifference. Soon, the 30 dwarves were captivated by the city's diverse entertainments, but Brutus remained unmoved. Seeing Pluto unfazed by his surroundings, the leading attendant was in a dilemma. Bob had asked him to take these magic dwarves on a good meal and have some fun, but he almost explored all of paradise, and the magic dwarf still hadn't found anything interesting to do. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't take them to the wizarding district and try out the attractions only wizards could. Ordinary creatures wouldn't be able to handle those kinds of activities. Why aren't you leaving? Pluto asked, puzzled, as Bob's attendant paused. Sir, we've finished our tour. If we leave again, we'd be heading to the wizarding district, the attendant said politely. There's nothing much to do there. Pluto nodded, then asked, do you have a library here? I'd like to find some books on architecture. Reading? A very wizardly hobby. However, Paradise City can indeed meet this need. There are a large number of apprentice wizards living in Paradise City. These apprentice wizards don't possess the same extensive knowledge as wizards themselves, so they naturally seek solutions to any daily challenges they encounter. Thus, Paradise City has established a library for these apprentice wizards to search for information. After all, it's all apprentice-level knowledge, and with a little money, you can acquire a large quantity. There are even wizard guilds specializing in this area. They regularly update the books in the libraries of some wizard academies to ensure the knowledge apprentices are exposed to is accurate and up-to-date. You want to read? That's easy. The attendant smiled and immediately led Pluto to the apprentice library. But before they could take a few steps, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by several spherical aircraft from the security department rapidly approaching the light. What's going on? Pluto asked curiously. The attendant said grimly, nothing. We just ran into a law enforcement wizard. We don't need to worry about him. Really? I don't think so. A voice echoed in the attendant's ear, and then a black-robed wizard landed beside him. Boy, what's with this demon dwarf? The demon dwarves of the wizarding world were captured and trained by the Council of Truth over 7,000 years ago. Where did you come from? Looking at the suddenly appeared black-robed wizard, the attendant smiled helplessly and said, This is the attendant of one of our distinguished guests. As for their origins, they might have been cloned. Cloning is a mature technique in alchemy. It's used to rebuild a wizard's body after it's been destroyed. As long as there's life information, cloning can create a body from a single drop of blood. The black-robed wizard looked at Pluto and suddenly produced a crystal ball. A faint light flashed from the crystal ball, and the black-robed wizard's eyes suddenly became sharp. No, he doesn't have a mark on him. Cloning technology is incredibly convenient for disguise. A mad wizard only needs to clone a body to disguise himself as someone else. For this reason, all guilds offering cloning services and wizards who practice cloning will mark the clones with different marks to clarify their origins. But Pluto had no mark on his body. There are two possibilities. One is that the wizard forgot to do it. This is relatively simple. The wizard only needs to pay a fine or provide evidence to force the guild that created the clone to pay the fine. The other possibility is stealing the property of the Council of Truth. This is a serious crime, and catching one would be a huge reward. The black-robed wizard immediately pulled a scroll from his pocket and commanded his attendant, As a law enforcement wizard, I request your assistance in the investigation. Call this demon dwarf's master here immediately. The attendant looked hesitant, but looking at the law enforcement scroll in the black-robed wizard's hand, he reluctantly pulled out his communication crystal ball. Master, a law enforcement wizard has stopped us. We need to send Lord Richard to assist in the investigation. Okay, got it. Soon, two streams of light arrived at the scene. They were none other than Bob and Richard. The black-robed wizard knew Bob, so he immediately set his sights on the wizard beside him. The black-robed wizard put on a serious expression and asked, Is this demon dwarf yours? Richard replied calmly, Not mine, he's a free man. A free man? The black-robed wizard scoffed. That's a rare statement. Did you clone this demon dwarf? No. The black-robed wizard's eyes lit up instantly. No. Are you sure, wizard? Richard remained unmoved. I am. Hearing this answer, the black-robed wizard's heart suddenly beamed with joy. Then come with me. The demon dwarves were captured and trained by the Council of Truth over 7,000 years ago. I now suspect you of stealing their property, the black-robed wizard said sternly. Really? Richard calmly pulled a scroll from his pocket. Opening the scroll, the contents and the 5 Tower of Truth seals beneath instantly froze the black-robed wizard's smile. He had never heard of the scroll's contents, but the seals on it were unmistakable. These demonic dwarves have been made vassals of the Council of Truth, enjoying almost the same powers as wizards. When did this happen? Richard leisurely retracted the scroll and said, A law enforcement wizard can't even remember the regulations issued by the Council of Truth. Master, I suspect you've neglected your duties. Chapter 332. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Richard's words were heartbreaking. If a law enforcement wizard couldn't even remember the regulations promulgated by the Council of Truth, then all his past achievements would be questioned. Who knew if there were any injustices or miscarriages of justice? The black-robed wizard was speechless. He took the scroll from Richard again and read it over and over again, trying to find any omissions. But all his efforts were in vain. The 5 marks of the Tower of Truth pierced his eyes, like steel needles. This scroll was not fake. But if it was not fake, then the problem lay with him. The black-robed wizard returned the scroll to Richard and said nonchalantly, So it's this regulation. This was indeed my oversight. This regulation has never been used since it was enacted. I was careless. The black-robed wizard bowed slightly to Richard and said, I apologize for disturbing you, master. The eyes of the surrounding security department wizards widened at the black-robed wizard's humble demeanor. When had the law enforcement officers of the Ministry of Justice ever been so humble? Richard put the scroll away, a half-smile on his face. So that's how it is. Even law enforcement wizards forget some rarely used laws. The black-robed wizard's face darkened upon hearing this. He quickly explained, No, this was an accident. This regulation, it's a special regulation. But what if it's a special regulation? Forgotten. Unknown. For a law enforcement wizard, misremembering or forgetting the law is a serious offense. It will result in an internal investigation. If the review results are clear, the law enforcement wizard will only receive a small fine. However, if there's a problem, the law enforcement wizard could lose their job at best, or face the death penalty at worst. Although the black-robed wizard was very confident in his past cases, what if something went wrong? He had been a law enforcement wizard for 2,000 years. Who could guarantee there wouldn't be a single mistake? Looking at the black-robed wizard, sweating with anxiety, Richard stopped pestering him and said with a smile, Master, don't worry. This regulation is indeed a bit unusual, and other law enforcement wizards have forgotten it. But being constantly investigated by law enforcement wizards isn't a big deal. Master, since we've met, why don't you just register them to avoid further questioning? Hearing Richard's reassurance, the black-robed wizard breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I register them right away to save you from further questioning. Then wait a moment, Master. I call them over. Richard was interrupted by the black-robed wizard before he could finish his words. No. Find someone to take me there, and I'd be fine. He just wanted to get out of this dangerous place as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. Bob nodded slightly to the attendant beside Brutus, and the attendant walked over to the black-robed wizard, saying he would take him to find the dwarves. With his guide, the black-robed wizard didn't want to stay even a moment longer. He grabbed the attendant and fled into the transition zone. The wizards from the security department burst into laughter at this scene, and the air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Bob laughed and said to Richard, It's not easy to make those guys from the law department give up. They were blackmailing us just now, and now they're like being chased away. Brother, you've really helped me vent my anger this time. Richard raised an eyebrow. That's outrageous. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. Bob smiled and shook his head. Well, I appreciate your kindness, brother. But he's a law enforcement wizard from the Ministry of Justice after all. Provoking him won't do us any good. They're like mosquitoes. Besides being annoying, they're not a big deal. Let them be. Soon, all 30 magic dwarves registered. Under Bob's arrangement, Richard joined the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's trade route, preparing to head to the first ring Tower of Truth. Interdomain trade routes are different from conventional trade routes. Conventional trade routes are often based around airships, forming caravans that travel along fixed routes within the wizarding world. But interdomain trade routes are different. Interdomain trade routes require passing through portals in the Tower of Truth, traveling to worlds already conquered by wizards, then jumping between worlds, ultimately arriving at a new Tower of Truth. During this process, the caravan's goods are often. The longer a cross-domain trade route is, the higher the Chamber of Commerce's profits will be. This is very similar to the online game Richard played in his previous life, the Trade Run gameplay. The 9-star Chamber of Commerce's trade route isn't very long, passing through only 5 worlds, and a single trip takes about a year. In contrast, the cross-domain trade routes of some established chambers of commerce can sometimes take over a decade to complete, with net profits reaching nearly 100,000 magic essences. A long trade route is like a goose that lays golden eggs. Bob arranged a small airship for Richard as his personal vehicle, and then allowed him to join the caravan to the Tower of Truth. Richard didn't even need to disembark from the airship. He simply followed the caravan. A month later, the caravan arrived at the Tower of Truth. Looking at the endless line of airships, Richard contacted the caravan manager and, after confirming the wait would last over a month, immediately disembarked. This was a good time for him to attend to some personal matters. Entering the residential area, Richard quickly arrived at the Qingxuan Wizard Academy's headquarters. Passing through the headquarters portal, Richard entered the Red Sun World. The Red Sun World remained blazing. Minar, the Fire Lizard King, had been eliminated, leaving only a single, massive sun in the sky. The king's demise marked the sunset. Richard opened the secret realm and began to relocate its items. The Fire Lizard artisans carried out the alchemical machinery from the secret realm, piece by piece. They had long since disassembled it, awaiting this day. Calion and Selina were the first to emerge from the secret realm. After taking a deep breath of the fiery air of the Red Sun World, A hint of nostalgia crossed their faces. You be staying in the Red Sun world for almost 20 years this time. Doesn't that feel quite good? Richard said with a smile. It's indeed quite good, sir, Calion exclaimed. While your secret realm is wonderful, the Red Sun world is our home. This is the most suitable environment for us to survive. Since it's the most suitable, then do your best. Richard patted Calion on the back and said earnestly, You've had a lot of work these past 20 years. In addition to producing alchemical ink and parts, you also need to focus on optimizing the armor. The armor is too expensive nowadays, making it completely unsuitable for regular deployment. Calion asked, puzzled, Sir, we don't quite understand why you're so obsessed with fielding the sacred armor. Isn't it just as well to pursue the elite path? Richard shook his head. You don't understand me. I've never given up on the elite path. I'm pursuing both. Currently, there's not much room for improvement in individual armor. A significant improvement will have to wait until I crack the secrets of the power reactor. So now is the perfect time to research the civilianization of armor. All right, sir. Calion rubbed his head. We do our best. Honestly, we're not used to the sudden shift from having no shortage of materials to searching for substitutes. Richard patted Calion on the back again and said firmly, Get used to it. I believe in your abilities. Your optimizations aren't all mine. The better you optimize the armor, the lower the casualties for the salamanders when they go out into battle. It took 2 days to move the equipment. As the last piece of equipment was removed, Ulysses flew out of the secret realm, closing the rift in the process. It would probably be 20 years before this rift reopens. HU. A world with a fire imbalance is still so uncomfortable, Ulysses groaned, rubbing his nose. Richard ignored him, and turned to the salamanders loading machinery onto a truck. If there's any damage to the machinery, go to the mines and find the wizards. They prepare the materials for you. I have things to do, so I won't see you off. I wish you a happy 20 years. With that, Richard grabbed Ulysses and headed towards the portal. Huh? What's going on? Not going to preach? Ulysses asked, puzzled. Don't tell me for now. We have other things to attend to. After returning to the Tower of Truth and asking Yad if anyone had come to claim the inheritance, Richard returned to his wizard tower. He still had a silver star badge to claim. After the Academy War, many of the community's black towers were empty. Richard greeted a few wizards he knew on the way, and soon arrived at his wizard tower. In the front yard of the wizard tower, a white dove sat motionless in a tree. On seeing Richard return, the dove flew down from the tree and addressed Richard in human language. Wizard Richard, this is your Wizarding World Level 2 honor badge. Thank you for your contributions to the Wizarding World. Then the dove opened its mouth and unfurled a thumb-sized alchemical medallion. The medallion was golden and shaped like a shield. A silver pentagram was engraved on the front, and Richard's name was engraved on the back. Richard weighed the badge and couldn't help but sigh, how rich. A badge made of pure mithril and pure adamantium. This is actually one of the rewards, right? The badge of honor was merely a symbol. Richard's identity had been recorded in the Tower of Truth spirit system. Even without it, Richard was still a Silver Star badge recipient and enjoyed all the privileges. Putting the badge away, Richard returned to the caravan still waiting in line. Huh, where are you going? Ulysses asked, puzzled, as he gazed at the long line of airships. Richard pointed at the magic dwarves in the airship cabins. I plan to visit the first ring Tower of Truth. I take some magic dwarves back to their homeland. And then, I inquire about the Dreamwalker Club. Richard's strength was about to break through the third ring, but he lacked a great deal of mental strength. So, Richard planned to seek out the Dreamwalker Club and acquire the technology to enter the Nightmare Wizard world. As long as he could enter the Nightmare Wizard world, Richard's lack of mental strength would not be a problem at all. Chapter 333. Cross-domain trade is no simple matter. Simply using the Tower of Truth's portal is a complex undertaking. The Tower of Truth's massive multi-world portal is the only portal available to most wizarding guilds for cross-domain trade. Maintaining a portal is a significant expense for most wizarding guilds, and switching destinations is a technology unique to the Tower of Truth. If a wizarding guild builds its own portal, it must dismantle it and reset the world coordinates whenever it wishes to change worlds. This represents a significant expense. After nearly 2 months of waiting, the portal finally became available to the 9 Stars Guild. A series of whale-like cargo airships entered the portal. Richard stood at the rear of the caravan, watching silently as the whale sank into the portal's dark, bottomless maw. Huh, a multi-coordinate portal? That's a rarity even back home. Ulysses stood over Richard's shoulder, looking at the portal at the end of the channel, unable to help but sigh. Oh, how do you conduct cross-world trade? Richard asked, puzzled. Huh? Just as you conduct expeditions, we conduct trade. A flicker of nostalgia flashed in Elisa's eyes. We build an airport outside the world. Fleets carrying world trade will depart from this airport. Blessed by the God King and the many deities who control wealth and commerce, they will gradually accelerate through the astral plane to the speed of light. It's a spectacular sight. Overworld caravans are also called meteor caravans in our area, because upon arriving at an airport, they send many small boats into the world to trade and resupply. These small boats often emit a dazzling light as they pass through the world wall, resembling a meteor shower from afar. For this reason, many worlds along the route have the custom of celebrating meteor showers, and even gods of meteors and commerce have emerged as a result. Ulises could not help but ramble endlessly when speaking of the civilization of the gods. His eyes gleamed with pride. Though in the wizarding world, he had never forgotten his homeland. Richard listened quietly to Ulises' unending tale without interrupting. Ulises brought the exotic scenery of the civilization of the gods to life with his words. It was hard to imagine someone, after centuries of wandering in a foreign land, still being able to describe their homeland so vividly. Richard believed that this, in addition to Ulises being the lord of the world, was also the product of countless memories. Soon, the caravan entered, and Richard boarded the airship. Quietly. I watched quietly as the pitch-black portal engulfed the airship. The experience of traveling through this massive portal was truly magical. After the airship entered the portal, it felt like entering a long corridor. After nearly a week of flight, the corridor ended, and the airship passed through the pitch-black entrance, successfully entering the target world. The first stop on the trade route was a world called Wind Dragon World, where the wind element was unbalanced. This world was rich in a special mineral called wind metal. This mineral is a key material in the construction of airships, used for both commercial and military purposes. After exiting the portal, the caravan immediately headed for the mining area. In a world where the wind element is unbalanced, land is scarce. Therefore, the continents common in ordinary worlds have become empty islands here. Oceans and magma circulate at different altitudes in this world, like atmospheric currents, creating a unique landscape unique to wind-balanced worlds. Gravity in wind-balanced worlds is lower, the exact opposite of Earth-balanced worlds. This characteristic is undoubtedly beneficial for airships. Lower gravity means faster flight and lower energy consumption. Due to the Sky Island terrain, the wind metal mining areas are fragmented. To increase efficiency, the caravan leader ordered the fleet to be dispersed, with each airship independently trading minerals. Food has always been a major problem in wind-balanced worlds. Sky Island terrain makes it difficult to grow large quantities of food. Mining minerals requires a large number of slaves, and these slaves require large quantities of food. Therefore, food is a scarce commodity in all wind-balanced worlds. The 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's airships were filled with food, making their trade a breeze. Soon, airship after airship exchanged their food for crates of wind metal ore. The caravan spent over a month in the Wind Dragon world, finally exchanging all their food and purchasing a large quantity of wind metal ore. Cheap food alone wasn't enough to satisfy the 9 Stars Merchant Guild's appetite for ore, so they ultimately had to resort to using magic essence. Richard purchased a large amount of ore and biological specimens in this world. These items would fetch at least double or triple the price in the wizarding world. After acquiring the ore, the caravan arrived at the portal again. This time, the queue didn't last long, waiting for 3 days before their turn arrived. After adjusting the world coordinates, the caravan entered the portal again. This time, they arrived in a world with a predominantly balanced fire element. The ore they had acquired in the Wind Dragon world had been completely sold out. This world of unbalanced fire elements serves as an airship manufacturing base. Vast quantities of ore are transported here daily, melted into furnaces of molten gold, and then transformed into airships. After selling the ore, the caravan immediately purchases a considerable quantity of low-quality fire gems and other high-temperature resistant materials unique to the fire world. These will be sold out in the next world the trade association arrives at, and the process will repeat. Over a year, the caravan passed through 5 worlds, generating a net profit of 3,000 magic essences for the trade association and the resources of an entire airship fleet. When the caravan reaches the first ring of the Tower of Truth, these resources will be sold to the local alchemy workshops. The net profit from this trip is approximately 4,000 magic essences. As the airship's bow emerged from the portal, Richard's journey concluded. After greeting the caravan leader, Richard entered the Tower of Truth with dozens of magic dwarves. The structure of the first ring Tower of Truth was largely identical to that of the fourth ring Tower of Truth. The residential and commercial floors were nearly identical. Legend has it that the first ring Tower of Truth was the first Tower of Truth, and the location where the 5 major sects negotiated a ceasefire. Richard did not linger long at the first ring Tower of Truth and immediately left with the magic dwarves. In the wizard city outside the Tower of Truth, Richard chartered an airship and began following the map to the magic dwarves' ancestral land. The magic dwarves' ancestral land is a mountain range northeast of the first ring Tower of Truth's territory. During the Enlightenment, this mountain range was a vital mining area for the School of Evocation. The magic dwarves, slaves of the wizards, mined or day and night. After the Wizarding War, this mining area was first abandoned due to depletion, then designated a protected area by the Council of Truth. After years of restoration, this mountain range has unexpectedly become a popular tourist destination for mortals. After a long flight of over a month, the airship finally arrived at the mountain range known as the Dwarven Mountains. Beside the mountains lies a vast mortal kingdom, the enrolling ground for a school called Redstone Wizard Academy. After the airship entered their territory, Richard reported to the academy to avoid being mistaken for a hostile wizard and shot down. The pilot maneuvered the airship slowly to a landing at the nearest airship field to the Dwarven Mountains. Richard paid the balance and disembarked with the dwarves. Gazing at the distant mountains, these dwarves, who had lived in the mirror world since birth, felt a sense of familiarity. Unconsciously, tears welled up in their eyes. The wanderer had returned home. Richard beckoned the magic dwarves deeper into the mountains, and soon they arrived at a massive peak. Pluto pulled aside the vines on the mountain wall, revealing a moss-covered mine below. It was obvious that this was the mine left by the magic dwarves. "All right, it seems I've found the right place," Richard said calmly, catching sight of the mine. "The rest is up to you. I'd be leaving now." "Sir!" Pluto suddenly stopped Richard. "What else?" Richard asked, puzzled. "Didn't I buy you tools on the way?" "No, I'd like you to come down with us," Pluto explained hurriedly. "The High Priest told me there's a secret in our ancestral land that even the wizards haven't discovered. He told me this secret might be helpful to you, and asked me to take a look at it when I return to my ancestral home." "Oh!" Richard was slightly surprised. "If there's such a thing, I have to take a look." Pluto bowed slightly, and fished out an ancient map. The leather of the map had dried and hardened. If it weren't for an inexplicable enchantment protecting it, it would have shattered by now. Pluto followed the map's instructions, and found a marked mine on the mountain peak. They followed the mine down, and through the moss-covered tunnels. Pluto's footsteps were brisk, as if something was calling him. Richard followed Pluto for 2 days, and the spidery web of tunnels made him a little lost. It's hard to imagine how much effort it would have taken to find the right path without the guidance of a map. Bang! Pluto smashed the boulder blocking the way, and a long-forgotten underground hall appeared before them. Richard waved his hand, and a breeze blew away the stale air in the hall. Despite the passage of countless years, the hall was surprisingly intact. The contents were merely covered in dust. The two entering the hall. This hall appeared to be a place of worship. At the innermost edge stood a stone sculpture of a dwarf with dragon-like features. In front of it stood a golden altar inlaid with gems. Richard sensed a faint power of faith in the statue. After years of disuse, the power of faith in the statue had almost dissipated. "Is this your secret?" Richard asked casually. Pluto said nothing, simply walking to the altar, clasping his hands before the dwarf statue, and silently praying for a while. Soon, cracks began to appear on the dragonized dwarf statue, and as the prayer continued, these cracks gradually widened. Finally, the old dragonized dwarf statue shattered, revealing a much smaller, but more spiritual-looking, statue of the Dwarven King. Pluto then placed his hands on the altar, and pushed it away with all his strength. As the altar moved away, Richard sensed a faint emanation of life. "Is this a dragon egg?" Chapter 334. Beneath the altar, a massive egg, half a man's height, lay quietly in a metal box crafted from dragon alchemy. The dragon egg was a golden hue, with dark golden lines slowly flowing across its shell. Though countless years had passed, the egg still held a faint trace of life. A rich fragrance wafted from the egg, making Richard swallow. "What a fragrant egg!" Pluto introduced Richard. "Sir, this is the offspring of an ancient dragon king. Back then, our dwarven tribe served a 6-headed dragon king. Later, wizards overthrew the dragon throne, and the dragon king was slain by the wizards. Before his death, he entrusted this dragon egg to us, hoping we would wait for the right time to hatch it. But after the wizard overthrew the dragon, we became his servants. At that time, many dragons still remained in hiding in the wizarding world, and the wizards only cared about them by killing them. This delayed our ancestors from hatching this dragon egg. Later, wars broke out between wizards, and our tribe lost many things in the conflict, including the knowledge of how to hatch this dragon egg. Pluto removed the dragon egg from its box, and placed it in front of Richard. Sir, the High Priest has asked me to give you this dragon egg. He believes it might hatch in your hands. As for whether you use it as a familiar or a specimen after it hatches, that's up to you. Richard gazed at the dragon egg before him, feeling a momentary dilemma. He debated whether to eat it or hatch it. Richard's body told him that if he ate the egg, it would undoubtedly cause a drastic transformation. However, if he could keep the offspring of a dragon king as a familiar, the benefits would be no less than a transformation. Pluto said nothing more. His mission was accomplished. Whatever Richard did next had nothing to do with him. Finally, Richard gave up on devouring the giant egg for its transformation and instead stored it, along with the box containing it. As he touched the box, a message emanated from the miracle furnace. Ingredients: dragon egg storage box. Refined information: static field tree pattern. Refining cost: 30 spiritual power. Refining skill: dragon alchemy, incomplete. Refining cost: 20 spiritual power. Not bad, an unexpected bonus, Richard thought to himself. After putting the egg and box away, Richard followed Pluto out of the mine. Outside the mine, the magic dwarves were cutting down trees and building wooden houses. Richard had no intention of making these magic dwarves his vassals. First, there were too few of them. No matter their talents, 30 wouldn't be enough. Secondly, these magic dwarves possessed no special skills or abilities Richard needed. The dwarves' rudimentary alchemy was of no use to Richard, and their ability to find mineral veins was of no use to him. Finally, these magic dwarves still had faith, which negated their last remaining advantage. Thus, Richard abandoned his plan to recruit these magic dwarves as vassals, choosing instead to allow them to thrive in the wizarding world. Richard could sense that the powerful figures of the Council of Truth were constantly working to restore the environment of the wizarding world. Sooner or later, the magic dwarves of the mirror world would return to the wizarding world. If these magic dwarves could establish a foothold in the wizarding world beforehand, it would also be beneficial for their return. Before leaving, Richard instructed, if you need anything, go to the nearby human kingdoms and buy it. As for mining, I don't recommend it. The entire wizarding world's mineral veins have been sealed by the Council of Truth. If you mine without permission, you will be investigated by wizards from the Ministry of Justice. Sir, what about reading? Pluto suddenly asked. Books? Richard said, somewhat surprised. Reading is a good habit. If it's apprentice-level knowledge, it's fine. You can seek help from the nearby Wizard Academy. But if it's more advanced, you need to acquire it yourself. If you really want to read, then work hard to increase your tribe's numbers. Once your numbers reach a certain level, you can go to the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce in the Tower of Truth and have them contact me. At that time, I can introduce you to fighting in the planar war and earn commissions. But planar war is brutal. Even for wizards, death is common. Be sure to be mentally prepared before making any decisions. Pluto remained silent, quietly taking out a notebook and writing down Richard's words. After writing it down, he gave Richard a wizard's salute. Sir, your kindness to us is as great as a mountain. The dwarves will forever remember your kindness. Richard smiled and turned to leave. Pluto stood there, watching Richard's figure gradually shrink until it disappeared. Back at the first ring Tower of Truth, Richard began to inquire about the Dreamwalker Club on the residential floors. He remembered that the Dreamwalker Club's president had told him the club's address, but after over 200 years and a period of spiritual darkness, Richard had long forgotten it. So he had to start by asking around. After much inquiry, Richard finally confirmed that the Dreamwalker Club wasn't located in the Tower of Truth. This left Richard somewhat dejected. After spending the better part of half a year searching the Tower of Truth and spending hundreds of mana essence only to discover they weren't there, anyone would be somewhat disheartened. However, Richard's dejection didn't last long, because the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's cross-domain trade was about to begin again. Following the caravan, Richard set out again. This time, their destination was the second ring Tower of Truth, passing through 7 worlds along the way, and the journey was expected to take 2.5 years. It must be said that cross-domain trade is a very enriching activity. Through these 2 journeys, Richard not only witnessed the unique landscapes of worlds with unbalanced 4 elements, from sky islands to mountains to the boundless ocean, but also witnessed the unique rules of many worlds. From the Aurora world, where the sky was filled with auroras, to the hurricane world with perpetual winds, to the world of life and death, where death was the beginning, the reverse of life and death. The unique rules of these worlds made Richard exclaim in disbelief. Endless star realms, endless worlds. In the vast sea of stars, any absurd world could possibly arise. 2.5 years later, the caravan successfully arrived at the second ring Tower of Truth. Richard bid farewell to the Chamber of Commerce director and began to inquire about the Dreamwalker Club within the second ring Tower of Truth. Dreamwalker Club? In the tavern, the bartender wiped glasses behind the counter. At the counter, Richard, dressed in a black robe and a silver mask, pressed a piece of magic spirit onto the counter. The tavern, a place often used to gather information in fantasy worlds. In the wizarding world, the tavern served a similar purpose. In this pioneering era, wars left many wizards with psychological problems. These weren't illnesses, but they were deeply distressing. So, they needed an outlet. And the tavern, a place every wizard had heard of in their mortal days, became such an outlet. Fueled by fine wine, wizards could loudly share their experiences, brag about their victories, and vent their frustrations. It would be a shame if such a wonderful place didn't serve as a place for intelligence. Have you heard of it? Richard asked. Indeed, the bartender said calmly. 10 mojos, and I tell you their address. Richard said nothing more, pulling 9 more mojos from his pocket. The bartender accepted the mojos, a faint smile on his face. This group's headquarters is on the 12th residential floor, room 362. After receiving the address, Richard didn't linger for long and immediately left the tavern. Just as he was about to leave the tavern, the bartender's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Friend, a piece of advice. Stay away from those wizards. Richard turned. What do you mean? Nothing much. I heard a wizard join them, and went crazy. Richard frowned slightly, wanting to delve deeper into the subject, but the bartender shook his head. I only heard it. I don't know the specifics. Richard bowed slightly to express his gratitude and quickly left the tavern. Residential floor 12. Richard soared slowly through the sky, the bartender's advice echoing in his mind. It's not uncommon for wizards to go mad. A wizard's thirst for truth often drives them to explore the unknown. And beneath the veil of the world, there are countless things that could destroy a wizard's sanity. But the research of the Dreamwalker Club isn't indescribable. According to the Pyramid Nightmare Lord Richard had encountered, wizards conducted extensive exploration of the nightmare wizarding world at least before the Wizarding War. And the rituals they left behind should be flawless. But if technical issues are ruled out, the only possibility left is that they've gotten into some major trouble in the nightmare world. Oh, what a nuisance. Soon, Richard found Wizard Tower 362, as the bartender had mentioned. This wizard tower was perfectly ordinary, similar to Richard's Black Tower, except for the 2 extra floors. But the moment he laid eyes on it, he sensed something amiss. From the inside out, this wizard tower exuded the aura of nightmare. Ulises, what do you think of this wizard tower? Richard asked the black crow on his shoulder. This wizard tower? Ulises opened his eyes and yawned softly. Let me take a look. A glint flashed in Ulises' eyes. The entire wizard tower, in his sight, continuously exuded an eerie aura. As the master of a world, Ulises was not fooled by appearances. He immediately recognized that this strange aura was the result of the evaporation of nightmare rules. Interesting, Ulises said with interest. This wizard tower looks like it was transported from a nightmare world. The entire structure is evaporating nightmare rules from the inside out. This is very unusual. Is it dangerous? Richard asked quickly. I'm not sure. Ulises looked at the wizard tower, his tone uncertain. But after taking in his surroundings, his tone suddenly became certain. Isn't this the Tower of Truth? Feel free to enter. This is your wizard's headquarters. Things from the nightmare world can't cause any trouble. Chapter 335. Ulises' words made perfect sense. This was the Tower of Truth, the home of the Truth Wizards. The Dreamwalker Club could only provoke a nightmare lord at best. But a mere nightmare lord dared to commit trouble in the Tower of Truth? Did he really think the Tower of Truth only had residential areas? Confident, Richard landed on the ground. He pulled his mithril staff from his pocket and cast 2 layers of mental protection on himself. This wasn't a nightmare world. The nightmare world's ability to transform the false into the real shouldn't exist. Therefore, Richard focused his defenses on the mental level. The Nightmare Red Mist's unpredictable dream-entering ability was a surefire weapon for wizards below the level of the Great One. If one couldn't see through the nightmare's disguise, even a 3rd-level wizard would perish in the nightmare. Richard stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Ring, ring, ring. A cacophony of doorbell rang from within the wizard tower. Richard frowned slightly. The doorbell sounded only slightly noisy at first. But if you listen closely, you discover subtle howls hidden within the ringing. To a wizard with keen hearing, this ringing sound is like something straight out of hell, a terrifying experience. Richard waited for a moment, but no wizard emerged from the wizard tower. Are they away today? Richard wondered. But just as Richard was about to leave, the tower's doors suddenly opened. A wizard, his face gaunt and mummy-like, emerged from the tower. Looking at this wizard, Richard felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He searched his memories, and quickly matched the terrifying face before him with a face he remembered. Richard was horrified to discover that the mummy-like wizard before him was likely the head of the Dreamwalker Club. When Richard had met him, he had seemed a vibrant, energetic, and hopeful second-ring wizard. But the wizard before him now had a haggard face and a vacant, lifeless look in his eyes, as if he had endured long-term torture and had completely lost hope in life. "Who are you looking for?" the head asked, somewhat bewildered. His voice was hoarse and raspy, like two stones rubbing against each other. "I'm looking for you, Mr. Head," Richard said calmly. "We met once in the nightmare world over 200 years ago. I wonder if you still remember." The head looked at Richard blankly, as if trying to clear his frozen mind. Soon, his expression became agitated. I remember you, Master." The head's previously lifeless expression suddenly brightened. He hurriedly opened the gate and welcomed Richard in. Richard observed the minister's sudden change of attitude, realizing he was likely the last straw. His current problems were clearly related to the nightmare wizarding world. And in his eyes, Richard was precisely the wizard who studied the nightmare world. This identity naturally led him to pin his hopes on Richard. "Minister, I think I'd better ask before entering your wizard tower." Richard looked at the minister, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "What on earth have you provoked? Why does your wizard tower look like it was pulled from a nightmare world?" The minister's body stiffened suddenly, then he smiled a stiff smile. "It seems the master has figured it out." "It's hard not to," Richard said calmly. The minister's smile gradually faded, replaced by unspeakable regret. The master must have gone to the Nightmare Knight's mansion back then. Hearing this, Richard had a few guesses. The Dreamwalker Club's problems might be related to the item that the three-ringed wizard took from the Nightmare Knight's mansion. "I went there," Richard nodded, then asked, "What on earth did that three-ringed master take that would have transformed you into this state?" The minister's face shone with a wry smile. "The master is truly clever. He guessed it right away. Master Ferret took out a piece of the Nightmare Lord's body." Hearing this answer, Richard was startled, then overjoyed. The Nightmare Lord's body, and it had caused such a commotion. This is definitely a good source of raw materials for refining. However, Richard didn't show his joy outwardly. If he showed any joy, his reward would be discounted later. So, Richard's expression deliberately darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Let's go inside and talk." The minister immediately made way for the wizard tower, and quickly walked to the door, opening it for Richard. The two entered the wizard tower. As the door closed, an inexplicable, eerie atmosphere instantly filled the tower. Under this eerie atmosphere, it felt as if every corner of the tower concealed a pair of eyes, and every shadow lurked a monster. The wizard tower's reception room looked like it hadn't been cleaned in ages, with cobwebs and dust everywhere. Richard waved his hand, and a faint, howling breeze swept away the dust in the hall. Richard's expression darkened even more, noticing the change in his spell. The two sat down, and the minister, with a wry smile, recounted to Richard what had happened since his escape. "After you left, Master Ferret and Ahmad engaged in a fierce battle. Ultimately, Master Ferret, carrying the Nightmare Lord's body, successfully evacuated Ahmad's territory. After leaving his territory, the Master sought a secluded corner of the Nightmare world, stating he wanted to conduct experiments. Upon hearing this, we, the second-ring wizards, naturally did not dare to disturb him, and quickly left the Nightmare world due to spell restrictions. But when we re-entered the Nightmare world 10 years later, we found a crystal ball at the point where we had left off. The crystal ball contained a message, directing us to this wizard tower to perform certain tasks. And this message was signed by none other than Master Ferret." "So you came here?" Richard asked, frowning. "Are you so careless?" The minister smiled wryly and shook his head, then continued, "Back then, this wizard tower wasn't as advanced as it is now. So when we arrived here, we didn't notice anything unusual. But as we followed the instructions and reached the basement, we realized something was amiss. In the basement, Master Ferret had sealed his body in a coffin, and a seal had been placed on the outside of the coffin. Master Ferret's information included a diagram of a magic circle. He instructed us to draw the circle in the basement according to the diagram and then activate it. As long as these two tasks are accomplished, he will surely reward you handsomely in the future. But the problem lies precisely with this magic circle. The minister stood up and led Richard to the basement entrance. At the entrance to the basement, a strong nightmare force nearly caused Richard to hallucinate. Richard's expression changed slightly, and he added several layers of mental protection to himself before following the minister into the basement. The deeper they went, the stronger the nightmare force in the space became. In the material world, nightmare power seemed ethereal, its strands like ghosts. Arriving in the basement, Richard immediately spotted the coffin the minister had mentioned. It was a black stone sarcophagus, covered in countless dense runes that flowed endlessly. Beneath it, a clearly damaged magic circle was continuously drawing nightmare power from the sarcophagus. When we set up Master Ferret's magic circle, we misplaced a rune, causing a major problem the moment the entire circle began to operate. An unknown force, unknown to us, instantly engulfed us and this wizard tower. If it weren't for the protection of Master Ferret's wizard tower, I'm afraid even the surrounding wizard towers would have been unaffected. After being engulfed by that power, we felt like we were cursed. Whenever we began to meditate or rest, we would be plunged into a horrific nightmare. For over 200 years, I haven't meditated or rested once. Hearing this, Richard couldn't help but shudder. 200 years without rest. No wonder a wizard would go mad. The minister looked at Richard with pleading eyes. Master, I know you have extensive knowledge of the nightmare world. Please help us. If you can free us from this curse, we will give you everything we have. Elisa's voice echoed in Richard's ears at the perfect moment. He's been infected by the nightmare rules, effectively under attack. This idiot is trying to fix it by focusing on a curse. How can that possibly solve the problem? Richard remained calm and spoke to Elisa's via telepathic communication. Can healing magic cure it? Yes. Richard, convinced, frowned and said to the minister, Minister, your problem is a bit difficult. Difficult? The minister was delighted. Difficult meant it could be done, but the price wasn't high enough. Master, just ask. If you can remove this curse, we sell everything we have to get it for you. Richard shook his head. Not necessarily, but you have to pay a price. I need all your research on the nightmare world, as well as the ritual magic for entering it. As for the rest, Richard looked the minister over and sighed. You can keep the rest. This minister hadn't owned a single decent magical item, so his financial resources weren't particularly strong. Richard was rather dismissive of his meager possessions. That's all? The minister exclaimed in surprise. That's all. But you better have an explanation, because I'm going to unseal this sarcophagus later. Richard turned his gaze toward the sealed sarcophagus. Ulysses, do you think the three-ring wizard in here is still alive? Ulysses teased, do you hope he's alive or dead? Richard glanced at him. Seriously? If he's still alive, I save him. I think this wizard would be willing to trade his research for his life. Haha, because of these idiots' mistakes, this wizard has probably become a monster, half nightmare, half flesh and blood. If the contents of the sarcophagus aren't dealt with, this house will sooner or later become the border between the nightmare dimension and the material world. Of course, for you, this is just a matter of finding a few three-ring wizards to seal it. Richard frowned slightly. So, the contents of this sarcophagus will pose a threat to the Tower of Truth, right? Indeed. Richard nodded, his expression instantly becoming serious. As a recipient of the second-level badge of honor in the wizarding world, he had an obligation to help the Tower of Truth resolve this future problem. Well, that's right. He definitely wasn't after the nightmare rules within this sarcophagus. Absolutely not. Chapter 336. The minister's face turned slightly awkward upon hearing Richard's words. This whole situation was caused by a single rune error. If Ferret in the sarcophagus wasn't dead, then they, the rest of them, would likely be held responsible. The wrath of a third-level wizard would be too much for these junior wizards to bear. The minister looked at the sarcophagus, and a bold idea suddenly occurred to him. Why not let Ferret die in this sarcophagus? He glanced at the magic circle on the ground, a circle they had been trying to repair for years. While they hadn't been able to repair it, they still had the ability to destroy it. After thinking about it, the minister's eyes suddenly grew fierce. In a moment, a complete plan emerged in his mind. The only problem was whether he had to be sure Ferret was still alive to remove their curse. Master, why are you breaking the seal? The minister asked. Could it be that Master Ferret placed the curse upon us? Richard glanced at the minister. None of the minister's little movements had escaped him. That's not the case. It's just that Master Ferret's condition is not good. If he remains in this sarcophagus, he'd likely transform into a monster, half flesh and blood, half nightmare creature. No, to be more precise, The master has probably already transformed into a monster, but there's a slight chance he's still alive. I see. The minister breathed a sigh of relief. Ferret didn't need to be alive to break the curse. And Richard's words also brought him another piece of good news. Perhaps he wouldn't have to kill Ferret himself. Master, you're truly eager to help others. However, Master Ferret is a third-ring wizard after all, and the monsters he transforms into might not be so easy to deal with. We've studied the magic circle on this ground quite a bit over the years. While we can't repair it, we should be able to assist you in slaying the monsters. Hearing this, Richard couldn't help but feel a touch of contempt. People who mess up things and instead avoid responsibility, seeking only to evade blame, are a source of disgust wherever they are. But since his interests now align with the minister's, he didn't let on. Richard said righteously, "Very well then, minister. Please quickly find your members. I prepare here." Every minute of delay increases the chance of Master Ferret's death. The minister immediately agreed, "Okay, master, I go find them. But don't rush to open the seal. Although we're not strong, we can still be of some assistance." Richard nodded, his contempt deepening. This was a decision that was bound to kill Ferret. Richard believed that regardless of whether Ferret was dead or alive in the sarcophagus, the minister and the remaining wizards would see to his demise. This was a decision that would benefit the Dreamwalker Club without any harm, and wizards always sought benefits and avoided harm. But he wasn't a moral purist, so he naturally turned a blind eye to such matters, pretending not to notice. The minister quickly left the basement, and Richard began to wander around the wizard tower. It was clear that this third-ring wizard named Ferret was a soul wizard. For the specimens he displayed outside the laboratory were almost all the thinking organs of various flesh and blood creatures. Aside from soul wizards, few people share this passion for brain specimens. Some of these thinking organs were simply bathed in preservative fluid, while others were plugged with patches similar to electrodes, continuously transmitting brain data. As Richard reached the laboratory, he found a piece of manuscript paper on the ground. Its contents revealed the direction of this soul wizard's research. Dreams. Studying dreams made his purpose for entering the nightmare world, and stealing the body of the nightmare lord clear. He wanted to study the laws of nightmares, to advance further and become a great wizard, but alas, his efforts were ultimately in vain. The path to truth is paved with the bones of seekers. After waiting for half a day, the members of the Dreamwalker Club finally arrived. Richard took a look and saw over 20 wizards, the vast majority of them first-ring wizards. Richard wasted no time and handed the minister a large soul contract. This large soul contract allowed multiple targets to sign simultaneously. When Richard conquered New World Island, most of the fire lizards signed this type of contract. At the time, Richard couldn't afford the price of thousands of soul contracts. The terms are clear. Sign this, and I help you resolve your problems. The director took the contract, confirmed the terms, and immediately signed his name. Then, the remaining members signed their names one by one. After signing, Richard signed his own name, and the contract dissipated into the air in a ball of flame. The director then placed their research materials, along with a spell to enter the nightmare world, in a magic pocket, and handed it to Richard. Richard tucked his pockets away, a faint smile playing on his face. Very good, stand in a group. The wizards of the Dreamwalker Club were a little confused, but nonetheless stood in a group as Richard requested. Then, Richard's aura suddenly shifted, from mysterious to sacred and inviolable. A soft, holy light enveloped him. Then, he pointed at the wizards, and a beam of milky white light shot out from his fingertips. The light morphed into more than 20 tiny beams in the air, immersing themselves in the wizards' bodies. Soon, the wizards felt a gentle energy expelling something from their bodies. In reality, if these wizards hadn't been misled, they would have believed they were under a curse. Given the state of the wizarding world, they could have cleared the nightmare rules from their bodies, with just a few hundred demon essences. After all, they had only been infected with a few nightmare rules, not truly under a nightmare attack. The wizard stared at Richard in disbelief. Is that the end? A wizard immediately began meditating. Soon, he awoke from his meditation, a maniacal grin on his face. It's gone! It's gone! The curse is gone! These wizards, who hadn't rested or meditated in over 200 years, wept tears of joy at this moment. After 200 years, they could finally rest. Richard coughed twice. Everyone, don't be too happy yet. There are still problems to be solved. Hearing this, the wizards froze. Indeed, they still had a major problem to solve. Richard said to the wizards, Everyone, I just took a look at the sarcophagus. Master Ferret inside has probably become a monster. For the master's rest in peace, I have decided to break the seal and slay the monster. I hope you will bear witness to this, so I can speak with you when the law enforcement wizards from the Ministry of Justice investigate." The wizards nodded in agreement. They had already discussed their countermeasures on the way here. Ferret must die, no matter what. Even if he didn't transform into a monster, they would still use the magic circle to kill him. None of them wanted to endure the wrath of a third-ring wizard. Seeing the wizards nod, Richard strode towards the basement. Preparing for both scenarios, Richard even took a crystal ball to record the entire process. Arriving at the sarcophagus, Richard began to examine the seal and crack it. Sealing techniques are often soft on the outside, but strong on the inside. Breaking the seal from the inside would. It's difficult, but breaking the seal from the outside will be easier. While Richard was breaking the seal, the wizards of the Dreamwalker Club began meditating, leaving only a few second-level wizards to modify the magic circle on the ground. Richard didn't stop them, but silently recorded everything. After about 2 weeks, Richard finally studied the seal thoroughly, and gained a lot of knowledge about sealing techniques. This time was a bit long, but it was just right for the club wizards, who wanted Ferret dead. "Everyone, get ready. I'm going to break the seal," Richard called to the wizards behind him. The club wizards emerged from their meditation, drew their staffs, and cast mental defense spells on each other. When they were ready, Richard gently tapped the seal with his mithril staff, and the entire seal began to vibrate. While Richard's move might seem easy, it was actually a masterful, almost ingenious move. This was based on Richard's thorough understanding of the seal. Soon, the seal began to crumble, and an indescribable, terrifying aura emanated from the sarcophagus. Under this terrifying aura, all the wizards present, save Richard, were plunged into a terrifying hallucination. Only Richard, under Ulysses's protection, remained lucid. Even after being stricken by the magic circle for so many years, he still possesses such a powerful aura. This nightmare lord is no ordinary being, Richard couldn't help but sigh. But Ulysses dismissively said, before it was dismembered, it was certainly not ordinary. But now it's just a facade. With that, the seal was completely broken. The instant the seal was broken, the sarcophagus silently crumbled to dust. A twisted sphere, emanating the laws of nightmare, its body resembling the disorganized reassembly of countless human bodies, slowly flew out of the sarcophagus. The moment it appeared, a mental erosion instantly erupted from his body, instantly breaking through the wizard tower's defenses and spreading to the surrounding wizard towers. Within the range of this erosion, all wizards below the third ring fell into a deep sleep, all trapped in a nightmare. Richard's expression changed slightly. "Hurry and deal with it. It would be bad if we attract the law enforcement wizards from the Ministry of Justice." "Got it." Ulysses laughed strangely twice and extended a crow's claw towards the flesh ball. The claw continued to grow in the air, soon growing large enough to squeeze the flesh ball. The flesh ball seemed unaware of Ulysses and did not dodge. The crow's claw successfully grasped the flesh ball, then continued to shrink it until it was the size of a baby's fist, and was finally swallowed by Ulysses. Richard stared blankly at the scene. Was it resolved so quickly? "Don't look like that. I told you, this thing is just a show," Ulysses explained. "Aside from that bit of pressure, the only thing worth mentioning is the remaining rules. But rules are only useful for first and second level wizards, who haven't mastered them. To put it bluntly, they're just bullying children, paper tigers. Even if I don't protect you, with the rules within you, you at most be suppressed by the pressure. The rules of this meatball won't do anything to you." Richard rubbed his face. The terrifying sight of the twisted meatball and the ridiculous solution made his expression a little uncontrollable. After his expression returned to normal, Richard exhaled and smiled at Ulysses, saying, "Don't be modest. You're the one who did it first this time. When I get back, I go to the Slave Traders Guild and get you some salamanders to try." This one's good. Chapter 337. After Ulysses devoured the twisted flesh ball, the mental erosion naturally vanished. The wizards surrounding the wizard towers awoke from their nightmares, and instantly activated their laboratory safety measures. With Wizard Tower 362 as the center, all the surrounding wizard towers within a few hundred meters experienced violent fluctuations of magical power. This meant that dozens of wizards had been affected by the mental erosion. This was already considered a small-scale experimental accident. Soon, following reports from the affected wizards, law enforcement wizards from the legal department arrived at the scene. Camilla stared at the wizard tower before her, her brow furrowed. 10 minutes ago, she received a report that Wizard Tower 362 had experienced an experimental accident, affecting dozens of surrounding wizard towers. Although the experimental accident appeared to be under control, the issue of compensation still required the intervention of law enforcement wizards. So she came. But the wizard tower before her didn't look like it had resolved the experimental accident. This wizard tower exuded an ominous aura from head to toe. But as a law enforcement wizard, she had to fulfill her responsibilities. Camilla took a deep breath, landed in front of the wizard tower's courtyard, and rang the doorbell. Ring, ring, ring. A cacophony of bells rang from the wizard tower. But Camilla, hearing the ringing, felt no joy at all. The screams mixed with the ringing gave her a chill. She had heard that some wizards with mental problems would imprison alien spirits and enjoy listening to their screams. Could she have encountered such a situation today? Camilla pulled the resident information for Wizard Tower 362 from her pocket. The information indicated that the tower's owner was a three-ringed wizard, a soul wizard. Soul wizards were sometimes even more annoying than cursed wizards in the wizarding community. Damn it! Why don't those bastards do this job? Camilla complained. As soon as she finished her words, the door to the wizard tower slowly opened. A black-robed wizard, wearing a silver mask and a black crow on his shoulder, emerged from the tower. Camilla suppressed her nervousness and spoke with a defiant air of authority. Excuse me, Master Ferret? I'm Camilla from the Law Department. Your experiment caused an accident, affecting dozens of nearby wizards. I'm here. I'm sorry, Master Law Enforcement Wizard. I'm not Master Ferret, Richard interrupted politely. If you're asking about compensation, I suggest you ask the wizards inside. The wizards inside? Camilla said, puzzled. Yes, the wizards inside. They hired me to clean up the mess. Camilla suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is. So what's going on inside, Master? Richard smiled. The source of the accident has been cleared, and the impact will dissipate soon. Camilla nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Master. Richard opened the gate and left Camilla. Camilla didn't notice anything was wrong. She scratched her head, feeling as if she missed something, but she couldn't figure out what. Forget it, Camilla shook her head. Let's go inside and see what's going on. After leaving Wizard Tower 362, Richard immediately rushed to the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's shop, preparing to continue his cross-domain trade with the Interdomain Caravan. The 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's Interdomain Caravan was planning to tour the entire wizarding world, encompassing all 5 Towers of Truth. By following, Richard would not only broaden his horizons, but also allow him to return to the 4th Ring Tower of Truth. Will you be okay if you do this? Elises couldn't help but ask after arriving at the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce branch. Deceiving a law enforcement wizard, even I know it's a serious crime. Richard threw his hands up innocently. How could I have deceived her? I answered every question she asked. She didn't even stop me when I walked past her. Besides, I'm here to clean up this mess. The wizards from the Dreamwalker Club should pay for it. What about telepathy? Using rule-based abilities on law enforcement wizards, that's also a serious crime, isn't it? Richard smiled slyly. Who can prove I use telepathy? This ability isn't the same as the Soul School's mind magic. It leaves a mark on the soul. Without proof, even a law enforcement wizard can't do anything to me. Besides, I've already given her someone to solve the case. She'd have to be incredibly busy to bother me. Elises pondered for a moment and realized Richard's point. This wasn't a major case. It was just a minor financial one caused by a testing accident. As for the matter of Wizard Farret, the Dreamwalker Club would naturally keep it a secret. The caravan remained at the 2nd Ring Tower of Truth for nearly 2 months. During these 2 months, Richard was not questioned by any law enforcement wizards. This indirectly proved that the experimental accident had been resolved by the Dreamwalker Club. After resting and purchasing, the caravan reloaded its cargo and set off again. This time, their target was the 3rd Ring Tower of Truth. The journey would take them through 4 worlds, and would take about a year. According to the caravan leader, if all went well, they would reach the 4th Ring Tower of Truth in about 5 years. Aboard the airship, Richard looked through the materials he had obtained from the Dreamwalker Club. The Dreamwalker Club had a wealth of research materials on the Nightmare World. Over the years, they had repeatedly entered the Nightmare World to search for solutions to their own problems. Thus, they had accumulated a considerable amount of research material. After studying for a while, Richard set the research materials aside and pulled 2 thick magic books from his pocket. One of the 2 magic books looked extremely old, as if it had seen thousands of years, while the other was practically brand new. The old magic book was research material left behind by an ancient wizard, acquired by the Dreamwalker Club's director. The new grimoire recorded the ritual magic required to enter the Nightmare World. The Nightmare Gate. Richard flipped through the 2 grimoires, his brow furrowing slightly. This ritual magic was a bit too complex, reaching the level of a 6th ring spell. This was quite rare even in ritual magic, known for its complexity. In the wizarding world, the number of rings of a spell merely represents its complexity, not its power. Many spells today originally had 4 or 5 rings, but after a long period of development, these spells have gradually been simplified to 1 or 2 rings. Yet their power hasn't diminished in the slightest, it's even increased. No, this spell needs to be improved, Richard muttered to himself, looking through the spellbook. This ritual is so complex that, under normal circumstances, it requires at least 5 wizards to perform the spell simultaneously, a key characteristic of ritual magic. This characteristic isn't a big deal for the Dreamwalker Club, but it's a major problem for Richard. He can't rely on 4 wizards to help him cast a spell every time he enters the nightmare world. So, he has to perform this spell alone. But he's not a 3rd-level wizard of the Soul School, who could use Soul School magic to perform such a complex spell with ease. He doesn't want to endure the backlash of his spells 3 or 5 times every time he enters the nightmare world. So, simplifying the spell is imperative. You want to simplify the spell? Elisa suddenly asked from Richard's shoulder. Richard tilted his head and looked at him. Yes, what do you have in mind? I think you better deal with that meatball first, and then study this aspect of the problem. The benefits of rules aren't just giving you an additional innate ability. Your spells, while magical, are also the manifestation of rules. But when you master the rules to a certain degree, certain abilities will become instinctive. For example, if a creature mastered the rules of fire, even if it didn't have any fire abilities before, it would naturally learn to manipulate flames, even performing some very advanced operations. Is there such a thing? Richard asked in surprise. But why don't I feel like I've learned anything? Elises rolled his eyes at Richard. The only rule you understand that reaches this level is the distortion rule. Have you studied flesh and blood lately? How would you have noticed if you hadn't? Richard scratched his head. Indeed, let's deal with that meatball first. Elises opened his mouth and spat out the twisted meatball. After Elises' treatment, digestion, the meatball was noticeably smaller. I digested it a little, Elises said somewhat embarrassedly. But I didn't touch its rules at all. Richard, expressionless, formed a ball of water and cleansed the dark purple slime-covered meatball. Then, with a gentle touch of his hand, the miracle furnace emitted a message. Ingredients: twisted meatball. Refinable rule: nightmare rule, extremely incomplete. Refining cost: 30 soul power. Refinable rule: dream rule, extremely incomplete. Refining cost: 5 soul power. Richard felt a wave of uncertainty as he read the message from the miracle furnace. If he refined the nightmare rule, his mental power would regress to that of a first-ring wizard. While this decline wouldn't cause him to experience another soul darkness, it would undoubtedly cause him to experience some period of physical incoordination. Well, whatever, let it decline. Worst case scenario, I end up in a wheelchair. Richard made up his mind and decided to refine the nightmare rule. Then, he felt a surge of weakness in his soul as his soul power steadily flowed into the miracle furnace. Then, the return of his magic power began to struggle. A large amount of it was absorbed by his cells, leaving only a trickle. Soon, the flesh ball reappeared. After losing the nightmare rule, its distorted appearance began to dissipate, gradually transforming into a human with a terrified expression on his face. And then, this human moved. Holy crap! How did this thing come alive? Chapter 338. Richard stared in bewilderment at the fleshy ball that had transformed into a human. What was going on? How could he refine a nightmare rule and create a living being? Richard turned to Elises. Elises, do you understand what's going on? Elises was also somewhat stunned. As the lord of a world, he had fought many battles in the civilization of the gods for many years, and was quite knowledgeable. But this was the first time he had seen anything like this. This thing had been in his stomach for quite some time, and he knew exactly what was inside. Aside from the rules, and a soul distorted by them, there was nothing else inside the fleshy ball. Could it be that Richard had refined a rule and brought someone back to life in the process? However, the two soon realized something was amiss. Although the humanoid was now moving, it didn't look like a wizard resurrected, but more like a newborn baby. It sat in Richard's arms, staring blankly at everything around it, and then burst into tears. This made Richard even more flustered. Although he had lived for centuries and amassed a wealth of knowledge, childcare was not within his scope of study. What should I do with this thing? Elises looked at the little figure, equally bewildered. Although he was the ruler of a world, childcare was not part of his experience. What else can I do? Keep it for now, Richard said irritably. Against the little figure's shrill cries, he dug into his magic pocket and retrieved its flesh tentacles. After years of not harvesting flesh, The active flesh produced by the flesh tentacles had reached its maximum growth rate, and the entire tentacle was as plump as a pillar. Richard cut a small piece from it, then used the flesh to make a makeshift breast, which he used to plug the little creature's mouth. After receiving breast milk, the little creature quickly calmed down. What the hell is going on with this thing? Richard looked at the calm little creature, and a headache began to gnaw at him. A glimmer glint flashed in Ulysses's eyes. God knows, but I'm certain this little creature's soul isn't normal. This little creature's soul is deeply fragmented. The distorted soul of the flesh ball still exists within him. The consciousness he now displays seems to be a pure fragment of his main soul, separated from the main one. This must be the remedial measure taken by the third ring wizard, realizing something was amiss. But I suspect his method failed, and the remaining soul has also been distorted. If we hadn't arrived by chance, I'm afraid this remaining soul would have been distorted as well. Richard. He stroked his chin and frowned, saying, So, this wizard ferret hasn't completely transformed into a monster. He's still holding back, preventing his soul from being completely twisted. Right? Ulysses nodded. That's about right. Then is it possible for him to return to his former state? Ulysses shook his head. Impossible. He has too little pure soul left, carrying almost no memories. Unless someone forcibly instills memories into his soul, he'd never be able to return to his former self. Richard stared at the little man sucking his sperm, his expression shifting. He was now debating whether or not to eliminate this little man. The wizard ferret is now considered dead by the wizarding world, so even if Richard were to eliminate this villain, no wizards from the Ministry of Justice would bother Richard. But then again, a third-level wizard, even a fool, is still somewhat useful. If this villain can't recover, then he wouldn't mind having another third-level wizard as an assistant in his experiments. After all, this villain currently has no memories or personality, so he can easily use his methods to create a capable assistant. What about that twisted soul? Richard suddenly asked. Seal it, break it, and then slowly reinfuse it into this pure soul. That twisted soul is beyond redemption. Its greatest purpose now is to serve as nourishment, nourishing this pure soul. If it's not sealed, it won't be long before it's shattered. Alas! Richard sighed. Then let's do this for now. I destroy this little man's body first. Be careful not to let that twisted soul escape. He wasn't a professional soul wizard, so he couldn't extract the soul directly from the little man. This crude method was the only way. There weren't many ways to destroy the body without harming the soul. Poisoning was one of them. Richard borrowed some ingredients from the caravan and managed to gather enough for a corrosive poison. After the poison was prepared, Ulysses slightly enlarged the little man's body. Richard injected the poison into the little man. A huge amount of it instantly entered his bloodstream, quickly spreading throughout his body. Soon, the little man's body began to fester. But the little man's body was, after all, a level 3 creature. Though distorted by the laws of nightmare, it still had some foundation. The poison took 3 full days to completely kill the little man. After the body's death, the little man's soul emerged. A young, pure soul, and a soul comparable to Azathoth's, emerged from the little man's body one after another. Richard transferred the pure soul into a temporary body made of living flesh and blood, while he and Ulysses sealed the distorted soul within a crystal sphere. After completing this, Richard gathered up the ruined body and burned it completely with a bright flame. After the incineration, Richard gathered the remaining ashes and threw them out the window of the airship. While this act was somewhat unethical, Richard felt that these ashes would not pollute the world they now inhabited, called Hyzen. After all, bone meal could accelerate ripening. Back in the room, Richard looked at the little figure holding Nizi and inhaling deeply, and sighed helplessly. Ulysses, this kid should have the ability to learn. Yes, but I suggest you give him a new brain, Ulysses suggested. The physical body is very important for learning. If you give him a good enough brain, he learned very quickly. Richard rubbed his brow. This brain is already the best I know how to use. Let's make do with it for now. After saying that, Richard sighed again. He hasn't even taken the course on parenting. 6 years later, the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's interregional caravan, laden with cargo, successfully flew out of the portal. The entire trade route took nearly 10 years, and they earned nearly 20,000 magic essences. While this profit wasn't as great as those of the established trade associations, it was still quite impressive. Richard emerged from the airship and, looking at the familiar Tower of Truth, sighed heartily. Finally, we're back. Teacher, is this the 4th ring Tower of Truth? Behind Richard, a little boy, about a meter tall, looked excitedly at the towering tower before him. All along the way, He had heard Richard say they were heading back to the fourth ring Tower of Truth. Now, they had finally arrived. Yes, this is the fourth ring Tower of Truth. Richard glanced at the little boy beside him, grabbed his arm, and flew towards the portal leading to the residential level. Soon, Richard and the little boy landed in front of his wizard tower. He pointed to the door number and said, "Look carefully. This is Wizard Tower 4523. Don't make a mistake." With that, Richard opened the gate to the courtyard and led the little boy into the wizard tower. Entering the wizard tower, the little boy, who had lived on the airship for 6 years, was so excited that he almost lost himself. Richard ignored him, letting him run around the tower. His tower had no defenses, so he wasn't worried about the boy getting into danger. He pulled a crystal ball from his pocket and sent a message to his teacher about his situation. Soon, Richard heard the doorbell ring. Opening the door, Richard welcomed his teacher in. As soon as he entered, Jolid immediately asked, "Where's the person you were talking about?" Thump, thump, thump. The sound of noisy footsteps echoed, and a little boy in a black robe appeared in Jolid's sight. Richard called to the boy, "Winnie, come here. This is your master." Winnie immediately ran over to Jorod and gave him a wizard salute. "Hello, master." Jorod nodded. "Hello, you too." With that, the master and apprentice went to the second-floor laboratory. The laboratory door closed, and Richard let out a long sigh, his expression instantly falling. "Teacher, can we keep this kid?" Jorod stroked his beard. "I asked an old friend about the situation you described. According to him, there's no legal problem with your actions. If you're willing, you can take him on as an apprentice. However, if you do, you have to re-identify him, and his old identity will have to be discarded. It's like he's been reborn." Hearing this news, Richard breathed a sigh of relief. If he couldn't legally keep him, it would be difficult for him to deal with Winnie outside. "It's fine as long as he can stay. I probably have to trouble you, master, with the identity application." "That's not a big deal," Jorod waved his hand. "The important thing now is not to delay this promising young man. How do you plan to teach this kid?" "Well," Richard scratched his head awkwardly. "I don't know. I taught him wizarding literature and some apprentice-level knowledge on the way. I'm not sure how to teach him. You need to figure that out quickly." Jorod's expression grew slightly more serious. "Since you've accepted him as your apprentice, you must fulfill the responsibilities of a mentor. Although his soul has reached the strength of a third-ring wizard, his memories and personality are still those of an ordinary child. You must correct your attitude." Richard's expression grew serious after hearing this. The master-disciple relationship is the most sacred in the wizarding world, even surpassing blood ties. If he truly wants to take Muni as his apprentice, then he must take it seriously. This is the final lesson a wizard must learn. "I understand, master." Chapter 339. Jorod didn't linger long. After chatting with Richard about recent events, he hurried off. Richard left the lab, watching Winnie wander around the wizard tower, and began to ponder his next educational plan. Winnie was undoubtedly a gem in the rough. Anyone who could become a third-ring wizard was undoubtedly talented. But how to carve this gem into a useful tool depended on Richard's own abilities. After pondering for a long time, Richard returned to the lab, took out a notebook, and began to design an educational plan. First, he needed to allow Winnie's body to grow naturally, or at least to appear to grow naturally. This would keep his mind healthy and facilitate his future education. Second, he needed to develop a knowledge system that would serve as Winnie's daily curriculum. Richard looked at the knowledge system he had just written and felt a headache coming on. He knew a lot, but actually putting it down on paper and organizing it in a coherent order was a real challenge. But it had to be done, no matter how difficult it was. It was the inevitable path to student development. However, this limited Richard's own knowledge. The knowledge Jorod had given him was already organized, and he intended to apply it directly. After finalizing his short-term plan, Richard closed his notebook. Then, he pulled a stack of thick manuscript paper from his magic pocket. These manuscript papers were filled with numerous geometric shapes and rune arrays. They were the drafts Richard had drafted over the years to optimize the Nightmare Gate. After consuming the nightmare rules extracted from the twisted flesh ball, Richard's original nightmare-invading power became even more terrifying. He could now even infect creatures with greater mental power than himself. Besides the evolution of his abilities, the influence of rules that Elises mentioned was also manifesting itself in Richard. While optimizing spells, Richard would feel a visceral sense of discomfort whenever he saw certain rune arrays. This discomfort compelled Richard to optimize these rune arrays. And the areas he optimized were often the most crucial parts of the Nightmare Gate spell. Richard unfolded the manuscript with his magical hand, and looking at the rune array on it, felt another wave of discomfort. Rules are so unreasonable. Richard sighed as he examined the manuscript. While this ability couldn't help Richard complete the optimization, it could help him identify any irregularities in the spell. For optimizing a complex spell, it was a true artifact. Soon, Richard was immersed in a world of runes and geometric shapes. Outside the lab, after a period of commotion, a somewhat tired Wu and I arrived. Seeing Richard optimizing his spell models again, he quickly stepped back down. He knew his teacher couldn't be disturbed right now. The Lisa spotted Muni and flew off Richard's shoulder, approaching Muni. "Quack, Muni, what are you doing now?" Muni stared at the black crow before him, pondered for a moment, and then said honestly, "Nothing. I just toured the teacher's wizard tower." "So everything's fine?" Muni nodded. "That's good," Lisa said seriously. "Since you're alright now, I help your teacher check your spell skills. If you perform well, I teach you a little bit, something your teacher doesn't even know." "How about that?" Hearing this, Muni's eyes lit up instantly. "Okay, Teacher Crow. How do you want to test it?" "That's easy." Ulysses gave a sly smile. "Let's go to the backyard now. Just follow my instructions." "Okay." A week later, Richard stretched and put the manuscript paper on the desk into his magic pocket. Checking the time, his expression changed. "Oh no! I was so engrossed in my research that I forgot to prepare food for Wu and I. While the quality of Wuni's soul is high, its quantity is still at the apprentice level, so the body Richard molded for him is also apprentice level. An apprentice level body still requires daily food to meet its survival needs." Richard rushed out of the laboratory, his mental power instantly unleashed, ready to search for Wuni's whereabouts. But soon, his expression turned strange. He arrived at the backyard of the wizard tower, filled with both anger and laughter. In the yard, Ulysses lay on his recliner, quietly basking in the sun. Beside him, Wu and I continuously cast a breeze spell, bringing him gusts of cool air. "Wu and I, what are you doing?" Hearing Richard's voice, Wu and I suddenly started, and the airflow he was controlling became turbulent. Several tiny wind blades cut into the well-manicured lawn in the backyard, leaving several marks. "Teacher, I'm practicing spell manipulation," Wuni shouted. Richard approached Ulysses with a sullen expression. "Ulysses, you're really enjoying yourself." Ulysses leaped from the recliner and said righteously, "What do you mean by enjoyment? I'm just helping this kid practice his magic. Didn't you see he could even create wind blades with his breeze spell?" "Really?" Richard continued with a scowl. "Why do I feel like you're just addicted to the gods and deliberately found a fanning servant?" Ulysses chuckled twice, offering no explanation. Richard glared at him fiercely, then turned to Wu and I and said, "Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He just wants a free servant." "Huh?" Wuni's eyes widened. "What about the thing Mr. Crow promised me?" "What he promised you?" Richard glared at Ulysses sideways, angrily saying, "Where's your promise? My student has been your fanning servant for a week. It can't be in vain." Ulysses chuckled and blew out a stream of blue-black flame. "This is it. Study it." Richard glanced at the blue-black flame, his eyes instantly captivated. He asked uncertainly, "Have you completely combined that blue flame with your flame of oblivion?" "Almost. The interplay of principles within that blue flame is quite fascinating. I only partially grasped the essence and incorporated it into my flame of oblivion." "Principles?" Richard was slightly startled. When he had sealed the flame, the miracle furnace hadn't reacted at all. Could it be that the miracle furnace couldn't refine his flame? Or was there something special about this flame? Ulysses, as if reading Richard's thoughts, continued, "Don't think of using your furnace just because you hear the word rules. This flame itself is a manifestation of principles. It's a pure form of principles. It's a pure substance, so how can your furnace refine it?" After hearing Ulysses' explanation, Richard nodded in sudden enlightenment. Indeed, if something were inherently pure, then the miracle furnace would be useless. "I see." Several rune chains emerged from Richard's hand, sealing the blue-black flame into a lump of ice and handing it to Wu and I. "Now that you have it, don't let him trick you again." Wu and I stared blankly at the lump of ice Richard handed her. "Teacher, this is," Richard explained, "that thing is harmful to your current health. I seal it for you. When you can break the seal, you be strong enough to study it." Wu and I shook her head in disappointment. After a week of fanning, she ended up with this thing. It really wasn't worth it. "Okay, you haven't had much to eat these days. I take you to the commercial floor and pick out 2 demi-human servants. They take care of your food and drink from now on." "Okay." Wu and I nodded obediently. Soon, the two arrived at the demi-human slave shop. Richard put a wizard robe on Wu-Enai and led him inside. Looking at the demi-human servants being bought and sold like merchandise in the shop, Wu-Enai was deeply shocked. Aren't these all wizards? In Wu-Enai's impression, most wizards looked strange. Therefore, he also thought of demi-humans as wizards. Seeing so many wizards being bought and sold so freely was a huge shock to his young mind. Richard noticed Wu-Enai's strangeness and explained, "These demi-humans are not wizards. They are born that way. The wizards you see have become strange and grotesque after being transformed. In 2 days, I take you out of the Tower of Truth and show you what a normal human being looks like." Wu-Enai nodded, half understanding, but the scene before him still left him feeling a little confused. Why are people born with strange appearances considered slaves, while those who develop them later in life are considered wizards? However, Wu-Enai didn't ask the question right away. He vaguely realized that the answer might be ominous. Wandering around the shop, Wu-Enai selected 3 large-breasted beast-eared girls. Richard fully agreed with this aesthetic. After leaving the demi-human shop, Richard bought some more magical ingredients and some low-level alchemical materials. After returning to the wizard tower, Richard handed the materials to Wu-Enai. "Keep these materials. I give you a basic alchemy book in a few days. These materials are for your practice." Wu-Enai nodded repeatedly and strapped the magic pouch around his waist. Next, Richard explained the rules of the wizard tower to several demi-human servants, then returned to the laboratory to begin compiling the teaching materials. Wizards all have good memories. He could still memorize most of the teaching materials Jorid had given him. Even if he forgot something, he could fill it in on his own. At over 400 years old, he was considered a mature wizard. Compiling the teaching materials took Richard nearly 2 months. Building on the foundation of wizard alchemy, Richard also compiled a textbook on dragon alchemy. Dragon alchemy possesses unparalleled advantages in material processing. If Wu-Enai could achieve success in alchemical mechanics, dragon alchemy would surely become his go-to tool. After completing the teaching materials, Wu-Enai's life began to settle down, and he spent his days studying. It seemed that his instincts as a third-ring wizard still lingered, as Wu-Enai showed no impatience with his studies. He quickly mastered the knowledge Richard gave him. In just 7 years, Wu-Enai had completed all of Richard's textbooks. This knowledge would take an average wizard apprentice 20 years to master. This made Richard sigh. Even if a genius changed his account, he was still a genius. During the same 7 years, Richard's optimization of the Nightmare Gate also entered the final stage. Originally as complex as a 6th-level spell, the Nightmare Gate, thanks to Richard's simplification, had reached a level of complexity around the 4th level. Spells of this level could be easily cast even by alchemists. Furthermore, after completing the optimization, Richard was surprised to discover that he could use the Nightmare rules to enhance the spell's effects. With the Nightmare rules, the spell no longer needed to be used for a month every 10 years, but could now be used once every week. Looking at the 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide, pitch-black door before him, Richard couldn't suppress a smile. Finally, I've regained my mental strength. Chapter 340. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. The dull clatter of dark, majestic hooves echoed as a knight clad in a black robe, carrying a black coffin on his back, galloped across the black plain. Behind him, 7 or 8 bizarre nightmare creatures, like chewing gum on the soles of their shoes, pursued the knight relentlessly. A blood-soaked, humanoid nightmare creature shouted, "Black coffin! You can't escape! Surrender and let me kill you!" That's right, echoed a nightmare creature resembling a toad, but as large as a calf. "We've worked together before, after all. For the sake of our past friendship, we promised to kill you." The knight glanced back. The 2 nightmare creatures who spoke had been his companions just a month ago. But now they were bounty hunters hunting him. The knight's left hand touched his waist, revealing a handful of black beans. He then scattered the beans behind him, and they exploded into balls of dazzling white light in the air. In the glare of this white light, the pursuing nightmare creatures closed their eyes. But were flash grenades so inconvenient? Even if these nightmare creatures closed their eyes, the light still illuminated their perceptions, obscuring their observation. The knight turned and whipped his horse, hoping to seize this opportunity to speed up and escape the pursuers, or at least put some distance between them. But as he swung the whip, his body suddenly lurched forward. He had overlooked the fact that the horse had been running non-stop for the better part of a month. Even if the steed was a nightmare creature, it had reached its limit. Damn it! The knight cursed, twisting swiftly in midair before landing steadily on the ground. Beneath his black robe, a pair of dark red eyes quickly scanned the pursuers. Without his incredibly fast steed, he would have no chance of escaping these nightmare creatures. He had to kill the one giving them the speed boost before the pursuers recovered from the effects of the flashbang. Soon, he locked onto a nightmare creature resembling a horse. Bang! Adamantine greatsword, gleaming with dark red runes, burst forth from the black robe, charging towards the horse-shaped nightmare creature alongside the knight. At this moment, the nightmare creatures had just recovered from the effects of the flashbang. As their senses returned, they saw the knight, armed with the adamantine greatsword that had slain countless nightmare creatures, rushing towards them. Defend! Defend! A nightmare creature who had fought with the knight cried out in panic. He had witnessed the power of the knight's incredibly sharp, yet indestructible adamantine greatsword. It was no match for their flesh and blood. But his cry was too late. Puff! With a single strike, the adamantine greatsword cleaved a sore-covered, humanoid nightmare creature in two. Black slime gushed from the severed ends like a fountain. Then, the slime began to dissolve into black dust. With a single strike, the pursued knight had slain a nightmare creature. The nightmare creatures retreated in panic, horrified by the knight's blow. They were merely bounty hunters, not a regular army trained by a nightmare lord. Compared to the prospect of death, the bounty seemed too cheap. The knight charged at the horse-shaped nightmare creature, sword drawn. This short sprint completely limited the creature's acceleration. At this critical moment, one of the nightmare creatures suddenly reacted and shouted, "What are we afraid of? He's just one man." With that, the nightmare creature actually rushed in front of the knight. Its form was a piece of stone covered in slippery moss, and its abilities matched its appearance. Ding! The adamantine greatsword struck the stone, sparking a trail of light. The moss, like a layer of ointment, deflected the sword's attack. Seeing this, the surrounding nightmare creatures regained their lost courage. It turned out to be a paper tiger. Two nightmare creatures transformed into creatures that resembled neither wolf nor tiger and pounced on him. Their sharp claws even carved a clear trail in the air. Behind them, the other nightmare creatures also began to use their abilities. The flayed man's body instantly swelled, and a stream of foul-smelling dark red blood shot toward the knight like a swift arrow. Elsewhere, the toad-like nightmare creature's belly suddenly swelled, and the pustules behind it began to grow, spewing out streams of thick green venom. The other nightmare creatures also displayed their powers at this moment, leaving the knight with no room to hide. "Damn it!" The knight cursed again. Then, unflinching, he brandished his adamantine greatsword, engaging the two charging nightmare creatures. The ranged attacks launched by the other nightmare creatures only corroded his black robe. Beneath the black robe, a layer of golden armor shone brightly in the dark sun. Puff! The adamantine greatsword slashed sideways, severing the front claw of one nightmare creature, but the fangs of another tore a piece of flesh from his neck. This was his first injury of the battle. Before he could react, a stream of thick green liquid sprayed into his wound. Instantly, a fierce poison, circulating through the nightmare force, entered his body. While this poison wouldn't kill him, it stiffened his body. Followed by, a stream of blood sprayed into his wound. This made the knight's body even more sluggish, and a burning sensation spread throughout his body. "Ha ha, I hit him! We hit him! We can capture him alive!" A cheer reached the knight's ears, and he suddenly remembered that his wanted poster stated that he would be captured alive. The sluggish knight posed no threat to the men. He wielded his adamantine greatsword stiffly, black slime oozing from beneath his adamantine armor. "This is the end," the knight thought dejectedly. After over 100 years of escaping, he was finally caught. He plunged his adamantine greatsword into the ground, breathing heavily. Seeing this, the surrounding nightmare creatures grew excited. According to the wanted poster, capturing the nightmare creature codenamed Black Coffin alive would earn them a reward of 500,000 nightmare crystals. However, none of these nightmare creatures came forward immediately. They were all waiting for Black Coffin to fall completely. That stunning sword strike just now had left them all a little terrified. The knight looked at the nightmare creatures around him, a wry smile on his face. He glanced sideways at the coffin behind him, thinking, "My lord, if you don't wake up, your loyal little brother will die." But the black coffin remained motionless. The knight turned his head with a hint of despair, and once again drew the adamantine greatsword from the ground. He couldn't be captured alive. He wouldn't die in such humiliation. Under the vigilant gazes of the nightmare creatures, the knight smiled mournfully, swung his sword, and swung it towards him. If he couldn't kill these people, couldn't he just commit suicide? The knight closed his eyes, facing the blade, and prepared to embrace his eternal peace. Boom! A loud noise startled the knight open his eyes, only to see his greatsword grasped mid-air by a magical hand. Black fireballs flew out from behind him, sending the nightmare creatures chasing him into tears. "Bone, how did you find yourself cornered again? You're not the heroine." A familiar voice rang out from behind him, bringing tears to the knight's eyes. He turned excitedly, and saw a slightly ethereal figure standing behind him, holding a silver staff. Fireballs, like meteors, were flung around by this illusory figure. Bone was stunned by this scene. No, who are you? Since Richard had entered the nightmare world through the nightmare gate, he wasn't in a nightmare body at this moment, but was fighting as a pure spirit. But Bone had never seen him like this. In his memory, Richard had always been a wizard in robes, his face obscured. Soon, Richard swept away the nightmare creatures around him. Richard gathered the corpse fragments around him with his magical hands, and turned to look at the dazed Bone. What? You don't recognize me just because I've changed my appearance? Bone, hearing this familiar voice, asked hesitantly, are you really the boss? Hearing this, Richard was speechless. He dodged to Bone's side and, with a flick of his staff, snapped the chains behind him. Bone tried to dodge, but the poison in his body hadn't dissipated yet. He could only watch as Richard opened the coffin and pulled the body out. Then, he was stunned. Richard's soul entered the nightmare body, and the nightmare body opened its eyes. So you recognize me now, the nightmare body said. Bone stared at the scene in amazement, his brain churning. Could it be like this? But Bone quickly came to his senses and said respectfully to Richard, Boss, you're finally awake. Richard nodded. Awake? What's your situation now? Why are you being hunted again? Bone raised his head and began to tell Richard about his situation. Ever since Richard left that day, Bone had followed Richard's instructions and prepared to cross the wilderness and leave the nightmare territory. But as soon as he entered the wilderness, a group of pursuers approached from behind. It took him a lot of effort to defeat the pursuers, and then he learned a piece of news from them. He was wanted by the Nightmare Lord. The Nightmare Lord demanded 100,000 nightmare crystals for his body, and 500,000 nightmare crystals for his capture alive. If he hadn't entered the wilderness in time, he would have been overwhelmed by the tidal wave of bounty hunters. After crossing the wilderness, Bone thought he would be safe from pursuit in the new nightmare territory. But his wanted poster soon spread to his nightmare territory, carried by bounty hunters one by one, forcing him to cross the wilderness once again. Bone continued this process, traveling through more than a dozen nightmare territories. Even so, bounty hunters continued to pursue him. There was no other way. The price of 500,000 nightmare crystals was too high. That price alone would be enough to pay the nightmare knights, let alone the great nightmares. Richard nodded slightly as he listened. After listening, Richard summarized, So, there's a group of bounty hunters chasing you right now, and they're quite powerful, right? Bone nodded, That's right. That's good. Under Bone's puzzled gaze, Richard's voice suddenly brightened. Let's go to the nearest no man's land later. These bounty hunters are truly valuable, Bone. Chapter 341. Hearing Richard's somewhat audacious plan, Bone's mind was a bit confused. He asked tentatively, Boss, are you saying we go hunt those bounty hunters? Richard nodded. Yes, that's right. Is there anything wrong with this plan? The problem is huge. Bone hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, Boss, you probably don't know how many bounty hunters are after me. We're not in the remote corner we were in when you gave me your name. We're already in the inner ring of the Nightmare Ring. Nightmare Ring? Richard asked, puzzled. What is that? Bone explained, I've heard of the Nightmare Ring. It's said that in our world, the cities that generate nightmare power are distributed like a ring, one within another. The further out you go in this ring, the fewer cities there are. Correspondingly, the fewer nightmare territories there are. I didn't know this at first, and when I crossed the wilderness, I headed towards the inner ring. That's why I haven't been able to shake off the bounty hunters even after moving through several territories. Richard nodded slightly. He had a rough idea of what this so-called Nightmare Ring was. This so-called Nightmare Ring was likely the first Ring Tower of Truth's plan for the academies within its area. Since the first Ring Tower of Truth was located in the center of the Wizarding Continent, surrounded by the other 4 Towers of Truth, the first Ring Tower staff wizards meticulously planned the academy's territory. According to their plan, as long as the number of Grand Wizards in the first Ring Tower of Truth did not exceed 400, each Grand Wizard would have his or her own academy. Okay, I get it, Richard nodded. But the plan remains unchanged. The more bounty hunters, the better. Boss, there are so many of them, Bone whispered. Richard glared at him, angrily saying, What are you afraid of? These scumbags will die no matter how many of them come. You too, as my subordinate, can be driven to suicide by just a few of these rubbish. You're truly embarrassing me. As he spoke, Richard stuffed the bodies of the nightmare creatures he had just collected into the nightmare body. Then, a piece of adamantine armor quickly took shape in Richard's hands. I remember your talent for devouring armor. Hurry and eat a few more. Next time you encounter these scumbags, don't hesitate. Just rush over and chop them down. You must fully utilize your strengths. Listening to Richard's lecture, Bone felt no resentment. Instead, a warm feeling welled up inside. It felt good to have the boss's protection. However, he didn't forget to offer a weak retort. Well, boss, I did exactly as you said. It's just that I couldn't cut through the enemy's defenses, and then someone found a hole in my armor and bit me. I was poisoned, so that's what happened. Hole? Richard raised an eyebrow, and the armor in his hand began to transform. Soon, a flawless adamantine armor appeared. Can't you patch the hole? Is there something your armor can't change? After hearing Richard's lecture, Gudu paused, hesitantly saying that doesn't seem possible. My armor is like my body. How can I change it so easily? If it can't be changed, that's easy. The adamantine armor in Richard's hands began to melt, and dark golden lines began to spread across it. After a while, a full-body armor crafted by dragon alchemy appeared. Since it can't be changed, just put it on. It provided an extra layer of protection. Bones gratefully accepted the armor and donned it. After donning it, Richard made some minor adjustments, replacing the conspicuous gold with a matte black and casting an animate armor spell. Animate armor is a support spell that allows the armor to wear itself. Although the tree pattern enchantment of dragon alchemy couldn't be integrated with the rune enchantment of wizard alchemy, the product of dragon alchemy showed no resistance to external spells. Bones, donning the armor, looked stronger and more muscular than before. Standing behind Richard, there was a distinct feeling of an evil wizard and his blasphemous creation. Richard nodded in satisfaction, then asked excitedly, "Where is the nearest lawless land? Bounty hunters should all be in the lawless land. It's just east. I show you the way. The inner ring of the Nightmare Ring is much more prosperous than the outer ring. The inner ring has more cities and a larger population, and accordingly, these cities produce more nightmare power. The more nightmare power there is, the stronger the nightmare creatures in that territory are. This not only strengthens the nightmare territories, but also the lawless lands between them. A large number of nightmare creatures, unwilling to obey the Nightmare Lord, enter the lawless lands. Some of the top-tier lawless areas even have nightmare creatures at the level of Nightmare Knight. Among these lawless areas, Crosstown isn't exactly at the top, but it's certainly ranked among the best. Every lawless area has a death-seeking tavern, and within each tavern, there's always a demonic bartender. Today, the bartender filled the glasses of the customers as usual, quietly listening to their stories. Bang! At the counter, a nightmare creature with what looked like 9 snake heads slammed its glass onto the counter, a look of horror on its face. Did you hear? All the bounty hunters who went after Black Coffin are dead. Oh! That's what happened. The bartender asked curiously, as he refilled the hider's drink. He had helped form the bounty hunter group that went after Black Coffin, and their strength was more than enough to capture the Great Nightmare alive. Logically, they should have returned empty-handed at most. How could they all be dead? I heard about it, too. The Hydra took the glass from the bartender and took a long sip. I almost joined back then. The bartender didn't deny it, but silently made note of the information. Maybe it'd come in handy later. Squeak! The tavern door suddenly flung open. A burly knight, clad in black armor and slung a great sword across his back, hunched over and entered the tavern. A flicker of surprise flashed in the eyes of the nightmare creatures in the tavern. This black knight was incredibly powerful, yet a stranger. Which Nightmare Knight's vassal had defected. However, one of the nightmare creatures soon noticed something was amiss. Why did this Black Knight look so familiar? After entering the tavern, the Black Knight glanced at everyone inside before striding towards the counter. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The demon bartender greeted with a smile. The Black Knight's muffled voice echoed from behind his armor. "Nothing, I'm just here to inform you that it's time to close the shop." "Oh!" The demon bartender looked at the Black Knight with interest. "Why should I close the shop?" "Because if you don't, your shop will be smashed." As soon as the knight finished speaking, the demon bartender's face suddenly changed. He shouted in a panic, "Everyone, the Death Seeker Tavern is closed today. If you're still alive, please come back tomorrow." With that, the demon bartender waved his hand, and the entire tavern came alive, spewing out all the nightmare creatures in it. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the nightmare creatures, the Death Seeker Tavern began to shrink rapidly, soon becoming the size of an ordinary box. Is the bartender crazy? Is he moving? Did anyone hear what the new guy said to him? Hey, why is that new guy gone? Just as the nightmare creatures were puzzled, they suddenly noticed that the sky seemed brighter than before. What is that? One nightmare creature looked up at the sky. On the horizon, something like a meteor shower was approaching them. Let me take a look. A nightmare creature covered in eyes moved its eyes toward the horizon. Then, the pupils of all its eyeballs constricted. Run! That's a fucking fireball. Boom! A torrential rain of fire descended from the sky, instantly engulfing the tavern and the entire town of Cross. Instantly, a massive amount of fire elemental energy coalesced into a massive fire tornado, its raging flames instantly shredding nearly every nightmare creature within its range. On a plateau 10 kilometers from the tavern, nearly 100 magic support vehicles gradually transformed into nightmare power, entering Richard's body. Good results. I hope Bones can be more agile. The fire tornado dissipated within seconds, and a black knight emerged from the scorched earth swept by the fireball. Wow, boss's weapon is powerful. The knight who had announced the closure of the tavern was Bones. Due to the tavern's unique location, Richard didn't attack it directly, but instead had Bones give advance warning. When the rain of fire arrived, Bones, using the magical armor Richard had given him, burrowed into the ground just in time. Although the elemental storm was formidable, Bones, protected by the thick earth and adamantine armor, didn't even suffer a single scratch. After sighing, Bones began to swiftly clean up the battlefield. He pulled out a magic pouch and, using his nightmare power to simulate magic, pulled out something resembling a vacuum cleaner. Using the vacuum cleaner's nozzle, Bones gathered up the shredded bodies of nightmare creatures scattered across the battlefield. It takes time for nightmare creatures' bodies to turn to dust. Storing them promptly would prevent the loss of nightmare power. Soon, the vacuum cleaner's pouch began to swell. As he reached the center of the battlefield, Bones discovered the shrunken tavern. The spellcasting had surprisingly had no effect on the tavern. Bones knocked on the tavern's roof and shouted, "Bartender, it's done." Then, the bartender's voice rang out from inside. "Is it really over?" "It's really over. I've cleaned up the battlefield." Soon, the tavern began to grow, quickly returning to its original size. The bartender opened the door and gazed upon the raised cross town with a sense of shock. "Oh my goodness, an entire town just vanished like that?" The bartender looked at Bones and asked with a trembling voice, "My friend, what's your name?" Bones turned to look at the bartender and removed his helmet. "Why, don't you recognize me?" Looking at the face beneath Bones' helmet, the bartender felt a little dizzy. He knew Bones all too well. He even helped form the bounty hunters hunting him. But the bartender had seen enough. He quickly calmed down and asked curiously, "Black Coffin, are you seeking revenge?" The bartender's pupils suddenly constricted. He suddenly realized that the coffin behind the man on the wanted list, Black Coffin, was gone. Bones grinned at the bartender. "It's not revenge, it's the hunt. And I'm just a hound." Chapter 342. Richard soon arrived at the ruins of Cross Town. The lone tavern stood out in the center of the scorched earth. "Boss, you're here." Spotting Richard, Bone immediately untied the bag from the back of the vacuum cleaner and carried it to Richard's side. Although Cross Town wasn't a particularly large, lawless place, it was home to hundreds of great nightmares and hundreds of small nightmares. Although these nightmare creatures had lost some of their nightmare power under the barrage of spells, Bones' timely collection had preserved the majority of their nightmare power. Richard patted Bones' arm with satisfaction, then reached into the bag and devoured the nightmare power within. Soon, a terrifying aura emanated from Richard's body. This single bag provided Richard with nearly 1 million nightmare powers. If refined, this nightmare power could yield at least 50 soul essences that would increase Richard's mental strength. If Richard wanted to complete his goal of replenishing his spiritual power, he only needed to destroy 2 more of these lawless places. "This nightmare world is truly my paradise," Richard thought to himself. After consuming the nightmare power, Richard turned his head to the tavern to the side. The bartender was standing at the door, observing Richard cautiously. "Are you the bartender of the Death Seeker Tavern?" The bartender shuddered and nodded slightly. "I am." Then the bartender tentatively asked, "Is your war over?" Richard was taken aback for a moment, then realized that the bartender had seen through his identity. Richard narrowed his eyes, surveying the bartender from head to toe. "Interesting. You don't look like a monster who's lived for hundreds of thousands of years." The bartender recoiled at the scrutiny. The ancient memories of the tavern told him that the nightmare creature before him was a disguised alien called a wizard. This alien creature had repeatedly attacked the Death Seeker's tavern, kidnapped its bartenders, and even once wrested control of a tavern from a powerful wizard. Later, the great being behind the tavern intervened and reached an agreement with these wizards, ensuring that both sides would remain separate. But after all these years, could that agreement still be enforced? The demonic bartender spoke guiltily. "Wizard, the tavern has an agreement with your superiors. We won't provoke you, and you can't attack the tavern." "Agreement?" Richard looked at the bartender, wanting to grab him from the tavern. But as soon as the thought formed, a message from within his soul appeared, warning him not to do so. But this message was merely a warning, not a true deterrent. It was more like a statement, telling the wizard that if they were to act this way, they would be held accountable for their actions, and the wizarding world would not protect them. Interesting, they've actually signed a blood pact with wizards. It seems there's something more complicated going on behind the scenes at this tavern, Richard thought to himself. A blood pact is a higher level contract than a soul pact, as it binds a whole race. And once a blood pact is signed, it's passed down through the bloodline. As long as the bloodline lasts, the pact endures. Richard gave the bartender a kind smile. Since there was someone above him, he couldn't treat the bartender like a common nightmare creature. The ancient agreement still stands. "I won't attack you." The bartender breathed a sigh of relief. In the tavern's ancient memories, these alien creatures called wizards were mostly insane and paranoid. It was rare to encounter a normal wizard. The bartender asked again, "Is your war over?" Richard shook his head. "You can say it's over, but you can also say it's not." Richard didn't trust the bartender before him, so his answer was vague, half-truths, half-truths. He and the bartender didn't have equal information, so he had to maintain his information advantage as much as possible. "Oh, what does that mean?" the bartender demanded. Richard said calmly, "It means an equal exchange." The bartender was stunned. Equal exchange? These wizards were still the same. "What do you want?" the bartender asked. Richard smiled faintly. "I don't want much. I just want the changes in the nightmare world over the years." The bartender's face froze at this request. "I don't think you realize how much information you're seeking," the bartender said with a somewhat stiff smile. "If I were to list all the changes in the nightmare world over the years, this tavern would only have room for its catalog." But Richard said nonchalantly, "Dealing always requires bargaining. I can give you information on the lords of this nightmare ring." Too little, Richard refused without hesitation. "I want information on the lords of the entire nightmare world." "No! That's too much information. The best I can give you is information on the lords of the entire nightmare ring." "Okay, but I had two maps, a detailed map of the nightmare ring, and a rough map of the nightmare world." The bartender gritted his teeth, his heart hardening at the thought of this latest exclusive news. "Deal." Richard smiled with satisfaction. He casually formed a piece of parchment and wrote down the current state of the wizarding world. The bartender returned to the tavern and soon emerged with a thick book and 2 leather scrolls. The two exchanged items. The bartender unfolded the parchment and glanced at the information. But the mere glance shocked him. "The war is over, and the race for the stars begins." Richard was looking at the map of the nightmare ring when he suddenly felt a vast and overwhelming will descend upon him. He looked at the bartender in shock, only to see him swallow the parchment in one gulp and then stare at Richard with lifeless eyes. "Wizard, have you also embarked on the path of the race for the stars?" Richard bowed slightly to the bartender. "I suppose you are the great being behind this tavern." "You're right. Wizards are indeed on the path of striving for the stars." Through the bartender's eyes, the great being surveyed Richard. A feeling of being seen through from head to toe instantly chilled Richard's spine. "Huh?" The great being seemed to have seen something, his expression slightly surprised. Then he lowered his head and muttered to himself, "Has fate set its sights on me? Or is it just a coincidence?" The great being looked at Richard again, this time with a gaze as bright as the stars, yet mysterious. Soon after, the great being spoke. "Wizard, I require you to sign a contract with me. From now on, you will not enter my tavern or transact business with it. Do you agree?" Faced with the great being's request, Richard, though terrified, remained stubborn, saying, "The great being behind the tavern must offer its own bargaining chips if it wants to make a deal. I agree to your deal, but you must put something on the other side of the scale." Richard braced himself, his eyes fixed on the great being. He didn't know why the great being wanted to trade with him, but he knew it wouldn't kill him. He had a vague feeling that in the eyes of the great being, he was merely a defense. Killing him would be too much for the great being to handle. "Wizard, you are still as greedy as ever." The great being's voice was emotionless. "Since you agreed to the deal, then sign this contract. After the contract was completed, the other side of the scale would have its own weight." As soon as the great being finished speaking, a seemingly ethereal contract flew out of the tavern. Richard's heart skipped a beat. A contract of fate. Richard took the contract, casually gathered a pen, and signed his name. The contract flew back to the tavern, and the great being raised his hand and pointed, sending a stream of light into Richard's body. As soon as the light entered Richard's body, it plunged directly into the nightmare artifact Richard had once obtained. Richard then sensed a transformation taking place within the artifact. The nightmare artifact seemed to be evolving. Almost instantly, Richard felt an invisible shackle on his body. He would never be able to enter the Death Seeker's Tavern again. After the contract was completed, the great beings will left the bartender. After he left, the bartender looked bewildered. What just happened? Why do I feel like the boss is here? Hey, where's my parchment? The bartender looked at Richard, who spread his hands. Don't look at me. Your boss just descended upon you and took the parchment away. The bartender's eyes glazed over for a moment, then he breathed a sigh of relief. The boss is indeed here. It seems your message is important. Richard said with a tone of feigned regret. Yeah, I feel like I lost out. The bartender chuckled. Haha, the money's settled. There's no such thing as adding anything else. The nightmare artifact's transformation quickly concluded, and afterward, the missing corner vanished. Many mysterious patterns appeared on the entire pyramid. After reintegrating the pyramid into the nightmare core, Richard quickly understood the function of the evolved pyramid. Wow, this great being is truly generous. Richard exclaimed in amazement after learning of the pyramid's new function. This being truly possesses a treasure, even if it manages to reveal something between its fingers. After undergoing the great being's evolution, the pyramid's functions have been greatly enhanced. The amplification it provides to nightmare creatures isn't limited to rule-based methods. It can also directly enhance their innate abilities. In addition, the pyramid has acquired several new functions. For example, it can now act as a hub, simultaneously linking approximately 50 nightmare creatures. As long as a nightmare creature is linked, it possesses a life link like the Black Knight, sharing its nightmare power completely. As the hub, Richard can freely mobilize this nightmare power. But judging by all this ability is merely a weakened version of the Black Knight's. After all, it can only link 50 nightmare creatures, while once the Great Black Tide appears, tens of thousands of Black Knights will be linked together. However, this pyramid's ability does not require the other party's consent. In other words, Richard could completely pull other nightmare creatures into a link without their consent, draining their nightmare power. The conditions for this forced link to succeed depended entirely on both parties' mastery of the nightmare rules. In other words, if the opponent lacked any nightmare rules at all, Richard could guarantee a 100% link. Richard exclaimed, "What a perverted ability. With this, I don't even need to use my spell casting." Chapter 343. After learning about the abilities, Richard took the bones and left the Crosstown ruins. According to the tavern map, they were now in the wilderness between rings. If they wanted to attack the untamed land again, they would have to traverse the wilderness for a long time. This was clearly a waste of time for Richard. So, he refined the nightmare power he had, restoring his mental strength to that of a second ring wizard. Then he once again condensed a coffin, placed his nightmare body inside, and let the bones carry it across the wilderness. He himself opened the nightmare portal, and returned to the wizarding world. Back in the wizarding world, Richard's soul entered his body, and he stretched out for the first time in a long time. For the past few years, his body had been in a semi-out-of-control state, his movements fluctuating in strength. Now, things had finally returned to normal. Leaving the laboratory, Richard went to the next room, as usual, to inquire about Wuni's studies. Wuni was currently studying dragon alchemy. This technique, not created by wizards, was a struggle for Wuni. But Richard was a master of dragon alchemy, and as Richard's student, Wuni refused to accept his skills as merely average. So, he took to the art of dragon alchemy. Richard greatly admired Wuni's learning spirit, so he didn't stop him, simply telling him to ask him any questions. Although Richard's dragon alchemy skills were acquired through the Miracle Forge, a master is a master. His instincts can solve the problems of even the most mediocre. In the room, a handsome young man, his face drooping, stared intently at the metal block in his hand. In 7 years, Wuni's body had grown from its youthful form to that of a young man. Under Wuni's manipulation, golden lines snaked across the metal block. But soon, they suddenly stopped. Followed by a surge of chaotic energy, the metal block instantly twisted the already formed lines into a ball. Clearly, he had failed again. Don't be obsessed with manipulating metal, Wuni. Richard's voice startled Wuni. He had been so focused on alchemy that he hadn't noticed Richard had entered the room. Teacher. Wuni hurriedly stood up and bowed slightly to Richard. Richard waved his hand, motioning him to sit down. Dragon alchemy is the art of dragons. You can't approach it with a wizard's mindset. Wuni's face drooped, looking somewhat dejected. Teacher, I know this. To cultivate a dragon-like mindset, I specifically consulted Sister Yelena and borrowed a wealth of dragon research materials. But I still have no idea how a dragon thinks. Richard smiled and pulled a chair to sit in front of Wu and I. What do you think a dragon looks like? What does its mindset look like? Well, Wu and I pondered for a long time, finally speaking uncertainly. Dragons are very powerful. As the former rulers of the wizarding world, they are noble and proud. So, they are likely to be quite arrogant in normal times. Richard shook his head. It's not arrogance, it's domineering. Arrogance requires both parties to be members of the same social system. Aristocrats might be arrogant toward the lower class of beggars, but they wouldn't be arrogant toward an ant or a hound, for it would be meaningless. As the former rulers of the wizarding world, dragons treated the other races under their rule in this way. And when dealing with these races, they simply issued overbearing commands. If you study dragon spells, you discover that every spell is a command. Dragons even command elements and energy with such overbearing power. The same is true of their alchemy. They command metal to transform according to their will. Muni grimaced. Again, such abstract words. Metal has no intelligence. How could he command it to transform according to his will? Seeing that Muni still didn't understand, Richard sighed and pulled a metal ingot from his magic pocket. Your study of alchemy is still superficial. These skills were created by living creatures, so using them inevitably becomes a habit in everyday life. For example, when we wizards practice alchemy, we explore the properties of objects and adapt to their textures. This is our wizard's attitude toward external objects. We always humbly explore, striving to maximize the inherent strengths of the materials. The dragon, on the other hand, is a tyrannical king. He only commands when dealing with materials. The texture and properties of the materials are unimportant. Only your requirements matter. It's like this. As Richard spoke, the metal ingot in his hand began to deform. Under his deliberate manipulation, the ingot's transformation became incredibly slow. Muni could even see golden lines gradually appearing on the ingot. Winnie's eyes widened, not missing a single detail of the transformation. And while he was concentrating, his mental power unexpectedly shifted without him realizing it. Mental runes emerged in his mind, and then his vision became incredibly narrow and incredibly clear. The changes in the metal ingot were clearly visible to him, even allowing him to observe subtle changes in a way that transcended the 5 human senses. He could see the ingot's internal structure being violently destroyed, then rebuilt piece by piece according to Richard's will. From the perspective of wizard alchemy, this process would be like a bull's brute force, devoid of any skill or aesthetic. Yet, this seemingly unskilled method reshaped the ingot's structure, allowing the golden pattern to grow smoothly. At that moment, Wu and I finally understood his problem. True teachings can be conveyed in a single sentence, while false teachings can be passed down through thousands of books. Without dedicated guidance, an alchemist accustomed to the wizard alchemist's material-oriented thinking might never achieve success in dragon alchemy. This is a question of the underlying logic of alchemy. Just as Winnie was coming to a realization, Richard also noticed Winnie's change. Winnie's mental power had undergone a complex and subtle transformation, one that went beyond coincidence. Winnie, what were you using just now? Richard suddenly asked. Huh? Winnie, intently observing the transformation of the metal ingot, was startled by Richard. The change in his mental power vanished. Teacher, what did you say? Richard frowned slightly. I asked you what you did just now. Didn't you notice? Your mental power just underwent a subtle change. Oh, Wu and I said, suddenly realizing. I don't know about that either. I was watching you perform alchemy, and I was a little mesmerized. And then, somehow, the change just now occurred. It's like... Winnie's eyes suddenly flashed with images. They seemed to be rune arrays. Wu and I hurried to the desk, picked up the quill on the table, and began to write. His movements were so frantic that he almost knocked over the ink bottle. Richard walked over to Wu and I, and was shocked when he saw the rune array he was writing. He had also studied some spiritualism, so he could understand some of what Wu and I was writing. If he was reading correctly, Wu and I was probably writing a spell model for spiritual witchcraft. Could it be that his memory still exists? Richard wondered inwardly. After a while, Wu and I finished writing the complete spell model. He looked at the contents of the manuscript and looked at Richard with a bit of confusion. Teacher, these are... Richard whispered back, this is a spell model. Wu and I was still confused. He had never learned anything like this before, and he couldn't understand this spell model. But why did he have a memory of this spell model? Are you busy later? Richard suddenly asked. No. Then come with me to find a wizard. Your soul may need to be examined. Okay. While there aren't many soul wizards at the Black Tower Wizard Academy, there are a few masters who specialize in the study of the soul. With the help of Vice Dean Eric's, Richard quickly found an old wizard at the peak of the second ring. "Master, please take a look at what's happening with my student." In the Wizard Tower's reception room, Richard pulled Wu and I to his side, and respectfully looked at the old wizard across from him. The old wizard across from Richard looked like a very energetic old man. He had graying hair, a thick beard, a rosy, vibrant complexion, and a pair of bright eyes. This old wizard was a graduate of the first class of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. In terms of spiritual attainments, he was second to none among the wizards of the Black Tower Academy. A small problem. The old wizard stood up and smiled at Wu and I behind Richard, saying, "Child, come with me." Wu and I obediently followed the old wizard to the second-floor laboratory. In the laboratory, Wu and I sat on an iron chair, a domed crystal hat on his head. The old wizard activated the machine, and soon, a strange vibration began to emanate from the crystal hat. The old wizard held a crystal ball, and quietly observed the data it transmitted. At first, he seemed somewhat unconcerned. But soon, his expression changed. 10 minutes later, the machine automatically stopped. The old wizard told Wu and I not to leave, and turned to leave the laboratory. In the living room, Richard was quietly sipping the magic tea prepared by the old wizard. Seeing the old wizard hurry downstairs, he quickly put down his cup, and went to meet him. "Master, how is the situation?" The old wizard's face was a little serious. "Your apprentice is no ordinary person. Although his soul is incomplete and weak, he possesses the strength of a third-level creature." Richard nodded. "Master, don't panic. He was originally a third-level wizard. It's just that something went wrong during his research, and most of his soul was distorted by the rules, leaving only this pure part. I was planning to kill the monster, but by some strange coincidence I killed him. Later, seeing that he had lost all his memories, I took him in as your apprentice. I came here today to ask you to see if his memories will return, because a spell model suddenly popped into his mind today." The old wizard nodded in sudden realization. "So that's how it is. Then everything makes sense. I can assure you that it's impossible for him to recover his memory. The reason the spell model suddenly appeared in his mind is because he modified his soul, integrating the spell model information into his subconscious. This master probably previously researched anti-mimetic artifacts, and this modification can effectively prevent the loss of his research results." Chapter 344. Richard breathed a sigh of relief and pulled a bag of magic essence from his pocket, handing it to the old wizard. "Thank you, master." The old wizard weighed the bag, his face slightly startled, and immediately took out half of the magic essence. "As the Vice Dean says, you're truly generous. But even if you have a lot of magic essence, it's not worth the effort when it comes to research. I'm already asking a lot for half of this magic essence. You must take the rest back." Seeing the old wizard's serious expression, Richard had no choice but to take the magic essence back. The old wizard went upstairs and brought Wu and I down. He then handed Richard a pocket watch and 5 bottles of potion. This magic suit, combined with the potion, will allow him to write down what's in his subconscious. Richard bowed slightly. "Thank you, master." After leaving the wizard tower, Wu and I stood beside Richard, looking a little troubled. The old wizard simply assured him that nothing was wrong, without giving him any specific details. Seeing the tacit understanding between the old wizard and Richard, he felt curious but a little hesitant to speak. Richard glanced at him and smiled, curious about what exactly is the question. Winnie nodded. "I've never heard of a wizard being able to write a complete spell model without any research. Teacher, what's wrong with me?" Richard looked at Winnie, struggling with whether to tell him the truth. To be honest, Winnie was a very good student, and any teacher would be very pleased to have a student like Winnie. He liked this student very much. But the truth of this matter could lead to an uncertain future for their relationship between master and apprentice. "Ah! Well, if you want to know, I tell you." Richard sighed, his expression becoming somewhat serious. "You should have noticed long ago that you're different from ordinary wizard apprentices." Muni bit his lip and nodded slightly. After so many years as an apprentice, he had long since realized that he was somewhat different from the average apprentice. His magic power flow far exceeded that of a normal wizard apprentice, and the range of his outward mental power far exceeded that of a wizard apprentice. Richard continued, "In fact, you are not a wizard apprentice. In the past, you were a third-ring wizard. In the past, an accident occurred during an experiment, and most of your soul was distorted by the rules. Back then, you could be called a monster, or a failure. And I happened to meet you then. With the intention of resolving the Tower of Truth's problems, I dealt with your past self. But in the process, I discovered your present self." As he spoke, Richard pulled the crystal ball that sealed the distorted soul from his pocket. The moment he saw the twisted soul in the crystal ball, an indescribable panic surged through Winnie's heart. His instinct told him to stay away from the crystal ball. Richard, noticing Winnie's unusual behavior, quickly put the crystal ball away. Wu-and-I clutched his chest, recalling the fear he had just felt. He asked in a daze, "Teacher, what is this?" "That's the twisted part of your soul. When your mental strength grows further, you'll be able to devour the fragments of this twisted soul and complete your own." Wu-and-I said somewhat dazedly, "Is that so?" Richard didn't say anything else, and the master and disciple walked back to the wizard tower in silence. Back at the wizard tower, the two continued their usual routine, studying and researching as usual. However, privately, Wu-and-I began studying psychics and philosophy, and Richard acquiesced. A month later, Richard opened the Nightmare Gate again. According to his estimation before leaving, Bones should be nearing a new, unreachable place by this time. After opening the Nightmare Gate, Richard's soul floated out of his body, preparing to enter the nightmare world. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his movements. Richard released his mental power, and found Wu-and-I standing outside, his expression deeply troubled. "What does this guy want from me?" Richard wondered. After revealing Winnie's true identity, he hadn't actively sought out Richard for a month. Every day, besides studying alchemy, he would sneak off to study psychics and philosophy. To be fair, Richard could understand studying philology. After all, Winnie's situation did have some relevance to it. But philosophy, however, was a bit more abstract. Closing the nightmare door, Richard's soul entered his body and opened the door. "Wu-and-I, what do you want from me?" Wu-and-I shuddered at the sight of the door opening, but a flicker of determination soon flashed in his eyes. "Teacher, I've been secretly studying a lot of philology and philosophy lately. I believe that, in some ways, the me of today and the me of the past are two different people. From a philosophical perspective, while my soul remains the same, my memories and thoughts have completely changed. This transformation wasn't a ship of Theseus, but a complete reconstruction. From a spiritualist perspective, after the death of my past personality, my past self was already dead. Even if I recreated my personality and instilled my memories, I would be merely a replica of my past self. Although this view is widely debated within the spiritualist community, I strongly agree with it. So, Winnie took a deep breath and said seriously to Richard, "I am now Winnie, your student. The former three-ring wizard is dead, and now there is only Winnie." Richard listened to Winnie's story, stunned for a moment, then smiled and patted his shoulder. "Very good, as long as you figure it out." "Huh?" Winnie was stunned by this. Richard said casually, "Our relationship depends entirely on you. If you are willing to accept your new identity, then you will be my student, Winnie. My attitude towards you has remained unchanged from beginning to end. What if I haven't figured it out?" Wu-and-I asked naively. Richard smiled, patted his shoulder, and returned to the lab. If Wu-and-I refused to accept his new identity, he would have no choice but to expel Wu-and-I from his school. He would then sign a confidentiality agreement with Wu-and-I, forbidding him from sharing anything he learned from Richard. Of course, this was the result of Wu-and-I confronting Richard directly. If Wu-and-I decided to play it safe, attempting to recover his memories while simultaneously learning from Richard, then Richard would have no choice but to make him disappear completely. While this approach was somewhat unbearable for Richard, as a dark wizard, the most he could do was to grind Wu-and-I down to dust. Fortunately, Wu-and-I chose the right option. Reopening the Nightmare Gate, Richard once again entered the nightmare world. Bone, resting in the wilderness, was startled by the sudden appearance of the pitch-black door beside him. But upon seeing Richard emerge from the door, he felt instantly at ease. "Boss, is this your new ability?" Bone asked curiously. "Yeah, it's a new ability." Opening the coffin and entering the nightmare body, Richard instantly transformed from an alien soul into the great nightmare of the nightmare world. "How far is it from Three Wolf Town now?" Richard asked as he stretched himself. Bone quickly fetched the map and determined his location. "About 2 days' journey." Richard nodded slightly, then used the power of nightmare to conjure a magic support vehicle from thin air, and then conjured a large amount of magic essence to power it. The more Richard studied the power of nightmare, the more he felt the rules of this world were absurd. He could create something like demon essence with just 10 strands of nightmare power. And after using it, he could recycle 10 strands of nightmare power. It was like he was getting the demon essence's energy for free. If this were to happen in the material world, the entire school of evocation would be turned upside down. The various rules of the Nightmare Wizard world are nearly identical to those of the Wizarding world, but aside from the Nightmare rules, the others are more like embellishments. All these material world rules must give way to the nightmare rules. However, this also has to do with Richard always playing at a low level. The enemies he faced, aside from the usual big nightmares and small nightmares, rarely possess nightmare rules at this level. Once a nightmare creature has rules, its power undergoes a qualitative transformation. In the nightmare wizard world, nightmare rules take precedence. Without rules to counteract them, a nightmare creature granted complete magic immunity by nightmare rules would truly be immune to all spells. Even though Bones had seen this before, watching Richard craft the magic support vehicle he had concocted with his nightmare power, he was still deeply impressed. The magic support vehicle wasn't just a magical device with only 2 or 3 parts. It had tens of thousands. All of these parts had to be handcrafted by Richard. If any part was wrong, the magic support vehicle would become completely unusable, just like in the physical world. "Come on, get in. This thing is much easier than running," Richard called. After climbing aboard, the magic support vehicle, under Richard's control, sped across the plains. The magic support vehicle was much faster than Bones could travel, and it could travel non-stop around the clock. In this way, Richard covered a 2-day journey in less than a day. Gazing at Three Wolf Town on the horizon, Richard's lips curled into a greedy smile. Three Wolf Town, a medium-sized lawless area, was named after its founders, 3 giant wolves. Due to the long-standing feud between the 2 nightmare territories adjacent to Sanlang Town, Three Wolf Town has always been plagued by numerous illegal activities, making it significantly stronger than the former Cross Town. As a result, many nightmare creatures have flocked here, drawn by its reputation. The howling north wind whipped across the plains, sending dead branches and leaves swirling across the earth like waves. Impatiently, the pedestrian deflected the fallen leaves, glanced up at the nearby town, and then quickened his pace. Soon, the pedestrian entered the town, but its desolation gave him a chill. Three Wolf Town, a lawless place somewhat renowned among nightmare creatures, shouldn't be this quiet. The pedestrian suppressed his unease and headed towards the center of town. Along the way, he noticed that although many buildings had been repaired due to the Blood Moon's rules, they still bore the marks of fierce battles in the past. The remains of many buildings lay scattered among the buildings. The pedestrian quickened his pace and soon reached the center of town. In the center of the town was a tavern. Inside, the boasting voices of the patrons dispelled the pedestrian's fear. He hurried forward, pushed open the door, and inside, the familiar demonic bartender brought peace of mind. He quickly walked to the counter, condensing a nightmare crystal in his hand. "Bartender, has anything major happened in our town recently? Why are there so few people?" With these words, the entire tavern fell silent. The pedestrian turned around in bewilderment, realizing that all the nightmare creatures in the tavern were staring at him. "Haha, sir, we have a rule in Three Wolf Town. You can't ask about what happened in the past." The demon bartender's voice came from behind the pedestrian, and the pedestrian turned back and asked, puzzled, "Why? Why?" The demon bartender smiled faintly, because everyone is so scared that they don't even dare to talk about that person. That person? Yes, the one who, 2 weeks ago, slaughtered every nightmare creature in town except the tavern's patrons. Chapter 345. In the wilderness, a magic support vehicle sped recklessly through the wilderness. In the vehicle, Richard leisurely controlled the vehicle's direction, humming a tuneless tune. Not long ago, he had used the Nightmare Artifact's linking function to capture Three Wolf Town with near-bloodless victory. Under the Black Pyramid's forced link, Richard completely drained the nightmare power of those nightmare creatures, turning them into nightmare spirits. Those protected by nightmare rules were blasted to smithereens by Richard's magic. The few survivors had, by chance, taken refuge in the Death Seeker's Tavern. This battle had inflicted nearly 1.5 million nightmare powers on Richard. The only regret was that the nightmare rules within those nightmare creatures would instantly vanish upon their death. Even with the Miracle Furnace, Richard hadn't gained a single nightmare rule. This left Richard depressed for a while. The nightmare power gained from Three Wolf Town, combined with the nightmare power Richard had previously accumulated, was enough to replenish Richard's mental power to the limit of a second-ring wizard. But while the nightmare power was sufficient, refining it all became a problem. With Richard's current mental power, the cost of refining a single strand of nightmare power had dropped from 0.01 mental power to 0.005 mental power. But refining over 2 million strands of nightmare power still required nearly 10,000 mental power points. And to fully restore Richard's mental power, he needed 8 hours of deep sleep. At his current mental power of 100, he would have to sleep for at least 40 consecutive days to refine all the nightmare power. Of course, in practice, this time would be much shorter, as the process of refining would be simultaneous with increasing mental power. But it's undeniable that this is still a somewhat tedious task. Richard wasn't in a rush to break through the third ring. While his current level of knowledge might qualify him as a master among first-ring wizards, he was just an average wizard among second-ring wizards. At most, he possessed a little more magic essence than other second-ring wizards. As for third-ring wizards, in the history of the wizarding world, there had probably never been a third-ring wizard as weak as Richard. So, Richard hadn't been particularly anxious to refine his nightmare power during this period. He spent no more than half of his mental energy daily on fuel for the miracle furnace, using the remaining half for daily tasks. He was currently following the map's instructions, searching for new lawless areas. He planned to devour the lawless areas marked on the map one by one. Of course, Richard wouldn't be as brutal with the remaining lawless areas as he had been with Three Wolf Town. That would be too conspicuous. He planned to secretly devour a portion, then quietly depart and move on to the next lawless area. Richard calculated that in about 10 years, he would be able to explore the entire lawless land of this ring. He then headed towards the outer ring of the Nightmare Ring. After absorbing enough nightmare power in the outer ring to become a Nightmare Knight, he would cross over and head for the fourth ring, the Tower of Truth. The Nightmare Land was a blessed land for him, so he planned to carve out a territory and cultivate it meticulously, providing himself with a constant supply of nightmare power. This way, he would have an endless supply of soul essence. Once in the fourth ring of the Tower of Truth, Richard could operate in the wizarding world. He could build a wizard tower in the wilderness, then establish a mortal kingdom around it. In this way, within 200 years, Richard would possess a thriving nightmare territory, free from competition from other nightmare lords. Contemplating the beautiful vision of the freedom of soul essence, Richard piloted the magic support vehicle, accelerating sharply and speeding toward a black dot on the horizon. Cemetery City, a vast lawless land. In ancient times, this lawless land was once a prosperous nightmare territory. But with the migration of humans from the material world, this prosperous territory was abandoned by its lord, and it gradually became a paradise for free nightmare creatures. 5 kilometers outside Cemetery City, Richard transformed the magic support vehicle into nightmare power and retracted it. The magic support vehicle was somewhat conspicuous, and its style was somewhat different from that of Nightmare Creations, which was inconsistent with Richard's low-key ideas. As the last part of the magic support vehicle transformed into nightmare power, Richard called to Bone, "Let's go." They walked into Cemetery City. On the outermost edge of Cemetery City lived a group of nightmare spirits, barely even minor nightmares. These nightmare spirits lived in an area where a few humans still lived, and they relied on these humans to eke out a living. Even in the lawless land, exploitation was inevitable for nightmare spirits. However, compared to the nightmare territory, the lawless land had an additional rule: mutual plunder. These nightmare spirits would fight one another, and often, during a tax collection period, 1 or 2 minor nightmares would emerge from among them. This was almost impossible in the nightmare territory, because any skilled nightmare spirit is the Lord's property, a constant source of nightmare power. Entering this area, the terrifying aura emanating from Richard and the other two instantly drove a large group of nightmare spirits back. The Great Nightmare, to them, was already a powerful figure of great power. After passing through the outer city, where the nightmare spirits resided, Richard immediately arrived at the inner city. The buildings in the inner city were extremely dilapidated. After years of wear and tear, most of them were incomplete, with moss and vines crawling on the walls and ruins. This is where the little and great nightmares of Cemetery City live. In the heart of this lawless land lies an area known as the City Lord's District. Legend has it that a powerful nightmare knight resides within the City Lord's District. After understanding the structure of Cemetery City, Richard couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. This place, apart from the nightmare spirits allowing the fighting, and the sparse population, required the big and small nightmares to go out and perform the dirty work assigned by the territory. It didn't seem much different from any other nightmare territory. Once the population reaches a certain level, order will inevitably emerge, Richard sighed softly. Shortly after they entered the inner city, they encountered a two-headed ogre, nearly 3 meters tall. The ogre's 4 eyes carefully examined Richard and the others. Then, one of its heads, with broken horns and fangs and a scarred face, said dully, "Outsiders, living in Cemetery City requires a tax." Then, its other head shouted in a shrill voice, "Big nightmares must pay 500 nightmare crystals per month, and small nightmares must pay 50 nightmare crystals per month. Little man, are you the big nightmare or the little nightmare?" The little man the ogre was referring to was naturally Richard, standing beside Bones. Bones was already a powerful figure, and after donning a layer of adamantine armor, he was nearly 3 meters tall, a head shorter than the ogre. Richard, at nearly 2 meters tall, naturally looked small next to these two giants. "Pay taxes?" Bones said coldly. "I ran away from the territory just to avoid paying taxes. I have to pay taxes within the territory, and I have to pay taxes after leaving the territory. Wouldn't that be a waste of time?" With that, Bones grasped the adamantine greatsword behind him, as if ready to fight the ogre. "Tin Man, don't get excited. This is the tax the city lord wants to collect. If you don't want to, once the lord wakes up, we're all doomed." The two-headed ogre spoke from each head, his voice alternating between dull and shrill, making the listener feel distraught. However, Richard understood his meaning. This cemetery city, like any other nightmare territory, must pay taxes to the lord. And the cemetery city's lord seems rather irritable. If taxes aren't paid, he'd take action to eliminate any nightmare creatures that haven't paid. Or perhaps even eliminate all the nightmare creatures in the cemetery city. "Is that so?" Richard said indifferently. "I don't think the lord would wake up for a nobody like us. I've said what I've said. If you don't want to hand it over to me, then let someone else take it. But if it's someone else, I won't be able to talk to them." The two-headed ogre issued threats one after another. Seeing that Richard and the others still refused to pay, he immediately trudged towards the interior of the cemetery city. He ran, shouting loudly, "Someone's not paying taxes! Someone's not paying taxes!" Amid his shouts, nightmare creatures emerged from the dilapidated buildings of the inner city. "Anyone new to not paying taxes? Haha, look at those two idiots, still standing there like idiots. When the tax collector arrives, they be eaten up. Tin Man, little guy, good job, just don't pay taxes." Listening to the chatter of the nightmare creatures around him, Richard's expression remained unchanged. Since he was going to steal from Cemetery City, he naturally needed to understand the local forces. If this tax collector was powerful, he wouldn't mind paying a little more tax later to satisfy his appetite. After all, the wool comes from the sheep, and the nightmare power he lost will eventually be regained in Cemetery City. Soon, a steady stream of footsteps echoed from the depths of Cemetery City. At the sound of these footsteps, all the nightmare creatures stopped talking. A ghostly carriage driven by a skeleton driver appeared first, and behind it, a lavishly decorated black pyramid slowly flew toward them. Beneath this black pyramid, hundreds of black, humanoid slaves carried the massive structure on their shoulders. Richard observed the pyramid, a faint smile playing on his lips. "It seems I've met someone I know." The ghostly carriage arrived before Richard, and the skeleton driver immediately dismounted, bowing respectfully to Richard and saying, "Master." The driver of this carriage was none other than the nightmare creature Richard had once named Coachman. At the mention of Master, the surrounding nightmare creatures, ready to watch, were stunned. How could this tax collector's good dog call another nightmare creature Master? Soon, the black pyramid also arrived before Richard. An eye opened on the black pyramid, and after a quick rotation, it quickly locked onto Richard. The black pyramid then rapidly shrank. The black figures carrying the pyramids not only shrank, but also connected end to end, transforming into 4 stick-drawn limbs that were inserted into the pyramids. "Wizard, long time no see," the tax collector said. Richard replied calmly, "Yes, it's been a while." This tax collector from Cemetery City was none other than the Nightmare Lord with whom Richard had made a deal. The Pyramid. Chapter 346. The scene was awkward for a moment. The nightmare creatures watching the excitement stared at Richard in amazement. Who was this newcomer? He actually knew the tax collector, and it seemed they had a close relationship. This made the nightmare creatures' onlookers tremble in their hearts. They had all witnessed Pyramid's power. In the past, there was no such thing as taxation in Cemetery City. Back then, the great nightmares exploited the lesser nightmares, and the lesser nightmares exploited the nightmare spirits. The city lord was also in a state of constant slumber. Only when he awoke did the nightmare creatures in Cemetery City need to gather enough faith. But after Pyramid's arrival, everything changed. That day, Pyramid entered the city lord's district alone. 3 days later, the city lord awoke and announced that Pyramid would serve as Cemetery City's tax collector. What they discussed was unknown to the nightmare creatures, but from then on, Pyramid became the tax collector, collecting taxes from all the nightmares, big and small, in Cemetery City. These free nightmare creatures had come to Cemetery City because they didn't want to pay taxes. And now, even after arriving in Cemetery City, they still had to pay taxes. Wouldn't that mean their trip was in vain? So a rebellion began. The rebels gathered a massive force, attempting to kill and devour Pyramid. But Pyramid's combat power far exceeded their expectations. Not only was his nightmare power taken away, but his body was transformed into a humanoid creature beneath Pyramid, carrying it all day. Since then, no nightmare creature in Cemetery City has dared to directly oppose Pyramid. Pyramid stared at Richard with wide eyes, then suddenly said, "How are my things with you?" Richard said calmly, "Excellent." The nightmare artifact Pyramid had given him was now not only intact, but also boasted several new functions. This further solidified Richard's plan to rob his fellow thieves. As long as it works. Pyramid suddenly turned, scanning the surrounding nightmare creatures. "Are you curious?" The nightmare creatures shook their heads and immediately retreated back into the house. After sending the other nightmare creatures away, Pyramid turned and looked at Richard. "I was planning to come back to you later, but since you're here, it saves me some time." "Oh!" Richard raised an eyebrow. "You're taking this thing back?" "Not really." Pyramid transformed back into its previous form. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's talk again when we get back." With that, the dark humanoids carried Pyramid back in the direction they had come. Watching Pyramid depart, Richard felt a wave of doubt. This ancient nightmare lord had numerous encounters with wizards, and the information gap between them was vast. Richard was truly undecided about the Pyramid's invitation. However, Richard quickly found a solution. He found a random house on the roadside and used the nightmare artifact to drain the nightmare power from the nightmare creatures within. Then, he opened the nightmare gate and returned to the material world. Back in the material world, Richard immediately found Ulysses. Since he had no advantage in information, he could only focus on his combat power. "Huh? You want me to accompany you into the nightmare world?" Ulysses looked at Richard in bewilderment, confused as to what had gotten into Richard's madness. Richard explained, "Remember that nightmare lord we released? I ran into him again, and he seems to be planning to cooperate with me." "Is that so?" Ulysses pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, "I go in with you, but I only have one chance to strike. With my current size, without mastering the nightmare rules, the moment I strike, the nightmare world will notice and expel me. Furthermore, after being expelled, I estimate I won't be able to enter the nightmare world again for 300 or 400 years. Although Ulysses' soul was damaged, it still held the rank of world lord. A soul of this caliber would be too conspicuous to the nightmare world. Once it appeared, without the shielding of the nightmare rules, it would be quickly expelled as a foreign object. Richard nodded. One chance is enough. Ulysses was just a safety net. He didn't really need him for anything. After the two of them agreed on a plan, Richard immediately opened the nightmare gate. Ulysses' soul escaped from his body, and an indescribably terrifying pressure instantly made Richard tremble. Thankfully, the pressure lasted only a moment, and Ulysses quickly subsided. "It's been a while since I've been out, so my skills are a little rusty," Ulysses said awkwardly. Arriving at the nightmare gate, Ulysses glanced at the door, and suddenly a dark light flashed across his body. Richard asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" "Self-sealing." Ulysses glanced at Richard. "You don't think this gate is strong enough to pass through the soul of a normal world master, do you? If I hadn't sealed myself, I could have destroyed your door with just one claw." Richard was a little surprised. "How could the nightmare door be destroyed?" Ulysses explained. "I have too many rules within me. Your door was originally formed with the help of nightmare rules. The clash of rules could easily destroy your door." Richard nodded thoughtfully and followed Ulysses into the nightmare world. In the house, Bones carefully guarded Richard's body, fearing someone might come and take it. Seeing the dark door appear, Bones breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, you're back." "Yes." Richard's soul entered the nightmare body, then he pulled a handful of powder from his pocket and casually made a body for Ulysses. It was then that Bones noticed that the crow on Richard's shoulder was no longer a phantom. After gaining a body, Ulysses immediately flew around the room twice before landing on Richard's shoulder. "Quack, quack, Bones, do you still recognize me?" Bones immediately lowered his head and said, "Yes, I do." He could clearly sense that Ulysses was not ordinary. Even though Ulysses had sealed his soul, the pressure of the Lord of the World still permeated him, making even the most perceptive creature sense something was amiss. "All right, Bones, let's go find the pyramid." "Yes, boss." Pyramid's residence was nestled close to the city's main district. Standing in front of his mansion, Richard could even sense the chilling, terrifying aura emanating from the nearby city lord's residence. The driver had been waiting for a long time at the mansion's gate. "Master, Lord Pyramid is waiting for you." Richard nodded, and was about to take Bones in. But the coachman suddenly extended his hand, stopping Bones. "Sorry, master, Bones can't go in." Bones glared at the coachman and said coldly, "Why can't I go in with the boss? You've been someone else's servant for 2 days, and you've forgotten your own name?" The coachman said nothing, not retracting his outstretched arm. Richard raised his hand to Bones. Since the owner won't let you in, you wait outside for a while. Seeing Richard speak, Bones fell silent and quietly stepped aside. I can always take this crow in, Richard said calmly to the coachman. The coachman didn't dare look up, but said respectfully to Richard, that's fine. You haven't terminated the contract yet, so no need to say more, Richard interrupted. My deal with him hasn't concluded yet, so you're still his subordinate. I understand that. With that, Richard led Ulysses into the mansion. The pyramid's mansion had been transformed. He had raised the original structure and built a pitch-black palace from obsidian. On the palace's walls, the pyramid's ancient past was depicted as murals. Richard walked, perusing the murals. These murals depicted the pyramid's victories and conquests. The murals suggested that the nightmare world of ancient times was far more prosperous than it is today. Traveling through a long corridor, Richard arrived at a vast room. Inside, a black pyramid sat atop a throne. A cloud of nightmare power gathered and dispersed before him, seemingly forming something. You're finally here, wizard. Pyramid paused, absorbing the condensed form of nightmare power into his body. Richard said calmly, what are you going to tell me, Pyramid? Although this was Pyramid's home base, with the help of Ulysses, Richard's words were unwavering. This attitude surprised Pyramid somewhat. Interesting, Pyramid said. I can sense a lot more nightmare rules within you. It seems you haven't been idle these past few years. Richard said calmly, same here. When Pyramid was first freed, it was a mere nightmare spirit, barely a minor nightmare. While it possessed nightmare rules also required nightmare power as a foundation. But in just over 100 years, Pyramid had become a great nightmare, and the nightmare power within it was no less than Richard's current. While this was due to Richard's refinement of millions of nightmare powers, it still demonstrated Pyramid's power. Over 1 million nightmare powers. Not a typical nightmare creature could possibly accumulate them. Let's talk, Pyramid. Our time is precious. Richard's calmness made Pyramid increasingly unsure of him. He pondered for a moment, then decided to throw out a lead. It's simple. I want to work with you to kill the lord of this cemetery city. Yes. Richard nodded slightly, then his eyes widened. What did you say? Richard asked in disbelief. Pyramid said slowly, I want to work with you to kill the lord of cemetery city. Richard took a deep breath, calming himself. Pyramid was an ancient nightmare lord, after all. He surely possessed abilities beyond those of ordinary nightmare creatures. While this plan sounded crazy, it should be highly feasible. After Richard calmed down, he whispered, tell me about your plan. Pyramid was pleased with Richard's attitude. Wizards, even so, were still so greedy and daring. My plan is simple. This nightmare knight will awaken from his slumber in 3 months. Then, I will give him something. All you need to do is prepare a powerful enough spell, and give it to me. Richard raised an eyebrow slightly. So simple? What's the reward? The pyramid opened its eyes, its gaze like an arrow piercing Richard's heart. You've used my pyramid quite well, haven't you? You've even repaired the damage. Since you like it so much, how about I give you the pyramid as a reward? Chapter 347. Richard was slightly startled, but quickly regained his composure. This nightmare artifact originally belonged to Pyramid, with a mark in the middle. It was natural for it to have a backup plan. But Richard shook his head and said, I don't think it's enough. This nightmare artifact was already considered by Richard to be his. Using it as a reward would be like getting something for nothing. How could Richard agree to this? Not enough? Pyramid was stunned for a moment, then understood Richard's meaning, and said with a hint of anger, Wizard, do you really think of my things as your own? Richard nodded bluntly. Yes, I do. I deserve it. Richard's blunt response left Pyramid stunned. He had seen wizards use contracts as toilet paper, but he had never seen one so openly admit to doing so. Is this wizard shameless? But Richard didn't think so. The original deal was deliberately proposed by Pyramid, seeking a distraction. At the time, Pyramid likely never imagined Richard would be able to keep this nightmarish artifact. For a contract built on such calculation, Richard felt no compunction about violating it, especially when facing an alien. Although Richard considered himself a pragmatist, the subtle influence of wizarding society inevitably ingrained certain racial biases in him. This made his moral compass unusually flexible when encountering aliens. Pyramid's surprisingly large eyes stared at Richard again and again. Richard's unbridled boldness was undoubtedly backed by sufficient power. He had seen wizards deliberately provoke nightmare lords, only to be defeated, and their seals taken for research material. These wizards were inherently greedy and shameless. But after observing them for a long time, he still couldn't discern the source of Richard's confidence. While Richard possessed some nightmare rules, they were still too weak compared to his own. As for the powerful nightmare power, the pyramid didn't even consider it. Wizards were able to dominate the nightmare world entirely, because they utilized the external manifestations of the world's rules, far surpassing ordinary nightmare creatures. But in the nightmare world, nightmare rules reigned supreme. Without sufficient rules to support them, even Richard's great disintegrator would be useless. Could this wizard's confidence be based on that stupid bird on his shoulder? Wizard, your contractual commitment is bullshit, Pyramid angrily declared. Richard, however, remained undeterred, saying, Do you really think I didn't see through your original plan? The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew oppressive. Wizard, I'm curious where your confidence comes from. Pyramid's voice was like a volcano about to erupt. A chilling field spread from Pyramid's center, instantly enveloping Richard. This was the nightmare domain, the hallmark of every nightmare lord. He wanted to see what gave Richard the confidence to act so brazenly before him. But soon, the field retreated back into Pyramid's body. Richard stood there, his expression unchanged. He glanced around the surrounding rooms, then at Pyramid's throne, then smiled faintly. Your methods don't seem to be very effective. Pyramid stared at Richard with a mixture of shock and anger. He had reclaimed his domain, because Richard was nowhere to be found in his nightmare realm. He hadn't even dragged Richard into the nightmare realm. This had never happened to him since he had taken possession of the nightmare realm. Only a domain could counter a domain. This was the consensus of all nightmare lords. But this wizard before him had broken that rule. Could it be that these wizards had developed a magical device that could prevent wizards from entering the nightmare realm? Pyramid stared at Richard in disbelief for a long moment, finally saying, Wizard, you are indeed quite capable. Let me reconsider the terms of the deal. Richard smiled. In that case, I will depart. I hope you will make the right decision. Exiting the palace, Richard waved to Bones and quickly departed Pyramid's mansion. At this moment, a hint of relief crossed Richard's face. He tilted his head, looking at the palace with a hint of apprehension, a flicker of relief crossing his heart. Calling Elises here this time had indeed been a wise decision. The saying only a domain can fight a domain is actually a peculiar expression in the nightmare world, as the nightmare rules of the nightmare world generally develop towards the domain. The true meaning of this statement should be that only rules can fight rules. The nightmare realm is like a rapids. Ordinary people encountering it are often swept under. But Elises, possessing a wealth of rules, is like a reef. No matter how turbulent the rapids, I remain unmoved. Of course, all of this was predicated on Ulysses possessing sufficiently heavy rules, effectively a form of indirect power overpowering him. Normally, a nightmare lord of Ulysses' rank wouldn't be able to prevent him from even being drawn into the nightmare domain without actively invoking his rules. Boss, where are we going next? Bone asked doubtfully. Richard didn't seem to have any intention of staying in the inner city. After leaving the palace, he headed towards the outskirts of Cemetery City without looking back. Richard casually replied, Go outside the city. Cemetery City isn't very safe. Cemetery City was once a nightmare territory. Although the former nightmare lord abandoned it, he didn't completely take away the things he left behind. When Pyramid activated the nightmare domain, Richard activated his energy vision. In Richard's energy vision, beneath Cemetery City's inner city, a network of nightmare power channels stretched across the land. Richard had no idea what these webways actually did, but he was certain they could be used by the Pyramid. He had clearly seen a massive webway node in that room, and it happened to be right where the Pyramid's throne was. Richard doubted this was a coincidence. So, for safety's sake, Richard decided to temporarily leave this haunted place. Inside the palace, Pyramid sat on the throne, his mind mulling over the events of the moment. Richard's performance was truly terrifying. For a nightmare lord, the nightmare domain was their greatest strength. And now, he couldn't even pull a great nightmare, disguised as an alien creature, into his domain. This made Pyramid's heart tremble. What on earth had these wizards come up with over the years? After much thought, a black humanoid suddenly emerged from Pyramid's body. Go to the Seeker of the Dead Tavern, Pyramid commanded. The black figure half knelt on the ground and quickly left the palace. Every lawless place has a Seeker of the Dead Tavern, and Cemetery City is no exception. As usual, the Seeker of the Dead Tavern was bustling with people. Nightmare creatures drank and chattered loudly about the two new nightmare creatures. Who knows? Anyway, never mind their background. Just don't mess with them. Anyone who is still alive, and well with a connection to that Skinner must be incredibly powerful. Skinner? Haha, what a name. Be careful if someone hears, or they skin you. Squeak, the door to the tavern was pushed open, and a pitch-black humanoid entered. The nightmare creatures that saw him fell silent. Why is the tax collector's villain here? Whispered the nightmare creature who had just been calling Pyramid a Skinner. How should I know? The black figure walked to the counter, and suddenly Pyramid's voice emanated from him. I need crucial intelligence on wizards from the past 10,000 years. The bartender's face lit up brightly upon hearing the voice. That's easy. 500,000 nightmare powers. I send them directly to you. That's too much. 100,000. The bartender's smile faltered, and then he said with an awkward smile, You're bargaining a bit too hard. How about 400,000? 200,000, no more. 300,000. I give you the latest intelligence we just received. Our boss even showed up in person for this information. Deal? With that, the black figure's smooth face suddenly opened wide. Nightmare crystals gushed out like a fountain. The demon bartender beamed as he collected the nightmare crystals and handed the black figure a parchment scroll. The black figure swallowed the parchment scroll, and soon after, his body trembled violently. In the palace, Pyramid read the information on the parchment scroll, his mind a little bewildered. These wizards had hardly appeared in the nightmare world for 10,000 years. Even the best-informed Death Seekers Tavern had only recently encountered one wizard. And this wizard had explosive news. The wizards had begun their expeditions to the Starry Seas, no longer visiting imaginary realms like the nightmare world. After all, the nightmare world isn't of much use other than producing nightmare rules and serving as a testing ground. In the past, wizards hadn't yet begun exploring, so every resource site was incredibly valuable. But now, wizards are struggling to digest the resources of the material world, so why would they bother visiting a world like the nightmare world, where there's virtually no output? Pyramid absorbed the parchment scroll into his body, his mind rapidly pondering the next deal. Times have changed. It's no longer the age when wizards can be found with a simple search. Richard, who is currently collaborating with him, may be the only active wizard in the nightmare world. If he doesn't seize this opportunity, his plans will likely be completely thwarted. After a moment's deliberation, a black figure emerged from Pyramid's body again. Although he felt a little annoyed, as a nightmare lord who had lived for countless years, he wasn't easily swayed by such sentiments. Compared to what he was about to gain, the small amount of profit he was giving up was nothing insignificant. The black figure's arrival was somewhat unexpected by Richard. Outside the cemetery, the black figure, acting as a sounding board, began a final negotiation with Richard. Wizard, I can offer you something more, but this time we need a contract, a real contract. Richard smiled. That's fine. So what's your offer? The black figure paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. Wizard, do you want to know the secret to becoming a nightmare lord? Chapter 348. Pyramid was a nightmare lord who had numerous dealings with wizards, and was well aware of their preferences. These strange creatures from another world showed little interest in most things in the nightmare world. The only things that piqued their interest were nightmare artifacts, their embryos, and a few extremely precious items. But after interacting with wizards for a long time, Pyramid gradually discovered that these creatures, called wizards, possessed an extraordinary thirst for knowledge. For wizards, the techniques used by nightmare creatures for using nightmare power, or their understanding of certain things, were even more appealing than hundreds of thousands of nightmare powers. In the past, Pyramid, having grasped this, had repeatedly leveraged his knowledge to strike deals with wizards. This, in turn, allowed his territory to rapidly expand, until the wizards departed for that terrible war whose end was unknown. Without the wizards' help, he was attacked by several nightmare lords in a territorial war, ultimately escaping by resorting to mutual destruction. But that was all in the past, and now he had a fresh start. Hearing Pyramid's proposal, Richard felt a little puzzled. Does becoming a nightmare lord require rituals or anything like that? My friend, please explain your offer yourself, Richard said with a somewhat awkward smile. I am very interested in this knowledge. Pyramid wasn't surprised by Richard's unusual behavior. Since the wizard hadn't entered the nightmare world in years, he likely had little interest in it. If he had no interest, it meant Richard had likely stumbled upon the nightmare world by accident, and it was normal for him to have some information missing from it. Moreover, countless wizards perished in that terrible wizard war. How much of the knowledge acquired by those ancient wizards will be passed down is also a question. Pyramid explained, for a nightmare knight to become a nightmare lord, it's not just about amassing nightmare power, it also contains hidden secrets. And the purpose of this knowledge is simple. Acquiring it is like obtaining a ticket to becoming a nightmare lord. It's not like wizards haven't become nightmare lords in the past. Pyramid could see that Richard was deeply interested in the nightmare world. Ordinary wizards wouldn't deliberately collect so much nightmare power. Therefore, his offer would surely attract the attention of the wizard before him. And while his approach was misguided, the result was surprisingly correct. Richard truly needed this knowledge. Richard nodded. That's a decent price, but I need to ask about the approximate power of the spell you need. Are there any special requirements? Like a certain size, or a certain shape? According to you, a power level of around 10,000 is sufficient. As for the requirements, as long as it doesn't exceed this size. The black figure gestured with his hand, forming a circle the size of a human head. Knowing the requirements, Richard mentally planned, confident that his abilities would suffice. So he confidently said, "Okay. What about your contract?" "That's easy." With that, the black figure seemed to shrink, transforming into a palm-sized figure. Then, the figure began to twist and distort in midair, ultimately transforming into a pitch-black contract covered in golden text. Richard calmly asked Ulysses, "Ulysses, what is this thing?" Ulysses' eyes flickered, and then he replied with some surprise, "This thing is actually a fake contract. I didn't expect these nightmare creatures, without souls, could create one. You better watch carefully, and don't sign it blindly." Hearing it was a fake contract, Richard felt a sense of relief. He had no intention of harming the pyramid this time, so the fake contract was no problem for him. Richard took the hanging contract. It already had a name on it, Sephir. Presumably, this was the pyramid's true name. After Richard confirmed the terms of the contract were correct, he readily signed it. As the contract dissipated into the air, Sephir in the palace felt at ease. He looked at the ball of nightmare power before him, the one Richard had seen before, and muttered to himself, "The rest is easy." Completing Sephir's commission was not difficult for Richard. In the material world, Richard needed to consider materials. While many alchemists knew that materials were sometimes simpler and more reliable than runes, materials themselves represented a dark, tangible essence. Those precious alchemical materials were sold by the gram. Few ordinary wizards could afford them. In the nightmare world, Richard didn't have this problem. With just a few thousand nightmare powers, he could hand-knead mithril, adamantium, and other top-grade alchemical materials. His task was simple. He would utilize the annihilation reaction of water and fire to craft a massive 10,000-watt bomb, sparing no expense. Without considering the cost, even a newly minted alchemist could create a 10,000-level disposable magical armor. Not to mention Richard, an alchemist considered a master among first-level wizards. In less than 3 days, Richard completed a spherical alchemical bomb roughly the size of a human head. If this alchemical bomb were crafted in the wizarding world, it would cost at least 100,000 magic essences to create one. It was a sheer waste of money, enough to make any alchemist mad with rage. Only in the nightmare world could Richard dare to be so extravagant. After completing the bomb, Richard casually created a bird-shaped nightmare creature and used his soul seed to control it, relaying the message to Sever deep within the cemetery city. Upon receiving the message, Sever immediately dispatched a black figure to the outskirts of the city to negotiate with Richard. Outside the city, a cold wind blew across the endless wasteland. The blood-red moonlight cast a shadow over the wasteland, adding a touch of eeriness. But this atmosphere, for both the nightmare creatures and Richard, had become commonplace. A black figure arrived in the wilderness and struck a bargain with Richard. "I have to say, while you wizards may be treacherous and shameless, your efficiency is truly undeniable." Sever's voice echoed from the black figure, carefully examining the black sphere in his hand. Despite the expense involved, this bomb was exceptionally well concealed. From the outside, its danger was completely invisible. Richard, standing by, said calmly, "My stuff is ready. Where's yours?" "Don't worry. This is a fateful contract. I won't renege on it," the black figure replied casually. Then, a gaping hole suddenly opened in his abdomen, revealing a hideous maw. A large, scarlet tongue jutted out from the mouth, swallowing the alchemical bomb. Immediately afterwards, the maw vomited out a saliva-stained scroll. The black figure picked up the scroll from the ground and handed it to Richard. "Here, this is what you asked for." Looking at the stinking scroll, Richard couldn't help but frown. He glanced at the black figure's head. Although its face was smooth, Richard could see Sever's smug smile. Though he couldn't get the upper hand in the deal, that didn't stop him from disgusting Richard in other ways. Richard, expressionless, summoned a ball of water, attempting to clean the scroll. As soon as he finished, a layer of foul-smelling saliva seeped out of the scroll again. While the drool didn't prevent Richard from examining the contents, holding such a thing did make him feel a little nauseous. "Ha, Sephir, you're so thoughtful," Richard said with a forced smile. "Same here. Aren't you also quite concerned about my pyramid?" Putting the scroll away, Richard didn't stay in Cemetery City any longer, immediately greeting Bones and heading out into the wilderness. "Won't you stay a few days longer?" Zephyr's voice came from behind him. "In a couple of days, it'd be very lively here." Richard waved his hand without turning back. "No, my experience tells me that watching the crowds can lead to trouble." Zephyr watched Richard's departure with a hint of regret. If Richard had left a little later, he might have been able to get his pyramid back. Alas, cunning wizard. After leaving Cemetery City, Richard continued to wander the various untamed lands with the bone. His mental power also grew during this process. During this time, Richard heard a rumor. It was said that a great disturbance had occurred in Cemetery City, and all the nightmare creatures in the untamed land had been devoured, even the Nightmare Knight. Legend had it that the nightmare creature that devoured this untamed land was an ancient nightmare lord. His current action was the first step towards returning to the throne. Richard simply laughed off the rumor. He was now far enough away from Cemetery City that he had no fear of Sever coming to hunt him down. In this way, Richard spent 10 years exploring the untamed lands of the Nightmare Ring. His nightmare power also reached 4 million. This nightmare power was only 1 million away from becoming a Nightmare Knight. If Richard wished, he could even ascend to Nightmare Knight in the last untamed land. But he didn't. The power consumption of nightmare creatures is directly proportional to their strength. And he still had a long way to go. "Bones, you probably learned how to operate this thing in the past few years." Richard stood beside the magic support vehicle, recondensing a coffin, and then asked Bones. Bones nodded. "I learned it a long time ago, boss." "Okay, as long as you can." Richard patted Bones' shoulder, then his soul emerged from the nightmare body and sealed it back into the coffin. "I won't be accompanying you on the rest of the journey. I have other things to do, and I'm afraid I won't be back in the nightmare world for a long time. Be smart on your way, remember? Survival comes first," Bone replied. "Boss, I keep this in mind." Richard smiled, patted Bone's shoulder, and opened the nightmare portal, returning to the wizarding world. Returning to his physical body, Richard felt the shackles within him, which seemed poised to break at any moment, and a faint smile played on his lips. The next moment, Richard broke free of the invisible shackles. In the mirror world, he was about to break through to the third ring wizard. He had been forcibly suppressing himself for so many years, simply to replenish his mental strength. Now that his mental strength was replenished, it was time to break through. If he continued to suppress himself like this, Richard was worried that his cells would become accustomed to this state, and he would not be able to break through again. As the shackles broke free, Richard's body seemed to become a magical black hole. With Richard as the center, magical energy within a 50-kilometer radius flowed toward him. Richard's body required a vast amount of energy to complete the life-level transition. This magical disturbance instantly alarmed all wizards within the area. They all looked in the direction of the magical flow, their hearts awestruck. Which wizard's experiment went awry? It's caused such a widespread magical disturbance. An old wizard flew out of the wizard tower, a crystal ball in hand, and soon arrived at the source of the disturbance, Richard's tower. When he arrived, he found the area already crowded with third-ring wizards. "Jorod, what on earth are you, your student, up to?" a third-ring wizard asked. Jorod was also bewildered. Richard hadn't embarked on any major projects in years. He turned to look at his disciple, Wu Enai, who shook his head and spoke via telepathic message. "Teacher has been researching a fantasy world called the Nightmare World. But I don't know much about the details. This is a bit strange. Studying the illusory world shouldn't cause such a massive energy disturbance." Despite their confusion, the crowd didn't rush into the wizard tower. After all, no one knew Richard's current condition, and rushing in rashly could potentially cause a successful experiment to fail. No one wanted to take on that responsibility. Soon, the magical disturbance ended. Although Richard's body craved magic, the amount of magic within a 50-kilometer radius was clearly too much. After completing his evolution, Richard immediately changed into his wizard robes, preparing to explain his situation and apologize. This was his first physical evolution, and he hadn't anticipated the significant reaction it would cause. But as he flew out of the wizard tower, he saw a sky full of wizards staring at him. Richard's joyful expression froze. This was over. This was a major disaster. Chapter 349. Masters, are you all disturbed? Richard asked cautiously. There was no way. Standing above his wizard tower were all familiar faces. These people were all third-ring wizards from the Black Tower. The fact that they had all gathered here meant that his movements were far greater than he had imagined. In the sky, the gazes of the many third-ring wizards were now fixed on Richard. They were all experienced people, so they could naturally see that Richard was currently in the returning stage after his promotion. But the last time Richard met them, he was still a second-ring wizard. Now that Richard was in the returning stage, it was obvious that he had broken through to the third ring. A third-ring wizard over 400 years old. Many third-ring wizards' faces showed expressions of disbelief. They were all shocked by their own thoughts. It was simply because he was too young. Without a great opportunity, even a wizard meditating all day could not achieve this achievement. Many wizards landed on the ground, but they weren't so condescending as to look down upon a third-ring wizard. Even though he might be the weakest third-ring wizard in the wizarding world's history. After landing, Jorod quickly strode over to Richard and asked in a voice of disbelief, "Richard, you become a third-ring wizard?" Seeing his teacher's incredulous expression, Richard gritted his teeth and nodded. But inwardly, he cursed, "What kind of day is today? Why are all the top Academy members coming to the Tower of Truth?" He now regretted having advanced directly from the Tower of Truth. Hearing Richard's affirmative response, Jorod was stunned for a moment, then a complex smile appeared on his face. He patted Richard on the shoulder, turned around, and shouted to the other wizards, "This is Richard, my student of Jorod. He's now a third-ring wizard." The other third-ring wizards congratulated him. Achieving the second and third rings was a commendable feat among wizards. After their congratulations, the third-ring wizards left, making way for the master and apprentice. Although they were deeply curious about how Richard had become a third-ring wizard in such a short time, what wizard didn't have secrets? Which of these third-ring wizards didn't have their own unique adventures? And in the wizarding world, such adventures that directly enhance one's strength aren't necessarily bad, they're just not the best opportunities. Increasing basic strength isn't difficult for a wizard. Especially for a wizard like Richard, who could be considered a small fortune. Some third-ring wizards even felt a hint of regret after their shock. Becoming a third-ring wizard too early isn't necessarily a good thing. A sudden surge in strength can easily overwhelm a wizard, leading them to mistakenly believe they're formidable. However, the strength of beings who reach the third level, whether wizards or indigenous, should not be underestimated. If a wizard fails to recognize their true level, they can easily suffer a sudden death upon entering the plane's battlefield. Of course, these shortcomings cannot overshadow the glory of becoming a third-ring wizard at just over 400 years old. Achieving the third ring at just over 400 years old means that Richard theoretically has over 9,000 years to study the path to becoming a great wizard. This is an advantage unmatched by other wizards, who reached the third ring at just 2,000 or 3,000 years old. The third ring wizards retreated, leaving only Kylewode and Richard at the entrance of the wizard tower. Kylewode turned to look at Richard, a smug smile on his face. He patted Richard on the shoulder and jokingly scolded, "You even hid it from me, didn't you? I didn't even know you were about to break through." Richard scratched his head with a smile, then felt a pain at the back of his head. A few strands of hair shot to the ground like sharp arrows. He was still in the recovery phase. Even with the ultimate second-ring mental power, he still had a brief recovery phase. During this phase, Richard's body was still slightly out of control. Richard grinned and said, "It was an accident. I didn't expect to advance to the third ring so quickly, so I didn't mention it. But today, I couldn't hold back and broke through directly." Kylewode smiled and shook his head, but inwardly he sighed slightly. He was losing sight of his student. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning behind the saying, "Each wave is stronger than the last." Forget it, make your own decision. Jorod patted Richard's arm, the smile fading, replaced by a deep sadness. "You've been researching all these days, and you probably don't know. Old man Vladimir died 2 days ago." Jorod smiled as he spoke, but it was bitter. Another old man he knew had died. Richard was stunned for a moment upon hearing this news. He recalled the decayed aura that had emanated from Vladimir in the Red Sun world. Indeed, Vladimir's time had come. A sudden wave of bitterness welled up in Richard's heart. This was the first time he had witnessed the death of a wizard with whom he had a deep connection. Vladimir was undoubtedly an important figure to him. His first order was signed with Vladimir's help. Without Vladimir's persistent recommendation, the Qingxuan Corps would never have ordered a new weapon, let alone so many at once. Though Richard and Vladimir didn't interact much on the battlefield, Vladimir always provided him with unwavering assistance. There was no doubt that Vladimir owed Richard a great debt of gratitude. Richard also held the old wizard in great respect. Richard whispered, "When will the funeral begin?" "A week from now, you should prepare. Great Wizard Qingxuan has a close friendship with the Dean, and wizards of some importance in our academy are all attending." Richard nodded and said nothing more. Jorod turned and left. Winnie, who had been standing beside them, asked curiously, "Teacher, which master is Master Vladimir?" I see you and your master-in-law are both very sad. Richard sighed, and told Winnie about his experiences with Vladimir. Death always weighs so heavily that even Richard, who should have been filled with joy after his recent promotion, felt a pang of gloom. After telling Winnie the story, Richard returned to the wizard tower in silence. Elises flew in from the backyard. Seeing Richard's expression, he asked in surprise, How did you become a demigod? Shouldn't becoming a demigod make you happy? It's nothing. Master Vladimir has fallen into eternal rest. I'm going to his funeral in a few days, Richard said in a low voice. Elises paused for a moment, then quickly searched his brain for the name. Oh, that old wizard. Elises landed on Richard's shoulder and said calmly, Richard, don't worry too much about death. You have a lot of time left, and this kind of thing will be common in your future. I've witnessed the deaths of my parents, my brothers, my wife, and even my children. This is the inevitable path for an immortal. Sadness can be left in the memory. Life requires optimism and positivity. Richard shook his head. It sounded easy, but putting it into practice always requires long-term practice. Who could face grief so calmly without being numbed by it? Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Richard shook his head. What were you doing just now? My promotion caused such a commotion, and you didn't even try to cover it up for me. Well, Elises said awkwardly, you've been in a nightmare world these days, so you don't know yet. Your secret realm has been pieced together. Huh? Arriving in the secret realm, Richard surveyed the drastically changed landscape, a wave of shock flashing through his heart. After 20 years of pieced together, the entire secret realm had transformed dramatically. Originally a mere square kilometer, the secret realm had now expanded to dozens of square kilometers. All manner of bizarre plants and animals thrive freely within the secret realm. Lakes, volcanoes, deserts, forests, just a few dozen square kilometers of land, yet dozens of different landscapes were condensed into one. It felt to Richard like he was gazing upon a condensed world. After the world mushroom was spliced together, its height soared to nearly 1,000 meters. From a distance, its huge canopy looked like a mountain in the clouds. Beneath the umbrella, Richard's statue and the holy city were magnified dozens of times. And within the holy city, Richard saw creatures unlike anything he had ever seen before. What are those things? Richard pointed at the holy city, where humanoid-like creatures were constantly entering and exiting. The dull voice of the world mushroom echoed in Richard's ears. Master, these are holy tree elves. Holy tree elves? Richard was stunned. His impression of holy tree elves was of furry balls. These creatures couldn't be said to be exactly the same as Richard's image. They were completely different. Master, these are disguises. These are their new abilities. With that, a holy tree elf approached Richard, shedding its disguise. It turned out that the holy tree elves' humanoid forms were merely shells made of mycelium. Their actual bodies remained the same furry spheres. Mycelial camouflage, not bad, quite an interesting ability. Richard couldn't help but praise the holy tree elf, who had transformed back into a humanoid form. This ability can be said to be both offensive and defensive. The essence of mycelial camouflage is the manipulation of mycelium. The properties of these mycelium can be altered according to the holy tree elf's will. This means they can make them not only as soft as skin, but also as hard as steel. In other words, the holy tree elf can not only create camouflage, but also fight against enemies. With this ability, Richard no longer has to worry about releasing these little creatures and having them snatched up by some blind bird of prey. Yes, while it's a good ability, it only limits the combat power of ordinary holy tree elves to the point of protecting themselves in the mouth of a large goose. Not bad, but the appearance needs to be improved. Richard looked at the body created by the holy tree elf and was a little dissatisfied with the humanoid shell. The holy tree elf was a little unskilled in using this new ability, so the shell they created looked a bit scary compared to Richard's statue. A humanoid creature, the size of a baby, with distorted facial features and multicolored, fungus-like skin, nearly gave Richard an uncanny valley reaction. Richard walked to the edge of the holy city and gathered all the holy tree spirits. Don't try to imitate my shells just yet. I get you a batch of sculpture soon, and then you can make the human-shaped shells. The holy tree spirits responded in unison. Your will, great creator God. Chapter 350. After addressing the issue of the holy tree spirit, Richard immediately began to inquire about the specifics of the secret realm, and World Mushroom answered all of his questions. This secret realm integration not only expanded the secret realm's area dozens of times, but also brought Richard over a dozen otherworldly animals and dozens of demonized plants. Unfortunately, none of these creatures were intelligent, and none of the demonized plants were rare species. In addition to the creatures, This secret realm integration also brought Richard 2 small mineral veins, and some unique minerals from another world. World Mushroom gave Richard 2 samples of ore from the veins. As an alchemist, Richard could immediately identify the minerals contained in these 2 veins. This is demonized metal, a very common thing. Richard threw one sample aside, then gazed at the other with a fiery gaze. But this one is different. If I'm right, it should be Jable metal. Jable metal, an extremely hard metal that repelled demons. Because it's highly resistant to void storms, it's often used as the main alloy for floating city shells. This metal is a strategic resource. Regardless of which world it's discovered on, the conqueror of that world must hand over the mineral vein to the Council of Truth for development. As a result, this metal is rarely seen on the market. Master, is this ore important? The World Mushroom suddenly asked. It's not important, it's precious. This metal is practically unavailable, Richard replied excitedly. I see. If you need it, Master, I can make this mineral vein larger. Okay. Huh? What do you mean by larger? Richard asked, somewhat bewildered. I can promote the formation of this ore, enriching this small vein. The World Mushroom's voice remained muffled, but to Richard's ears, it boomed like thunder. You can synthesize ore? Richard asked incredulously. Not synthesis, but promotion. The secret realm where this vein was born has been integrated by me. So I understand how this vein formed and developed. And I can manipulate the environment and rules of the secret realm, so naturally I can promote its growth. After hearing the World Mushroom's explanation, Richard felt a little disappointed. So it wasn't about synthesizing minerals. If it could, he had complete material freedom. So what does it take to promote the growth of a vein? Richard asked casually. If promoting the growth of a vein didn't require significant cost, he wouldn't mind having another large vein. Promoting the growth of the mineral veins will slow the expansion of the secret realm. How much slower? It depends on how fast you need it. Once my root system is fully established, the secret realm will expand by approximately 30 acres per day. If we want to accelerate the growth of the mineral veins, this number will need to be reduced by at least a quarter. Forget it, Richard said, waving his hands. For now, Jobber metal's significance to him is limited to research. Because the metal is regulated, it's nearly impossible for Richard to sell it on the market. For the same reason, there are virtually no alloy formulas for it on the market. This makes it difficult for Richard to even produce it. Stalling the secret realm's growth for something so useless is a foolish thing, and Richard won't do it. According to what you said, you can promote the growth of mineral veins. Does that mean that every secret realm you integrate can also promote the growth of the mineral veins within it? In theory, that's true. Richard nodded thoughtfully. The World Mushroom's ability to promote mineral growth is truly incredible. If he could integrate a few more secret realms containing rare alchemical materials, he could truly achieve material freedom in the material world. However, this thought only flashed through Richard's mind for a moment before he tossed it into the trash. To piece together secret realms containing such rare mineral veins, he would have to become a great wizard. But as a third-ring wizard, only over 400 years old, he was far from becoming a great wizard. Aspiring so early was only a matter of time. After inquiring about other information about the secret realm, Richard gained a preliminary understanding of it, but he had no idea how to develop it further. For now, Richard still intended to use the secret realm as an alchemical workshop. As for exploring the rules, Richard decided he'd better lay a solid foundation for the second ring first. He was probably the weakest third-ring wizard in the history of the wizarding world, bar none. A week later, Richard, dressed in black robes, and Jorod, along with many high-ranking members of the Black Tower Wizarding Academy, arrived at the Qingxuan Academy compound. Inside the compound, wizards from various wizarding academies gathered outside the morning hall, along with the Qingxuan Academy wizards, quietly awaiting the departure of the coffin. Wizard funerals don't have a fixed format, but the general process is divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, mourners gather outside the mourning hall. The deceased's coffin is carried out by the deceased's family, friends, or others who are close to the deceased. In the second phase, the coffin and guests will follow the same path to the cemetery, where they will be buried under the gaze of the numerous guests. The third phase is the mourning phase. During this phase, the deceased's family and friends will take turns speaking, and there are no restrictions on what they say. They can express their remembrance or share interesting stories about the deceased's life. Richard stood outside the mourning hall. As a third-ring wizard, he was able to stand at the front of the crowd, along with many of the Academy's senior leaders. Soon a bell rang. 4 wizards in white robes carried a coffin out of the mourning hall. These 4 individuals were the vice president of Qingxuan Academy, the commander of the Qingxuang Legion, Vladimir's wizard partner, and his student. With sorrowful expressions on their faces, they carried the coffin and walked step by step towards the cemetery. For the wizard, the weight of the coffin was far less than the sorrow he carried. Following the coffin, the guests arrived at Vladimir's grave. The old wizard chose the Qingxuang Academy's public cemetery for his own grave, where many of Qingxuang Academy's predecessors were buried. This old wizard, who had dedicated his entire life to the Legion, chose not to leave the Legion even in death. For wizards lowered the coffin into the pre-prepared grave and then sealed it with shovels. Silence, still silence. Throughout the process, not a single wizard uttered a single unnecessary sound. As the grave was sealed, each wizard attending, led by a Qingxuang Academy wizard, placed a flower on the grave. The flowers were varied, but all were what the wizards considered to be mourning flowers. After everyone had laid their flowers, the funeral entered its final phase, the speeches. The first to speak was the commander of the Clear Frost Legion. He came to the tombstone and bowed slightly to the numerous wizards. To be honest, before Master Vladimir passed away, he specifically instructed me not to make the funeral extravagant. It was best to keep it quiet, to prevent his old enemies from mocking him at his grave. But apparently, I didn't listen. I'm sure you've all heard of Master Vladimir's temper. He has a violent temper. If, under normal circumstances, I didn't do as he requested, he would storm into my office with a sullen face and do everything in his power to get me to fulfill his demands. This gave me an opportunity. I felt that if I didn't hold the funeral according to his wishes, perhaps this ill-tempered master would crawl out of his coffin and rush in my office, angrily rebuke me for my actions. But my experiment had failed. Master Vladimir had indeed fallen into eternal sleep, and my office would no longer be barged into by a sullen-looking old wizard. This seemed like something to be celebrated. But as I gazed joyfully at my clean office door, I was suddenly stunned. For years, I always complained about this old wizard, who, relying on his seniority, showed no respect for his superiors and lacked proper etiquette. But as I reflected on it, I realized that every time, he was right. He was tirelessly using his wisdom to help the Legion become better. But I always overlooked this. And by the time I noticed it, it was too late. This was my oversight, my fault. I should apologize to Master Vladimir, but alas, he can't hear me now. So I can only say here, Master Vladimir is the finest equipment master I've ever met. His achievements will be forever etched in the annals of the Legion. The speeches lasted a full half-day. Every wizard familiar with Vladimir spoke, and even Richard gave a brief speech, remembering the old wizard who had provided him with such great assistance. After the speeches, the Qingxuang Academy held a banquet at their residence, and most of the guests, who weren't in a hurry, stayed. "Excuse me, Master Tozio?" In the corner of the hall, Richard, holding a glass of wine, greeted a forlorn wizard. Tozio looked up, his face streaked with tears. He looked at Richard, feeling familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't place where he'd seen him before. May I ask who you are?" "I'm Richard, one of the presidents of the Richard Chorode Chamber of Commerce. I even spoke at your master's funeral today." Hearing Richard's name, Tozio was startled at first, then stood up in a panic. As a white wizard, the name Richard Chorode was a household name. As a newly established wizarding guild, its magic support vehicles had already been used on several battlefields and garnered unanimous praise from various legions. But why would such a prominent figure seek out a minor wizard like him? "I'm sorry, I'm so overcome with grief at the funeral that I didn't pay attention to the guests who were speaking. I hope you forgive me." Richard waved his hand, signaling him otherwise. "Master, don't be nervous. I understand. So what do you want to talk to me about?" Tozio asked cautiously. He had heard Vladimir mention that he had a relationship with Richard, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. But death is like a flame going out. While Vladimir was alive, that relationship existed. But now that he was dead, could it still exist? Richard smiled at him and said, "Master, don't worry. Master Vladimir has been very kind to me. In the Red Sun world, he once asked me to look after his students after his death. Now that he has fallen into eternal sleep, I feel it's time to fulfill my promise." "Master, what kind of technology are you researching?" Hearing Richard's explanation, Tozio's eyes welled up again. He hadn't expected his teacher, even in death, to have cared for a fool like him. Tozio wiped his tears and replied with a sob, "Master, my research focuses on enchanted architecture. Specifically, the construction of battlefield fortresses and wizard towers." Chapter 351. Enchanted architecture? Richard was somewhat surprised to hear this research direction. Enchanted architecture is a branch of the alchemy school, but it's extremely niche. If it weren't for the planar wars, which required dedicated fortress wizards, this discipline would even be relegated to the general wizarding discipline. After all, before the advent of battlefield fortresses, this branch's sole purpose was to construct wizard towers. And building wizard towers is something that most wizards must do. However, Richard's surprise wasn't the rarity of enchanted architecture, but rather that Tozio had chosen it. Richard recognized Vladimir's proficiency in alchemical mechanics. A student of such a master wouldn't necessarily choose alchemical mechanics, but neither would he choose something as unpopular as enchanted architecture. Richard could understand his choice of the flesh and blood branch. Seeing Richard's astonishment, Tozio smiled wryly and said, "Master, you think I'm an idiot too, right? You're not studying alchemical machinery, but are instead researching obscure enchanted buildings. How foolish." But Richard shook his head. No, choosing an unpopular branch isn't foolish. It's because of wizards like you, who pursue their own passions, that the wizarding world is able to flourish. If everyone pursued the major branches, the popular fields, the wizarding world would be doomed. Richard's tone was sincere, for he wasn't being polite. In research, there will always be those who study unpopular subjects, who sit on the sidelines. They may never achieve anything significant, but as wizarding civilization develops, even the most unpopular branches will eventually find their use. Tozio also sensed Richard's sincerity. This was the first time, besides Vladimir, he had ever received such genuine, non-derogatory comments from someone. Tozio wanted to say something, but the words turned into a sigh. Alas! Richard continued, "Since you're studying enchanted architecture, I imagine you have your own understanding of building wizard towers." Tozio nodded. "Designing and building wizard towers is the foundation of our branch. With this foundation, I also specialize in urban planning, power plants, and communication tower construction. If you wish to build a wizard tower in the wizarding world, I can now plan a mortal city surrounding it based on the location you choose." Listening to Tozio's description, Richard was once again stunned. Is enchanted architecture so demanding? Even urban planning is required. Richard praised him sincerely. "So, if I choose a location right now, you can plan a mortal city around the wizard tower. I have to say, that's quite impressive." Tozio smiled shyly. He was hundreds of years older than Richard. But in front of Richard, Tozio, a second-ring wizard, was as shy as an apprentice. Tozio could never have imagined that this wizard, who surpassed him in both status and power, was actually younger than him. However, Richard changed the subject. City planning is ultimately just a sideshow. Do you have any unique ideas for the wizard tower design? Or perhaps, do you have any unique expertise in other areas? Unique. Tozio's face grimaced again. "Master, what I'm researching is quite unconventional. If you must say it's unique, I do have some, but you might not find it useful." "Oh!" Richard became interested. "What are you researching? Tell me about it. I'm from the flesh and blood school, and I won't steal your ideas." "How could a great figure like you be interested in the ideas of a minor wizard like me?" Tozio said with a somewhat humble smile. "What I'm researching is no secret. It's a concept that emerged in our alchemy school at the end of the Enlightenment. It's called a small floating city. I wonder if Master is aware of it." Richard had actually heard of the term small floating city. At the end of the Enlightenment, during the latter stages of the Wizarding Wars, wizards from various major schools were trying their best to combat the wizards of other schools. During this period, all sorts of imaginative technologies were invented, and all sorts of bizarre ideas were proposed. Among them, the small floating city was one of the concepts proposed by the alchemy school. The alchemist who proposed this idea intended to transform the entire wizard tower into a massive, mobile war fortress. This concept later profoundly influenced the design of the original floating city. The difficulty of this concept lies in establishing a sufficiently stable and durable energy source within the wizard tower. Without this, the small floating city would be like a rocket, only to fall back down after reaching the sky. In the wizarding world, there are only 3 types of power reactors capable of propulsing a wizard tower, and these 3 are the power reactors used by the first, second, and third generations of expeditionary floating cities. Its power reactor is even as large as some wizard towers. Thus, the idea of a small floating city has long been abandoned by mainstream alchemists. It's unknown where Tozio found this knowledge, and he's even made it his own research direction. "Tozio, what does Master Vladimir say about this research direction?" Richard expressed his opinion somewhat tactfully. Tozio wasn't surprised by Richard's reaction. "Teacher says I'm a complete idiot. So why don't you change your research direction?" Richard couldn't help but ask. The problem with small floating cities isn't limited to enchanted architecture. Solving it requires a major discovery from the school of evocation. Tozio shook his head. Master, even though I've been called an idiot by my teacher, I'm not a complete idiot. The main reason I'm researching this area is because I obtained a blueprint for a small floating city from the Enlightenment period. This blueprint shows a reasonable design for a small floating city, and the requirements for the power reactor are not that demanding. And based on this blueprint, I've made many improvements. Now, the small floating city is no longer just a castle in the air. But, Tozio sighed. Although he was confident he was on the right track, resource constraints slowed his research. When Vladimir was still alive, he would still provide him with some magical support, but now that Vladimir is dead, continuing his research is extremely difficult. Blueprints? Richard's eyebrows rose, his interest piqued. How about showing me the blueprints? If it's truly as you describe, I can become your academic sponsor. If a small-scale floating city is truly feasible, it would undoubtedly be a project with great potential. Large-scale floating cities are useful now, but as a war fortress, they're too large. They're suitable as motherships, but not as warships. If small-scale floating cities are successful, wizard expeditions will no longer be conducted in units of floating cities, but as fleets. Huh? You've also done research on small-scale floating cities? Tozio asked in astonishment. Besides Richard's own research on such an unconventional project, he couldn't think of any other reason that would have Richard considering becoming an academic sponsor. Richard stroked his chin and smiled. That's not the case, but I have something. If I can figure it out, I have a very powerful power reactor. I see. Tozio nodded and pulled a soul contract from his pocket. Master, are you willing to sign the contract? Richard smiled. Of course. The blueprints were, after all, the fruit of Tozio's research. Richard wanted to see them, so he naturally had to sign the soul contract, ensuring that Tozio wouldn't steal his work. After the contract was signed, Tozio led Richard out of the hall and down the road to the wizard tower, which had been used as a mooring hall that morning. Tozio pulled a key from his pocket and opened the door to the wizard tower. Teacher always likes to pay 100 years' rent in one lump sum. The rent for this wizard tower hasn't been refunded yet, so technically, it's still my teacher's wizard tower. The two entered the wizard tower after opening the door. Tozio walked with familiarity to the wizard tower's laboratory and activated the tower's privacy protection measures. Most wizards are overly protective of their research, even if it hasn't yet been successful. Tozio turned on the lab lights and pulled a thick sheaf of manuscript paper from his pocket, handing it to Richard. Master, please look. This is my optimized design. Richard took it, found a chair in the lab, and began to carefully examine it. It wasn't a big deal. Richard watched from dusk till sunrise. Excellent idea, Richard said, beaming as he handed the design back to Tozio. This design looks nearly feasible to me. I happen to have a study on power sources. If we can design a power reactor, we might be able to solve the problem. I'm investing in your research. Richard extended his right hand to Tozio. Tozio stared at Richard with a dazed look, but finally, fighting back tears, he reached out his right hand and shook Richard's. He cried in his heart, Teacher, just watch. I will succeed. After the funeral, Richard's life returned to normal. He arranged for Tozio to take a sinecure position as an architectural consultant within the Chamber of Commerce, with an annual salary of 10 magic essences. In addition, he invested 10,000 magic essences in Tozio's small floating city project. If Tozio succeeded, this investment would yield a return of tens, even hundreds of times. He himself began researching the Urus Black Crystal and the spoils he had obtained from the Academy War. He, now a three-ring wizard, was a paper tiger. He looked powerful, but his strength would be exposed in a fight. He needed to enrich his knowledge as much as possible and strengthen his combat power. And this research would last for 300 years. 300 years later, Black Tower Wizard Academy, Chorod Laboratory. Richard, are you sure? Jorod frowned, looking across at Richard with some confusion. I am sure, teacher, Richard said gravely. I do not intend to serve as vice president of the Black Tower Academy. I intend to follow the great wizard Garlon and explore the secrets of physical evolution. The contract Richard signed with the Black Tower Academy was a short-term one, valid for only 500 years. Now that time has passed, Richard and the Black Tower Academy no longer have any contractual connection. Since you've made up your mind, I won't try to dissuade you. However, I must tell you one thing. Jorod stood up, patted Richard on the shoulder, and said sternly, You will always be a student of the Black Tower Academy. The doors of the Black Tower Academy will always be open to you. Chapter 352. After leaving the laboratory, a fiery red figure immediately approached. Are you sure? The figure asked crisply. Richard nodded slightly. I'm sure. Next, I'm going to the Garlon Wizarding Academy. Are you interested in coming with me, Ellie? The fiery red figure was none other than Ellie, now a second ring wizard. 270 years ago, Ellie successfully broke through the barrier and ascended to the second ring. Me? Ellie gaped, pointing at herself comically. You want me to be expelled from the school by the teacher? Richard's departure from the academy would at most lead to some gossip. After all, every wizard has their own aspirations. But Ellie was the grand disciple of the great wizard of the Black Tower. If the news of the dean's grand disciple becoming a lecturer at another academy got out, what a mess. Hey, I didn't ask you to be a lecturer. I just asked you to stay with me. Richard pulled Ellie into his arms, a sly grin on his face. When you get tired of living here, you can come back. You're not teaching at the academy anyway. That won't work, Ellie said hesitantly. Living in another academy wouldn't be a good idea. It's okay, Richard said confidently. I'm planning to build a wizard tower outside the Garlon Wizarding Academy. You can just live there. Huh? Then why don't you just live in the Tower of Truth? Ellie asked, puzzled. Well, Richard stroked his chin, a mysterious smile playing on his face. I have some research that I can only do outside. Ellie thought for a moment and nodded slightly. All right then. I come over once your wizard tower is finished. Richard smirked. It's a deal. Don't go back on your word. Ellie blushed and muttered, wait until I reach the third ring, and I make you suffer. After leaving the Black Tower Wizarding Academy, Richard immediately headed for the Tower of Truth. The Garin Wizarding Academy is located in a remote area, in the far north of the Wizarding Continent. Without directions, it's difficult for ordinary wizards to find its exact location. Residential Floor 11. The arena was still bustling with activity. The vast crowd of wizards in the audience watched excitedly, as two behemoths engaged in a fist-to-fist duel. Although wizards often associate hand-to-hand combat with the indigenous people, the instincts in their blood still make their blood boil at the sight of a fist-to-fist fight. In the audience, Richard sat next to Jimmy, quietly watching the battle between the two second-ring wizards. Scattered elements, overwhelming magic, and the occasional splattering of blood. The battle was incredibly exciting. In the past, Richard would have undoubtedly praised this battle endlessly. But after becoming a third-ring wizard, this battle suddenly became more problematic for him. This wasn't an advantage stemming from experience, but rather an illusion caused by a simple disparity in strength. Once a person has mastered something, they can't imagine what it would be like not to master it. The wizards on the field were vastly superior to Richard's. This increase in strength profoundly impacted a wizard's combat habits, especially those with physical evolution, who were accustomed to physical combat. Soon, the battle ended. Jimmy flew onto the stage and raised the winner's right hand. The audience roared the winner's name. This is the glory that belongs only to the victor. Soon, the audience dispersed, and the gladiators shook hands and made peace. Their glory lasted only for the moment of victory. After that, they remained good brothers in the club. Jimmy gave the two gladiators some pointers, and then returned to the audience. How was the fight? Jimmy asked, smiling as he sat down next to Richard. Very bad, Richard replied truthfully. Although I can clearly see that these two wizards weren't unwilling to do well, it was just that their strength didn't allow it. But those seemingly unnecessary moves still made me a little irritated. Jimmy laughed heartily at this. Haha, I knew you'd be like this. You spent too little time in the first and second rings, and you weren't particularly interested in physical combat. You suddenly advanced to the third ring, without sufficient experience to build a foundation, so you couldn't see the subtleties of combat. Jimmy's words weren't pleasant, but Richard didn't show any anger. Jimmy was speaking the truth, and there was nothing to get angry about. That's why I came to see you, Richard said calmly. I plan to join the Great Wizard Garland's Wizarding Academy, and delve into the path of physical evolution. Jimmy's smile faded slightly at this. He looked at Richard seriously and said, Are you really going down the path of physical evolution? I've heard about your exploits over the years. Your achievements in alchemical machinery are far more impressive than your accomplishments in the flesh and blood. Coming to Garlon Wizarding Academy to study physical evolution, I'm a little worried that your talent will be unappreciated. Richard nodded firmly. I'm very aware of my own talent. The spell support vehicle was just an accident. Inventing it didn't actually take much effort on my part. In truth, my research over the years can only be described as disorganized. I've dabbled in many disciplines. I don't possess a particularly outstanding talent in any of them. After comprehensive consideration, I've decided that studying physical evolution is more suited to my current circumstances. Oh? Jimmy asked, slightly surprised. What prompted you to make this judgment? Richard said nothing, simply extending his hand from beneath his wizard robes. At first glance, the hand appeared perfectly white, but soon, changes began to appear. It began to deform. Bone spurs, scales, hair, growths, tumors, all sorts of bizarre things sprouted from it. Soon, a perfectly healthy hand transformed into a twisted, indescribable mass. Jimmy frowned slightly. Is this a rule? Richard nodded. It is indeed a rule. With that, the indescribable mass suddenly broke apart. A new right hand slowly grew from the broken edge. This is a special rule I've named the distortion rule. It can stimulate cells, causing their vital core to undergo unpredictable expressions, leading to unpredictable cell mutations. Jimmy's eyes widened upon hearing Richard's explanation. This rule's power is perfectly suited for physical evolution. Richard didn't yet fully understand the nature of physical evolution, but Jimmy, as the vice president of the Garlon Wizarding Academy, had a clear understanding of it. The essence of physical evolution is the transformation of the vital core. Although the cell mutations caused by the distortion rule are uncontrollable, given enough time, wizards can always find suitable cells. And wizards, on the other hand, have no shortage of time. I have to say, you're incredibly lucky, Jimmy exclaimed. After that, he stood up and extended his right hand toward Richard. Master, welcome to the Garlon Wizard Academy. I'm Vice President Jimmy. Garlon Wizard Academy is located in the far north of the Wizarding Continent. During the Enlightenment, this area was home to a branch of the evocation school called Absolute Zero. It was also one of the few regions unaffected by the Wizarding War. During the Enlightenment, the biting cold winds of the far north were roughly equivalent to a 300-level freeze spell. If mixed with frost, they could even deal cutting damage. It was truly a dual cultivation of both physical and magical abilities. However, with the end of the Wizarding War, the energy concentration of the Wizarding world decreased year by year, and the far north became less dangerous. Following Jimmy, Richard flew all the way from the Tower of Truth to the far north. All the way, Richard could clearly feel the ambient temperature dropping. Mortals are truly tenacious, Richard exclaimed, observing the human tribes hunting on the snowy plains. These mortals all possessed the strength of knights, and their prey was a surprisingly large mammoth. That's life. Tenacious life always finds its way, Jimmy said, turning back to Richard. Can you believe it? The ancestors of these mortals lived in this academy during the Enlightenment. Back then, even many wizards perished here. Yet, relying on the accumulated experience of their ancestors and their tenacious will to survive, they have survived at the academy for generations, using their apprenticeships to their advantage. Oh! Richard's face lit up with disbelief. How could that be possible? The freezing winds of the far north during the Enlightenment could even rip wizards apart. How could a mortal survive in such harsh conditions? Jimmy smiled and shook his head. But it's true. Because the great wizard Garlon came from this land. Richard felt a flicker of shock. He suddenly understood why the great wizard Garlon, a master so early in the pioneering era, was studying physical evolution. It's hard not to be struck by the tenacity of life for humans to survive in this snowy plain. Soon, the two arrived at the Garlon Wizard Academy. Garlon Wizard Academy was an extremely large academy, its main structure consisting of an entire towering mountain. The various buildings were arranged in a sequence on the mountaintop. At the bottom were the accommodations, above that were the teaching areas, and above that were the cafeteria and library. Atop the mountaintop stood a small wizard's tower. Although the wizard tower wasn't tall, it towered over the mountaintop, rivaling the Tower of Truth. What are those? Richard suddenly spotted a group of tiny dots climbing up the mountain wall below the accommodations. Jimmy followed Richard's gaze, and casually replied, "Those are freshmen. There's no freshmen here at Garin Wizarding Academy. Any child between 10 and 15 who can crawl to the academy gates on their own is automatically a Garin student." Richard's eyes lit up, and he praised, "That's a great idea indeed. It's much fairer than the exams I took at school." Richard's hometown was remote and not near a waterway, so its social system remained the backward feudal lord system, without any benefits from magic. This also meant that few of their would-be apprentices survived. If Richard hadn't had the miracle forge, he would have died on the entrance exam. Later, Richard asked Alex if this wasn't a bit unfair, and the answer he received was harsh. There's no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. The academy has provided them with textbooks and dictionaries. If they can't learn, it's their own fault. After all, those unfortunate individuals who can't read are a minority. The Academy has done its best to ensure universal education in the region where they come from. Our Academy has no shortage of apprentices, nor of geniuses. Someone like you might not even be accepted by the Academy in an entire era. After all, the wizarding world is vast. It has no shortage of apprentices, nor of geniuses. Chapter 353. After entering the Academy, the two encountered many wizards along the way. These wizards were generally of exceptional strength. Even among the thinner ones, Richard could sense their suppressed vitality. According to Jimmy's explanation, these wizards had practiced a special sealing technique. This technique allowed them to accumulate power during normal times. Once released, the wizard's combat power could be instantly doubled or even multiplied. Wonderful witchcraft, Richard exclaimed. I've never heard of this kind of witchcraft before. Of course, Jimmy laughed. This kind of witchcraft is basically useless for spiritually evolved wizards, and few would bother to learn it. Furthermore, these sealing techniques you see are all versions personally improved by the Dean. The original sealing techniques generally only improve the effect by 10 to 30%, and at most 50%. Compared to what we encounter now, it's far inferior. Huh? Richard asked in surprise. This sealing technique is actually a version improved by the Dean. Do we still give out witchcraft in our academy? This sealing technique is not one of those spell models found in the Black Tower Wizarding Academy's spell shop, which have become ubiquitous in the wizarding world. It is enough for any wizard to inherit the magic. They're not free, Jimmy replied. These spells require contributions to the academy. Some? Richard noticed Jimmy's quantifier. Did the Dean prepare a lot of spells? Jimmy smiled mysteriously. You know when the time comes. I take you to see the Dean now. Grand Wizard Garlon is somewhat different from other Grand Wizards. He maintains a clone year-round, presiding over the wizarding world. And, according to Jimmy, this clone actually manages things. This is completely different from the Deputy Dean system employed by other Grand Wizards. The wind on the mountaintop was fierce, the howling north wind like an invisible whistle. Richard and Jimmy landed on the summit. Outside the wizard tower, a figure gazed into the distance. Jimmy said respectfully to the figure, Dean, we're here? Grand Wizard Garland's clone shuddered, as if suddenly awakened. He turned to look at Richard and yawned. You're here so soon. So he really fell asleep, Richard thought to himself. Jimmy wasn't surprised by Grand Wizard Garland's condition. His expression remained calm, and he continued respectfully, we didn't miss any time on the way, and came straight to the academy. Yes, not bad. Grand Wizard Garland nodded, his somewhat confused eyes instantly clearing. He carefully examined Richard, his expression suddenly filled with surprise. Hey, are you the kid from the Black Tower Wizarding Academy? I remember the last time I saw you, you were still a second-ring wizard. It's only been a few years, and you've already reached the third ring. Jimmy looked helpless beside him. Dean, didn't you read the message I sent you? No, Grand Wizard Garland shook his head honestly. The weather these days is perfect for sleeping. Jimmy sighed helplessly. You remember correctly, Richard is the wizard from the Black Tower Academy you met last time. He's recently advanced to the third ring, and has mastered a principle well suited to physical evolution, so he wants to join our academy to study physical evolution. Oh! Welcome, welcome. Great Wizard Garland's face lit up with delight. He took 2 steps toward Richard and extended his right hand. Richard, somewhat flattered, quickly extended his right hand to shake his. How come you're so young? As soon as the handshake came, Great Wizard Garland immediately noticed something was amiss. As a master of physical evolution, he was exceptionally sensitive to life radiation. Richard's cloak of concealer had a built-in ability to conceal life radiation, so Grand Wizard Garland's clone didn't initially detect Richard's life radiation. But with that handshake, Richard's unusually youthful life radiation naturally became apparent to Grand Wizard Garland through the physical contact. How come you're not even 1,000 years old? That's too young. Richard smiled shyly. Some opportunities. Not bad, boy, you have a bright future. Great Wizard Garland patted Richard's shoulder with satisfaction. The academy needs young talents like you. You'd definitely achieve great things in the future. Come, let me see the rules you've mastered. Richard quickly displayed his own distortion rules. After reviewing Richard's rules, Great Wizard Garland scratched his head in confusion. This thing. I seem to have seen this somewhere. He frowned, lowering his head in thought for a moment. Then, he suddenly looked up and said in surprise, Isn't this the rule for the flesh cancer? The flesh cancer has long been sealed in the world mirror. Where did you get it? Richard's face froze slightly. How could he respond? But fortunately Jimmy spoke again at this moment. Dean, a while ago, there was a school war between the Black Tower Wizarding Academy and the Falling Star Wizarding Academy. I remember telling you about this. Oh! Great Wizard Garlon let out an awkward smile. I remember now. Your rule is good. It's indeed well suited for physical evolution. Check the quest board more often. There are often quests to cultivate special cells there. By the way, did Jimmy tell you about contribution points? Richard shook his head. Master Jimmy hasn't mentioned that yet. Then I tell him for him, Great Wizard Garlon said with a smile. The contribution system is a special redemption mechanism I designed. Contribution points can be redeemed for rewards specifically for wizards in the wizarding section of the Academy Library. These rewards include spells I've designed, rare items, special materials, access to secret realms, and more. For wizards at your level, they're extremely valuable. Check there more often. I often drop in some small trinkets. I will, Dean, Richard said respectfully. Hey, Great Wizard Garlon waved his hand. Don't call me Dean. Just call me Dean. Okay, I've met you. You're officially joining the Garlon Wizard Academy. Let Jimmy explain your salary and other benefits. I don't remember them very clearly. Yes, Dean. Soon, Jimmy and Richard left the mountaintop. Great Wizard Garlon looked at Richard's back, a hint of interest on his face. This little fellow is no ordinary fellow. To be marked by a great being. What did that great being see in this kid? Even Richard himself hadn't noticed. The great being behind the Death Seeker Tavern had left a mark on him when he repaired and evolved the Nightmare artifact. This mark served no special purpose. It merely reminded the great being that he was a nuisance and should be avoided immediately upon encounter. After all, the memories of great beings are vast and complex, and without some markers, they would have difficulty recalling a single event quickly. The Garen Wizarding Academy wasn't just the exterior buildings. The very mountain they rested on had been hollowed out and transformed into a part of the academy. This reminded Richard of the mountain secrets and the temples of the mountain dwarves. Led by Jimmy, Richard soon arrived at the academy's library. The library was immense. Beneath its vast dome, a vast sea of books lay stacked on massive stone shelves. These enormous shelves would dwarf even the stature of a stone giant. The knowledge stored within them weighed even more than a mountain. Jimmy snapped his fingers, and a small elf appeared beside him. Give me a set of Constitution Wizarding introductory textbooks. The elf, seeing Jimmy, called out in surprise, Jimmy. Long time no see. Weren't you assigned to the club by Garlon? Is this the new guy? You look so young. Newbie, what's your name? My name is Elisa, and I'm the librarian here. If you need information, you can summon me directly. The elf, calling herself Elisa, was incredibly enthusiastic and chattered non-stop upon seeing Richard. Richard looked at Jimmy, who gave him a helpless smile. That's just how Elisa is. You get used to it. After mumbling for a while, Elisa vanished in a puff of glowing dust. A moment later, she flew out from a circle of glowing dust, carrying a thick magic book. This reminded Richard of the elf named Finna in the library of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. These elves seemed to be of the same species, all librarians. Jimmy took the book and handed it to Richard. This is required learning for every wizard who joins the Garlon Wizard Academy. Go back and read it. After reading it, you have a more systematic understanding of physical evolution. This will be of great help in planning your future research. Richard took the book and saw a line of words written in gold on the black cover. The Path of Evolution. Nice name, Richard praised, then flipped open the magic book. But after turning only a few pages, a look of disbelief crossed his face. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Jimmy across from him. The dean is actually willing to give this stuff away for free. He had only flipped through a few pages of this book, The Path of Evolution, and he discovered the vast depths of knowledge contained within. The seemingly simple words and sentences in the book were only the tip of the iceberg. They all held immense mysteries. Jimmy smiled. The dean really dislikes the wizarding world's tendency to hoard all knowledge. He believes that theoretical knowledge should be widely disseminated. This prevents many wizards from spending their entire lives trapped in problems that could be solved with a single sentence. Richard was stunned for a moment, then a look of surprise crossed his face. He wasn't the only one who found the wizarding world's tendency to conceal knowledge unpleasant. Besides sharing knowledge, does the dean do anything else? Richard asked. Other actions? Jimmy looked at Richard with some confusion. Sharing knowledge is already a huge benefit. What else do you want? Huh? Richard was surprised. Doesn't the academy hold seminars? While knowledge can be disseminated, it's easy for a wizard to get stuck in a mental rut. Wouldn't it be easier to solve problems if multiple wizards discussed it? Hearing Richard's words, Jimmy gasped in shock. If Grand Wizard Garland's actions were merely broad-minded, then Richard's proposed actions were truly heretical. Isn't this just taking advantage of other wizards' knowledge for free? Jimmy said stiffly. Your idea is a bit extreme. Really? Richard smiled. It seemed that changing customs was a long and arduous task. Then it seems I was being too radical. Chapter 354. After leaving the library, Jimmy took Richard on a tour of the academy, giving Richard a general overview of the academy's layout. Gallon Wizard Academy is spatially divided into 4 floors. The lowest floor houses the apprentice accommodations and the apprentice arena. Apprentice wizards can relax and fight a few rounds in the arena during their breaks. Further up are the teaching and experimental areas, both of which are relatively unremarkable. Then comes the all-important 3rd floor. This floor is the most important part of the academy, as it houses the library and cafeteria. Since almost all the wizards at the academy have evolved their physical constitutions, this makes eating, a seemingly insignificant activity in ordinary wizard academies, exceptionally important here. In the academy's cafeteria, Richard even saw dishes prepared using level 3 creatures. And the prices were even lower than the cost price. Jimmy explained, the dean has a dedicated food world for breeding, so the prices for these magical beasts are much cheaper than outside. Richard swallowed. Using an entire world as a breeding ground, is that the grandeur of a top-tier wizard? Finally, there was the 4th floor, the small wizard tower at the top of the mountain. That was the daily residence of the great wizard Garland, and it was of no use for teaching at the academy. After touring the entire academy, and making sure there was no other place, Richard finally expressed his doubts. Master, doesn't our academy have any daily living quarters for wizards? Jimmy nodded. Yes, there is indeed no accommodation for wizards within the academy. However, many wizards stay in the experimental area year-round, so this is considered a semi-housing area for wizards. Richard nodded thoughtfully. So, besides staying in the experimental area for a long time, I can only build a wizard tower in the wilderness. Yes, but the academy provides subsidies for wizard tower construction. The dean has connections with many established wizarding guilds, so purchasing materials through the academy's channels will be much cheaper than on the market. That's a good thing, Richard said with a smile. Oh! Jimmy looked at Richard with interest. Other wizards, upon hearing this news, all chose to live in the laboratory. You chose to build a wizard tower. But it seems from your perspective that you've been planning to build a wizard tower here all along? Richard explained, Hey master, you might not know this, but my partner is the grand disciple of my old dean. Is it proper for someone of her status to live in another wizarding academy all the time? Wow! You're quite capable, boy, Jimmy said with some surprise. If I remember correctly, the Black Tower's Grand Wizard only has 1 student, Susanna, and 1 grand disciple. You're hooking up with a rich woman. No, you're already quite wealthy. But it's a shame. No matter how good a wizard's partner is, it can't compare to the truth. With a smile, Jimmy patted Richard's shoulder. Anything you need regarding the wizard tower is welcome. Just ask for any piece of land you're interested in. Whatever materials you need, I guarantee I get you the lowest price. Since you've left the Black Tower Wizard Academy with such connections, we certainly won't treat you unfairly. Richard bowed slightly. Thank you, master. In the snowy plains of the far north, vast expanses of wasteland lie. Human tribes, scattered across this vast landscape like stars, dot the landscape. Richard bent down, scraped aside the fallen snow, and gently pinched the lichen. The tundra is one of the few places in this far north where plants grow. When summer arrives, this now dead, pale landscape will transform into a paradise for thousands of creatures. This is it, Richard said, turning. Behind him, Jimmy and Tozio were discussing the region's climate and ecosystems. Here? Tozio gave Jimmy an apologetic smile, then walked over to Richard and took in the surroundings. The tundra, the permafrost, building a wizard tower is no problem. Richard turned and asked, what about building a human city, or even a human kingdom? Ah? Tozio was a little surprised. This isn't a good place to build a city. There's no place to grow crops here, so we can only rely on primitive harvesting and hunting. If we rely on external supplies, and this isn't a route for airship trade, shipping costs would be prohibitively expensive. The city you want to build would have to accommodate at least hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of mortals. These people would have to rely on external supplies for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Even your family wouldn't be able to withstand such a consumption. What if we could grow crops? Richard smiled, pulling a mushroom from his pocket. He had thought of this when he learned that the Garland Wizard Academy was located in the far north. For this reason, he had recently had the world mushroom cultivate a type of mushroom that could grow in cold climates and store a large amount of energy. The mushroom in his hand was the fruit of the world mushroom. This mushroom can survive in temperatures as low as -40 degrees Celsius, and its requirements for living conditions are quite low. It can even be grown on a large scale in tundra. Tozio took the mushroom, flipped it over for a few moments, and then returned it to Richard. With this thing, we can indeed consider building a city here. However, I've never built a city on the tundra, so there might be some issues along the way. I hope you understand. Richard waved his hand. We can start with a small city of tens of thousands, then gradually expand. I'm not in a rush about this. Tozio bowed slightly. Thank you for your understanding. Let's discuss the construction plan for the Wizard Tower. Do you plan to build it as a regular Wizard Tower, or as a small floating city? Over the years, I've made many improvements to the design of the small floating city and created several versions. You can take a look. Huh? Richard was taken aback for a moment, then realized. He was Tozio's academic sponsor. He had been so busy with his own research all these years that he almost forgotten about supporting Tozio. Money moves fast. It's only been 300 years, and you've already optimized several versions, Richard joked. Tozio sighed deeply upon hearing this. Money does indeed bring speed. With sufficient financial support, his progress over the past 300 years has even surpassed that of the previous 7 or 800 years. 10,000 magic essences are nothing to Richard. The Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce has now expanded several times its original size. Daily, a large number of magic support vehicles are produced from the alchemy workshop. But even so, their production rate cannot keep up with the speed of orders from the White Wizard Legion. The reputation of the magic support vehicles has even spread to other towers of truth, and black magic essences are flowing into Richard's pockets like water. This also made Richard less sensitive to the number of mojo. Even though Richard's share of the profits had changed, from 300 mojo per vehicle to 30 mojo per vehicle, including the income from spellcasting components, 10,000 mojo was only a year's income for him. For an ordinary wizard, however, that was a fortune accumulated through several interdimensional wars. Richard flipped through the drawings. The designs varied, each with its own emphasis. Richard glanced through them, rubbed his chin, and selected one to hand to Tozio. This one's the one to go with. It's more balanced. Tozio took the drawing. This design is indeed more balanced, but it also requires a higher power reactor. Renovating a wizard tower later on is a very complex undertaking. You need to think it through. Richard waved his hand nonchalantly. This one's the one. Renovating a wizard tower is a hassle, but I can always build another. Tozio was stunned by Richard's generosity. A small floating city wasn't something you could just build with a few hundred mana like an ordinary wizard tower. At the very least, it cost over 20,000 mana to build. But after carefully considering Richard's income, he realized that this amount of mana wasn't much for Richard. Alright, then I build it according to these blueprints. Richard asked, how long will it take to build the wizard tower? Tozio smiled confidently. 2 years. Richard nodded slightly. Considering the construction difficulty, this timeline wasn't particularly long. Alright, I leave it to you. I come to see my wizard tower in 2 years. Don't delay. Don't worry, master. The wizard tower will be completed sooner rather than later. Tozio was fully authorized to build the wizard tower. During this period without the wizard tower, Richard, like any other wizard, chose a laboratory in the experimental area as a temporary residence. In the laboratory, a pitch-black door suddenly opened. Richard's soul flew out of the door and landed in the body standing before the test bench. He opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. The far north is truly a wonderful place. Surprisingly, there isn't even a single nightmare lord in the location corresponding to the nightmare world. Nightmare creatures rely on humans for survival, and the far north lacks large human cities year-round. Although the Wizard Academy boasts a large number of apprentices, they rarely sleep, mostly meditating to relieve mental fatigue. Furthermore, their numbers are insufficient to support the emergence of a single nightmare lord. A nightmare lord requires at least a mortal realm, and tens of millions of mortals to support it. Without a nightmare lord, there would be no competition. Over the past few hundred years, Richard had accumulated enough nightmare power to ascend to Nightmare Knight. If he so chose, he would be the sole ruler of the far north. Putting aside the affairs of the nightmare world, Richard turned his gaze to a blue-black flame sealed in a crystal ball on the test bench. This was a new version of the Flame of Oblivion created by Ulysses. It possessed the same special attack capabilities against flesh and blood creatures as the blue flame. Richard unsealed the flame and placed it on a rune pedestal, using his magic to sustain it. Next, he took a crystal shield and covered it. On the shield's crystal wall, a prominent diamond-shaped crystal stood out. He then pulled a piece of flesh from his pocket, placed it in front of the diamond-shaped crystal, and activated the shield. The next moment, runes appeared faintly on the crystal ball. Within seconds, a faint blue light emanated from the diamond-shaped crystals on the crystal wall. This was one of Richard's 300 years of research, a radiation-binding rune array developed based on aurora magic. The diamond-shaped crystal emitted a blue light, the same special radiation emitted by the blue-black flames that targeted flesh and blood. The blue light shone upon the flesh, causing cellular collapse. Richard ignored this, and instead began to mutate the flesh using the distortion principle. He was attempting to mutate a cell capable of withstanding this radiation, thereby verifying Ulysses's earlier hypothesis, whether cells resistant to this radiation would be stronger. Chapter 355. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the Wizard Tower's completion day arrived. After confirming with Tozio, Richard immediately packed up his belongings in the lab and prepared to move to his new home. "Hey Richard, where are you going?" Richard hurried out of the lab and was greeted by a wizard. The wizard was as muscular as a tower of steel. His muscular build and metallic skin reminded Richard of Colossus, a supporting character from a movie he had seen in his past life. "Long time no see, Stio. My wizard tower is finished, and I plan to move there," Richard replied with a smile. Like Richard, Stio was a third-ring wizard. But unlike Richard, he had earned his place through hard work. Legend has it that he achieved the third ring after a battle that nearly killed him. For the past 2 years, Richard had lived across from him, and since both were third-ring wizards, they were quite familiar with each other. "Is the wizard tower finished?" Steve was stunned, then smiled and congratulated him. "Congratulations, congratulations. Indeed, for a third-ring wizard like you, it's not a good idea to stay in the experimental area all the time. Why don't you come over for a visit?" Richard invited. Steve shook his head with some regret. "Some other time. I've been stuck in the lab for the past few months." Seeing Steve's polite refusal, Richard didn't insist and said directly, "Okay, I definitely come over when I'm free." Of course. Leaving the academy, a biting cold wind mixed with ice and snow hit us in the face. Richard didn't move, and a barrier of air appeared before him, blocking out the wind and snow. He pulled out a map, determined his direction, and then transformed into a streak of light and flew off into the distance. On the tundra, Tozio and the wizards from his construction team stood quietly outside the wizard tower, awaiting Richard's arrival. As the streak of light descended, Tozio immediately approached. "Master President." The streak of light dissipated, revealing Richard. Richard greeted Tozio, and then fixed his gaze on the tall black tower before him. The wizard tower wasn't tall, including the small rooms at the top. It only had 6 floors. But Richard, having seen the blueprints, knew that these 6 floors were merely superficial. The tower's true spaciousness lay underground. In addition to this main tower, Tozio had also built 3 smaller secondary towers. According to Richard's instructions, these secondary towers hadn't yet been equipped with any alchemical equipment, so they were merely empty shells. But if he truly followed the blueprint, these 3 secondary towers would be equipped with a large number of alchemical weapons and shield generators. This, to Richard at this point, was too foolish. "Not bad, Tozio, you did a good job," Richard praised, turning around. But then, Richard's gaze shifted to the perimeter of the wizard tower. "But what's with these houses? They don't look like the size of a small city of 20,000 or 30,000 people. According to Tozio's plan, there should be a small city around the wizard tower capable of accommodating 20,000 to 30,000 people, serving as a pilot for the future establishment of a mortal kingdom. But from Richard's observation, this city could accommodate at least 100,000 people. This is more than double what we agreed on previously." Tozio gave an awkward smile. "Do you remember what I told you about ordering an extra batch of materials? You asked me to do it myself, but since you, the president, needed to expand your city anyway, I built a few more houses." Richard rubbed his chin. Tozio had indeed told him about this. But he was busy with experiments at the time, and didn't pay much attention to the over 100 mojo. "Okay, that's a good idea," Richard agreed. "Let's go in first." The group entered the wizard tower. The first floor was still the reception room. Reliefs, tapestries, paintings. The reception room looked a bit out of place for a wizard, more like the rooms of a mortal noble. However, this was entirely Richard's fault. During the renovation, Richard had simply left everything to Tozio's discretion. The ground floor wasn't much to look at. Most wizard towers had the same design. Richard took a quick look down the stairs at the other floors before arriving at the basement entrance. The basement was the real show. In mortal fiction, particularly those based on mad wizards, beneath the Mad Wizard's tower lies a dungeon housing numerous terrifying creatures. But in reality, few wizards build dungeons. What they do build is more accurately described as a basement. The underground space beneath Richard's wizard tower was particularly vast, almost the size of a standard football field. In the center of the basement, a partition resembling a pillar served as the location for the power reactor. It's currently being used as a storage room. Excluding the equipment level, there are 3 full floors of usable space. Richard walked around the underground area and nodded with satisfaction. Good job, you put in a lot of effort. I figure out the power reactor. Tozio bowed slightly. Yes, President. After the wizard tower was completed, Tozio led the construction team and left the far north, completely unconcerned about any problems with his work. Besides his deep confidence in the quality of his work, Richard's status as an alchemist was also a significant factor. In fact, aside from planning, building this wizard tower, and indeed the entire city, wasn't a problem for Richard. It would, however, be very slow, and he might have to rework. After moving into the wizard tower, Richard opened the secret realm and had Salamander bring his experimental equipment out. After the secret realm reopened, Richard soon brought Salamander back from the Red Sun world. After finishing setting up the lab, Richard looked around the brand new lab, a smile creeping across his face. He pulled a communication crystal ball from his pocket and sent Ellie the news of the wizard tower's completion. Quickly, Ellie replied. I'll be right there to get your lab ready. I seem to be having some issues. Seeing Ellie's message, Richard frowned slightly. Issues? A month later, Ellie arrived at the wizard tower. In the lab, Richard observed Ellie, who was radiating heat, and rubbed his temples with a slight headache. What on earth did you do? Ellie's condition was strange. Her body was now feverish, over 40 degrees Celsius, and her cells were hyperactive. Faint lines were emerging beneath her skin. How would I know? Ellie said, a little aggrieved. My research has remained the same for the past 2 years, and nothing has changed much. God knows how this could have happened. Richard took out several probes and inserted them into Ellie's body. Soon, Ellie's body information was transmitted to the crystal ball. Richard carefully examined the information, and the more he looked, the more peculiar his expression became. Ellie noticed Richard's expression and asked nervously, What's wrong with me? Richard's expression was peculiar. Ellie, your condition looks a lot like estrus. Estrus. Ellie's face was filled with disbelief, and a blush crept across her cheeks. She cried out in embarrassment, Take a closer look. I've never been like this before. Richard checked again, confirming his conclusion. Ellie's estrogen levels were indeed peaking, very similar to estrus in animals. That conclusion is correct, Richard said with a strange expression. Don't you have any reaction yourself? Ellie glared at Richard, gnashing her teeth and saying, How could I react? How do you expect me to react? For wizards, the effects of physical desires are minimal. Some soul wizards are even able to abstract their thoughts and observe these feelings from a third-party perspective. In this situation, even pain can be experienced as enjoyment, a novelty. Don't be angry, Richard laughed. This thing must be caused by the bloodline you fused with. It didn't appear before, perhaps because of insufficient strength, or because some other conditions didn't allow it. Since it can't affect your thinking, just let it go. After a while it will. A spatial rift suddenly opened beside Richard, and Ulysses flew out. Richard, those salamanders want the dregs of the abyss. Ulysses screamed at Ellie, a powerful aura erupting from him. Even Richard trembled under this pressure, let alone Ellie, the primary target of the pressure. Ulysses. Richard's deep voice snapped Ulysses out of his stress response. Ulysses quickly withdrew his aura and apologized to Ellie. God, sorry. I was a little stressed. Then he flew to Richard's shoulder and communicated with him via telepathic communication. What the hell have you done, woman? Why can I sense the aura of the dregs of the abyss on her? Is the abyss attacking? As the world master of the god civilization, he possessed a keen sense of the abyss. Wait a moment, I collect a sample. Richard arrived at Ellie's side, only to find that her fever had subsided, and she had fallen into a state of suspended animation. He patted Ellie's face, awakening her from her suspended animation. As soon as she opened her eyes, Ellie clutched her chest, gasping for air. Richard, your pet is terrifying. Is this a level 3 creature? Richard didn't explain. Instead, he took out a syringe and drew a tube of blood from Ellie. But upon touching the blood, Ulysses was bewildered. This This doesn't smell like those abyss bastards. That's right, Richard said calmly. The blood Ellie fused is a hybrid of a giant dragon and another unknown alien creature. And that alien creature, presumably, is the abyss demon you're talking about. This was indeed the work of those abyss bastards, Elisa said thoughtfully. Those abyss bastards, besides fighting and eating, spend their remaining time mating. These guys have such diverse interests. I've even seen a stone giant that's half abyssion. A dragon like that would be considered a beauty to them. As a biological weapon left behind by the Forerunners, the dragon's beauty is palpable to any creature undergoing physical evolution. Dragon. Richard suddenly fell into thought. He then approached Ellie and used his mental power to examine her body. A strange expression crossed his face. So that's what's going on, Ellie. You're not in heat. You've entered the dragon's pseudo-pregnancy phase. Chapter 356. False pregnancy? Ellie looked at Richard, somewhat bewildered. What is that? Richard explained. False pregnancy is a unique physiological phenomenon unique to female dragons. When a female dragon reaches a certain level of strength and has collected a certain amount of life information from higher-level creatures, she will experience a false pregnancy. This type of pregnancy doesn't result in the birth of an offspring. It simply integrates this life information into your reproductive cells. When you need to give birth to an offspring in the future, this life information can be integrated into your cells, making your offspring even stronger. But we haven't been together for 2 years. Ellie's face remained bewildered. Richard stroked his chin, pondering, well, take a crystal ball and measure your physical fitness. Ellie took the test, and the crystal ball clearly showed that her physical fitness had reached 140 points. After her promotion to a second-ring wizard, her physical fitness automatically increased due to her bloodline. This sparked her desire to improve her physical fitness. It just so happened that Richard's gravity training room was no longer useful due to his rapidly increasing strength. So she borrowed Richard's gravity lab to use for physical training. Over the years, it's been quite effective. That's not surprising, Richard replied. When I left, I remember you were 139.9. I guess your physical fitness has just reached the standard in the past 2 years, which is why you triggered the false pregnancy. As a level 3 creature, he was already in the first tier below the World Master, and naturally considered a high-level creature. The two of them had been intimate over the years, and Ellie had already stored enough of Richard's life information. So, as soon as Ellie's physique reached the right level, the false pregnancy would automatically occur. A flicker of shyness suddenly crossed Ellie's face. So, I can give birth to your child now? Richard nodded. That's true, but I don't recommend giving birth to an offspring without hesitation. Aw, why? Because giving birth to an offspring weakens the mother, Richard said calmly. Dragons are different from humans. Giving birth to an offspring weakens the dragon's physique, causing a long period of weakness. The stronger the offspring, the greater the decline in its physique, and the longer the period of weakness. It's not worth it. All right. Ellie's face was slightly disappointed. Although she was very interested in bearing Richard's offspring, it would be unwise to weaken her own strength just because of a whim. Okay, problem solved. The false pregnancy will last about 6 months, and you'll be fine once you get through it. Once you reach the 3rd ring of strength, you'll be able to control the false pregnancy yourself. During this time, just avoid absorbing the life information of higher beings. Bang! Ellie suddenly leaped from the bed and slammed Richard's head. What are you talking about? Ellie angrily exclaimed. You're my only mate. Richard rubbed his head and helplessly replied, My dear, please listen to me. You don't think that only mating can gather life information, do you? The flesh and blood of higher beings you come into contact with, the blood that flows into your body, will be stored as life information. I'm telling you to limit your contact with the flesh and blood of higher beings during this period. Richard's words made Ellie's pretty face flush. I'm sorry, Ellie whispered. Richard waved his hand. Forget it. Your lab is downstairs. I take you there now. After the wizard tower was built, Richard put the construction of a mortal city on his agenda. After all, it was related to the establishment of his nightmare territory. Populating the city was easy. All he had to do was tell the few tribes wandering the wasteland that the city built by Tozio, capable of accommodating 100,000 people, would be full in no time. But even if it was full, Richard needed these people to live here permanently. Furthermore, he wanted to use this city seed to establish a mortal kingdom on this tundra. This required a certain level of management and coordination skills. However, these things could be learned. For Richard, the initial lack of experience could be easily overcome with money. Whatever was lacking, he could simply purchase it from the Wizard Guild. Driven by this mindset, Richard quickly took action. Soon, The first tribe arrived at the city. "Welcome to my city." Richard smiled as he looked at the frail snowman before him. Before him, a small tribe of only a few hundred people stood outside the city with their families. The snowmen stared at the city with a dazed look. The houses, constructed with enchanted craftsmanship, were a sight unlike anything they had ever seen. "This is a miracle. We made the right choice," an elderly snowman muttered. A middle-aged man, seemingly strong and sturdy, dressed in animal skins, approached Richard. He knelt before Richard and shouted, "Great Wizard, our people are willing to live in this city as your people for eternity." As he spoke, a black crow flew out from the tribe and respectfully addressed Richard. "Great Creator God, I have completed the mission you entrusted to me." Yes, this black crow was actually a sacred tree spirit. "Very well, I will grant you glory." Richard patted the crow's head. The sacred tree spirit said excitedly, "Great Creator God, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you." Richard smiled, opened the rift in the secret realm, and flung the overzealous sacred tree spirit back into the secret realm. Then he turned to the middle-aged man. "There is no need for this. I do not need to kneel." With this, Richard helped the crow up from the ground. "Come, take a roster of your tribe, and give it to me later. I distribute rations based on the size of your group. By the way, who among you can read?" An old man stepped out of the group and said, "Great Wizard, I know wizard language. Anyone who can read will do." Richard nodded, and pulled a planting guide from his pocket. This book records how to grow various plants. Take a look at it later. If you have any questions, ask me and I answer them. This book determines whether you have food to eat next year. You must take it seriously. Your kindness, Great Wizard. The old man walked over to Richard and took the planting guide with both hands. He was about to kneel in gratitude, but Richard stopped him. "I told you, I don't need to kneel." The first tribe quickly settled in the city. The tribe's name was Lake, meaning brave in the language of the snowmen. And they truly lived up to the name, becoming the first to try something new. Food and rations were quickly distributed, and these snowmen who had moved to their new home showed no resistance. After the rations were distributed, they gathered in a small square and began singing and dancing. No people enjoy wandering the wilderness. Only fools would be willing to hunt monsters in the snow if they could only afford a warm home and sufficient rations. On the third day after the Lake tribe arrived, a second tribe arrived in the city. Richard, once again, personally greeted them and arranged accommodations for them. Soon after, the third and fourth tribes followed. Richard had somewhat underestimated the significance of shamans to these snowmen. In their eyes, shamans were gods walking among the mortal world. They were bound to obey the god's will. The endless stream of snowmen soon filled the entire city with activity. And in the nightmare world, a new nightmare territory was slowly rising. "Listen, you bunch of losers, do you really need to be this scary?" In the square, a nightmare creature, at the level of a minor nightmare, stood on a podium, teaching the numerous nightmare spirits below his terrifying techniques. From above the square, Richard and Bones watched the scene in silence. "Not bad," Richard nodded in satisfaction. "I didn't realize you, Bones, had the talent to manage a territory." Bones lowered his head shyly and said, "Boss, I learned all this from you. Teach them techniques for gathering nightmare power, minimize conflicts between nightmare spirits, and promote those who gather nightmare power quickly to become squad leaders. These are all things you did back in the village. I'm just copying them." Richard was stunned. Indeed, when he first entered the nightmare world, he managed a territory for a few months. "Copying is a skill," Richard said nonchalantly, patting Bones on the shoulder. "Keep this up. This city is just the beginning. Soon, there will be many more cities like this on this snowy plain. Then you be my nightmare knight." "Yes," Bones replied loudly, but then he trailed off, a little embarrassed, and said to Richard, "But I still want to be by your side, boss. I don't want to be a nightmare knight." Richard glared at him. "Staying by my side is no big deal. You must become a nightmare knight." No discussion. The scroll Sefer had given him contained the secrets to becoming a nightmare lord. To become a nightmare lord, a nightmare creature must have accumulated 50 million nightmare powers, possess a territory, and at least 3 named nightmare creatures. These 3 nightmare creatures must also become nightmare knights. So Richard couldn't leave Bones alone. He had to become a knight. The city, which could accommodate 100,000 people, was filled in just 3 months, and a steady stream of tribes continued to arrive. This forced Richard to urgently contact Tozio, asking him to build more houses to accommodate the newly arrived tribes. During this process, Richard encountered numerous problems. For example, there wasn't enough land for growing food, the sewer system wasn't as efficient as he hoped, water pollution, and feuds between tribes. These problems kept Richard incredibly busy, and it took him a full year to resolve them completely, at least superficially. While he could rely on the authority of the wizards and the law to control the snowmen, he couldn't keep a constant watch over them. Tribal feuds and the bad habits of wandering the snowfields, these things could only be resolved with time. However, Richard had plenty of time. Chapter 357. City development takes time. After stabilizing the city, research, which should have been a top priority, naturally became Richard's daily routine. Richard had already read through the path of evolution that Jimmy had given him countless times. But with each reading, he discovered something he had previously overlooked. This path of evolution practically encompasses the entirety of Great Wizard Garland's understanding of physical evolution over several epochs. Those conclusions that required countless years and countless resources to reach are often limited to just a few paragraphs in the path of evolution. Great Wizard Garland had single-handedly pioneered a nearly complete path of evolution. Richard was almost certain that if Great Wizard Garland achieved the truth, the current 5 major schools would immediately become 6. Alas, there is a fixed path to becoming a great wizard in the wizarding world. But achieving the truth was something few knew about. At the end of the Wizarding War, the leaders of the 5 major schools achieved truth almost simultaneously. The secret behind this achievement remains unknown to this day. With the help of the path of evolution, Richard quickly determined his research direction. Cell strengthening. The distortion rules allowed Richard to rapidly mutate a variety of cells. Through targeted screening, he could always select the cells he desired. On the experimental bench, a faint blue light emanated from the crystal, completely covering a nondescript piece of flesh. Behind this faint blue light lay a hemispherical crystal dome. Within the dome, a dark blue flame burned fiercely. Richard stood beside the lab table, quietly observing the piece of flesh bathed in blue light. Under the blue light, it looked like a piece of flesh cut from the body of one of the great old ones, gradually disintegrating, eventually transforming into a pool of thick water. Ah! Richard stepped forward and turned off the blue light. Then, he summoned a flame, incinerating the thick water on the lab table to ash. Failed again? A voice came from behind Richard. Richard sighed and said in a low voice, yes, failed again. He turned around and saw Ellie leaning against another lab table, holding a magic book, looking at him lazily. For over 30 years, since I came here, you've been a failure. You haven't achieved any results in all these years. Ellie shook her head and walked towards Richard. As she approached Richard, she suddenly said, why don't you put this experiment aside for now and focus on something else? Aren't you quite interested in the bloodline I fused with you? Richard leaned back against the test bench, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Over 30 years of failure had forced Richard to wonder if there was something wrong with his experiment. He had conducted at least 100,000 experiments over the years, but without exception, they had all failed, without even the slightest progress. The cell's disintegration under the blue light only accelerated, not slowed down. If only one of these cells had slowed down the disintegration, Richard wouldn't be so confused. Over 100,000 experiments. Even the most ruthless second-hand pool would have sold this much. Unless there was nothing left in the pool at all. Richard shook his head, clearing away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. You're right. I do need to rethink things. Leaving the laboratory, Richard stood on the balcony of the Wizard Tower, letting the cold breeze wash over him. He pondered over the experiments of the past few years, and the book on the evolutionary path. The evolutionary path was the crystallization of the Great Wizard Garland's knowledge on physical evolution. A wizard like him, who had just transitioned from a layman to physical evolution, could find the answers to almost all his questions in it. But after much thought, the evolutionary path offered Richard no inspiration. Richard felt a little irritated. This was common for all wizards when their experiments ran into difficulties, especially when they believed they were on the right track. The biting cold wind did not calm Richard. On the balcony, Richard's thoughts grew more and more irritated. He couldn't understand what was missing from his mind. Suddenly, Richard flew away from the Wizard Tower, transforming into a streak of light and soaring into the distance. He didn't know where he was going, but he knew he needed to calm down. And this flight lasted for 2 months. 2 months later, Richard paused, gazing at the towering ice wall before him. He had reached the end of the world. But this wasn't enough for Richard. He gazed at the wall, suddenly eager to see what lay beyond it. So he swung his staff, and powerful fireballs pelted the wall like a machine gun. But this ice wall was no simple ice wall. It was a manifestation of the rules of the wizarding world, representing the end of the wizarding world. So no matter how far Richard advanced within the ice wall, he was always met with an endless wall of ice. Finally, his magic power was exhausted, and he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Richard didn't try to recover his magic power. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at the ice wall, his mind a blank. But if he didn't recover, his withered body wouldn't let him mess around. Richard's cells began to involuntarily absorb energy from the space to keep him functioning. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Richard. He abruptly stood up, staring at his arm with some surprise. What an idiot I am! He finally discovered the problem. For years, he had been using the distortion rules to mutate cells, and then screening them with blue light. His purpose was to more quickly find enhanced cells. For the past few hundred years, he had been conducting experiments with blue light irradiation inside the world mushroom, but those experiments had yielded no results. But the complexity of the life core far exceeded his imagination. His 100,000 experiments had only revealed a tiny fraction of its possibilities. So, directly using the distortion rules to mutate cells was also wrong. He shouldn't use the distortion rules to mutate cells directly, but rather to assist them in their mutation. In times of crisis, life will find a way out on its own. He only needs to assist the cells, helping them find a way out more quickly. Richard produced 2 pieces of magic essence and rapidly recirculated the magic power to rebuild the system. After rebuilding, he immediately returned to the wizard tower and plunged into the laboratory. A shift in thinking is crucial to an experiment. Often, wizards believe they are on the right track. If they fail to recognize that they are on the wrong track, success will remain elusive. After changing his mindset, Richard redesigned his experiment. Instead of directly mutating cells using the distortion rules, he used them to destabilize the life core, making it more susceptible to mutation. Then, there was the issue of energy supply. Richard modified the test bench to allow magic to more efficiently penetrate the flesh and blood, thus providing energy for evolution. These modifications were simple, but the results were profoundly different. Under the blue light, the cells continued to disintegrate. But Richard could see that they were constantly searching for ways to resist the blue light. No, this is still a bit slow. Richard observed the cells collapsing under the blue light, and another flash of inspiration struck him. The cells he was using for his experiments were all first-level life forms. According to the records of the evolutionary path, the higher the level of a life form, the more stable its life core. This wasn't a good thing for inducing cell mutation. So, for years, Richard had been using first-level life forms for his experiments. But it suddenly occurred to him that the records of the evolutionary path were for ordinary wizards. He possessed the distortion rules, so he could completely disregard this. Furthermore, cells of higher-level lifeforms resist the external environment for longer periods of time. Combined with the distortion rules, these cells would actually evolve more easily under Richard's control. Realizing this, Richard immediately cut a large piece of flesh from himself and resumed the experiment. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Experiment 372, Experimental Material Mass, 2,500 grams, Irradiation Intensity Level 1, Energy Supply Level 3, no drug assistance. At the test bench, Richard calmly yet frantically took notes, silently observing the piece of flesh on the bench, illuminated by blue light. The cells continued to collapse, but Richard's expression remained calm. He was certain he was on the right path. Suddenly, a single cell caught his attention. As a third-ring wizard, Richard's mental probing abilities were comparable to those of some optical microscopes. He could clearly see every cell on the flesh's surface. He quickly stopped the illumination and carefully used his magic to excise the cell, along with the surrounding flesh, from the main body. Just then, the cell had resisted the blue light. Richard absorbed the piece of flesh into his body, his face filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. He had finally found it. 3 years later, the cell had multiplied to a sufficient number within Richard's body. And Richard had confirmed Ulysses's initial hypothesis. Cells that could withstand blue light were indeed stronger. He then began to transform these cells into stem cells, gradually replacing the body's old cells with them. 10 years later, Richard had completed the cell replacement. Mental strength, 217.5, physical strength, 213, magical strength, 87,000, rating, third-ring wizard. Looking at these data, Richard gasped, his face filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. For hundreds of years, he had been focused on research, so his physical strength had only increased by 3 points thanks to the physical enhancement glands. This single-cell replacement had boosted Richard's physical strength by a full 10 points. And the time he had spent, including his early failures, was only a little over 50 years, and more importantly, he had found the right path. This kind of physical enhancement wouldn't just happen this time. No need to worry about physical strength anymore, Richard muttered to himself, looking at the crystal ball. Next, I need to improve my combat skills. Speaking of combat skills, Richard's mind suddenly flashed back to the secret mountain realm he had entered. If he remembered correctly, he could exchange contribution points for entry into the secret realm. Guess I have to check the quest leaderboard. Chapter 358. The Garlon Wizarding Academy wasn't far from Richard's wizard tower, and Richard arrived at the location after a leisurely flight of half a day. Upon arrival at the academy, Richard headed straight for the academy's task list. The task list was located next to the main library, a simple large notice board. The tasks issued by the academy and the wizards were either posted or pinned. Quests issued by wizards were pinned, and whoever accepted them would tear them down. Academy tasks, on the other hand, were posted, but multiple wizards were assigned to them simultaneously. Richard arrived at the task list and began selecting tasks that suited him. Purchase of purple heart griffin hearts, 30 dedications. Cultivation of altered cells. Cell skeletons required to be aluminumized, 100 dedications. Liver cultivation. Liver must be at least grade 3, no larger than an average human liver, and must be able to neutralize most nerve agents. Looking at the tasks on the task list, Richard couldn't help but sigh at the significant overlap between physical evolution and the flesh and blood school of alchemy. Over 2/3 of the tasks on this list belong to the flesh and blood school. If Grand Wizard Garlon truly achieves truth in the future, it will likely attract many wizards from the alchemy school to join. After reviewing the list, Richard selected 2 tasks. One task involves cultivating an arm. The arm must resemble a human, with a normal output of no less than 1,000 energy levels, a burst output of no less than 3,000 energy levels, and a maximum output of no less than 5,000 energy levels. The reward for this task is 80 contribution points, with a time limit of 100 years. Failure is free of compensation, placing it above average among the tasks. Another task was to cultivate a different species. This was an academy assignment, requiring the cultivation of algae that could grow in magma. The reward for this task was 50 contribution points, with no time limit and no compensation for failure. However, once a wizard cultivated the required algae, the task was considered completed, and other wizards would not receive any reward. After leaving the task list, Richard stopped by the contribution shop. The contribution shop was located right next to the task list, and looked quite ordinary. Upon entering, Richard saw a series of black stone platforms similar to those in the Great Wizard's warehouse in the Black Tower. These platforms also had suspended platforms, within which strange and bizarre objects quietly hovered in the air. "Master, what would you like to exchange?" A sweet voice came from Richard's left. He turned and saw a sturdy woman, resembling Neza, standing behind a counter, smiling at him. "Can this be exchanged for entry into a secret realm?" The woman nodded. "Of course. Which secret realm would you like to visit?" She then produced a crystal ball. Richard stepped forward to receive the information within the crystal ball. He saw that the mountain secret realm he desired offered 10 years of time for only 20 contribution points. So cheap? Richard observed the price, a little surprised. But then, he saw something even more dazzling. The Garing Constitution sealing technique, priced at 100 contribution points. This Garing Constitution sealing technique was the same technique Richard had learned about upon arriving at the academy. He had never imagined that such precious knowledge could be obtained for only 100 contribution points. Furthermore, behind this seal, Richard saw a wealth of precious knowledge. Things like heaven and man unity, demonic patterned battle body, and the great collapse mountain fist, all of this precious knowledge could be exchanged for contribution points. How generous of the dean! Richard couldn't help but sigh. Although he knew that this knowledge was of no use to the great wizard Garlon, and would only gather dust in his possession, but in a society where most wizards would rather let their knowledge gather dust than share it with others, the great wizard Garland's actions were enough to inspire admiration from any junior wizard. After checking the prices, Richard left the exchange shop, preparing to return to the wizard tower to complete the 2 tasks at hand. But a fragrance in the air stopped Richard in his tracks. What a delicious smell! Richard looked towards the cafeteria across from the great library with some surprise. If he was not mistaken, this smell was probably the beef broth made from a level 3 mountain moving bull and various magical plants. He had only tasted this kind of soup once before, at the academy, before the wizard tower was built. But even just once, he couldn't forget the delicious taste. Richard muttered to himself, "Never mind, finishing the mission won't cost me a little while. I go in and get a bowl of soup first." With that, Richard strode towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria was bustling with activity. Thousands of wizards gathered, holding bowls the size of wash basins, waiting for the meal to be served. Although the academy offered food delivery, these wizards were all gourmets. When they had more time, they preferred to take the time to enjoy a bowl of freshly cooked food. Richard struggled to squeeze through the crowd and reached the beef soup counter. Also at the counter was Stio, the man who had brought him here for soup. "Richard, long time no see," Stio greeted warmly. "It seems your wizard tower is doing well. You haven't been back to the academy in all these years." "Long time no see, Stio," Richard replied with a smile. "You know whether my wizard tower is good or not. But I've waited all these years, and still haven't heard from you." Stio scratched his head and gave an embarrassed smile. "Haha, I forgot about it. Maybe later. I definitely go." Soon, the beef soup was finally ready. A giant, four-armed wizard brought out a cauldron so large it could almost be called a pond. He shouted to the wizards, "Mountain-moving barbarian beef soup. Only one bowl per person." With that, a huge wooden spoon materialized in his hand, and he slammed the cauldron down hard. "Now dinner!" As soon as he finished speaking, the spoon in his hand dropped into the soup pot, and then 3 more wooden spoons appeared in his other arms. All 4 of his arms worked simultaneously, moving with such speed that it seemed like a phantom. Before the wizard standing at the counter could even see his movements, his large bowl was already filled with a bowl of fragrant meaty broth. "The master chef's skills have improved again," Richard exclaimed, looking at the giant. The giant, whom Richard called the master chef, was the head chef in the cafeteria at Garlon Wizard Academy. Most of the dishes prepared by high-level creatures that appeared in the cafeteria on a daily basis were his creations. This master chef's skills were at the peak of a 3-ring wizard, and even in the vast Garlon Academy, where powerful wizards abounded, this level of skill was among the best. But the legend goes that this master chef wasn't a cook before reaching the 3rd ring. He became a chef only after becoming a 3rd-ring wizard, and since then, he hasn't participated in any plane wars. Yet, his strength has been slowly growing. Legend has it that this master chef once made a deal with illusory creatures from another dimension, in exchange for a treasure that increases one's strength by consuming the delicacy. Richard and Stio immediately gulped down the broth. Mountain-moving barbarian beef soup is at its most delicious right out of the pot. In just a few minutes, the two had devoured their entire serving of beef broth. "Fragrant. So fragrant." Richard praised it repeatedly after consuming it. He hadn't tasted anything so fragrant since leaving the academy. "Let's get something else," Stio suggested. "You look like you haven't eaten well in years. Since you're at the academy, eat more before you go." Richard nodded. "Of course." With that, the two of them began selecting the dishes they liked in the vast dining room. Soon, they arrived at a private room, carrying a mountain of food. "Stio, has anything new happened at the academy in recent years?" Richard asked casually as he ate. "New, what do you mean?" Stio asked, somewhat bewilderedly, holding a large leg of lamb. "Anything." "I see." Stio thought for a moment and replied casually. "I heard from Sylvia that the Dean's spies seem to have discovered a small world, and that this small world seems to contain the legacy of the lost ones. If nothing unexpected happens, our academy should be organizing a dimensional expedition in 100 or 200 years. "Oh!" Richard was slightly surprised. "Doesn't the Dean need to obtain world coordinates from the Council of Truth?" "The Council of Truth?" Stio smiled. "The Council of Truth hasn't given the Dean coordinates for a long time, and it was the Dean who requested this himself." "Huh? Requested it himself?" Richard asked in surprise. "Why would the Dean request something so useless?" Stio shook his head. "Who knows? The rumor is that the Council of Truth has privately decided not to grant the Dean world coordinates in order to limit the Dean's power. The Dean got the news ahead of time, and out of frustration, he simply requested the coordinates." "What's the Dean's explanation?" "The Dean himself says he doesn't want to compete with his juniors for resources. He's capable of exploring world coordinates himself, so there's no need to compete with the Council of Truth for resources." Richard nodded. "I think the latter is more plausible. The former is too petty." Stio nodded in agreement, crunching and swallowing the now-finished lamb leg bone. "I think so too. But how did the Dean manage to find the world's coordinates?" Richard asked curiously. "That's easy." Stio swallowed the last piece of lamb leg and rubbed his stomach with relief. "The easiest way to find the world's coordinates is to search for it. This method requires only finding a fast enough magical suit, preparing enough magic essence, and flying in a straight line along a route. As long as you fly far enough, you definitely find a world." Richard's mouth twitched. That method relies too much on luck. If you're unlucky, won't you never find it? So there are other ways. Steele wiped his mouth, picked up a piece of steak with a fork, and put it in his mouth. Things like astral contracts, summoning alien creatures, divination. These are all good ways to obtain world coordinates. Steele suddenly looked at Richard and asked jokingly, "What? You just became a third-ring wizard, and you're already thinking about becoming a great wizard?" Richard scoffed, "Hack you. I'm just curious." Despite his words, Richard felt a stirring deep within. Chapter 359. After dinner, Richard bid farewell to Steele and returned to the Wizard Tower. Back in the Wizard Tower, Richard immediately began crafting the quest items. He had carefully considered the two quests he had accepted. The first required crafting an arm, and while the conditions were somewhat demanding, it perfectly suited Richard's experiment. Richard needed to continuously produce enhanced cells, and in the process, he could use the enhanced cells to craft the arm. As for the second algae task, Richard intended to entrust it to the world mushroom. The world mushroom had its own unique expertise in cultivating organisms. This algae, which thrived in specialized environments, was the perfect candidate. In the secret realm, after listening to Richard's story, the world mushroom readily agreed. "No problem, master. This kind of life is easy to cultivate." "Oh, so impressive?" Richard looked at the world mushroom in surprise. "This time it's not fungus." "No problem, master," the world mushroom replied. "I cultivate mushrooms because I like them, not because I'm the only one who can cultivate them. As a world tree, I'm naturally gifted with the ability to transform living things. Aren't those holy tree spirits of yours transformed by me?" Richard suddenly realized. Indeed, transforming them into familiar was a form of transformation in itself. "Then I leave it to you. Let me know as soon as you've cultivated them." "Yes, master." After arranging the tasks, Richard was about to turn and leave. But he suddenly stopped and walked to the other side of the world mushroom. On the other side was Richard's holy city. On weekdays, Ulysses would lie in his bird's nest in the holy city, leisurely basking in the sun. But today, Ulysses didn't do so. Halonis was deserted, save for two holy tree elves sweeping with mycelium. "Where's Ulysses?" Richard asked the holy tree elves. The holy tree elves, noticing Richard's question, immediately dropped to the ground and replied respectfully, "Great Creator God, the Raven God has gone to spread your faith." Spreading the faith? Richard was slightly startled. He was now in the wizarding world. Where in the wizarding world could he spread his faith unless? In Far North City, a group of Snowlanders gathered in the square, braving the chill wind. At their head, a black crow, radiating a holy light, delivered a sermon without delay. "Everything you have is a gift from God. The great wizard Richard is the incarnation of God, the Son of God. One day, the earth will shatter, the sea will dry up, and the Son of God will return to the kingdom of God. At that time, he will lead the souls of all the faithful to a land of abundant water and grass, where they will enjoy eternal bliss. The souls of those who do not believe will fall into an eternal cycle of reincarnation, utterly annihilated." The black crow was small, but its voice was clearly audible to every snowman. Under the deception of Ulysses, a professional sorcerer from the civilization of the gods, the snowman people's crude mythology was easily destroyed. And what naturally took their place was Richard's church, the Order of Miracles. After the sermon, the snowman people in the square bowed to the black crow and began to receive communion. A mushroom cake and a bowl of mushroom soup. Suddenly, a streak of light descended upon the square. Seeing it, the snowman people bowed 90 degrees to the light. It was simply because this streak of light belonged to the great wizard who had taken them in, the holy son of the Order of Miracles. The wizard Richard. Richard ignored the snowman. He glanced at Ulysses, who immediately understood his intention. Ulysses gave a few instructions to the snowman monks, then followed Richard out of the square. Back at the wizard tower, Richard scowled and angrily shouted at Ulysses, "How dare you preach in the wizarding world? Is this a place for preaching?" But Ulysses sternly replied, "How can this not be? You wizards are completely indifferent to these mortals. Do you know how vast a treasure this is?" "Treasure?" Richard almost laughed in anger. "You don't know that every religion in the wizarding world is backed by the guardians of the wizarding world. Only because Far North City is in the far north, with a small population and within the territory of the great wizard Garlon, do the guardians of the wizarding world bother to come. If you were anywhere else, the guardians of the wizarding world would have their sights on you by now." Hearing this, the furious Ulysses froze. "Are you serious?" Ulysses' confidence faded. Richard glared at him fiercely. "Nonsense! Why would I lie to you? Do you think I don't know that the vast population of mortals in the wizarding world holds immense wealth, I've already inquired about this. These churches are all the guardians of the wizarding world, bait used by the wizarding world to lure those otherworldly creatures. Richard's explanation left Ulysses speechless. How could he know such inside information? He assumed Richard's reluctance to preach in the wizarding world was simply due to the wizard's paranoid disdain for the gods. Okay, it's my mistake. I should have told you about this beforehand, Ulysses apologized. He then sighed again. It seems I have to teach some of these little guys to preach. Richard's eyes widened at this. You still want to preach? Ulysses looked at Richard in surprise. Of course, the laws of your wizarding world don't stipulate that wizards can't establish religions, do they? Richard thought for a moment. That's certainly not the case. That's all, Ulysses said proudly. Those little guys are yours, not mine. Even if the guardians of the wizarding world come to question you, you have nothing to fear. After all, you only founded a religion, and you didn't use these mortals as experimental subjects. You haven't violated any of your laws at all. Richard was stunned by Ulysses' description. Indeed, these actions did not violate any of the laws of the wizarding world. Richard thought for a moment, then slowly said, What you say sounds reasonable, but I think we should proceed with caution. I consult with the law enforcement wizards later to see if this operation is feasible. During this period, you should refrain from preaching. The Council of Truth strictly protects mortals, and it's difficult to say whether this kind of skirting the line is a violation. All right, Ulysses said somewhat helplessly. You're the boss. If you want to stop, then stop. As Richard had expected, the fact that wizards founded religions was indeed a borderline offense. In the wizarding world, wizards were not without their awareness of the miraculous power of faith. As early as the Enlightenment, wizards had attempted to found religions and gather the power of faith. After entering the pioneering era, the Council of Truth implemented strict protections for mortals. While founding a religion wasn't explicitly prohibited, the internal regulations of the law enforcement wizards contained numerous stipulations. To establish his religion, Richard signed a sole contract with the law enforcement wizard, ensuring he wouldn't commit acts reminiscent of a mad wizard. A law enforcement wizard was also stationed within the church to provide oversight. But this wasn't a problem for Richard. He was simply gathering the power of faith. After registering with the law enforcement wizard, the religious issues in Far North City were resolved, and Richard turned his attention to the quest items. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. In the laboratory, Richard opened the incubator and fished out the human arm from the culture medium. Over the past 50 years, Richard had successfully cultivated 3 generations of enhanced cells using blue light. Thanks to these cells, Richard's physical fitness had smoothly reached 225 points, allowing him to complete the crafting of the quest item. The human arm Richard had just fished out was one of the finished products. Richard used his flesh and blood to manipulate his right arm, causing it to rupture and then reattach it to the newly grown arm. This arm was constructed with 3rd generation enhanced cells, a type Richard's body hadn't yet replaced, so he wasn't sure if it met the standards. With the successful reconnection of blood vessels and nerves, the arm, constructed from 3rd generation enhanced cells, began to recover. Richard left the laboratory and headed to the 3rd basement level. This level was temporarily Ellie's training room, where the gravity training room Richard had previously constructed was located. He came to a target, specially crafted by Richard for testing his arm. It possessed a strong defense against physical attacks. Looking at the target, Richard inhaled, retracted his arm, and swung a punch. Bang! The metal target's resounding sound, like a bell, echoed through the training room for a long time. Richard glanced at the monitor connected to the target, which showed that his punch had reached a power level of 1,200. Wow, not bad. Richard then manipulated his magic power into his right arm. Under the immense influx of energy, it even glowed with a faint blue light. Bang! Another punch. The metal target roared again, its solid metal shell even dented by the punch. Looking at the monitor again, the data for this punch had reached a staggering power level of 3,300. Not bad. Richard examined the number on the monitor and smiled with satisfaction. Richard then tested his maximum output again. This time, a large dent was punched into the metal target, and the display showed a reading of nearly 6,000. The price, however, was that his entire arm was nearly destroyed. But this result was satisfactory. After all, maximum output was meant to be used in emergencies. After repairing his arm, Richard immediately headed to the Garlon Wizard Academy. In the academy's testing area, Richard found the person who had issued the task. It was a one-armed wizard, as muscular as a black bear. This wizard, also at the 3rd level of strength, welcomed Richard in with joy. Master, this is the arm you requested. Richard pulled the box containing the arm from his magic pocket. The one-armed wizard took the box, removed his arm, and examined it carefully. Master, I suppose you're researching cellular enhancement. Richard was stunned, then nodded slightly. Indeed, master, you have a good eye. The one-armed wizard smiled at Richard. I suspect so. After all, the cells in your arm are incredibly strong, yet the muscle structure is quite ordinary. If master can optimize the muscle structure, the strength of this arm will likely far exceed the data you've tested. What wizards refer to as physique is essentially the strength of cells, in other words, the vitality of their life force. While strength, agility, and recovery will increase with physical fitness, they are essentially byproducts. Without further research, wizards with the same physique. A wizard who has evolved physically will have physical strength, agility, and recovery far exceeding those who have evolved spiritually. Richard smiled helplessly. No, I only have so much. Ha. The one-armed wizard chuckled, then pulled out a pouch and handed it to Richard. Master, a suggestion. If you'd like to learn more about muscle structure, you can go to the contribution shop and exchange it for a copy of the Myriad Transformations Battle Body. This knowledge has enormous potential. The Dean still uses it now. Richard's expression straightened. He took the pouch and bowed slightly. Thank you for your guidance. Richard immediately went to the contribution shop with the pouch. The one-armed wizard handed Richard the pouch, which contained coins representing contribution points. After purchasing 10 years of entry into the mountain secret realm, the female wizard, who resembled Shur Lungneza, opened a rift in the secret realm right in front of Richard. The female wizard smiled at Richard and said, Master, please enter. I call you out in 10 years. Chapter 360. Hundreds of years had passed since Richard last entered the mountain secret realm. This period of time was enough for a mortal dynasty to rise and fall, but for the secret realm, it was a mere moment. Entering the secret realm, Richard followed the route he remembered and arrived at Chanshan Temple, where he had practiced cultivation. Compared to his last visit, Chanshan Temple was now remarkably deserted. Dong, dong, dong. Richard landed at the gate of Chanshan Temple and knocked forcefully. Soon, a rumbling sound was heard, and two elderly dwarves opened the gate. Both dwarves were at level 2, their aged faces as hard as iron. Who is visiting Chanshan Temple? They looked closely, and saw the black-robed figure standing outside. His face looked remarkably familiar. Masters, do you remember me? Richard smiled at the two dwarves. Over 600 years ago, I practiced here. The two old dwarves pondered for a moment, then one of them suddenly raised his head, as if struck by a thought. Master Richard, the old dwarf exclaimed, and was about to prostrate himself before Richard. Richard quickly stopped him, saying, No, no, no. Master, just remember me. Why such a formality? But the old dwarf was stubborn. Even after Richard had supported him, he insisted on bowing. The other old dwarf, reminded by this, also remembered Richard. Without a word, he fell to the ground and prostrated himself before Richard. Oh, what are you doing? Richard said helplessly, looking at the dwarf lying on the ground. Without the master's guidance, we would have sat in this secret realm until death, never returning to the mountain world and rebuilding the lineage of Chanshan Temple. Hearing this, Richard immediately understood why these dwarves held him in such high esteem. His words of advice to the abbot of Chanshan Temple seemed to have come true. These mountain dwarves had truly returned to the mountain world and rebuilt the lineage. Looking at the stubborn dwarf before him, Richard simply let him go, allowing him to pay his respects. This group of mountain dwarves was even more stubborn than the magic dwarves of the wizarding world. After paying their respects, the two old dwarves led Richard into Chanshan Temple. Chanshan Temple was now quite deserted. Aside from the old dwarf, Richard didn't see a single dwarven disciple. Have all your disciples been sent out of the secret realm? Richard asked, puzzled. Yes, sir, an old dwarf replied respectfully. All the disciples in the temple have been sent out of the secret realm to rebuild Chanshan Temple. Then what are you doing here? Sir, we are Chanshan Temple's insurance, another old dwarf replied. The mountain world's environment is less than ideal. Early wars have created many forbidden zones for life, and Chanshan Temple is located on the edge of one of them. Richard nodded thoughtfully, and asked no further questions. Entering the depths of the temple, Richard encountered the administrator of the secret Chanshan Temple. Richard smiled upon seeing the dwarf. Abbot, long time no see. The administrator of the secret Chanshan Temple was none other than the abbot of Chanshan Temple, with whom Richard had made a deal. The abbot came before Richard, plopped down on the ground, and bowed deeply. He then stood up and said with a smile, It's been years since we last met. Master, your progress is truly remarkable. In just over 600 years, you've advanced from the second ring to the third. This speed truly puts me to shame. Richard smiled and waved his hand. It's just a matter of chance. Then I wonder why you've come this time, sir? Richard sighed and said slowly, although my strength has improved over the years, I've neglected to hone my combat skills. Now that I've reached the third ring, my skills aren't as good as those of some second ring wizards. So, I've come this time to improve my combat skills. Improve my skills. The abbot pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat troubled. Master, he asked, how long can you stay this time? Advancing one's skills isn't something that can be achieved overnight. Without long-term practice, no one can master the art with unwavering control. Don't worry about that, Abbot, Richard replied. I can practice at Chanshan Temple for 10 years. If that's not enough, 20 or 30 years will also be fine. That's no problem, the abbot said with a smile. I have someone clean up your old room. Starting tomorrow, I will personally serve as your sparring partner. Richard clasped his hands together and thanked him. Thank you, master. The next morning, Richard awoke from his meditation and slowly walked to the martial arts arena. In the arena, the abbot, dressed in a dark blue monk's robe, was already awaiting Richard's arrival. Master, you've been slacking off, the abbot said sternly. Since you've come to Chanshan Temple and asked us to help you improve your skills, we will do our best to fulfill your request. And you, please cooperate with us as much as possible. If you have any special circumstances, I hope you let me know in advance. Richard clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to the abbot. I miss my meditation time a bit, but I won't do that again. Besides, I need to go to the heart of the mountain for an hour of meditation every day. The abbot replied, yes. Richard removed his wizard robes, revealing his training uniform. The robes were indeed a bit cumbersome for close combat. But that wasn't the robe's fault. Wizards are noble mages, and close combat is not something a wizard would engage in. After making his preparations, there was a sudden thud, and Richard's figure vanished, leaving only a pair of clearly visible footprints on the bluestone ground. The abbot, his expression unchanged, ducked down, and a gust of wind passed overhead. Master, you're too slow, the abbot began. Before he finished speaking, the abbot's body suddenly trembled. Faint demonic patterns appeared within his muscular frame, moving like living creatures. Richard's heart rang with alarm. However, before he could react, an unprecedented pressure like a mountain descended upon him. Then, a fist as massive as a mountain, seemingly transcending the confines of space, appeared in front of Richard's chest in an instant. Bang! A massive sonic boom echoed through the training ground, and Richard's form was launched like a cannonball. The abbot retracted his fist and stood still, staring silently in the direction Richard had been sent flying. Richard fell to the ground, a large dent in his chest. Hiss! That was fast! Richard, clutching his chest, rose from the ground. The abbot's punch didn't seem powerful, but it was a display of unpretentious skill. Richard felt at least 3 forces in this punch. A spiraling force broke through his magical barrier, a mental force overwhelmed his mind, and finally, a colossal force sent him flying. Abbot, your Chanshan fist has improved again, Richard praised. The abbot nodded slightly. Thanks to the master's mushroom, my soul's injuries have fully healed, allowing me to further advance this style. In the past, constrained by his soul's injuries, he had been forced to let his Chanshan fist fade into oblivion. But now that his injuries had healed, he naturally couldn't let this unique skill, which he had created, fade into oblivion. Richard's chest injury, aided by his flesh and blood manipulation and bloodline seed, quickly healed. The two soon engaged in battle once again. Bang! Boom! Boom! After a long time, the martial arts performance concluded, and Richard, exhausted, arrived at the heart of the mountain. Humph! This dwarf is trying his best, but he's also really stupid, Richard muttered, clutching his head. Although the abbot held back during the fight, and didn't really use his full strength, his long mountain fist still had a significant impact on Richard's soul. So much so that Richard's mind was now a little hazy. Shaking his head, Richard tried to clear his head. Before him, the luxurious mountain heart remained unchanged, exactly as it had been when Richard had seen it hundreds of years ago. For the mountain, a mere few hundred years is but a fleeting moment. Transforming his vision into an energy vision, Richard began to carry out his unfinished task centuries ago, completing the mountain heart rune. The days of training were tedious. Richard spent his time either observing the heart of the mountain or studying the traditions of Chanshan Temple. Yes, as a distinguished guest of Chanshan Temple, Richard was free to learn the traditions of Chanshan Temple at will. Time flew by, and Richard continued to grow stronger. It took him a year to transform himself from being vulnerable and easily defeated by the abbot with a single punch to being able to defeat him with 2. And then, just 3 months later, it took the abbot 3 punches to defeat Richard. Then 4, 5, 6, after adapting to physical combat, Richard's progress was almost visible. Like a dried sponge, he continuously absorbed the skills of Chan Shan Temple's many combat masters. And then, like a furnace, he forged these skills into his own. Bang! 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 A massive sonic boom echoed relentlessly across the training ground. 2 blurry figures crisscrossed the arena, their movements so rapid that they were beyond the reach of the human eye. Only faint afterimages could be discerned, appearing and disappearing like ghosts. Though both sides carefully restrained their power, striving to precisely target their attacks and avoid causing excessive damage to the surroundings, even so, the solid bluestone ground beneath their feet could not withstand the aftermath of the battle. Cracks spread rapidly across the bluestone like spiderwebs, then shattered with a loud bang, turning it into dust. Bang! With a resounding bang, the 2 combatants suddenly separated. The tall figure flew backward, leaving only the smaller figure in its place. Master, you win. The short figure exclaimed heartfeltly. In just 10 years, you forced me to use my full strength. Such talent truly amazes us. Richard stood up and dusted himself off. So, Master, you've been fighting me with your own hands tied? The abbot shook his head. Master, your physique is far inferior to mine. If I use my full strength, wouldn't that just be bullying the weak? After 10 years of training, Richard finally won, albeit by a single blow. A rift opened behind Richard, and the sorceress's voice echoed from beyond it. Master Richard, your time is up. Richard adjusted his clothes and bowed respectfully to the abbot. Abbot, I must leave now. Take care. The abbot clasped his hands together and returned the greeting, saying, May the spirits of the mountains and rivers bless you, Master, and keep you victorious in all battles. Chapter 361. After leaving the secret realm, Richard immediately headed to the central laboratory in the experimental area. During his training in the mountain secret realm, he had already cultivated the algae that could grow in magma that he had entrusted to the world mushroom. However, he had been unable to leave at the time, so it had to be put on hold. Now that his training was over, he naturally rushed to see if the task had been completed. The central laboratory resembled a massive pillar connecting the 2nd and 3rd floors of the academy. Inside, it was divided into 4 floors, each dedicated to a different research area. The wizards working here were either followers or students of the great wizard Garlon. Many theories on the path of evolution were born in this laboratory. Richard entered the 1st floor of the central laboratory, where there was a reception counter specifically for handing over quest items. Magma algae? Let me see. The wizard behind the counter pulled out a crystal ball, rummaged through it, and quickly looked up. This task has not yet been completed. Congratulations on becoming the first wizard to complete it. Richard pulled an enchanted quartz tube from his pocket. Due to the enchantment of the tube, the magma within the test tube had not solidified. Above the magma, a subtle layer of red floated. The wizard who was handing over the task took the tube, then produced a crystal ball and sent a message. Soon, a wizard in a white robe arrived at the counter. The wizard looked frail, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. The dark circles under his eyes suggested he had been meditating for a long time without sleep. Where's the stuff? The white-robed wizard came to the counter and asked bluntly, yawning. The wizard who was handing over the task seemed accustomed to the white-robed wizard's attitude. He handed the test tube to the white-robed wizard and turned to Richard, saying, Master, please wait a moment. Master Andre needs to examine it. The white-robed wizard opened the test tube and used magic to extract the magma inside, transforming it into a magma ball that hovered in the air. Then, the white-robed wizard actually dipped a little magma on his finger and put it in his mouth to taste it. Not bad, the magma is fine. The white-robed wizard nodded, then lightly tapped the magma algae on the magma ball with his finger. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing that the algae on the surface of the magma ball began to grow rapidly at the white-robed wizard's touch. He speculated, the rules of life? It's fine. The white-robed wizard returned the lava to the embassy. This thing is beautifully crafted. It's so natural, it looks like it was grown naturally. He turned to Richard, his face filled with a thirst for knowledge. Master, may I ask, what method did you use to create this thing? I have quite a bit of knowledge I could exchange with you. Richard shook his head. It's a secret recipe. I have no plans to exchange it for now. That would be a shame. The white-robed wizard sighed in disappointment, then took the tube of lava algae and left the counter. Who is this master? Richard asked casually. He looks quite unusual. The wizard behind the counter smiled. This Master Andre is the dean's student, so he's rather direct within the academy. Richard rubbed his chin and smiled. It's quite straightforward indeed. With the task handed over, the contribution points naturally came in hand. Including the contribution points from the last arm cultivation, Richard now had a total of 120 contribution points. This amount was enough to purchase a piece of excellent knowledge in the contribution shop. Arriving at the contribution shop, Richard began searching the crystal ball for knowledge suitable for him. Since contribution points wouldn't be enough to produce anything, the right path was to quickly transform them into something practical. The contribution shop contained a vast amount of knowledge, but it could be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category was combat sorcery, including the Heaven Man unity that Richard had witnessed in Jimmy. The second category was combat body sorcery, including the magic pattern combat body and the myriad transformations combat body. These types of sorcery were amplification type sorcery, and when combined with the appropriate combat sorcery, they could yield unexpected results. The third category was auxiliary sorcery, which often possessed special effects. Examples of this type of sorcery included the Garlon Constitution Sealing Technique. Richard carefully selected and chose the Garlon Constitution Sealing Technique and the principles of the Myriad Transformation Battle Body. The former was a trump card for Richard, while the latter was chosen due to the advice given by the one-armed wizard and the fact that his contribution points were just enough. The Myriad Transformation Battle Body was a unique type, consisting of 2 parts: the principles, priced at 20 contribution points, and the battle body diagrams, each priced at 100 contribution points. Richard suspected that this Myriad Transformation Battle Body, as its name suggests, possessed numerous variations. A wizard could, through personal research, construct a uniquely tailored Myriad Transformation Battle Body. After handing his contribution points to the clerk, Richard received a crystal ball containing 2 branches of knowledge. Richard placed the crystal ball in his pocket and walked out of the store. He glanced at the task list, confirmed there were no tasks suitable for him, and then returned to the wizard tower. 10 years of training might not seem like a long time for a wizard, but for a mortal, it was a considerable length of time. After years of development, a circle of smaller cities had emerged around Far North City, and new ones were constantly being built. These cities were connected by railroads. The massive alchemical steam train seemed to have sprung from a steampunk world, menacing yet possessing a unique beauty. These giant steel pythons raced along the tracks, emitting a shrill cry. They were the blood cells of the nation. In the decades since Richard's absence, some cities had even established airship fields, and the airship trade was gradually emerging. A prosperous mortal kingdom was emerging. From high above, Richard surveyed the entire land. Looking at the thriving city, he murmured, "Great. I'm afraid the population will exceed 10 million in a few decades." In this desolate far north, 10 million people is an astronomical figure. Beyond that, the combined population of the Snowlanders and the entire great wizarding territory of Garlon numbered no more than 20 million. At that moment, Richard acutely realized the wizarding world's potential for war. If the Council of Truth so desired, the wizarding world could have tens of billions more ordinary humans within a few decades. From these humans, children of appropriate age could be selected and trained. Even if all were selected using the dark wizarding system, the resulting number of wizards would be enormous. Faced with such a vast number of wizards, even the Lord of the World would likely retreat. Woo! A sound interrupted Richard's reverie. He looked back and saw an airship less than 100 meters behind him, steadily closing in. The airship was a rather old model, likely lacking directional control, making it unable to dodge Richard at close range. Through the glass of the observation pod, Richard smiled at the somewhat panicked pilot before transforming into a stream of light and soaring off into the distance. The 2 pieces of knowledge Richard had exchanged for were both easy to learn. Or perhaps it was that the great wizard Garlon had anticipated their questions and provided answers within the inheritance crystal ball. In short, Richard's learning was effortless. In just a month, he had mastered the Garlon Constitution Sealing Technique. The Garlon Constitution Sealing Technique is essentially a unique curse that continuously absorbs the wizard's vitality and magic power during daily life, then returns it to them at the critical moment. However, the best thing about this spell compared to curse spells is that it doesn't require spiritual power. A wizard without spiritual power can cast it on himself with just a simple ritual. And most terrifyingly, the Garen physical seal can be cast on the same target multiple times. Each layer of the Garen physical seal weakens the wizard by approximately 5%, but the remaining power is also limited. Some wizards, who pursue extreme perfection, will cast 5, or even 10 layers of the Garen physical seal on themselves, fighting at only 2/3 or even 1/2 of their strength. They called this practice training, believing it would help them refine their skills and push them past their limits in times of crisis. However, Richard felt his strength wasn't yet at that level. So, after learning it, he only placed 2 seals on himself. He wasn't solely focused on physical training. Over the years, he had also been collaborating with Ellie to refine his existing spells. 2 seals didn't significantly impact his combat effectiveness. After studying the Garlon physical seal technique, Richard turned his attention to the Myriad Battle Body. The Myriad Battle Body can be simply summarized as an upgraded version of the Bloodline Seed. However, unlike the Bloodline Seed, the Myriad Battle Body is more complex and more powerful. For an ordinary Bloodline Seed, fusing 3 or 4 bloodlines is considered acceptable, while 5 or 6 is considered excellent. Few formulas in the entire wizarding world can fuse more than 10 bloodlines. And if the Myriad Battle Body is fully developed, 10 bloodlines would be just the beginning. 100, even 1,000, bloodlines would be possible. If this technique is studied to its full potential, it could encompass everything in the world, allowing the form of the combat body to change at will. But this is like the great shift of the universe. Even the creator, the great wizard Garlon, has only yet to fuse over 1,000 bloodlines. And the realm of freely changing combat bodies he describes in his book The Principles of the Myriad Transformation Combat Body is merely his conception. The principles of the Myriad Transformation Combat Body are extremely complex to learn, involving a wealth of advanced knowledge. It took Richard 2 full years to fully grasp the principles of this sorcery. And understanding the principles is only the beginning. To truly master this sorcery, the wizard must acquire a profound understanding of the bloodline they are about to fuse. The wizard must thoroughly understand the organism providing the bloodline, its muscle structure, its organ functions, and its neural architecture. Only then can the wizard fuse this bloodline into the Myriad Transformation Combat Body, creating a combat body uniquely his own. Undoubtedly, this will be a lengthy process. But Richard quickly found a workaround. The wizard seems to have a thorough understanding of dragons, Richard muttered to himself, stroking his chin. And, as I recall, this knowledge seems quite cheap. Chapter 362. Dragons, once the overlords of the wizarding world, powerful creatures that rule the skies and lands of the wizarding world. Wizards studied these creatures as early as the Age of Savagery. During the Age of Enlightenment, dragonology even became a universal discipline among wizards. Back then, wizards from every school of thought were required to study dragonology to combat dragons. It was also during this period that wizards conducted extremely detailed research on dragons. From dragon bloods infested with dragon blood, to subspecies born from dragons harvesting other powerful creatures, to pure-blooded dragons, wizards conducted meticulous research. A considerable portion of the cryptic notes Richard had collected contained records of dragon research. However, after wizards overthrew the dragon throne, this discipline quickly declined, becoming a branch of alchemy that was not unpopular, but certainly not popular. And those research findings from those years were consigned to the dustbin of history. Now that Richard wanted to cultivate the Myriad Transformations battle body, what could be more suitable than a powerful dragon, a species thoroughly studied by wizards? Furthermore, there are many subspecies of dragons. These subspecies are mostly hybrids born from dragons collecting the life information of higher-level creatures. They are naturally a blend of multiple bloodlines. Fusing them would be like fusing the bloodlines of multiple creatures. The more Richard thought about it, the more he felt his idea was brilliant. He felt he had found a way to quickly cultivate the Myriad Transformations battle body. This idea should be sound, Richard muttered to himself, his face slightly excited. Even if subspecies dragons don't work, fusing with pure-blooded dragons will definitely be no problem. This is definitely a shortcut. Thinking this, he immediately pulled a communication crystal ball from his pocket and sent a message to Kyle Wood about his plan to gather knowledge about dragons. Collecting knowledge about dragons? Far away at the Black Tower Wizard Academy, Kyle Wood looked at the message in the crystal ball with a hint of wonder. Is this kid going to study dragon bloods? I remember he did research this before, and even achieved some results. Is he picking it up again? Kyle Wood muttered as he sent a message confirming Richard's request. After receiving confirmation, Kyle Wood summoned Yelena to his lab without further ado. Teacher, you wanted to see me? Yelena asked, somewhat bewildered, after being summoned by a message. She had just been in class when she received a message from Kyle Wood asking her to come to the lab. Yes, I wanted to see you. Kyle Wood sat down at his desk and put down the crystal ball. I remember your researches on dragon bloods. Just now, your senior brother asked me to help him gather some information about giant dragons. If you have any, you can bring it to me. I'd be purchasing them all with magic essence. Ah? Senior brother Chax is researching dragon-like synthetic beasts? Yelena asked curiously. Jorod shook his head, not Chax, but Richard. Chax barely has enough magic essence himself, so where would he find the spare money to collect this stuff? That's right. Yelena smiled. I do have quite a bit of information on giant dragons. I'd bring it to you right away. Jorod's efficiency was somewhat beyond Richard's expectations. In less than 2 months, Richard received a large box of dragon research materials. This data meticulously documented everything from the dragon's anatomy to its habits, personality, and even its family tree. Looking at this information, Richard could only say that the dragon's defeat was justified. The wizards had already thoroughly studied the family tree, so what was there for them to argue about? With this information, Richard's understanding of dragons and their subspecies rapidly increased. He knew that dragons had 2 hearts and 4 lungs, and that there was a secondary nerve center on their spines that helped regulate their massive bodies. He also knew the dragon's muscle structure and neural maps, and even the pitch of its mating calls, indicating pain or pleasure. Richard had never understood a creature so well before, to the point that he even thought he could create a dragon from nothing using living flesh and blood. After gaining sufficient knowledge of dragons, Richard discovered that the dragon's bloodline was simply outrageous. A dragon prince's heir is born with the strength of level 1, and upon reaching adulthood, their strength reaches level 3. Ordinary dragons, on the other hand, can only reach level 1 after reaching adulthood. If they wish to advance, they must either break through combat and become a superior dragon, or they can rely on the blood of a superior dragon to become a kinsman of a superior dragon and thus ascend to a higher level. This means that the bloodline of a level 1 dragon is completely different from that of a level 3 dragon. The bloodline of a dragon king is even more drastically different from that of an ordinary dragon. If he wishes to fuse dragon bloodlines into his ever-changing combat form, his best option is to use the bloodline of a World Master level dragon. But in the wizarding world, dragons above level 3 are all mounts of great wizards, holding a status half a level higher than that of a 3-ring wizard. Desiring to obtain their bloodline is wishful thinking. Then I have to choose something lesser. Richard rubbed his brow and headed to the entrance to the 4th underground level. Richard unlocked the entrance, revealing an empty room. Inside this room, a massive egg sat at the center of a magic circle. What a tenacious life! Richard sighed softly as he surveyed the giant egg. This egg was the Dragon King egg the magic dwarf had given him. After receiving it, Richard researched some information, hoping to hatch it. But after so many years, the dragon egg's vitality had long since diminished. Whether it could hatch remained uncertain. Thus, Richard didn't hold out much hope. If it could hatch, that would be best. If not, it would serve as a trigger. But once the egg actually began to hatch, its resilience surpassed Richard's wildest dreams. After countless years, the egg, nourished by life force, began to radiate life. Now, after hundreds of years of incubation, its vitality grew ever stronger, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Richard walked over to the dragon egg and gently stroked the massive golden egg. After reading so much research on dragons, Richard knew that the egg had reached its final stage. Until hatching, a dragon egg has no body or soul. During the incubation process, the body of a young dragon gradually forms within the egg. Once the body is complete, the dragon's soul will emerge from within. Now, the dragon egg already contained a body. As long as the soul emerged from the body, he would reap a dragon heir. But dragons, as creatures, have a high stillbirth rate. According to wizard experiments, on average, 1 out of every 5 dragon eggs dies. Richard desperately needed this dragon heir, so he wasn't going to rely on luck alone. Casually opening a spatial rift, Richard pulled Ulysses out. Ulysses, I remember you dark ravens also lay eggs. Do you have any divine spells to bless the hatching of bird eggs? Ulysses, having been pulled out, looked at Richard bewilderedly. Indeed, I do, but you suddenly asked this. Holy crap, where did you get this? Ulysses stared at the dragon egg beside him in astonishment, his jaw dropping. A gift from the demon dwarves, Richard said calmly. The egg was about to die, but I nurtured it with a magic circle, and it came back to life. You had such a good thing, and you hid it from me. Ulysses shouted angrily. Richard rubbed his head awkwardly. I told you I was planning to eat it, believe me? So you plan to keep it all for yourself? Let's change the subject. Do you have this kind of divine power? Ulysses glared at Richard angrily, then replied, yes, this kind of divine power is a must-have for every god of every race. With that, a layer of holy light emanated from Ulysses' body. This holy light was more than twice as intense as when he preached decades ago. Then, a milky white light shot out from Ulises' eyes and sank directly into the Dragon King's egg. Then, the giant dragon egg emanated a faint holy light. Crack! Oh my god, you brought it to life? Richard stared at the cracked dragon egg in astonishment. This spell was incredibly powerful. The egg hatched the moment it was cast. Nothing to be surprised about, Ulises said calmly. This spell was developed by our god of life, specifically for egg-laying creatures. When it comes to eggs like this, which are just barely on the verge of hatching, 9 out of 10 times they will hatch. Incredible, incredible, Richard exclaimed, looking at the dragon egg. This dragon egg had remained in this state for over 10 years. Without Ulises' spell, it would have remained that way for who knows how many more years. The cracks in the dragon egg grew larger, and soon, a young dragon claw peeled off a piece of the shell. And then, a baby dragon, about the size of a corgi, broke out. Why is it so small? Richard exclaimed in amazement, looking at the half-human tall dragon egg. Such a large dragon egg, and it hatched such a tiny creature? But before Richard could complain, a faint yet chilling pressure descended upon him. The young dragon soared in the air, gazing down at Richard with its golden eyes, a characteristic of giant dragons. It commanded in dragon language, "Slave, prepare food for me." Slave? Richard heard the address, a strange smile on his face. Then, a powerful pressure erupted from Richard's body, instantly causing the young dragon in the air to stiffen and fall to the ground with a thud. No matter how powerful this giant dragon was, it was currently only a level 1 creature. If Richard were a dragon blood, he would likely be dominated by it at this moment due to his bloodline, unable to offer any resistance. But Richard wasn't one of them. He was a wizard who had once overthrown the dragon throne and tamed it from the wizarding world's overlords into its servants. Richard approached the young dragon, gazing down at it from above. Dragon cub, you better recognize the situation. The age of dragons is over. Chapter 363. Hog, in dragon language, means king. Hog stared at Richard, his mind awash with chaotic memories. These memories, etched into her blood, should have been absorbed bit by bit as she grew. But under the sudden and terrifying pressure, life's instincts forced these memories, which should have flowed in an orderly fashion, to flood Hog's brain, hoping to choose a suitable escape plan. But the young dragon's underdeveloped brain couldn't withstand such an onslaught. Under the onslaught of memories, Hog lay on the ground like a dead fish, his eyes glazed, his expression dull, even drool dribbling from the corners of his mouth. What's wrong with this young dragon? I just scared her with my pressure, and she looks like she's gone mad. Richard stared at Hog, dumbfounded. After his harsh words, he expected a roar or a rebuttal from the dragon. But he waited and waited, but the young dragon didn't move, and its expression remained as shattered as ever. This left him somewhat bewildered. This young dragon, descended from the Dragon King, possessed immense potential. But if she became foolish, her potential would be greatly diminished. Ulises landed beside the young dragon, a glint in his eyes. It's fine, Ulises asked, equally puzzled. This young dragon is fully developed. There's nothing wrong with its brain, and its soul is intact. She shouldn't be like this. Oh! By the way, do dragons inherit memories? Richard nodded. Indeed, they do, and quite a bit. That's not surprising, Ulises said, flying to Richard's shoulder. This young dragon must have experienced a stress response from your shock, prematurely activating its inherited memories. Hearing this, Richard understood Hog's condition. It looks like she'd be unconscious for a while. But that's just as well, I can still prepare something. 3 hours later, Hog's tiny brain finally processed those memories. When she groggily raised her head, she found herself tied to a stone platform. Surrounding the platform were many strange metal instruments. The human who had frightened her and triggered her bloodline stood not far away, apparently mixing some medicine. Richard, the young dragon, is awake. A sudden voice behind her made Hog jump. As a giant dragon, even as a young dragon, her perceptions far surpassed those of ordinary creatures. But she remained unaware of the voice behind her. Awake? I was planning to make her some potion to help her. It seems I won't need it. Hog watched the human approach her. She could clearly smell the scent of dragon blood, and his eyes were also a pair of golden dragon eyes. But why couldn't she control this human? Dragon, I see you already have the ability to think. I give you 2 choices. One is to sign this fake contract and become my familiar. Or I make you into a specimen, like that one over there. As Hog spoke, she felt her head forcibly twisted to the right. In her sight, a young dragon, about her own size, was tied to the stone platform like her. What is this human going to do? Watching the human gradually approach the young dragon, Hogg felt a sudden fear. This fear quickly spread, like a vine through her heart. Although she had inherited many memories from her bloodline, she was still, at heart, a child barely 3 hours old. The fear of the unknown entangled her like a spiderweb. Hogg watched the human bring the metal implement she had seen when she first woke up to the dragon. Then, she saw the human slash open the dragon's abdomen with a thumb-sized knife. A dragon's roar of immense pain instantly pierced Hogg's ears, and then burrowed into her heart. She didn't want to see this, but what she saw wasn't hers to decide. She struggled, but her head was held in place by a force. She watched helplessly as the human, with skillful technique, extracted the dragon's various organs and sorted them into jars filled with clear liquid. All the while, the dragon's miserable cries continued to reach her ears, and fear weighed on her heart like a mountain. "Don't let me see! I sign! I sign!" "Oh, you agreed so quickly?" Richard looked at Hogg in surprise, then stopped what he was doing. "Ulysses, give her the contract." Hogg saw a contract appear before her. She felt a terrifying pressure from it. "Where am I? Where's the dragon's nest? Where's Dragon Mountain? Where's my people, whose wings can block out the sun?" Hogg cried out helplessly, the harsh reality suffocating her. "Little one, are you going to sign it or not?" Ulysses' voice awoke Hogg from her reverie. She looked at the contract and, trembling, used her mental power to leave her mark on it. Good, good. My efforts paid off. Richard happily accepted the contract and signed his name on it. Then the contract vanished, and an invisible bridge connected Richard and Hogg. Richard stepped forward to untie Hogg's restraints, excitedly asking, "Little one, what's your name? I heard that the offspring of the Dragon King are born with names." Hogg-Hoggair. A good name. Richard nodded. The name meant born king in dragon language. "Then I call you Hogg." After confirming Hogg's name, Richard turned back to the dissection table and prepared to clean up. "What are you going to do?" Hogg looked at the hollowed-out dragon on the test bench, her head nearly fainting. The scene she had just seen flashed through her mind, and that shrill scream echoed in her ears again. Richard turned and gave him a mysterious smile. "Of course I'm recycling it." With that, Hogg watched as Richard peeled the skin off the dragon carcass. Hogg's eyes widened. Something was wrong with the dragon cub's skin. Even if it was a corpse, a dragon cub's skin couldn't be peeled off like a banana. Then she saw that beneath the dragon's skin lay clumps of living flesh. "This isn't a dragon. What is this, a mimic insect?" Richard glanced back at her, grinning somewhat smugly. "It's nothing, just a prop I made to scare you. And you couldn't handle it before I even finished using my tricks." This was the far north, not the Tower of Truth. How could a dragon cub be so easily obtained? Besides, even if he could get it, Richard wouldn't spend the money to buy it. After learning so much about dragons, if he couldn't even make a dragon model, it would be a disgrace to Jorod. A student of the Master of Synthetic Beasts couldn't even make a teaching model using living flesh and blood. If word got out, Jorod wouldn't have to do anything, he'd probably kill himself. Props? Fake? Hogg looked at Richard in disbelief. That roar couldn't be fake. Roar? Richard sneered, and unleashed a miserable dragon roar. As a physically evolved wizard, imitating a sound was a piece of cake. "Is that what you're talking about?" Hogg stared at Richard blankly, finally certain she'd been deceived. You liar." Hogg roared in frustration. As a 3-hour-old dragon, Richard had made her realize the wickedness of human nature. How could a person do such a thing, using props to scare a 3-hour-old dragon? How despicable, but it was too late for her to regret it now. She had already signed the contract. From now on, she would live as Richard's familiar for the rest of her life. "Hogg, come with me." Just as Hogg was wallowing in self-pity, she suddenly heard Richard's command. She looked up and saw Richard packing up his props, then opening a secret rift. Hogg recognized the secret rift. Her bloodline told her it was a rare item, possessed only by a select few dragon kings. "Come quickly. You'll probably be living here for the rest of your life." Hogg flew humiliatedly toward the rift, comforting herself as she flew. It seems this human status isn't low. At least his future won't be too bleak. He's a powerful being. What kind of place is this? Entering the secret realm, Hogg was stunned by the scene before her. This was so different from her inherited memories. What other secret realm would have so many different landforms? And what was that thing at the center of the world? A mushroom? World mushroom, this little one is in your care. Try to grow her as fast as possible during this time. Hearing Richard's words, Hogg was slightly stunned. She remembered the world tree, but what was this world mushroom? Then she knew exactly what the world mushroom was. A gigantic mycelial tentacle extended from the ground, transforming into a humanoid creature. From this mycelial tentacle, Hogg felt a distinct sense of pressure, the kind only a dragon king could possess. She asked, a little flustered, "Who is this human?" "Yes, master." The mycelial incarnation of the world mushroom bowed slightly to Richard, then released a strand of mycelium, drawing Hogg to its side. Having been captured by the master of the world, Hogg's body stiffened as a rock. "Don't be afraid," the world mushroom's voice suddenly echoed in Hogg's ears. "Although you smell fragrant, you and I are both my master's subordinates. I won't eat you." Hogg replied stiffly, "Haha, really?" She suddenly felt that the human wasn't that bad after all. After leaving the secret realm, Richard stretched and, with a smile on his face, approached the test bench, ready to continue his experiment. Suddenly, a crisp ring interrupted him. Ring, ring, ring. It was the laboratory doorbell. He and Ellie were the only two people in the wizard tower, and Ellie was the only one who could ring the doorbell at this hour. Richard turned toward the door, which opened with a flick of his hand. Sure enough, Ellie stood outside. "Ellie, what's going on?" Richard asked, somewhat puzzled. Ellie smiled, her eyes wide open, and said excitedly, "I've figured out what you mean by the Juris Black Crystal." Chapter 364. During the Academy War, Richard obtained research data on the Juris Black Crystal from Leichardt. This mineral, possessing immense energy, was seen by Richard as a promising hope for widespread individual armor. However, in subsequent research, Richard discovered that due to the death of its founder, the technology was immature and contained numerous significant problems. Trying to create a power reactor solely based on the data Leichardt provided was sheer wishful thinking. Also, while the Juris Black Crystal possessed immense energy, transforming it into a stable power source was a complex process. Although he was a third-ring wizard, his knowledge base was limited to that of an average second-ring wizard. Furthermore, the owner of this research data was a wizard of the shamanic school, and perfecting and optimizing it required a deep knowledge base. Thus, Richard had not prioritized optimizing the Juris Black Crystal over the years. He simply collaborated with Ellie on research for a while, before setting it aside. But he had no idea that Ellie was still working on the project. No wonder Ellie borrowed some magic essence from him a while ago. Got it? Richard's face beamed. This is double happiness. Double happiness? Ellie asked, somewhat puzzled. Has your research succeeded again? Richard chuckled. Almost there. You see soon. The two of them went downstairs together to Ellie's lab. Richard hadn't been to Ellie's lab very often. Today, he discovered that Ellie had partitioned off the lab with a metal partition to create a small, hemispherical chamber. A small window, blocked with an enchanted crystal, was cut into the wall of the room. It must have been an observation window. The two approached the window, and saw a metal platform within the room. On the metal platform was a thumb-sized black crystal. The Juris Black Crystal. As an alchemist, Richard immediately recognized the unusual nature of the metal platform beneath the Juris Black Crystal. The School of Evocation and the School of Alchemy share many common disciplines. Wizardry's foundation lies in runes, and the Evocation School's energy runology is a discipline that even alchemists cannot avoid. This also allows both sides to understand each other's wizarding research to some extent. Ellie's metal platform was inscribed with numerous runes. She also used a technique called multi-layer rune array stacking, inscribing multiple rune arrays at different locations in three-dimensional space to create a three-dimensional magic circle. This technique allows a wizard to condense a massive magic circle onto a small platform. Awesome, Ellie. When did you learn this? Richard glanced sideways at Ellie, praising her with a hint of surprise. He knew this technique, but it required a high level of alchemy and rune knowledge. Even he could only stack 5 layers at this point, while Ellie's platform, according to Richard's energy field of view, boasted 12 layers of rune arrays. Ellie glanced at Richard and feigned a sigh. Alas, this isn't some overly ambitious person who gave me the information and then walked away. I'm forced to learn the skills myself and help him refine and optimize this technology. Richard, unfazed by this, returned his gaze to the metal platform. Turn it on and see. Ellie pulled out a crystal ball and fiddled with it a few times. Richard then saw the energy within the metal platform gradually increase. Then, a field of energy erupted from the metal platform. Under its influence, the Juris Black Crystal began to glow dimly, and even streams of energy flowed through the magic conduction circuits into the energy storage rune array beneath the metal platform. Great! Great! Richard exclaimed excitedly. That's enough. But after the excitement, Richard suddenly realized something and turned to ask, Ellie, how do you deal with the decay radiation from this thing? Ellie smiled mysteriously, then pulled another crystal ball from her pocket and tapped it. Then, the metal platform ceased functioning, and the Urus black crystal calmed down. Ellie pulled Richard aside, and the next moment, a dark gray beam of light shot out from the enchanted crystal in the observation port. Ellie walked to the window and explained to Richard, the decay radiation released by the Urus black crystal will be absorbed by the rune arrays surrounding the room and stored in this enchanted crystal. Does this thing look familiar? Richard suddenly realized, isn't this the same principle as my evolutionary illuminator? The evolutionary illuminator Richard was referring to was the device he used to collect blue fire radiation during his cell enhancement experiments. Ellie's device for collecting decay radiation worked exactly the same way as his. Hey, it's not just the same principle, Ellie said with some pride. My rune array has been optimized. It's more efficient and consumes less energy than yours. Amazing, amazing, Richard praised heartily. As an alchemist, his knowledge of energy runes was not much inferior to that of an average emissary, and Ellie's ability to improve the rune array based on his design only proved to be far superior to his. After the demonstration, Ellie pulled a thick, black leather spell book from her pocket. Here are the blueprints for the rune array. Go back and see if you can condense it into your magic armor. If not, I see if I can modify it further. Richard looked at the spellbook, scratched his head, and said a little sheepishly, isn't this a bit awkward? After all, you developed this thing, and I'm taking it without paying a penny. It seems a bit against the principle of equal exchange. Huh? Ellie looked at Richard with some confusion. Although she had optimized this technology, she certainly wouldn't have achieved her current level without the original technology Richard gave her. Besides, Richard hadn't signed any soul contract with her. She could pass this technology on to her students or others. Overall, Richard had traded an old technology she never seen before for an improved new one. This perfectly complied with the principle of equivalent exchange. But before Ellie could object, she heard Richard continue, but this technology is truly useful to me, and I can't refuse it. Alas, they say only life and knowledge are priceless. A young wizard like me can't afford the magic spirit, so it seems I can only repay it with my own life. Hearing Richard's emphatic pronunciation, and the half-smile on his face, even the most clueless Ellie could tell that Richard was teasing her. Great! You dared to tease me even after reaching the third ring. Ellie blushed slightly, glaring at Richard fiercely. Let me tell you, I've been training my physique diligently lately. You might not win tonight. With the optimized technology, the road to building the power reactor became much smoother. Ellie's rune array was already quite complete, but without the Forerunner 1 rune, there was still much room for improvement. Richard spent 2 months optimizing the rune array a second time. Compared to Ellie's version, Richard's optimized rune array had 2 fewer layers, equivalent to 1/6 fewer runes. After the optimization was complete, Richard began transforming the rune arrays into suitable components. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, hundreds of salamander craftsmen began working overtime to design individual armor to match the power reactor. To design a suitable power reactor, Richard rushed back from the Garwan Wizarding Academy to the Tower of Truth and sought guidance from his senior sister, Anna, who specialized in alchemical machinery. Over the years, Anna had also achieved the status of a second-ring wizard. Her status within the Alchemical Gear Society had also risen, and her mastery of alchemical mechanics had surpassed all previous achievements. Currently, she had been hired by Chorode as a technical advisor for the Richard Chorode Chamber of Commerce, specializing in the alchemical aspects of the chamber's products. This wasn't nepotism, but rather a sign of Chorode's recognition of Anna's abilities. Returning to the Tower of Truth, Richard couldn't help but smile at the sight of the long-missed Black Wizard Tower. He stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Ring, ring, ring. Soon, a demi-human servant opened the door and ushered Richard in. Anna's appearance hadn't changed much since her promotion to the second ring. The only difference from the first ring was the presence of a layer of active metal on her body, now covered in golden lines. My dear junior brother, why did you bother to come to see me today? In the reception room, Anna, dressed in black wizard robes, sat lazily in a chair. On her pretty face, whose skin hadn't been transformed, 2 dark circles formed under her eyes, as if drawn with charcoal. Although wizards are physically strong, they can also suffer from health problems if they don't rest and meditate for extended periods. Sister, you need to get enough rest. You look pale, Richard said with concern. Anna waved her hand. It's no big deal. I know my body well. Tell me about your problem. I've worked on power reactors a lot, so I think I can help you. Even if I can't, our vice president has been at the Tower of Truth lately. He's more knowledgeable in this area than I am. If I can't, I take you to him. Richard thanked her, Thank you for taking the trouble, senior sister. Of course I took the trouble. Anna rubbed her eyes and sat up straight. The dragon alchemy you taught me has been a tremendous help to me. I still haven't thanked you properly. After Anna became a second ring wizard, Richard found an opportunity to teach her dragon alchemy. Unexpectedly, after learning dragon alchemy, Anna quickly incorporated it into the biometal she crafted, increasing its performance several times over. This earned her the favor of the president of the Golden Gear Society, and the opportunity to become vice president of the ever-changing Gear Academy. Richard said shyly, "That's because you're so capable, senior sister. I'm just a trigger." The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and quickly got down to business. Richard recounted to Anna every problem he encountered. These included not only the power reactor design, but also numerous issues related to individual armor design. Anna quickly answered most of these questions. Only a few did she consult with several veteran wizards in the society. Richard worked on refining the design as he solved the problems. After 3 months of hard work, he finally completed the first version of the power reactor design. He named it the Anna Black Crystal Power Reactor, or simply the Black Crystal Power Reactor. Yes, this design is already quite complete. The remaining issues are minor details, not serious. Anna looked at Richard's design and nodded with satisfaction, like an examiner. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. "Since you don't see any problems, Sister Anna, I'm relieved." With that, Richard put away the blueprint Anna handed him, and pulled a crystal ball from his pocket. In the crystal ball, an extremely complex rune loomed. Anna frowned slightly, a little annoyed. "What are you doing? Can I still take your money?" "Hey, Sister Anna, take a closer look at this rune," Richard said mysteriously. Anna took the crystal ball in her hand and examined it carefully. As soon as she looked, her face suddenly turned shocked. This is the complete heart of the mountain rune. Chapter 365. After 10 years of training, Richard not only refined his combat skills. During these same 10 years, he also thoroughly observed the heart of the mountain within Chanshan Temple. The complete heart of the mountain rune was thus created. This rune was the most complex rune Richard had ever seen, its intricate structure resembling a diagram of the meridians of a living being. "Sister Anna, you are correct. This is the complete heart of the mountain rune," Richard said with a smile. "I wonder if you still remember what I asked you to do back then." On the eve of the expedition to the Red Sun world, Richard had given the incomplete heart of the mountain rune to Anna, asking her to research a self-repairing elemental puppet. Now, hundreds of years later, I wonder if Anna still remembers this. "Of course I remember," Anna said, a little angrily. "Am I the kind of wizard who promises something and then forgets it?" Richard nodded slightly, then asked, "Since you still remember, Sister Anna, I wonder how your progress is going?" "Progress?" Anna's anger faltered. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, "No progress. I've been trying to follow your instructions for a long time, but I still can't find a suitable research direction." Richard frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Anna sighed, and led Richard to the study on the 3rd floor. In the study was a large bookshelf filled with Anna's collection of magic books and her research notes. She rummaged through it for a while, then handed Richard a thick black leather notebook. "Take a look. These are my experimental records from back then. Your idea seems feasible, but there are serious problems in its implementation." Richard took the notes, found a chair, and began to carefully read through them. Anna's notes were extremely detailed. They not only documented her experimental process, but also her thinking and the sources of her ideas. This made it easy for Richard to understand Anna's thinking. Richard quickly read through the entire notebook. Afterward, Richard sighed softly. "I didn't expect this Earth Elemental Core to have so many tricks. It seems I was too naive." His original idea was to divide the golem into multiple components, and then use the properties of the Mountain Heart rune to give each component the ability to automatically heal. But in practice, this idea was completely unworkable. While the golem's material requirements were not high, ordinary rocks and soil were not enough. To convert the golem's components into Earth Elemental, they would require extremely complex enchantments, which would increase the golem's energy consumption to a terrifying level. Furthermore, even after enchantment, the strength of these Earth Elemental components is not as good as that of genuine metal or special material components. In short, this idea is wrong. Richard rubbed his brows. This was the first brilliant idea he had failed in all those years. As expected, a brilliant idea without a foundation of knowledge is like a black box card draw. Success depends entirely on luck. Richard returned the notes to Anna. "Since this idea failed, Sister Anna, you don't need to worry about it anymore. Sister Anna, don't worry about the runes. Investing is risky, and I'm prepared for failure. As for this Mountain Heart rune, if you'd like to study it, I can lend it to you temporarily. But you can't pass it on to anyone else. It can only be passed on to your own students. Anna waved her hands repeatedly. No, 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 no. While this rune is valuable, it has nothing to do with my research. The wizards of the School of Evolution might be interested in it. You can have Ellie study it. Really? Richard looked at Anna uncertainly. If you miss this opportunity, you never get it again. Sister Anna, you must think carefully. Of course I'm sure, Anna said confidently. I know you're doing this for my own good, but this rune is truly irrelevant to my research. Studying it would only distract me. Seeing this, Richard stopped trying to persuade her. He stood up and said goodbye to Anna. In that case, I'd be leaving now. After leaving the Tower of Truth, Richard stopped by Paradise City and purchased a large quantity of alchemical materials from the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce. There was no other choice. There were virtually no airship fleets in the far north, and the materials stored by the Wizard Chamber of Commerce were mostly related to physical evolution. Richard wanted to conduct research on alchemical machinery, and they probably couldn't gather the necessary materials. So Richard simply bought some on the way. Returning to the Wizard Tower with the materials, Richard plunged into the laboratory and began constructing his first black crystal power reactor. A month later, a fist-sized metal sphere floated in the air above the test bench. The metal sphere was engraved with dense runes, connected to each other like a cage, trapping the contents within. This is the black crystal power reactor. With just a finger-knuckle-sized piece of Urus black crystal, this power reactor can provide the energy of over 10 magic essences. This number may seem insignificant, but if converted, it translates to 10,000 magic stones. Even if a first-ring wizard's spiritual power reaches its peak, the amount of magic recirculation he can generate is only 34 magic stones. The energy provided by a single black crystal power reactor is comparable to the magic recirculation of nearly 300 first-ring wizards. Furthermore, a wizard's magic recirculation is a relatively efficient way for living things to store energy. The amount of energy stored through the internal energy circulation of ordinary indigenous creatures is far lower. Unfortunately, when Richard was constructing the power reactor, he roughly estimated the cost of using it as the power source for his small floating city. The result he came up with caused Richard to reject the idea outright. There was no other way. It was too expensive. The power plant for this small floating city still depends on the Star Wrathful Spirit power plant from the great world of ghosts. Speaking of which, his nightmare power should be almost fully accumulated. It won't be long before he will understand the secrets of that power plant. Putting the black crystal power plant in his pocket, Richard then opened the rift in the secret realm and entered. In the secret realm, birds chirped and flowers bloomed. Only a stone wasteland at the edge emitted the constant roar of machinery. This stone wasteland was not formed naturally. It was created by fire lizards after Richard selected it as the site for his alchemy workshop. Nearly a quarter square kilometer of land was completely hardened into solid stone by fire lizards. In the alchemy workshop, the fire lizard artisans gathered to discuss the blueprints. Although they had experience designing the Mechanic 1 individual armor, they were also somewhat perplexed by Richard's unreasonable demand to improve the armor's performance, while minimizing the cost and production difficulty. This request was truly excessive. They had to choose between the three. It was impossible to have both. But Richard was their boss, their financial backer, and their race's savior. Even if the request was excessive, they had to find a way to complete it. How's your research going? Hearing a voice from behind, many fire lizard artisans stood up, turned around, and bowed slightly to Richard. And Carrion, one of the leaders of the fire lizard artisans, was the first to speak. Sir, you arrived just in time. What do you think of this blueprint? Carrion approached Richard and handed him a stack of draft papers. This is the result of many discussions. We've made some trade-offs in the armor's performance, and based on this, we've minimized the cost and manufacturing difficulty. Richard flipped through the manuscript. Indeed, these salamander craftsmen had managed to reduce the cost and manufacturing difficulty of individual armor to a very low level. This individual armor still utilizes an exoskeleton, its outer armor capable of defending against elemental attacks up to 300 energy levels, and physical attacks up to 400 energy levels. In terms of auxiliary functions, this armor grants the wearer greater agility, speed, and strength. The raw material cost has also been reduced to just 10 demon essences per set. Aside from its high energy consumption, this armor is a perfect mass-produced product. Excellent, this is it, Richard agreed. But this is just the main structure. I still need some weapons. I'm not entirely sure what your weapon requirements are, So you have to design them. Seeing Richard's agreement, Carrion breathed a sigh of relief. He respectfully addressed Richard. Sir, we've already completed the weapon designs. With that, Selina approached Richard with a stack of draft papers. Richard took the papers and scanned them. They contained drawings of various weapons, including but not limited to scimitars, spears, bows and arrows, javelins, and other cold weapons. These weapons required the use of dragon alchemy, and the cost was kept very low. Okay, Richard nodded. Thank you for your hard work. With that, Richard took out the black crystal power reactor. This is the power reactor I made. Fit it, and try making a set of armor. If there are no problems, the design for the armor will be finalized. Yes, sir. Giving the materials to the salamander craftsman, Richard turned and left the secret realm. 2 weeks later, the first set of armor was successfully constructed. Overall, this set of armor was a scaled-down version of the Mechanic Type 1 individual armor. The outer plates were still crafted using dragon alchemy, but the internal structure incorporated many elements of wizard alchemy. There was no way around it. Wizard alchemy was far superior to dragon alchemy in terms of material application. The armor's performance was tested by a salamander worker, a level 1 salamander whose body appeared exceptionally sturdy. Soon, the testing began. The first round of the armor's testing involved movement. The salamander worker, as required, successfully completed numerous maneuvers such as running, jumping, and rolling. Aside from some restricted movements, he was able to perform most of them without any issues. Furthermore, thanks to the armor, his movements were much more effortless. In addition to the movement tests, the armor was also subjected to resistance tests, attack tests, energy consumption tests, and destructive tests. The final results left Richard very satisfied. With proper training, these armored salamanders would have a high chance of defeating even an average first-ring wizard. After the test, the salamander craftsman stripped the armor off the test salamander, and with Richard's approval, the salamander was granted a 3-month vacation. Yes, this armor is well designed, Richard said to the salamander craftsman. Have you given it a name? Yes, sir, a salamander craftsman said with a smile. We call him the craftsman. Chapter 366. After finalizing the design, Richard didn't rush into mass production. The machines in his alchemy workshop currently produced only parts for magic support vehicles. If he wanted to switch to producing individual armor, Richard would have to undergo drastic modifications. Secondly, there was little point in producing this stuff now. Military expenditures are insignificant during wartime, but become increasingly significant during peacetime. Richard hadn't received any concrete news about the interdimensional war yet, so producing armor in advance would be a waste of money. Equipment isn't just about producing it, it requires maintenance. Putting the armor aside for the moment, Richard's life returned to normal. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a century had passed. In the laboratory, the evolutionary illuminator emitted a faint blue light, enveloping a piece of flesh. Behind that light, a strangely blue flame burned quietly within a crystal dome. Under the light, the cells that made up the flesh quickly began to disintegrate. Tissue fluid, along with the cellular debris, transformed into a pool of pus that continuously dripped from the flesh. Suddenly, the blue light vanished. A tiny magical tentacle reached over the flesh and plucked a small piece. Finally, it worked. All my efforts to use this primordial blue flame as a radiation source were worth it. Richard stood at the test bench, carefully integrating the flesh held by the magical tentacle into his body. This was the 6th generation of enhanced cells. Richard had been experimenting with this single cell for nearly 70 years. Ultimately, Richard was forced to retrieve the primordial blue flame from the secret realm and upgrade the evolutionary illuminator, which ultimately led to success. After placing the 6th generation enhanced cells, Richard sighed softly. Alas, as my physical fitness improves, enhanced cells become increasingly difficult to obtain. It took him nearly 30 years to go from the 4th to the 5th generation. And from the 5th to the 6th, it took him another 70 years. If he were to obtain the 7th or 8th generation, the time would likely be even longer. However, compared to other wizards, this was already a rapid improvement. After 5 iterations of cells, Richard's physical fitness had reached 250 points. If he could complete the 6th generation of enhanced cells, his physical fitness should increase by another 5 or 6 points. The experiment was a success. Richard cleaned up the test bench and left the laboratory after a long absence. Beyond the Wizard Tower, Far North City flourished immensely. After years of development, Far North City had become a metropolis with a population of nearly 2 million. While this city was smaller than the academic cities built by white wizards in the central wizarding world, with populations exceeding 10 million, it was still the most prosperous city in the far north. The city area built by Tozio has long been razed, and buildings of various styles have sprung up in the urban area. In the sky, small airships, adorned with shop advertisements, whizzed across the city. On the ground, alchemy locomotives and horse-drawn carriages plied the roads. Thanks to the prosperity of Far North City, furs, timber, medicinal herbs, and other resources from the far north have finally been valued by merchants across the continent. A large number of airship guilds have incorporated Far North City into their trade routes, further stimulating its development. Now, Far North City has become a dream city, a divine kingdom on earth, in the eyes of the people of the snowfields. Richard flew over the city, gazing at the thriving city below. A sudden sense of strangeness flashed through his mind. Over the years, he hadn't paid much attention to Far North City's development. His impression of Far North City still lingered on its last period of expansion, the scene he had seen upon returning from the mountain secret realm. After over 100 years of development, the city had gradually transformed into something he didn't recognize. The power of mortals shouldn't be underestimated. Alas, what a pity, Richard sighed softly. While mortals possess considerable power, in this world of transcendental powers, they are destined to serve only as vassals of the transcendental. Just as Richard sighed, a presence instantly caught his attention. He shifted his gaze toward the Garlon Wizard Academy. In the distance, a streak of light was approaching Far North City. A third-ring wizard? What third-ring wizard would come to the far north? Style. Long time no see. Richard stared at the stream of light, initially puzzled. But as it approached, his dragon eyes pierced through the outer layer of light, and saw the wizard's true face. Soon, the light stopped in front of Richard, revealing Style, with his iron-gray skin. Style looked Richard over and said in amazement, "Richard, you've made remarkable progress. It's only been over 100 years, and your physique has improved so much. If I wait 1,000 or 2,000 years, you'd probably be a great wizard by now." Richard smiled and replied, "Okay, I take your good wishes. When I become a great wizard, I ask you to be the vice dean." After a few more jokes, Richard welcomed Style into the wizard tower. "You didn't even tell me you were coming? I don't usually have any tea for guests. Just make do with what I usually use to stay awake." In the living room, Richard casually pulled a bottle of black liquid from his pocket and handed it to Style. Style took the bottle, glanced at it, and then popped it directly into his mouth, chewing and swallowing both the bottle and the liquid. As the liquid entered his stomach, a flicker of surprise crossed Style's face. "Wow, this thing is so potent." Style felt himself perk up after swallowing the liquid, even more so than after meditation. "This is a magical plant extract I cultivated myself. It's 130 times more toxic than sweetheart poison. Only half a milliliter is needed to kill a first-level wizard. But for us..." Richard pulled another bottle of extract from his pocket and drank it all in one gulp. "It's just a refreshing drink." Not bad, not bad. I've learned something new," Style replied in surprise. "I didn't expect this nerve agent could be used as a stimulant." The two took their seats, and Richard spoke first. "Style, I see you've come in such a hurry, you don't look like a visitor. What's the matter? What happened?" "Ha, I see." Style laughed. "I was planning to go to the Tower of Truth to buy some things. By the way, you might not know, but our academy will probably be going on an expedition in a few years. You better prepare yourself during this time. I heard that the world we're going to this time is unusual. Around that world, exploring wizards have discovered many things similar to the remains of floating cities. The world we're heading to this time is most likely the battlefield of the war between the Lost Ones and a certain civilization. Who knows what monsters and demons are hiding there?" Richard was shocked upon hearing this news. Such important news, and the Academy didn't announce it in advance? Richard said angrily. "I haven't heard anything about this war yet." "Hey, don't get excited, don't get excited." Style laughed. "Our Academy usually releases news 5 years in advance. I live inside the Academy, so I'm a little more informed. That means I still have at least 5 years. "Yes." Richard leaned back in his chair, his mind a tangle. But he quickly calmed down. He still had at least 5 years, and he had to do something in those 5 years. The battlefields the Forerunners had been to were undoubtedly extremely dangerous, and he was a third-ring wizard. If he joined the war, he would definitely be heading to the most dangerous battlefields. The battlefield command wouldn't send Richard to a battlefield that only required second-ring wizards just because he was too young. "Huh? This is explosive news." Richard let out a long sigh and looked at Style with gratitude. "I treat you to dinner when we get back to the academy." Style laughed heartily. Haha, that's nice. But be prepared. If you treat me, I have the most expensive meal. Soon Style left. After seeing him off, Richard immediately entered the secret realm. Since war was imminent, he naturally had to be fully prepared. In the alchemy workshop, salamander workers were alchemically processing each crude component. The alchemy workshop had expanded several times, and now employed nearly 2,000 fire lizard workers. 10 production lines were operating simultaneously, solely to supply parts for the booming trade in magic support vehicles. Carlion. Selina. Richard's voice brought 2 of the fire lizard craftsmen out of the workshop. Sir, what do you want with us? Production has been suspended. All these machines will be moved to the Red Sun world shortly. Ah? Carlion asked, startled. What's wrong, sir? Richard looked at him and replied gravely, War is coming, Carlion. War is coming. Preparations for the workshop's relocation were quickly completed. As a third-ring wizard, Richard could now fly through the air, without any spells, relying solely on energy manipulation. And with a touch of wind magic, Richard's speed skyrocketed. Traveling day and night, Richard reached the Tower of Truth from the far north in just 3 days. If it were a first-level wizard, it would probably take more than half a year to fly. Through the Qingxuan Academy's portal, Richard arrived at the Red Sun world again. A team of fire lizards, carrying a massive furnace, emerged from the secret realm rift. Immediately afterwards, a fire lizard craftsman approached Richard. Sir, this is the last machine. Richard nodded. Okay, restore the production line as soon as possible. I give you 3 months to train a group of qualified workers on New World Island. Yes, sir. After hundreds of years of development, New World Island has undergone a significant transformation. Although Richard's Red Sun gold vein stone vein in Red Sun world has long been mined, thanks to the existence of a permanent fiefdom, Richard's teleportation array still exists. The fire lizards can purchase various resources from the wizarding world through the Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce. This means that New World Island is not short of resources. Furthermore, since there are not many entertainment options on New World Island, the artistic atmosphere is very rich. Even the salamanders were influenced by this trend, improving their combat skills with greater precision and grace. Richard, soaring midair, gazed upon the immaculately organized New World Island and couldn't help but praise. Akira, Azuin, you've done a great job managing this place over the years. This is all thanks to your help, Lord Richard, Azuin said calmly. After being humiliated by Richard, Azuin finally faced the grim reality. Salamanders fared better under Richard. With Akira's support, he once again became the leader of New World Island. Richard shook his head slightly. Don't be modest. Relying solely on resources won't get you anywhere. I also have a city in the wizarding world, and managing one is incredibly taxing. The 2 salamanders didn't respond, silently awaiting Richard's next words. Besides moving the workshop here, I have another task. Go ahead, Akira said respectfully. Do you remember the contract we signed? Richard said slowly, observing the salamander warriors in the arena. Now, it's time for you to pay the blood tax. Chapter 367. The blood tax is a crucial clause in the contract between Richard and the salamanders. Richard's support of the salamanders on New World Island wasn't for nothing. Under Richard's protection, they could enjoy the resources of the wizarding world, hunt freely around New World Island, and even migrate to the mainland in small numbers. But all this came at a price. In addition to providing Richard with a steady supply of craftsmen, the salamanders also needed to provide Richard with soldiers, which Richard referred to as the blood tax. The contract stipulated that for every 10 salamanders born, 1 would be paid as a blood tax. At birth, a drawing would take place. Those drawn would have their records marked with a blood tax. If Richard didn't collect the blood tax, they would live like ordinary salamanders. But if Richard demanded the blood tax, the salamanders would serve as Richard's vassal troops, fighting in his battles. This was the price of the salamander's survival. When Richard mentioned the blood tax, Akira and Azuin's hearts skipped a beat. Finally, what was coming finally came. I wonder how much blood tax you, sir, will collect this time? Azuin asked with some difficulty. He knew that the fire lizards, paid as blood tax, would most likely never return. But he also knew that if they refused to pay, Richard could easily make the fire lizards pay 10-fold, even 100-fold. Not sure yet, Richard said calmly. I need to see your roster before making a decision. Yes. The blood tax roster was in Azuin's office. Over the years, the list of blood tax recipients had accumulated to the size of a whole book. In this roster, deceased blood tax members were marked with an X in black pen after their names, while disabled members were circled. Those who were completely healthy had nothing at all. In addition to their physical condition, each name was followed by their level. A level 1 fire lizard had 1 dot, and a level 2 fire lizard had 2 dots. Richard scanned the entire roster and couldn't help but sigh. It's so satisfying to support an entire race. The roster alone listed 132 living level 2 fire lizards, and 1,930 level 1 fire lizards. If these fire lizards were equipped with artisan type 1 individual armor, and given a little training, each would be comparable to a wizard. Richard returned the roster to Azuhin. Yes, it seems you're not pulling any tricks. Azuhin lowered his head, forcing a smile as he humbly said, how dare we play tricks? If this one goes wrong, it won't just be us who die. Well, that's not right. Richard stood up and patted Azuhin on the shoulder. I'm selecting troops, not experimental material. These selected fire lizards will follow me to other worlds to fight. If they're lucky enough or strong enough, returning alive won't be a problem. If they do return, I give them an additional contract. You know, I'm generous to my own people. Azuhin smiled a little reluctantly. Your kindness. Richard smiled, patted Azuhin's arm, and then left the room. He could see that Azuhin felt deeply uncomfortable working for him. Living under the hands of an enemy who had nearly wiped out the fire lizards, this distorted belief had left him with a subtle mental breakdown. Compared to him, Akira was actually a better choice. This princess of the Salamander clan was even more powerful than Richard had imagined. From a princess of the Empire to serving as a subordinate to her enemies, she had surprisingly accepted this change in status with equanimity. Perhaps in her eyes, serving under a world master wasn't humiliating. After the factory relocation was complete, Richard passed the news to Jorod, who was far away at the Black Tower Wizard Academy, and asked him to come to the Red Sun world to receive the parts. Before the factory relocation, the parts for the spell support vehicles produced by Richard's alchemy workshop were transported to Jorod's workshop via airships for secondary assembly and processing. After finishing his business with the Chamber of Commerce, Richard immediately contacted the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce to order a large quantity of alchemical materials. Brother Richard, what are you doing with such a large order? Bob's puzzled voice echoed through the crystal ball. Richard replied calmly, I'm just preparing some things for the upcoming war. In addition to ordering materials from Bob, Richard also contacted Jimmy. He could ask Bob for materials for alchemical machinery, but Jimmy was more suitable for materials related to physical evolution. As the vice president of the Garlon Wizard Academy, he had a wide network of connections for purchasing experimental materials for physical evolution. Oh, you redeemed the Myriad Transformation Battle Body? In the arena of the Tower of Truth, Jimmy felt a strong sense of familiarity as Richard described the materials. Yes, Master, I'm going to practice the Myriad Transformation Battle Body soon. Jimmy glanced at the arena, then returned his attention to the crystal ball. The Myriad Transformation Battle Body is not easy to cultivate. If you make a mistake, you have to start all over again. You've only been studying physical evolution for a few hundred years, so I don't recommend practicing this battle body. Master, I believe I've found a tiny shortcut. Shortcut? Jimmy stroked his shiny bald head. How could he not have known there were shortcuts to the Myriad combat body? But after a moment's thought, he immediately figured out what Richard was talking about. You want to fuse dragon blood, right? The Master's wisdom is as vast as the ocean. Dragon blood is indeed a shortcut, but I suggest you not pursue this path. Oh! Richard was slightly taken aback by Jimmy's suggestion, then asked, why? Is there something wrong with this approach? There is a problem. Dragons are different from other creatures. If you want to study them, you must obtain the blood of a high-level dragon. But in the wizarding world, a level 3 dragon is already the pinnacle. The blood of dragons with a 4th head is difficult to obtain. And even if you do, it's difficult to fuse them. Unless you can obtain the blood of a dragon prince's heir. Also, the inherent corrosiveness of dragon blood is a major problem. You must find a way to suppress this corrosiveness. In short, without sufficient knowledge, dragon blood is only a temporary solution. For serious research, it's best to switch to something else. Dragon prince's heir? Corrosive? Richard smiled faintly. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I keep an eye on it. Okay, just count on your own. I'll let you know once I've gathered everything. Barring any unexpected events, the remaining time should be enough for you to complete your Myriad Transformations battle form. The remaining time? Richard asked, somewhat puzzled. Jimmy's chuckling scolding echoed from the crystal ball. Why are you playing dumb, kid? You know the expedition's coming. How could I, the Vice Dean, not know? Improve your strength. I heard from the Dean that this war could be a test for young wizards like us. Upon hearing this, Richard immediately replied respectfully, "Thank you, master, for your guidance." After arranging everything, Richard immediately began production on the individual armor production line. Many of the machines used to produce artisan individual armor were identical to those used for mechanic individual armor, though with lower specifications. So, with their experience forging mechanic individual armor, Richard and the Salamander craftsmen only needed 3 months to build a production line. This timeframe coincided with the return of the Salamander workers. Although these Salamander workers were called workers, they would have been considered Salamander craftsmen in the former Red Sun world. Compared to Richard's Salamander craftsmen, they were not much different, save for a lack of knowledge and experience. When Richard's older Salamander craftsmen died, new craftsmen would emerge from their ranks. With the help of these Salamander workers, the production line quickly began to operate, continuously churning out alloy into individual parts. In addition to their work, Richard also sent an order to Jorod. The number of individual armors required this time was too great for Richard to complete alone, as they required parts crafted using wizard alchemy. According to Richard's plan, he intended to assemble a 500-man regiment as his auxiliary force. Thus, he needed to prepare at least 500 sets of artisan type I individual armor, and he would also need to refit some of these armors to accommodate level 2 salamanders. 2 years later, Richard received a notice from Garwan Academy. In addition to the start date of the war, the notice also contained information on the expedition world. The wizards exploring the world used some means to penetrate the barrier and conduct a preliminary exploration of the world's interior. The results were quite disturbing. All the wizards who entered the world to explore died, and the information they conveyed was somewhat confusing. They claimed that this world was alive. Based on this information, the Academy's leadership reviewed numerous records of plane expeditions. Ultimately, they speculated that the world they were exploring might be a world tree world, a world dominated by a world tree. Based on this speculation, the Academy offered some advice. The wizards participating in this expedition must be prepared for a long-term battle, and must procure sufficient supplies, with as many varieties as possible. This was because the portal for this expedition might be extremely difficult to open. After receiving this advice, Richard immediately made a list and gave it to Jorod to purchase. He himself devoted himself to the cultivation of the myriad transformation battle body. After over 100 years of growth, Hog had grown from a young dragon to a young adult, reaching level 2 strength and a size as large as a bull. Combined with dragon language magic and the dragon's naturally superior physique, Hog was even more formidable than many second-ring wizards. However, to Richard, her combat prowess was secondary, her bloodline was paramount. In the laboratory, Richard drew a vial of incredibly bright crimson blood from Hog's body, while Hog looked at him with a touch of fear. Over the years, she had witnessed the changes in the wizarding world. The dragon throne had long since been overthrown, and her people had been reduced to slavery to the wizards. This brought both sadness and resignation. Her knowledge of the dragon's glory came only from the ancient memories passed down through generations. She had never truly experienced its majesty. So, while she resented becoming a wizard's familiar, she wasn't completely unacceptable. Thinking this, Hog pulled a handful of tender white mushrooms from his waist pocket and stuffed them into his mouth. The dragon's glory was long gone. Delicious mushrooms were the new reality. Richard carefully injected the dragon blood he had extracted from Hog's body into the potion he had prepared. As the dragon blood absorbed it, the potion's color began to change from colorless to blood red, then back to colorless again. It worked! Richard looked at the potion with some excitement. This potion was the essence of the Myriad Transformation War Body. The Myriad Transformation Elixir. Its greatest function was to counteract conflicts between bloodlines and promote their fusion. With this, even if Richard merged 10 or 100 bloodlines, he wouldn't die from bloodline conflicts. The cultivation of the Myriad Transformation Battle Body involves creating a gland capable of producing the Myriad Transformation Elixir and implanting it within the body. After confirming the Myriad Transformation Elixir gland's success, Richard moved to a corner of the laboratory. There sat a culture chamber, and within it lay Richard's body. The biggest problem with dragon blood is erosion, but if I can suppress this erosion, wouldn't that make dragon blood perfect? As he spoke, a holy light emanated from Richard's body, and a complex rune slowly emerged from his hand. Divine Art, Abyssal Suppression. Chapter 368. Abyssal Suppression, one of the divine arts created by the god civilization to curb the encroachment of the abyss. The original version of this divine art required divine beings to learn. After numerous simplifications, it could finally be mastered by third-level creatures, albeit at the cost of a significant reduction in power. The Order of Miracles had already reached tens of millions of followers, and as their chief deity, Richard now possessed considerable power of faith. Thus, Richard learned a number of lower-level divine arts from Ulysses, including a simplified version of abyssal suppression. Richard tossed the complex rune into the dragon blood, and soon the highly active dragon blood calmed. Richard's soul shed its shell, and entered the body within the experimental chamber. Next, he injected the abyssal suppression dragon blood into his heart. Boom! Richard could feel his heart leap, and an intense pain instantly erupted from his heart, spreading through his nerves throughout his body. But soon, the lightning-like pain was replaced by a searing heat like a branding iron. A highly concentrated and complex five-pointed alchemical array emerged on his chest. The dragon blood he had infused into Richard's body, under the influence of the alchemical array, continuously merged with Richard's, yet Richard's body remained unchanged. This was the most miraculous aspect of the myriad transformation battle body. Its cultivation resembled a hybrid, but its use resembled a bloodline seed. If the wizard did not actively release the myriad transformation battle body, the blood that merged into the wizard's body would not alter the wizard's physical form. Soon, the fusion was complete. Richard stood up from the incubator. With a thought, the magic power within his body flowed back into a complex energy cycle. Under this new energy cycle, his body began to undergo drastic changes. Pale dragon scales pierced his skin, spreading wildly across his torso. Immediately afterwards, his organs began to mutate. His heart grew larger, his lungs began to proliferate, and nameless glands and tiny, bizarre bones emerged from his flesh, seemingly out of thin air. Richard was transforming into a dragon, and it was a very drastic transformation. This transformation lasted for nearly a minute, and in that minute, Richard's body underwent a drastic transformation. He grew considerably stronger, and his height suddenly soared to approximately 2.5 meters. A layer of bony dragon scales, with golden markings covered his body, giving him a noble and mysterious appearance. And on his head, a pair of ferocious dragon horns gleamed faintly with lightning. Is this what it feels like to transform into a dragon? It feels really good, Richard said with a hint of excitement, feeling the changes in his body. Although his physical condition hadn't changed due to his dragon transformation, he could sense that his current body's strength, agility, and speed far surpassed his former self. No wonder dragons could dominate the wizarding world. Their physical capabilities were truly formidable. Hogg, standing nearby, saw Richard's sudden dragon transformation and his eyes nearly popped out. He was now certain that Richard had been transformed. But why would a wizard like Richard transform himself for no reason? Dragon transformation is irreversible. Hogg pondered for a moment, then cautiously asked, Master? Are you transformed? At Hogg's voice, Richard turned and looked at the dragon. Yes, now try to command me in dragon language. Hogg was startled. Huh? That's not good. I need to test something, hurry. Seeing Richard's resolute attitude, Hogg tentatively commanded in dragon language, Come here, slave. At the command, Richard could clearly feel his body shift. He could sense an unusual bioelectric current flowing through his brain. Driven by this current, his body involuntarily obeyed the command. A faint smile played on Richard's lips. So that's how it is. With that, Richard used his flesh and blood to manipulate his skull, then separated his soul, and manipulated his magic to pry open his brain. After the brain was opened, a ganglion-like structure appeared before Richard's eyes. In the anatomical atlas of dragonids Richard had obtained, this ganglion was often thought to assist in the release of dragon language magic. TSK, these wizards. They've hidden the real stuff and released the wrong stuff. Richard couldn't believe that after all this time, the wizards hadn't discovered the secret of the dragon's control over the dragon bloods. There were plenty of crazy wizards among them. They must have discovered something that only required a dragon form to reveal it. It's just that they kept it to themselves. After identifying the problem, Richard quickly modified the ganglion. To this end, he specifically sought the help of Jorod and several alchemists who owed him a favor. After the modification, the normal functions of the body were not impaired, and the dragon's commands could no longer activate the ganglion. With everything ready, Richard quickly completed the training of the myriad transformation battle body on his own body. In addition to cultivating his myriad battle body, Richard's planned battle group was gradually taking shape. According to Richard's plan, this battle group would consist of 500 men, with each 20 men forming a combat squad, and each 100 men forming a combat company. A combat squad would consist of 18 level 1 salamanders, and 2 level 2 salamanders. The 2 level 2 salamanders would serve as squad captains and vice captains. The captain of each combat company would be the company commander of their squad. In the secret realm, The fully equipped salamanders stood in formation before Richard, receiving his inspection. The salamanders wore brand new Craftsman Type 1 individual armor, along with standard scimitars, standard small dragon breath guns, and 5 standard javelins. The equipment was somewhat rudimentary, but as a new group, Richard wasn't sure what weapons to prepare for them. He simply had the salamanders' craftsmen build the current equipment based on their experience. After the inspection, Richard nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this is what an army looks like. This group of fire lizards was not what they are now when they first entered the secret realm. Back then, the battle group was extremely disorganized. Although 500 fire lizards gathered together, they looked like a corpse that had been forcibly held together. Once they moved, the corpse's arms and legs would fall apart. Clearly, this kind of battle group was far from meeting Richard's requirements. For this reason, Richard summoned Makar back to the secret realm and made him the chapter's instructor, training these unorganized fire lizards. This training lasted 5 years. Now that Richard was about to join the expedition, these fire lizards finally had the appearance of a soldier. Richard came to the front of the group and patted Makar on the shoulder. Yes, you've worked hard lately. Makar said respectfully, it's my duty. I take you back later. You don't have to join this expedition. Huh? Makar was startled, half doubting he misheard. You didn't, Richard said calmly. I can go on this expedition alone. But sir, your safety. Richard smiled. Don't worry about my safety, Makar. With that, Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulders. Richard's strength had now reached the level of a third-ring wizard, and he had also cultivated the myriad transformations battle body and the many inheritances of the Changshan Temple. In terms of combat prowess, Richard was no less capable than Makar. In a real fight, it was unclear who would protect whom. The last Academy War was simply because Ulysses couldn't enter. As for protection, Ulysses was far more effective than them. Makar looked at Ulysses, then bowed and said, Your will. After sending Makar back to the Red Sun world, Richard stopped by the Black Tower Wizard Academy neighborhood and returned to the Wizard Tower where he once lived. Looking at the Wizard Tower that was so familiar to him, Richard rang the doorbell. Ring, ring, ring. The doorbell rang, and a wizard flew out of the second-floor window and landed in front of the door. Teacher, why are you here? Although Richard had left the Black Tower Wizard Academy, he had not taken Muni with him. After his departure, his Wizard Tower naturally passed to Muni. Richard patted Muni's head and smiled. It's okay. I'm going on an expedition and came to see you. I also left you something. Expedition? Wu and I was stunned, then asked worriedly, Teacher, why are you suddenly going on an expedition? You're not short of magic essence, so why would you join one for no reason? Richard smiled. It's the Academy's request. I can't help it. Besides, even if the Academy didn't force it, I would still join the expedition. Huh? Why? Because to become a Grand Wizard, magic essence alone isn't enough. Richard sighed slightly. Magic essence is just auxiliary. True Grand Wizard status depends on the wizard's ability. Without sufficient power, even if you participate in the Grand Wizard selection, you just die. Wu and I looked at Richard with some surprise. She hadn't expected Richard to consider becoming a Grand Wizard after just becoming a third-ring wizard. Alright, go in first. I have something for you. Entering the Wizard Tower, Richard pulled several sealed scrolls from his pocket and handed them to Wu and I. Although I have every confidence in this war, I still need to make necessary preparations just in case. These scrolls contain the results of my research and the distribution of my assets. If anything happens to me during the war, these scrolls will automatically open, and you will then simply follow the instructions in my will. Muni solemnly took the scrolls and placed them in his pocket. Don't worry, Master. You be fine. Richard felt a slight warmth in his heart upon hearing this. He was no longer alone. Okay, I've given you the things, and it's time for me to return. Richard stood up and prepared to leave, but stopped at the door to the Wizard Tower. I almost forgot. Among those scrolls, there's a black scroll you need to keep an eye out for. If I disappear, open that scroll. Okay, Muni replied. Back at the Wizard Tower, Richard spent some time with Ellie, a long time apart. This absence would last at least 100 years, over 100 years of absence, something completely unprecedented for them. After his passionate love affair with Ellie, Richard entered the Nightmare World. Here, he would make a final push to improve his combat power. He would raise his mental power to the pinnacle of a third-ring wizard. Chapter 369. The far north of the Nightmare World has undergone a dramatic transformation under Richard's management. Within the city projection created by the Blood Moon Rule, millions of nightmare creatures derive their nightmare power from Richard. Over time, Richard's nightmare power has grown so terrifying that he was forced to abandon his original nightmare body and recreate a new one for daily use. A pitch-black door appeared out of nowhere, and Richard's soul flew out. The nightmare door opened into an ornately decorated room, but the interior was bare, revealing only a pitch-black coffin. Richard opened the coffin and entered the nightmare body within. Soon, a black-robed figure appeared in the far north city of the nightmare world. "My lord, you've returned." Outside the mayor's residence, a nightmare creature resembling a white ape addressed Richard respectfully. Due to the development of the far north, Richard had distributed bones among his subjects, becoming nightmare knights. The far north city was being managed by the white ape before him. "Secretary, how much nightmare power is stored in the city?" Richard asked with some authority. The white ape pondered for a moment, then finally replied, "Your Excellency, there are currently approximately 20 million nightmare powers in this city." Richard mused. 20 million. More than enough. Richard only needed about 4 million nightmare powers to increase his spiritual power. 20 million was far more than he needed. "Take me to the warehouse and fetch bones." "Yes, Your Excellency." It took Richard nearly 10 days to refine 4 million nightmare powers. 10 days later, Richard's mental power remained at 299.9. This was the limit of a mortal's mental power. Barring any unexpected events, Richard's number would likely remain unchanged for thousands of years. Leaving the warehouse, Richard immediately saw a black knight standing nearly 5 meters tall, clad in black armor, and riding a majestic nightmare steed. "Boss, you've been looking for me." The black knight dismounted and knelt on one knee before Richard. This black knight was the skeleton of the nightmare knight. Richard nodded. "Yes, I'm going on a long journey, and probably won't be back for some time. You will be in charge of the territory for the time being." Although the nightmare gate allowed Richard to freely enter the nightmare world, it would become unopenable once Richard left the wizarding world. Even if he forced it open, the world beyond would not be the nightmare wizarding world. However, Richard could sense that the nightmare gate's behavior was due to his lack of strength. Richard's nightmare portal was able to open precisely next to the nightmare body, because of the soul seed that served as Richard's beacon. But once Richard arrived in another world, this soul connection would be blocked by some unknown barrier. Richard conducted a simple test of this phenomenon, and concluded that the stronger his mental power, the smaller the barrier. If his mental power could surpass the limits of mortals, then overcoming this barrier would be no problem. "Yes, boss." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the expedition arrived. The expedition floor of the Tower of Truth remained unchanged, and the cold metal floor made Richard feel a little nauseous. He suddenly remembered the last war he participated in. The Red Sun World expedition. Back then, he was still a second-ring wizard, serving as a military advisor to the Richard Chorode Chamber of Commerce. Back then, he had also stood on this metal ground, waiting with a group of wizards for the arrival of the floating city. Back then, Vladimir was still alive, and on this cold metal land, he had recounted to Richard the expenses of a great wizard's dimensional expedition. Now, Richard stood on this metal land again, but the Vladimir, who had shared his knowledge with him, was no longer there. "Why are you standing here?" A voice called out from behind Richard. He turned and saw Stio, clad in iron-gray skin, holding a staff like a sledgehammer, staring at him curiously. "If I'm not standing here, where else should I be?" Richard was puzzled. "Aren't we all waiting here?" Stio was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Oh yes, this is your first plane expedition since becoming a third-ring wizard." Richard asked curiously, "Do third-ring wizards have any special privileges in the expedition?" Stio smiled and said, "Other academies don't know, but ours does." After that, he asked again, somewhat puzzled, "Don't you know?" Richard shook his head honestly. "Never mind, I guess Jimmy forgot." "It's okay, just follow me." Following Stio, Richard arrived at a room below the expedition level. Here, the White Wizard's war machine was starting up, preparing to enter the upper platform. Stio navigated the war airships with ease, quickly finding a rather large one. Opening the airship's hatch, Richard discovered it was packed with hundreds of third-ring wizards. "Stio, Richard, you're so slow." Jimmy smiled at them. "If you'd been a little later, we could have gone straight to the floating city." Stio laughed a bit boldly. "Hey, we were delayed on the way." The two took their seats, and Richard gazed curiously at the wizards inside. These wizards were all third-ring wizards, at least vice presidents in the academy. Once upon a time, Richard had been so far removed from wizards of this caliber that he had to look up to them. Now, he was one of them. With everyone present, Jimmy began the meeting. "The world we're heading into this expedition is quite unusual. According to the Dean's assessment, This world is believed to be the site of a war between the Lost Ones and a certain civilization from the ancient past. In this war, the Lost Ones are likely on the defensive. So, if nothing unexpected happens, we should encounter the war machines of the Lost One civilization. Jimmy pulled a bundle of scrolls from his pocket and distributed them to everyone. This scroll contains the Academy's research on the Lost Ones over the years. Take a look, it should be helpful. Also, if you have any research on the Lost Ones, it would be best to share it now. More information means more hope on the battlefield. Everyone took the scrolls and opened them to peruse them carefully. Soon, a third ring wizard spoke up. I've encountered a Lost One weapon. It's made of a crystal-like material and has a polyhedron-like structure. This weapon can autonomously track its enemies, likely through acoustic and optical means. Normally, it's optically invisible. Once activated, it emits a dim red glow and unleashes a high-energy charge between 3,000 and 3,500 energy levels. As he spoke, the third ring wizard pulled a crystal ball from his pocket. Within the crystal ball was a dark red regular polyhedron. I've seen something like this before, a wizard resembling an alchemical puppet said. This thing can self-destruct if necessary, with a power of approximately 8,000 energy levels. Physical attacks are most effective against this thing. Blunt force at 1,000 energy levels can shatter it. However, this thing has an energy barrier on the outside, making elemental spells below 2,000 energy levels largely ineffective. The wizards nodded in agreement, memorizing the weapon's data. I've also seen a Lost One weapon, another wizard said. It's a giant black crystal golem, resembling a spider. This golem is extremely resistant to both elemental and physical attacks, but its only attack method is physical. However, this golem seems to exist as a matrix, releasing many weapons similar to the ones I just mentioned. When encountering this kind of enemy, my personal advice is to flee. Of course, if any of you know the disintegration spell, that's another matter. As soon as this wizard finished speaking, another wizard spoke up. I've also seen a weapon. It's a crystal tower. At this critical moment, with their lives at stake, the wizards no longer hesitated to share their research, sharing information about the Lost Ones. The various bizarre and strange things mentioned in these stories opened Richard's eyes. In this information, he seemed to see a great civilization that enjoyed manipulating crystals. When encountering this kind of weapon, my advice is to attack with something like a shockwave. Another wizard shared his intelligence on the Forerunners. After he finished, the airship cabin fell silent, as if all the information had been shared. Seeing no wizard respond for a long time, Richard spoke up. I have some information to share with you too. Oh! Jimmy looked at Richard curiously. Richard, I remember this is your first expedition since becoming a third ring. Have you seen the weapons of the Lost Ones before? The wizards in the cabin turned their gazes to Richard upon hearing this. The Lost Ones' belongings are not easy to come by. Each piece of information they share is backed by the lives of several, even dozens, of wizards. And even if Richard had seen it, seeing it and sharing it are two different things. Sharing information requires relevant research. Sharing unverified information not only fails to help others, but may even mislead them. Richard shook his head slightly. What I saw weren't the weapons of the Lost Ones, but those of their vassal armies. He then pulled a crystal projection ball from his pocket. Under Richard's control, the crystal ball projected a three-dimensional sacred armor into the air. This is something I encountered during my last expedition. It's a weapon the Lost Ones equipped their vassal armies with. This armor shell can withstand at least 5,000 level spell attacks, and has various detection mechanisms, including detecting gaps and shadows. This armor comes standard with a weapon I call a Chain's Word. This weapon possesses extremely powerful magic-breaking properties, capable of piercing a 4,000 level magic barrier in an instant. It also has many other functions, but due to the urgency of the situation, I wasn't able to study it in detail. I only know that it can self-destruct, and with immense power. The wizards were shocked by the news Richard shared. They had a hard time encountering such a thing, so how did Richard survive? But before they could accept this information, Richard delivered a new report that made their heart stop. Richard said quietly, if you encounter one of these things, I suggest you just run away, and don't get involved with them. Because the last time I encountered one of these things, there were 10 of them. Chapter 370. 10? A wizard asked in disbelief. How did you survive 10 of these things? According to Richard's description, this weapon was practically designed to hunt wizards. It possessed advanced detection mechanisms, exceptionally high magic resistance, and highly effective magic-breaking weapons. A wizard operating this weapon could easily defeat 3 at a time. With 10 of these weapons, they couldn't imagine anything other than the White Wizard Legion that could resist it. It was just a fluke, Richard said calmly. There were 7 or 8 third-ring wizards with me at the time, and only 3 managed to escape. And that's because the natives had degenerated so much that even these weapons couldn't fully function. Although Richard spoke lightly, the wizards present, drawing on their extensive combat experience, could imagine how they would have escaped if they were second-ring wizards. But the conclusion they reached was always certain death. Even if they were in their current state, they wouldn't have been able to escape with any certainty. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration for Richard. This newly promoted third ring is no ordinary wizard. After Richard shared his intelligence, no one among the wizards spoke again. It was now time for the floating city to descend, and many third-ring wizards, instead of leaving, arrived by airship. Above the floating city, Great Wizard Garlon was delivering a pre-battle speech. The speech was passionate, but the third-ring wizards in the airships remained unmoved. They had experienced too many wars. Speeches alone could no longer shake their hearts, forged in blood and fire. Soon, the speech ended, and the floating city slipped through the dimensional rift, leaving the wizarding world. The wizards began searching for their rooms. As a third-ring wizard, Richard's room was assigned to the spire on the upper floors of the floating city. This was Richard's first time living in the upper floors of the floating city. Following the room number, Richard arrived at the 3rd floor of Tower 25. According to Jimmy, half of the entire floor was his. In the past, Richard had been confined to the lower floors, where he had a room of just over 10 square meters and a quiet room of only a few square meters. Now, he had half a floor to himself. This half contained a fully equipped wizard laboratory, a meditation room, a rest area, a training room, and a kitchen. Although these facilities were only usable during travel, once the floating city landed, they would all be converted into workspaces. But this did not in the least dampen Richard's cheerful mood. Becoming a third-ring wizard is wonderful. Richard sighed softly and walked into the room with a brisk pace. 10 years later. This world is so beautiful. Outside the floating city, the black-robed Great Wizard Garlon couldn't help but sigh as he gazed at the emerald green world not far away. Yes, Dean. Beside the Great Wizard Garlon, Jimmy's body shimmered with magical patterns, a magical barrier separating him from the outside world. They were now in the astral plane, a space that nurtured countless worlds, filled with the corrosive ether and violent space storms. Even a third-ring wizard would have to activate a magical barrier in this space to resist the erosion of the ether and space storms. Grand Wizard Garlon surveyed the world. Take a picture, Jimmy. Once we enter, this land might not be quite as beautiful. Jimmy pulled a crystal ball from his pocket and saved the image of the emerald world. He then returned to the floating city. Grand Wizard Garlon sighed softly and casually produced a bone staff from thin air. This staff looked somewhat similar to the one used by the Grand Wizard Hellfire, both crafted from the remains of world masters. However, the difference was that Grand Wizard Garland's staff lacked the bones of low-level world masters. It was constructed entirely from the bones of level 6 creatures. The mere presence of this staff was enough to cause a spatial storm within the astral plane. Grand Wizard Garlon waved his staff gently, and a magic circle expanded outward from it, quickly growing to the size of the floating city. Guided by the staff, the massive floating city gradually approached the emerald world. The war is about to begin. Ding, 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 ding. A massive bell echoed through the floating city. Every wizard who heard it paused in their movements, no matter what they were doing. Is the war finally about to begin? In the laboratory, Richard set down his alchemical materials and put everything in his magic pocket. The floating city only rings its bells when it's about to enter the world. Richard casually opened a rift in the secret realm and called Ulysses and Hog out of it. The war is about to begin! Get out now! Inside the secret realm, Ulysses was riding Hog, playing off-road with the World Mushroom avatar. He was standing on Hog's neck, 2 black energy chains extending from each of his wings, binding Hog's 2 dragon horns to control his flight direction. Under his control, Hog's body flew up and down, constantly dodging the mycelial tentacles of the World Mushroom and the Holy Tree Spirit behind him. Huh? We're already there? Hearing Richard's voice, Ulysses, somewhat surprised, stopped Hog. The World Mushroom and the Holy Tree Spirit also stopped. Richard glared at him. It's been almost 10 years since this trip, and it's already fast. Huh? Almost 10 years already? Ulysses scratched his head awkwardly. I've been in the secret realm for so long, I've almost lost track of time. Upon hearing that war was about to begin, Richard's salamanders immediately halted their training. Sir, are we joining the battle? The first captain of the chapter approached Richard and asked. Richard shook his head. No, you have to wait. If nothing unexpected happened, A major battle would follow, and they would likely face a group of natives armed with Forerunner weapons. At a time like this, a 500-man chapter wouldn't be much use. Even if they joined, they would be mere cannon fodder. He hadn't spent so much magic essence just to produce a bunch of cannon fodder. After pulling Elises and Hogra out of the secret realm, Richard descended to the lower levels of the floating city. On his way there, Richard stopped by the logistics department to collect some equipment unique to Third Ring wizards. Besides some functional potion-making equipment, the most important piece of equipment was a specially crafted crystal ball. Through this crystal ball, Richard could communicate directly with headquarters and issue emergency warning orders, commands only authorized by Third Ring wizards. Arriving at the airship level, Richard's newly acquired crystal ball relayed commands from headquarters. Wizard Richard, please take your seats on airship number 35. Richard wandered around the airship and quickly found it. As soon as he entered, he heard several exclamations. What's wrong? What's your problem? Richard turned to the wizards, who had spoken, only to see their faces filled with reverence as they gave him a wizard salute. Master, we are from Far North City. Oh! Richard suddenly realized. His Far North City had been established for so many years, and it must have produced many wizards. But he had been so focused on research that he had never paid attention to this aspect. In fact, nearly half of the wizard apprentices at the current Garlon Wizard Academy came from Richard's time. Fantasy worlds also have to abide by basic laws. In Richard's city, even the poorest residents could have food to eat and a place to live. But those tribes in the wild, if they were unlucky, could freeze many to death in a blizzard. Under these circumstances, the fact that only half of the apprentices at the Garlon Wizarding Academy came from Richard's time was truly remarkable, a fact of its own in the fantasy world. Richard shrugged and said calmly, "Don't get so excited. We're all wizards from the same academy. Meeting each other during a dimensional expedition is normal." But despite Richard's words, his image had long been embellished by the Order of Miracles as a saint incarnate. Even though these wizards had been educated at the Wizarding Academy, they still held this great figure they had heard of since childhood in deep reverence. These wizards secretly communicated through telepathic communication, trying to guess Richard's level. But soon, they no longer had to guess. A second-level wizard performed a wizard salute upon Richard. "Attention all wizards! Attention all wizards! The floating city is about to break through the world wall. The floating city is about to break through the world wall. All wizards, prepare for war." As the somewhat cold voice from the command center faded from the crystal ball, Richard suddenly felt a strong pressure, as if he were squeezing into something. This was a sign that the floating city had broken through the world barrier. But this time, the pressure lasted longer than any of his previous expeditions. 10 minutes later, the intense pressure dissipated, and Richard breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to glance at the other wizards in the airship, and saw that several second-ring wizards were sweating profusely, while the first-ring wizards were pale, many of them fainting. Seeing Richard's calm demeanor, the wizards couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Richard glanced at the unconscious wizards, and casually ordered, "Wake up those who are unconscious." Yes. This little interlude ended, and Richard began to wait for the intelligence report from the command center. Under normal circumstances, the slave army would have been deployed by now. A massive number of slaves would absorb the initial wave of native attacks and gather intelligence for the wizards. But this time, the command center's announcement was delayed. Richard frowned, staring at the crystal ball he received from the logistics department, thinking, is there something wrong with my crystal ball? But before he could even attempt to repair it, the crystal ball relayed an order from command center. This world, tentatively named Green Forest World, boasts 10 times the magic concentration of the wizarding world. The 4 elements are unbalanced, and special rules have yet to be discovered. All airships are dispatched. Huh? Richard stared at the crystal ball in astonishment. Richard could understand the first of the 2 messages, but the second truly stumped him. We barely entered the world, and yet the airships were being deployed. He looked around, realizing the wizards were all equally bewildered. Clearly, none of them had ever seen such a situation before. Is this the wrong order? A wizard asked uncertainly. But after the crystal ball issued the command, there was no further response. It didn't seem like a miscommand. The hatch on the airship deck slowly opened, and warships poured out of the floating city like a swarm of sharks. As they reached the outer reaches of the floating city, Richard finally understood why the command had given such an order. Outside the floating city, all was peaceful. The enemy they had expected was nowhere to be seen.